By chance, I crossed over and was reborn, becoming the reincarnation of the leader of the 8 immortals of Taoism, the pure yang true man Lu Dongbin, and carrying the Pangu hell sealed with the 8 great demons. I also awakened a talent, yin-yang balance. I can be evenly matched with everything, which means my strength is unknown, but I become stronger when facing strong opponents. However, at the beginning, I almost got stabbed to death by the pure yang sword. Whose sword was it after all? Could it be the deity behind me who gave it to me? But that's too harsh. It's not necessary. Songnam City Second Middle School, sitting in the back by the window. I was sleeping soundly there, when the bell for the end of class rang. I woke up. Ah Ching, your skill of sleeping at the last minute is really amazing, Li Yifei whispered on the side. Sleeping during class, right on time, without a minute's difference. If you can still rank first by sleeping every day, then you can sleep as you please, said class monitor Jiang Qian. Can you do whatever you want if you rank first? Li Yifei muttered. Jiang Qian shrugged. Ranking first doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, but if you rank first in every subject, then you really can do whatever you want. And if he suddenly wakes up in class, it's probably because the teacher made a mistake somewhere. Li Yifei had no response. So, let's understand and respect the teachers. We ordinary people shouldn't compare ourselves to geniuses like him. Jiang Qian sighed. The disparity between people. Just as Jiang Qian was about to continue her reflections, a black-clothed young man appeared at the classroom door. The classroom fell silent for a moment, then erupted into commotion. You must be Lin Qiye. Your seat has been arranged. Let me help you over. Jiang Qian hurried to the door, escorted Lin Qiye in, and several students stood up to greet him, escorting him to his seat. Everyone bombarded Lin Qiye with questions and greetings, leaving him bewildered. Ah Ching, don't sleep. Come over and say a few words. Jiang Qian patted me and said. I sat up, stretched lazily, glanced at Lin Qiye, and said, I think he prefers me not to bother him, so I'll pass. Hey, you, Li Yifei frowned. His aunt just visited. Even if it's pretending, you should at least make an effort. Lin Qiye was stunned and turned to look at me. Top student, pay attention to the atmosphere. Jiang Qian gently nudged me, feeling the strange gazes from all directions. I twitched my mouth, but still got up and walked over to Lin Qiye, extending my right hand. Hello, Jiang Qian said helplessly. He can't see. What do you mean by extending your hand? But before Jiang Qian could say more, Lin Qiye reached out and shook my hand. Hello. Everyone looked at this scene with strange expressions. A female teacher entered the classroom with books, and everyone quieted down. I returned to my seat, exchanged a knowing look with the teacher, and skillfully lay back down. Lin Qiye looked strangely at this scene. Why did he feel that the teacher seemed relieved when she saw me lie down? Is this person so intimidating? What Lin Qiye was thinking, I didn't know, because my consciousness had already sunk into a special world. It was a realm of emptiness, with both ends deep and endless. No sky or ground. The background presented a brownish-red color, like a dim twilight sky, and an unknown light source, allowing this place not to be completely immersed in darkness. In this space, the gravitational effect seems extremely weak, so that many different-sized cone-shaped rocks can break free from the constraints of gravity and float leisurely in the air. At this moment, I am floating lightly on these floating rocks in the form of a soul, blending with this strange scene. In front of me, there are 2 huge demons fighting passionately. One of them has a strange form with a dragon head and human body, with eyes flashing terrifying red light, a fierce and sinister face exuding a sense of bloodthirstiness and cruelty. The other creature appears even more peculiar, with a pair of uniquely shaped horns on its head, 3 whiskers on its face, and a pair of huge wings on its back. The names of the 2 demons are Holy Lord and Evil Dragon, and this place is the Pango Hell where demons are sealed. You fell asleep during class time again. A cheerful voice drifted in with the wind, followed by a strong gust of wind, and a demon with gray blue skin and large dragon lizard wings landed beside me. The demon of the heavens, Shimu. I can't be at ease if you don't sleep. Teacher, I replied. The flow of time in Pango Hell is different from the real world. I had just left for less than 10 minutes of break time, but here, it might have been several hours or even days. Perhaps you should restrain your intelligence and wit a bit. Humans always reject those who are different. Shimu said. I'm not interested in that. I lay down. Whether they reject or not, it's all the same to me. About 5 years ago, for unknown reasons, I arrived in this world. When I first opened my eyes, all I saw were severed limbs and an especially ugly monster drooling and staring at me hungrily. I took a deep breath and fell asleep on the spot. As for what happened afterwards, I have no idea. By the time he woke up, he found himself in a large luxurious villa. He seems to have been picked up. Luckily, it wasn't unacceptable that the one who picked him up was a pretty sister. However, after a few years of living here, he felt more and more out of place. Daxia surrounded by mists, the gray and white world, A pretty sister named Red Tassel who likes to play with guns. A sister named Xiaonan who looks simple and lovely but actually has an ulterior motive. And an uncle named Zhao Kongcheng who runs around all day long. Sannan City. Nima. The plot of Being Reborn. Picked up by a pretty sister and starting a good life suddenly turns into a ING Cthulhu Battle Royale. Who can stand that? Thinking of the trouble in Sannan City, he had thought of running away. But just as he packed his bags and was about to bolt, he encountered another thief, several ugly monsters. In hell. Is it over? Luckily, Red Tassel, who had noticed his abnormality at that time, was following not far away and poked the ghost-faced man to death with a single shot. Since then, he'd been discouraged from bugging out, not only for saving his life, but also because he has a major problem with lethargy. It's possible to be walking along and suddenly fall asleep, leaving with that kind of problem, or in this new, unfamiliar world. He was afraid he'd die on the road before he knew it. Until one day a year ago, his consciousness after falling asleep entered this pango hell and met this fatherly and filial demonic father and son. However, he was like a ghost, and the two demons were unaware of his presence. For a year, he first tried to touch it, and after that was fruitless. He began to explore in other directions towards the Discordian hell. This place was so big that there was no concept of time or space. He felt like he kept walking in one direction, but as he walked, he would return to the same place, and sometimes, he would encounter other demons. Spell Blue, Pogon, Basha, Seiki, Saw Phone, Earthquakes, Nakasu, and some oddly shaped demons. Of course, all the demons couldn't see him, perceive him, or touch him. He does not exist in this hell. Merely the consciousness has come here. Until half a year ago, he met the damn ghost face man again. Unlike the previous two times, since he had failed to eliminate his memories after Red Tassel's last encounter with the ghost-faced man, and he was still young, Red Tassel couldn't bear to send him out, so he would usually bring him along for a bit of training. But there was no way to train him properly with this narcolepsy, and Red Tassel didn't want him to be involved in such things, so his training was kept to a mere level of strengthening his body, so that at least when he was in danger, he could run away. However, perhaps it was due to his talent. His progress was still vast. Relying on a threaded steel rod he picked up casually by the side of the road, he stabbed the ghost face. Then the first kill bonanza appeared. The divine ruin, balancing yin and yang. Yin and yang are born. Yin and yang are opposite to each other. Solitary yin does not exist. Solitary yang does not exist. Yin pole begets yang. Yang pole begets yin. The opposite is true. The opposite is true. Yin and yang are united. Everything returns to the end. Balancing yin and yang, an ability that is as complex as it is simple. In the simplest and most straightforward terms, strength is unknown. When it comes to strength, theoretically, he could go 50-50 with anyone. He is young, and all the rest can be yin. If he defines a dog that is weaker than him as yin, either the dog gains strength and balance with him or he becomes as weak as the dog. Similarly, if he defines a far more powerful god as yin, either he acquires a power that is balanced by that god, or that god becomes as weak as he is. A very unresolved force, but it's also a very dangerous force. Once the concept of yin and yang is established, entanglement will begin. If the yin and yang cannot reach a balance and the conflict is too intense, the yin and yang will begin to transform, with yin pole giving rise to yang and yang pole giving rise to yin. Then, yin and yang unite, and all things come to an end. To put it bluntly, the same thing. In other words, as long as he wanted to, currently in this world, apart from the Ascended One, Asatos, who could not be observed, touched, or defined in the true sense of the word, even if it was one of those supreme gods, he could die with the other side. If we can't live together, then we'll die together, live and die together. The main fight is a bummer. Relying on this rogue ability, he tried to establish a balance of yin and yang between him and the Discordian hell, and the yin and yang entanglement began, and he finally broke through the subdimensional barrier and truly entered the hell. Since Discordian hell has no mind, there is no conflict between them after the pact is established, only entanglement and no transformation. He doesn't get stronger or weaker, he just creates an ineradicable entanglement, or rather, karma, with this place. After a few twists and turns, with the voluntary help of the Holy Lord, he established another yin-yang balance with him. There's no way around it. The balance is dangerous. If you don't live together, you have to die together. If you meet a chaste woman, you'll be in trouble. Fortunately, the Holy Lord is not a chaste woman. After the balance of yin and yang had been reached, the entanglement that had arisen between him and the Holy Lord, with this old thing's active cooperation, he had not only gained access to the demon chi of the demon of fire, but also the Holy Lord's signature ability, the 12-rune divine power, the rat that turns static into movement, the ox with infinite strength, the tiger that harmonizes yin and yang, the rabbit that moves at super speed, the dragon that burns and explodes with inflammation, the snake that is invisible, the horse that cures all diseases, the goat that has an out-of-body experience, the monkey that changes in many different ways, the chicken that floats in the air, the dog that is immortal, and the pig that is driven by electric eyes. Rune divine power was a power that the Holy Lord himself had mastered, and a power based on his own existence. The stronger the Holy Lord's demonic aura was, the stronger these runes would be, and by the same token, if the Holy Lord's demonic aura became weaker, these runes would become weaker as well. His 12 talismans were, likewise, based on his own chi, and the stronger his chi was, the stronger these talismanic divine powers would be. Here is another concept of chi, a metaphysical and mysterious energy, the primordial energy of cosmic life, originating from nothingness and returning to nothingness, between something and nothing. The chi includes both innate chi and acquired chi. All living beings have chi, which they are born with and are called innate chi, or innate air. Those acquired later in life are known as acquired chi, which are the various energies obtained from the environment during cultivation. Normally, the innate chi cannot be changed. What it was at the moment of birth will be what it will be down the road. However, if one can cultivate the chi of the latter day strong enough to return the latter day to the innate day, one can strengthen one's innate chi, and this process is also known as the leap in the level of life. The stronger the innate air, the higher the level of life. The 8 demons were born immortal, and their innate one air was endless, so the Holy Lord's demonic chi of fire or the 12 rune divine power was endless. Even if it was taken away by Loth through the petrifying demon spell, those powers were still essentially the Holy Lord's stuff, so the 12 rune spells were still infinite energy, and as he was currently just immortal, his own chi was far from infinite. To have unlimited energy, you have to at least reach the Klein realm of this world. Of course, before that, he could also have pseudo-infinite chi if he met some conditions. Chapter 2 Flying Sword from Outside the Sky. The moon and stars are thinning, and magpies are flying south. After the evening study period ended, the enthusiastic students of the class surrounded Lin Xie, as if soldiers were clustering around a king. As they traveled through the dark old city, high above the city area, a crow was watching the small group Lin Xie was in through its humanized gaze. Monkey charms, hundreds of illusions. Lu Cheng didn't choose to follow the group to send Lin Xie home because his home wasn't in this direction and he wasn't that enthusiastic. However, thinking of the tragedy that would happen tonight, he still followed, also wanting to see the divine ruins, the mortal dust divine realm. Divine ruins were forbidden ruins owned by the gods, and the only possibility for a mortal to own a divine ruin was to be chosen by the gods to become a divine agent. However, he hadn't come into contact with any gods at all, and something like yin-yang balance, at a glance, it was clear that it was a god of the Great Xia, but all the gods of the Great Xia had entered reincarnation, and none of them should have regained their divine realm by now, and even if he had been chosen by the gods, what he possessed should have been the forbidden ruins. Therefore, he wanted to see if, by touching Lin Xia's mortal dust divine realm and touching Michael's divine might, the gods behind him would appear. Also, he was trying to see if he could establish a yin and yang balance with those gods inside Lin Xia's asylum. Of the 8 demons among the Discordian hells, he had only established a yin and yang balance with the Holy Lord so far, and that was with that old man's cooperation, because only by establishing a balanced entanglement of yin and yang with him could the Holy Lord return to earth from the midst of hell. He was the equivalent of an anchor point. However, since he and the Discordian hell had first established a share of yin and yang balance, he himself was equivalent to a hell gate, and any demons that came out of hell would be limited by the yin and yang balance. Anyway, it's complicated, and the process of establishing the balance of yin and yang is somewhat similar to a contract, somewhat similar to the Holy Covenant, but it's even more rogue. I heard that there's been a lot of trouble in Old Town lately, with psychopathic killers. Under the bright and dim street light, Li Yifei came coldly, giving everyone more or less creepy, especially after some graphic and vivid descriptions. It makes people feel a chill from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Just when Zhang Qian was annoyed and wanted to voice out a rebuke, a black shadow flew overhead and a sudden shout rang out from the sky. Whoa! 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 In a flash, the crowd turned pale and even went a little weak in the knees. Wang Xiao snorted and quickly disappeared into the narrow alleyway. Do you guys smell a stench? Zhang Qian, who hadn't taken a few steps, suddenly said, Stinky? It's that. Vomit. A disgusting and extreme stench suddenly emerged, surging into the nasal cavity of several people, making people's stomach fluids churning. Zhang Qian even directly squatted down and vomited. Whoa! 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 The crows that had just flown away flew back again, circling above the heads of the crowd, and their cries grew colder and colder, as if they were signaling the approaching disaster. we're going to either. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just when Li Yifei wanted to say something, the crows in the sky suddenly erupted a laser-like golden light that shot down towards the direction that Wang Xiao had just left, immediately followed by Wang Xiao's mournful cries, "Help!" accompanied by screams. Wang Xiao rolled and crawled to escape from the alleyway, just in time to collide with Zhang Qian's few people who went to check the situation. Run! Wang Xiao's footsteps did not slow down in the slightest, and he quickly swept past a few people. Li Yifei was about to say something when a monster with a ghostly face walked out from the corner, and in an instant, Lu Yuan was like a wild dog that had gone mad, knocking away Lin Qiye behind him and running for his life. Help! The mournful hissing sound echoed in the old city center. Lu Yuan and Wang Xiao shouted for help while running. Li Yifei even fled to the front of Lu Yuan at an unknown time. "I've been screaming so loud. Why don't you guys respond?" Lu Chang landed on top of the alleyway, glanced at the three Li Yifei who fled away, and then turned his head to look at Zhang Qian who reacted slower and landed at the end, as well as Lin Qiye who was bumped by Lu Yuan and also landed at the back. More or less a classmate who had been in the same classroom for a year, even though he was sleeping most of the time, but it was still not appropriate to see death. He could have given the two ghost-faced men seconds with two power-generating photo eyes, but there was no need for that. "Come on, finish it off. Your newbie gift pack is about to." Lu Chang paused, his eyes inexplicable. "Nope, you're doing the newbie quest only after you've taken the big pack. Dude got the big pack after completing the first kill. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go for it, Ghostface. For the honor of the Ghostface clan. Down with the killing angel." Boom! A pillar of golden light erupted violently and shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the dimly lit alley, and a divine and fiery aura spread out, suppressing the ghost-faced man to the ground, since Lu Chang had just shot one to death with his electric lightning eye. Now, there was only one Ghostface left to face the divine might of the blazing angel alone. Under the sacred fiery killing angel's divine might, the ghost-faced man appeared especially small and stubborn. "Go for it, Ghostface. Don't admit defeat yet." Lu Chang had transformed back into his human form and sat on the roof of a house not far away, cheering for Lin Qiye. Strange, obviously already close to feel the blazing angel god's might. How come the god behind him still does not show his face? Can't always. A heart palpitation surged, and Lu Chang jerked his head up to look at a golden light flying from the sky. "Is that sword?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Noticing that he was being targeted by a flying sword, Lu Chang subconsciously turned back into a crow, leapt and flew away rapidly in another direction, and in just an instant, flew 100 meters away from his original position. However, the speed of the flying sword was even faster, and with just a flash, it appeared behind Lu Chang and violently stabbed down. In a flash, an ancient and heavy aura burst out from the sword, pressing Lu Chang heavily to the ground and directly stabbing him unconscious. Meanwhile, in the Pangu Hell, looking at the huge golden sword that suddenly pierced through the void and stood in front of them, the faces of a group of demons were extremely wonderful, especially the Holy Lord, who was about to hold back from swearing. "It's all ing me to hell. You're still chasing the chop? Excessive. It's really him?" Nishiki was confused. He thought the Holy Lord's Alzheimer's had sensed it wrong. How's that for a guy? Saint Doujinshi will be reincarnated. These guys will actually be reincarnated as well. Curse Blue's eyes were inexplicable. The 8 immortals who used the Pango box to seal demons into hell actually still exist and have even been reincarnated? Sacred Lord, if you're so proactive, you don't think you're trying to turn your enemy into a friend with him, do you? Westwood said oddly. Are you forgetting how you ended up in this situation? I won't forget, but it's better than going crazy in this hellhole, the Holy Lord said quietly. I don't want to just fight with my idiot son every day. Demon Xiaolong's power came from the demonic chi of the 8 demons, and after entering hell, Curse Blue and the others could have just retracted their demonic chi, but instead of retracting it, these guys strengthened the demonic chi in Demon Xiaolong, stimulating the hostility in his heart, just to see them fight. But, this breath, it seems to be even more ancient. What's that thing? In a narrow, dark alley, 5 figures clad in dark red cloaks froze in place, looking at the huge silhouette in the distance. At first glance, the youth wore a white Taoist robe, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His features were handsome and graceful, and he held a long sword. Another look, and then see a head wearing 3-dimensional purple and gold crown, wearing 9-colored Yunsha clothing, back hands, looks like middle-aged, not angry. In a flash, he saw an old man with crane hair, holding a withered wood, his eyebrows lowered. The 3 shadows were bright and dark, overlapping together, and their auras were high and low. Only a sigh was heard, and the silhouette transformed into a golden haze that escaped heaven and earth. The aura of a god that has never appeared before. Who on earth is it? Wu Shangnan frowned as he looked at the golden haze that remained in the sky. Taoist robes, purple and gold crowns, the gods of Daxia? Chapter 3, You're sick. Asterisk. This kid actually ran away. Zhao Kongcheng, who had arrived in time, still played it cool in front of Lin Qiye, but after some conversation, he managed to be lulled into acting as a watchman on the side of the road. By the time he returned to his senses, Lin Qiye's figure had completely disappeared. Zhao Kongcheng, have you found the suspected divine agent of Michael? The communicator suddenly rang, and the corner of Zhao Empyrean's mouth twitched, not knowing how to answer this question. Found it, but the other guy got away? And the other guy was a high school brat. It's not going to be a ing laughing matter. I found it. However, the other party was emotionally unstable, so I let him go home first. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Kongcheng decided that he would tell a small lie. Anyway, he knew the uniform on the kid and his name, so he'd go to the school first thing in the morning and squat on the guy. Then you line up the surroundings and see if there's anything suspicious. We'll be right over. Wu Shangnan said. You guys are coming over too? Isn't Hong Ying injured? Zhao Kongcheng said. The situation is special. You saw that deity's shadow just now. The other party's aura. It's not the same as any of the previous deities. Moreover, that's most likely the one who has never appeared before. The great summer deity. Asterisk. What are you boys doing here? Lu Chang, who felt himself being pierced through the heart by a sword, woke up in a daze. What the hell? He's still got plenty of chi. How come the dog charm doesn't work? Also, why did that flying sword cut him? Oh, I'm so dizzy. I should have known not to watch the fun. LV Chang? Hey, are you alright? Zhao Kongcheng patted LV Chang's face without a response. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Kongcheng flattened Lu Chang on the ground and took a deep breath, sinking his chi into his dantian. A plucking coldness suddenly spread to his back. Lu Chang violently opened his eyes and saw a bearded-hued abyssal mouth that was coming towards him. Asterisk. Lu Chang's heart chilled, and his entire body directly smashed out in a ground-flying flight, hitting the wall heavily. The four eyes locked for a long time. Zhao Kongcheng was incomparably confused as he looked at LV Chang, who just seemed to take off in place. Lu Chang, on the other hand, glared at Zhao Kongcheng, who was trying to sneak up on him, with an evil look on his face. I knew you're a ing pervert. Pervert? Zhao Kongcheng froze. You fart. I was clearly trying to save you. Pervert. Don't explain. I'll go back and tell Koma to beat you up. I'll also tell your wife. Let her know that you're a pervert with a human face. Asterisk. I'm really not a pervert. I'm trying to give you artificial respiration. Pervert. Well, so why would you show up here at night instead of going home? Not a moment later, the rest of the night watchman squad also rushed over, and Zhao Empyrean City, who couldn't bear the thought of being falsely accused himself, hurriedly explained what had just happened, not caring about the perverted part. Red Ruffian, who hadn't recovered from her injuries, crouched down and asked about her concerns. Her house is not in this direction. There was a blind student in my class, and adhering to the spirit of being helpful, charitable, and rescuing the suffering, I resolutely, together with my classmates, sent him home. Lu Chang said seriously. Blind? The redhead froze. Boys and girls? Male. Lies. The redhead's face was straightened. LV Chang's willingness to help others, to be charitable, to save the suffering, just for girls, but also for pretty girls. A man? Wanna fart eat, but I'm really sending my classmates home. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see. Lu Chang said. Really? Red Riding was still a bit skeptical. You shouldn't. It can't be sending any female classmates home, right? Si Xiaonan said. And then, drop off that blind classmate of yours on the way? The corner of Lu Chang's eye twitched. In your eyes, am I such a person? The red-tasseled few people's eyes crossed, and a puzzled expression appeared on their faces coincidentally. Isn't it? LV Chang. This is nothing short of slander. I'm going to take this to the Night's Watch's superiors, headquarters to react. You're making false accusations against innocent citizens out of thin air. Against your head. Red Tassel raised his hand to deliver a brain crash. Do you realize how dangerous tonight is? Of course I know. Lu Chang bristled, watching the fun and almost getting hacked to death by a flying sword. No, where's the sword? Lu Chang looked around for the flying sword that had poked him down. Which ungrateful fellow threw the flying sword? Almost cut him up. Lean. What is this? Si Xiaonan squatted down and reached out to grab an extra pendant shaped like a wooden sword around Lu Chang's neck. As soon as he touched it, the small pendant flashed out a golden light, bouncing Si Xiaonan's hand away. Forbidden objects? Red Ruffian queried. Where did you come from? Would you believe me if I said that this thing fell from the sky and almost poked me to death? Lu Chang said. After some more explanations, Lu Cheng followed Hong Ying home. We'll talk about what's going on tomorrow. You get some rest. After saying that, Red Riding closed the door to the room. LV Chang laid down on the bed with some heartburn and looked at the ceiling. The gods in the back didn't draw them out, and they were almost poked to death by flying swords. Whose sword? And how did this thing become a pendant? Is it hard to believe that the gods behind him threw him a hanging? It doesn't have to be this exciting, does it? The next day, due to the attack by the ghost-faced man that happened last night, LV Chang took a leave of absence, citing mental trauma. It was also fortunate that he had excellent grades, and although he slept all day, he never had to worry about his studies, so he just let him rest more. The other thing is this special forbidden object on his chest. Don't move it for the time being, wait until they have investigated it clearly. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan both went out to run business. Lu Cheng stayed at home alone and was bored, so he simply went out to find someone. Originally, he wanted to bring Zhao Kongcheng with him, but that guy ran to the school gate early in the morning and couldn't even be called. Having no choice but to act on his own, LV Chang could only act on his own. Sunnyside Psychiatric Hospital. After consulting the doctor about Nyx's mental problems and preparing to set off to find out the relevant information, Lin Xia had just stepped out of the hospital's front door when he came face to face with LV Chang, who was walking from the opposite side of the road. Yo, not a blind monk anymore? Lu Cheng casually threw Lin Xia a bottle of AD calcium milk. You're sick? Lin Xia said suspiciously. You're the one who's sick. Lu Cheng casually threw the finished bottle towards the trash can 10 meters away, hitting the bull's eye. The corners of Lin Xia's mouth twitched slightly, and he realized that his question was a bit inappropriate. No, I mean, what are you doing in the mental hospital? Looking for you, Lu Cheng said. Lin Xia froze. Why did you come to the mental hospital to find me? You're sick, Lu Cheng said. Lin Xia. Convex, ****** dish. Chapter 4, A Dog Bites Lu Dongbin. News has come from the higher-ups, and it's basically certain that the god that appeared in the old city center last night is indeed our great Xia's god. How can they be sure when they didn't even see it with their own eyes? Yeah, that's sun-like power. And the ancient life force. Maybe it's some other god, or even a god from another myth in disguise? No, they can be sure, because, just at the same time last night, the sword that hangs high in Wudong Mountain and is said to have belonged to Pyongyang ancestor LV Dongbin suddenly broke through the void and flew away. And the direction that sword flew away from was Tsangnan City. The Lu Dongbin who's a dog that doesn't know what's good for him, or the one with 3 plays of white peonies, 3 drunken Yu Yanglu, the sword fairy, the wine fairy, and the sex fairy all in one? I think it's the latter. I think so too. The latter is more in line with Cheng's temperament. No, I don't think he drinks. Does he? It's underage. Oh yeah. The wine fairy doesn't count yet, but the sword fairy and the color fairy are steady. Inside the peace office, after Vice Captain Wu Shangnan explained the situation, everyone quickly discussed the matter and accepted it without the slightest surprise. After all, Lu Cheng, this person, was not right. Strange narcolepsy not to mention, that learning ability and combat intuition with a joke. 3 days fish 2 days sunshine net, just casually practiced. Zhao Kongcheng kind of battle-hardened special forces cannot beat him. Let's just say it's a gift. If it wasn't for that troublesome narcolepsy of Lu Cheng's that he fell asleep at some point, Hong Lian would have wished to exercise him more. Unfortunately, over the years everyone has recognized how exaggerated that narcolepsy of LV Cheng's is. Not some dozing off, but suddenly going into a deep sleep. You can suddenly fall asleep when eating, walking, or even talking to someone. This would be embarrassing if he suddenly fell asleep at a critical moment. That sword, the forbidden object that should be called the Pure Yang sword, is the medium that Ancestor Lu bestowed upon him? And that thing seems to have the power of the laws exerted on it, so no one else can touch it except for Lu Cheng. Wu Shangnan said. As for the shadow of the god that flickered and dimmed, it should have been stimulated by Michael's divine might and briefly appeared. As for the purpose, perhaps it was a demonstration, or perhaps it was something else. Judging from Lu Cheng's show of knowing nothing about it, the answer to this, we can't know. However, that divine silhouette seems to have 3 forms, youth, middle age, and old age, and moreover, those 3 forms give me a feeling. Hong Ying paused. Doesn't look like the same person. I feel the same way. Si Xiaonan said. The temperament, the breath, of those 3 states is completely different, although all possess the sun-like light. Where's LV Cheng? Captain Chen Mai suddenly asked. He should be sleeping at home, right? Red Rumor was unsure. Let him come over for a moment. The senior management has no clear arrangement for him, only saying, let's ask him for his own opinion. Don't bother much, Chen Mai said. Personally, though, I'd like to see him join the Night's Watch. After all, He's the only agent in Dasha who currently has a god present, not only for his potential, but also, to inspire people a bit. There were quite a few agents of the great summer gods, but none of the gods they represented had ever actually appeared, not even in a virtual shadow like last night's. He is afraid that he is not willing. The Red Coma shook his head. LV Chang was loose by nature, and he was afraid that he would not want to go to a place with strict rules like the army. Ask around. The instructions given to us from the top are just to ask around, Wu Shangnan said. As for what he chooses, that's up to him. Red Coma's face was odd. Shouldn't one do their best to pull in the divine agents, or even try to get them over there? How come when it comes to him, it's just a question? And the Church of the Ancient God? I don't know. Wu Shangnan shrugged. That's the direction from the top. And, well, let's leave him alone. Is it hard to believe that he's the illegitimate son of one of the higher-ups? It's possible, hey. After all, even we can't find out where he came from. It's not impossible. Achoo! Inside the library, Lu Chang sneezed violently and woke up from the table. You finally woke up. Lin Xie looked at Lu Chang oddly. Lu Chang looked around suspiciously. How did I get here? I was going to ask you. Are you sick? Lin Xie was speechless. Suddenly he fell asleep while walking and was so deep in sleep that he couldn't be woken up. To be honest, he really didn't want to care about this guy, but so many people on the street had seen him. He couldn't even leave if he wanted to. Fell asleep? LV Chang stretched. Sorry about that. I'm narcoleptic and I often fall asleep all of a sudden. Narcolepsy? The corner of Lin Xie's eye twitched. Dare you sleep in class? Not on purpose? No. Narcolepsy is real, and so is wanting to sleep as soon as class starts. Lu Chang said. Lin Xie, how can you sleep every day and still be first in all subjects? How can there be such a big gap between people? What do you want to see me about? Lin Xie looked through the relevant information about ancient Greek mythology on his desk, searching for the part related to Nyx. Are you sure you want to play dumb? Lu Chang asked rhetorically. Lin Xie was silent for a moment, raised his head, and closed the book. Why were you there? Last night? Although he couldn't open his eyes before, he could clearly see everything within 10 meters around him. Yesterday when he was being chased by that monster, LV Chang had appeared within his range of perception and was sitting on the roof of the house as if he was watching a play. Even, go for it, Ghostface. For the honor of the Ghostface clan, down with the killing angel. This guy is actually cheering for that monster. He was already on fire enough at that time, and after hearing those words, he directly exploded. And just as he finally opened his eyes, wanting to ask LV Chan what exactly he meant, and if he had instructed that monster to come after him, the guy disappeared. Immediately after that, there was the huge silhouette that stood within the old city center. If I were to say that I was passing by, I guess you wouldn't believe me. Lu Chang pulled out another bottle of AD calcium milk from somewhere and drank it. Time passed by, and Lin Xie was still staring at Lu Chang with a deadly stare. Hiccup. After a bottle of milk was finished, Lu Chang pulled out another bottle of milk. Reciprocal cycle. Like this, it went on for almost half an hour, and when the bottles on the table were about to pile up, Lin Xie finally couldn't help himself. Are you done? Where did you get all this stuff? Sorry, I'm still growing. Saying that, Lu Chang burped again and shrugged with an innocent face. It's over now. Lin Xie. Convex, ***** dish. Chapter 5, Reversal of Yin and Yang. Did you order the monster last night? Lin Xie opened the door and asked. No, I've been chased by that thing before. Lu Chang said. And then? Lin Xie asked. Did you meet that older man from last night too? He saved you, and then you joined them, and right after that, helped them find people who would be hunted by monsters just like you. Not bad. You're so smart. Lu Chang complimented. I can't say word for word, only unadulterated. If you were to become a police officer, I'm sure you'd be a top judge who creates wrongful convictions. Shenanigans. The corner of Lin Xie's eyes twitched. Then how did you appear there last night? And refueling that monster? Told you. Just passing by. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lu Chang said. As for cheering, don't you know, I have a bit of a crow's nest attribute. Generally, whoever I cheer for is out of luck. As it turns out, I was right. Look at that. I just finished gassing it up and you popped it. As a matter of fact, you have me to thank for that. What the? The corner of Lin Xie's eye twitched furiously. I thank you. No need to thank you. The road is a smooth matter. Lu Chang said. Bye. Lin Xie took a deep breath and stood up, ready to leave. If he said any more, he felt like he was really about to hold back his hand. Don't you want to know what's going on with your eyes? Lu Chang said. Don't want to. Don't you want to know what you're seeing? Don't want to. Don't you just want to know? Don't want to. I don't want to know anything. Lin Chiya quickened his pace and quickly disappeared from Lu Chang's sight. Young people are just indolent. LV Chang pulled out another bottle of AD calcium milk. Looks like it's still Lao Zhao. Dynamic Passion King Room. Where have you been? Returning home, Lu Chang ran head-on into the long-awaited Hong Liao. Go out for a walk. Lu Chang said. What's wrong? The captain is looking for you. Red Tassel walked up and pulled Lu Chang outside. I just came back. I haven't eaten yet. Lu Chang said. Go to the office and eat. It's not going to be me cooking again. Is it? Pure Yang ancestor Lu Dongbin? Lu Chang looked at the photo in front of him with an odd expression. Wudong Mountain's Lu Zu's sword flew away. Not far from here. To stab him? You really didn't get any information? Wu Shangnan asked. If you really are Lu Zu's divine agent, then there must be a requirement for him to grant you this power. No. I was stabbed by this sword and fainted. I didn't even see the god's shadow you guys are talking about. Lu Chang shrugged. If you don't believe me, I'll swear on the happiness of the rest of my life. You really? Wu Shangnan, are you finished? Hong Ying was a bit unable to look away. I brought him home. I've raised him for years. Can't I tell when he says he's not lying? Yeah, it's pretty obvious that Chang lied. Si Xiaonan said. Besides, it's not like you're some pretty sister he'd bother to lie to. LV Chang, are you guys speaking in my favor? Or are you undermining me? But, alright. Chen Mai walked over and interrupted Wu Shangnan's follow-up questions. Whether it's a real no, or a fake no, since he doesn't want to talk about it, forget it. Now, let's say, what did you get? No. Lu Chang shrugged. I got nothing. Are you sure? Chen Mai froze. Nothing was obtained. But the pure yang sword flew to Lu Chang. It is difficult to. No wonder the executive said they didn't have to care. If I have to say it. Lu Chang paused and looked at the red tassel. You stab me. Hong Ying was confused and hesitated for a moment, but she still stabbed Lu Chang's face with her finger. Cute pinch. LV Chang. I let you stab me with a gun. Red Ruffian froze. Are you sure? Okay. Lu Chang said. You'll know when you poke it. And by the way, additional forbidden markets. Don't just use the gun. Red Tassel suddenly wondered a little if Lu Chang was out of his mind, but after meeting Chen Mai's sure look, he still turned around and brought the gun over. Are you sure about attaching the forbidden ruins? Red Rumor asked. Nothing's going to happen, is it? You'll know when you stab it. LV Chang said. If you're really worried, stabbing my hand is fine. Alright. Red Tassel took a deep breath. The tip of the gun twined with flames and slowly stabbed towards Lu Chang's little finger. Time passed minute by minute. The tip of the gun slowly approached towards Lu Chang's finger at a speed that was hard to observe with the naked eye. It's better for me to do it. Chen Mai looked helpless. It's impossible to expect Red Tassel to lay hands on LV Chang. Hong Liao to LV Chang. That is also as a sister and mother. She under the hands of the strange. Captain. Be careful. Red Tassel said uneasily. Chang is still young. I have a measure. Chen Mai casually picked up the star blade on the side and slashed down at Lu Chang's head. Buzz. When the star blade was about to land on Lu Chang's head, the wooden sword pendant hanging on his chest suddenly erupted with golden light, and a narrow taijita silhouette appeared under Lu Chang's feet. The taiji diagram gently turned, and Chen Mai only felt as if the power he had chopped out had been forcibly reversed in its direction, striking back towards him. Luckily the force he used wasn't too great, or else he was afraid that he would have to be bounced out. Yin and Yang reversal. All attacks within my tolerance range can return. Lu Chang said. This was a subskill derived from the divine ruin yin-yang balance after the pure yang sword pierced his body. It was only a subskill, but the effect, it was pretty good. It's good to use as a facade to fool people. Yin and Yang reversal. Wu Shangnan nodded. It does fit Lu Zu's persona. The kung fu of the pure yang lineage was all about cultivating the mind and defending oneself rather than being courageous. And this ability to not have an active attack but defensively pulling full stop made sense. Then what is the upper limit of what you can reverse right now? Chen Mai asked. I'm currently at the peak of the Marigold Realm's spiritual power, and the strongest attack that can be completely reversed is the peak of the Marigold Realm. Lu Chang said, there's no way for me to reverse back an attack that exceeds the calendrical realm. I can only reverse it. Twist? Wu Shangnan froze. What do you mean? Simply put, the rebound effect becomes hitting crooked. Lu Chang said. Si Xiaonan showed an odd face. This ability of yours, is it limited to physical attacks, or is it? Any attack can be turned. Lu Chang said, as long as the target is me, then I am the yang, and the party who launches the attack is the yin, and no matter where the scene is, the attack reversed by me will surely return to the scene. Furthermore, attacks reversed by me come with a headlock effect that can't be dodged and are sure to hit. Awesome. After holding his tongue for half a day, Wen Qima could only comment so. What do you mean by strongest defense? It's called the strongest defense, But this ability has one big drawback, Lu Chang said. It's an active ability that can't defend against old S. You think you're playing a game? Still want passive abilities? See, Xiaonan didn't have the good sense to say. I didn't even. Nope. When did your spiritual power peak in the Jiantian realm? It's been like that since I woke up from my nap today. Chapter 6, 7 is still young. Nightfall. Zhao Kongchang, who had been squatting for a day, finally caught Lin Xie. Son thief. You've kept me waiting. Pick up the bag. Right? Where's the bag? I trusted you so much. Didn't even suspect you. But what did you do? You failed me. Looking at the vicissitudes of Zhao Kongqing's face, issuing such a heartbreaking accusation, the surrounding passers-by unconsciously stopped and cast comforting glances at him. At the same time, to Lin Xie with a look of contempt, Lin Xie was confused, and his mouth, which was just about to shout for help, was directly blocked by the crowd's gaze. Today, you definitely won't be able to run away. Without giving Lin Xie a chance to say more, Zhao Empyrean City directly walked towards the direction of the couple's hotel on Lin Xie's arm. True love. Lin Xie. I love you. Inside the dynamic passion theme king room. After a bit of explanation, Lin Xie roughly figured out his situation and where Zhao Kongcheng came from. A middle-aged uncle who lets the wind out. What about Lu Chang? Lin Xie asked. That shadowy figure from last night, is that the god behind him? His situation is somewhat special, and we're not particularly clear about it at the moment, Zhao Empyrean said. The only thing we know for sure at the moment is that he is the divine agent of pure Yang ancestor Lu Dongbin. Lin Xie froze. Didn't you just say that none of the gods of Daxia have ever appeared? How can there still be divine agents? Zhao Kongcheng frowned. There is very little information about this. Very little information. And it's all top secret of the Night's Watch. Even the captain isn't particularly aware of it. So what the hell does he know? Looks like you're not particularly specialized either, Lin Xie said. I don't have the Forbidden Ruins and can't access much information. If you want to know more, you'll have to find it yourself. Seeing that Lin Xie seemed to have some interest in this matter, Zhao Empyrean City obediently began to bring up business. No need. Lin Xie stood up. I'm not interested in any of that. So if it's okay, I'll go home. Zhao Kongcheng violently got up and blocked the doorway, staring at Lin Xie with wide eyes. You're leaving here? What about me? I pushed my way through with you, and you're trying to undermine me again? Harder. Really hard. Lin Xie took a deep breath and softened. Do you all like to say such ambiguous words? Them? Zhao Kongcheng froze. What guys? Who else has approached you? Lu Chang. Lin Xie was speechless. He blocked me in front of the mental hospital today and somehow fainted, causing me to stand guard over him for most of the day. And then you vigilantes are all sick, right? A mental hospital? Zhao Kongcheng's face was odd. What are you doing in a mental hospital? It's not. Hiss. This kid looks pretty normal. How can he be mentally ill? I'm not sick, Lin Xie said in annoyance. Fine. You're not sick. Take it easy. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes got weirder and weirder. It's over. Michael's divine agent is actually a psychopath. Lin Xie. Bump, asterisk. Dish. After a lot of tossing and turning, the physically and mentally exhausted Lin Xie finally went home. Only, just as he opened the door, he saw another scene that made his blood pressure soar. Shang, I'm going to trouble you more to take care of Seven at school. Although he seems a bit withdrawn, he's actually very nice. Well, I know that. Auntie, don't worry. I'll take care of him. And, just come. What are you bringing so many things for? They look expensive. Kids don't spend money. No, it's all from my part-time job. A part-time job? What kind of job for a kid your age? You have to study hard to have a good run in the future. I'm a good student. I only go out to work when I'm bored. How can you be idle and bored when high school is so intense? It's really not that busy. It'll pass after a few sleeps. How many naps? Ahem. I'll take a break from class. Oh, Jean, what's the situation? Lin Xie tugged at young Jean, who was standing by the side. Why did this guy come straight to his house? Don't even know the rule of woe is the family. Isn't he your classmate? Yang Jean said. He is my classmate. But what is the situation with his aunt? Lin Xie asked. I don't know. Yang Jean shrugged. I was just doing my homework and when I came out I saw them talking together. Lin Xie was momentarily speechless, and turned his head to look at Little Black Lie, who was lying on the side. How can you let strangers into your home? Little Black Lie subconsciously cast a confused look at Lin Xie. Me? Stop him? No. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Let's not talk about whether I dare to stop it or not. Even if I dare to stop it I can't stop it. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yang Jean was puzzled. Be careful. This guy isn't a good person. He might be scheming, Lin Xie whispered. Yang Jin was confused. The emperor is not a good man? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Cough. I mean, he might not be harboring good intentions, Lin Xie said. Yang Jin's gaze became more and more odd. Even though the emperor is a bit immodest, you can't say he's unsuspecting, can you? 7. Why did you just come back? Auntie suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Xie. Lin Xie. I've been in here so long. Can't you see me? Shao Qi ah. During high school, academics are the main focus. It's better not to think about those messy things, Lu Chang said with an air of seriousness. It seemed that due to the commotion last night, Lin Xie forgot to blindfold his eyes when he returned home, and his restoration of his eyesight had already agitated this family last night. Messy? Auntie froze. What mess? Lu Chang stood up, walked over to Lin Xie, took advantage of his surprise, reached into his pocket, and pulled out an advertisement card that emitted a special scent. The ultimate glamorous night to explore the world of fun. The state of pulling out all the stops to open the moment of revelry. Lu Chang patted Lin Xie's shoulder. Little 7, you've grown up. These things, however, are not ready for you to touch. Lin Xie was confused. When did this thing go in my pocket? What world of fun? Auntie got up and walked over. That's the one. Lin Xie hurriedly grabbed the small advertisement card in Lu Chang's hand and crushed it into a small paper ball with all his might. No, nothing. Auntie frowned slightly. 7. Are you secretly doing something bad behind Auntie's back? Auntie, it's nothing. Shao Qi's age has come. Lu Chang walked forward and helped his aunt to sit down. It's normal for young people to have thoughts about this. Auntie froze. 7. I didn't. Lin Xie collapsed. Right. No. LV Chang looked understanding. 7 didn't. He's young. He can't. Lin Xie. Convex, ****** dish. Yang Jin unconsciously turned around and exchanged glances with Xiao Hailai. The emperor is still the same. Chapter 7. Say, what the hell do you want? After some tossing and turning, Lin Xie finally explained things clearly and pulled Lu Chang into the room. Take an interest in my classmates' family situations and play up my willingness to help and be charitable. Don't force me. Lin Xie was enraged, harassing him one after another. He put up with it, but chase into his house, involving his family. He couldn't stand it. Don't be mad. I'm serious. Lu Chang stood up and walked to the window. Haven't you noticed how much better your aunt looks? Lin Xie froze. You did this? Michael's power strengthened his perceptions, and he did feel that his aunt's entire state had changed for the better, both physically and mentally. A noble horse can kick away the bad things, Lu Chang said inexplicably. Lin Xie was silent for a moment. What exactly do you want? He didn't believe in unprovoked kindness, not to mention that this guy gave him a strange feeling. LV Chang did have a very warm aura about him, but at the same time, it also carried another rather nasty aura. You don't believe me when I tell you, so why ask me? Lu Chang said. I just don't think your intentions would be so pure, Lin Xie said. Lu Chang turned his head and raised an eyebrow. It's your heart that's too dirty. What can I miss about you? What do you have that I should miss? Ass? Come on. I'm sexually normal and not interested in male on male. Knock knock. Lin Xie knocked on the door of the room with a black line on his face. The aunt and Yang Jin outside the door instantly pretended to walk away as if nothing had happened. What about now? Lin Xie asked. After seeing Auntie, I was all set to leave, but you were the one who had to drag me in. Lu Chang said. I thought you had something important to tell me, and somehow you ended up getting angry with me. It's a dog's dinner. Lin Xie. I'm sorry, I was paranoid tonight and misjudged your kindness. Lu Chang sighed, walked up, and patted Lin Xie's shoulder. It's alright. Knowing your mistakes and being able to change them is a good boy. I forgive you. But it won't happen again. Lin Xie wanted to cry. Are you sent from heaven to punish me? Then can you leave now? Lin Xie took a deep breath. Sure, I'll see you tomorrow. Lu Chang opened the door to his room and walked out. Auntie, it's getting late. I'm going home. I'll see you guys some other time. Another day? You have another day? Lin Xie subconsciously chased after him. Chang. It's so late. Why don't you stay at Auntie's house and sleep for the night? Auntie walked out and pulled Lu Chang's hand. We made a lot of noise here last night, and it's not safe for you to walk alone at night. Yeah, it's so late. Just rest for the night and go to school with my brother tomorrow. Yang Jin said. Jin, you. Lin Xie was confused. No, what are you up to? Couldn't have been bribed by the pile this guy brought in, could you? It's not too convenient, is it? LV Chang hesitated. It's the not so square, convenient. Auntie glared at Lin Xie. 7. Clean up your room. Tonight you'll sleep with Jean and let Cheng sleep in your room. Brother, let me help you clean up. Yang Jin once again had a divine assist and directly walked into Lin Qiye's room and started cleaning up. Of course, it didn't take much cleaning. Lin Qiye's room was still very clean. Sorry to bother you, Auntie, Lu Chang said with some embarrassment. Don't bother, they are all classmates. You guys have to take care of each other in school, although Shao Qi's study is still good, but he hasn't even been in school before. If there is anything he is not used to, you can help him when you are free. Auntie pulled Lu Chang to sit down again. Well, I will, and I'll send him my class notes tomorrow, Lu Chang said. Hey, how can this be? Class notes are important. You have to pay attention to review even if you study well. If you're too proud you'll have an accident, Auntie said in a serious tone. I'll keep an eye on it, and by the way, Auntie, I'll have to call home about the situation. LV Chang took out his cell phone and dialed Red Tassel's number. Are you asleep, Sister Red? Oh, I'm staying at a classmate's house tonight. Male classmates. It's really a male student. If you don't believe me I'll give my aunt the phone. Hey, how are you? I'm Lin Qiye's parent. Well, it's too late, so I'll let Cheng stay here to rest. It's fine. Don't bother. It's just as well that they're going to class together in the morning. Oh, you're Makoto's sister. Jin, what are you doing? Inside the room, Lin Qiye looked at young Jin who was really helping himself to pack up his things with a dumbfounded expression. Brother, people came all the way to see us. It's so late. You can't let someone walk back alone at night, right? Yang Jin said righteously. Woof woof. Little Black Lie barked twice in approval. The emperor is petty. If they get rid of him tonight, they'll surely get back at them later. But, aren't you being too attentive to him? Lin Qiye couldn't help but say. Auntie was just a warm-hearted person. He wasn't surprised that she was so enthusiastic about Lu Chang. But, Yang Jin wasn't so much. Was he? You can't really have been bribed by his pile of stuff, can you? Lin Qiye said skeptically. No, how? Yang Jin was all business. Am I like that? His mom had worked too hard and was not in good health. Not only did the emperor help his mom recover her body and spirit, he also brought so many tonics. How could he not show it? And as the old saying goes, an elder's gift cannot be resigned. The emperor gave him something. If he refused, was it polite? Not polite. He's got to take it. Chang, you live with your sister. What about your parents? Are they away? Auntie asked. Mom and Dad? I don't know. I'm alone when I open my eyes. Lu Chang said. It was Sister Han Yun who picked me up and raised me. Ha? Auntie froze. Don't think too much. I'm doing quite well. Lu Chang said. Both of my sisters at home take care of me pretty well. It's just that in the last couple of years I've grown up and I'm out of my morning cleanser. A face wash? Auntie looked puzzled. That thing. Ahem. Mom, the face wash he's talking about. And what you're talking about isn't the same thing. Yang Jin couldn't stand to watch anymore. Yes, it's only for kids. It's gone when they grow up. Lu Chang said. Although there can be this big brother. It's getting late. You should rest. Yang Jin hurriedly went forward and pulled Lu Chang up. Lin Qiye didn't dare to let Lu Chang talk any longer and came up to frame him into his room with Yang Jin. You, stop saying things you shouldn't say to Auntie. Lin Qiye said seriously. Shouldn't have said? LV Chang sat down on the edge of the bed. What do you mean you shouldn't say it? Since you guys know what I'm talking about, that proves you're not just some naive little kids. What's? Lin Qiye opened the window. Don't force me to throw you down from here in the middle of the night. Yo, still dare to threaten me? Lu Chang raised his eyebrows. Do you believe I can make regret my threat with just a word? You, Auntie, 7 he's going to take me. Well, big brother, I was wrong. Lin Qiye hurriedly covered Lu Chang's mouth and said without tears. Do me a favor and don't toss me around, will you? LV Chang nodded. Young people shouldn't be too angry. Wouldn't it be better to admit your mistakes earlier? Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. Where are you making that noise from, teenage boy? Don't you even know how to ventriloquize? Lu Chang sighed. You can cover my mouth, but you can't take away my right to speak. Lin Qiye. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should have left you alone today. Should have left you in the street. Convex, ****** dish. Chapter 8, The Crow Breathes Fire. Jin. Next time he comes back, promise me you won't let him in. Brother, I think he's quite nice. Are you prejudiced against him in any way? Me? Prejudice against him? Lin Qiye sat up violently. Do you know how he tossed me? Yang Jin's face was odd. Isn't this because you're too nervous? You've been a little nervous about him ever since he entered the door. Lin Qiye was momentarily speechless. LV Chang really doesn't seem to have done much, at most a few jokes. Sighing, Lin Qiye laid down. It should be because I'm too tired. Sleep. As the night deepened, a figure unobservable to the naked eye passed through the wall and arrived at Yang Jin's room. Yang Jin, who felt the soul fluctuation, opened his eyes violently. Lu Chang was taken aback. Just as he was about to turn around and bolt, Yang Jin closed his eyes and fell asleep again as if he hadn't seen anything. As time passed by, Lu Chang poked his head out of the wall and observed Yang Jin. Was it an accident? The Sir Langshan didn't notice him? Or did you find out and are playing dumb? After thinking about it, Lu Chang took a deep breath and floated towards Yang Jin, reaching out to knock his head. Of course, the soul went through. What the hell are you doing with your eyes open when you're not sleeping at night? Scared me. Lu Chang sighed in relief and turned his head to zap into Lin Chia's brain. After a few more minutes, Yang Jin once again opened his eyes and looked at the sleeping Lin Chia with an odd expression. What's the emperor doing running to his brother's brain when he's not sleeping at night? You're not trying to dream, are you? Meanwhile, Lu Chang had successfully entered the asylum of the gods after entering Lin Chia's spirit world. However, since he didn't know the situation of this mental hospital yet, Lu Chang transformed into a crow the moment he entered and hovered over the mental hospital, searching for Lin Chia's figure. Raven? Lin Chia, who was dressed in a white coat, walked into the courtyard and looked at the crows circling in the sky suspiciously. Are there crows in this asylum? I don't think there was one last time I was here. Was there? Shaking his head, Lin Chia didn't think much of it and walked towards Nyx, who was sitting alone in the courtyard with a bunch of bottles and jars in his arms. Lu Chang slowly dropped down and stood on the treetops of the small courtyard. In no time, Lin Chia managed to pull up Nyx's healing progress and gained his first reward. Starry Night Dancer. Communicating with nocturnal animals. Lin Chia's gaze traveled to the treetops not far away. It looks like a crow landed here just now. Try. After thinking about it, Lin Chia returned the bottles and jars in his arms to Nyx, got up and walked towards the big tree in the courtyard, raising his head and looking somewhat expectantly at the crows in the treetops. Can you understand me? LV Chang. You're a ing asshole, aren't you? Since when are crows nocturnal? Not wanting to bother with this douchebag, Lu Chang flapped his wings and directly flew away. Lin Chia looked doubtfully at the crow that didn't care about him and directly flew away. Could it be that this ability isn't useful in a mental hospital? Looks like we're going to have to go out and try it after all. Donghua. A dark fluctuation violently dispersed, and Lin Chia looked back to see that Nyx, who had been holding bottles and jars in a daze the previous second, suddenly leapt towards the air, heading straight for the crows that had just flown away from the treetops. But the raven's reaction was also extremely fast, exploding into a bizarre acceleration the moment Nyx ran towards it, dodging Nyx's flying lunge in an almost instantaneous manner. A man and a raven hovered in the air, their eyes locked. One side was full of surprises and the other side was full of confusion. The stare down lasted just under 3 seconds before Nyx dug out again, the raven dodging in terror once more, and so on and so forth. In this way, it fled. She chased it, and it was difficult for it to insert its wings. No, it had wings. This crow is so powerful. Lin Chia acted as an eater. As for blocking, it's not necessary, only to see that the healing progress, which had just reached 3%, instantly spiked to 20% after Nyx found the raven, and was now continuing to rise. Wouldn't this be 50% if we chased it a little longer? But how is this crow's speed so strange? Without flapping its wings, it can even accelerate horizontally. And, how come it feels like this crow looks a bit familiar? Ha! Lin Chia, who was watching the show with great interest, had a sudden change in color, only to see the healing progress, which had already exceeded 30%, suddenly begin to drop. How much more can this healing progress fall back? Looking at the declining healing progress, Lin Chia didn't dare to continue watching and hurriedly rushed up to catch the crows with Nyx. It was just that the crows flew too high for Lin Chia to touch even if he jumped upwards with all his might. Nyx also realized this and began to unleash darkness in the sky, forcing the crows downwards, while Lin Chia pursued them on the ground, one above the other. In no time at all, the raven with nowhere to run was caught by Nyx. Phew! Looking at the healing progress that finally stopped dropping, Lin Chia let out a sigh of relief. Almost back to liberation. Donghua, why are you avoiding me? Nyx looked nervously at the raven in her grasp. Donghua. Lin Chia looked at Nyx, who was hugging the raven, in disbelief. Unlike the gentle and loving nature of a moment ago, the current Nyx was of a different kind of affection. But, Donghua, did Nyx have such an air? After thinking about it, Lin Chia squatted down and pointed to the crow that was tightly grasped by Nyx. Mother, it is. He's your father. Darnatus, have you forgotten? Nyx held the raven in front of Lin Chia with a serious face. Lin Chia, you just pointed to a bunch of bottles and cans and said they were my brothers. And now you're saying this crow is my father? This is not a simple disease you have. Donghua, change back. Darnatus doesn't recognize you. Nyx caught the raven again and stared into its eyes. It's you? Lin Xie suddenly came up and stared closely into the crow's eyes as well. Are you the raven from the other night? No wonder. He then felt the raven's déjà vu. Last night, before the ghost-faced man appeared, this crow flew over Tianshan and cawed continuously for quite a while. In the back, lasers even erupted from his eyes and took out a ghost-face monster. Michael gave him a very powerful sense. A sense that the raven from last night was the same one as the guy in front of him. Danadus, you recognize him? Nick said in surprise. Lin Xie's eyes twitched slightly. Let him call a crow his father? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xie violently dodged to the side, dodging the laser that erupted from the crow's eyes. Lin Xie, it's really you. Don't be angry. Donghua, Danadus just came back. Nick said anxiously. Danadus, come on. He's your father. Looking at the high-heat lasers that had once again begun to coalesce in the crow's eyes, Lin Xie fell silent. Not bad for a mental hospital. Even the crows are psychotic. Biu. Another laser shot out, and Lin Xie once again dodged to avoid it. Biu. 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 Holy? Lin Xie was confused. You can still shoot in bursts? Lu Cheng glared at Lin Xie in displeasure as the burning light converged once again. This mental hospital was considered Lin Xie's biggest secret right now, and he wouldn't even tell this secret to anyone. But now, he was a stranger who not only knew, but also barged in. What would Lin Xie think of him? It was with this in mind that he turned into a crow. After all, Lin Xie had just come in now and wasn't familiar with the mental hospital, so it was normal to have a crow flying around the hospital. He was going to start with some clay sculptures and a little more critters to make it all more natural, but who knew a delirious Nyx would come after him? He was able to stalemate with Nyx for so long because he unleashed the divine ruin yin-yang balance, forcibly suppressing Nyx's power, and because Nyx didn't really use his divine power, so a fragile balance was barely established between them. But, due to Lin Xie, the grandson thief, suddenly intruding within his divine ruins, he acted as a third party to disrupt the already fragile and incomparable balance between him and Nyx. He was all set to bolt first, all because of this son thief. Now, since Nyx had recognized the wrong person, the mistake would be made. Son thief, if I can't make you call your father tonight, I'll take your last name. Donghua. Danadus is just a little bit naughty. Don't hurt him. Nyx seemed to have sensed Lu Cheng's displeasure and directly released him. No, how could I hurt him? Lu Cheng slowly floated towards Lin Xie. Seeing the fire dissipate from the crow's eyes, Lin Xie let out a sigh of relief. Just before he could say anything, the crow suddenly opened its mouth, and a fiery fire converged from the crow's mouth. Lin Xie. What the hell? Crows can breathe fire? Chapter 9, Trade Secrets. Brother, did you have a nightmare last night? Jin. Have you ever seen a crow that breathes fire and shoots lasers from its eyes? Yang Jin looked at Lin Xie with an odd expression and roughly guessed what happened last night. Do you dare to believe that I was chased by a crow all night in my own dream? Lin Xie covered his face. That crow actually knows how to do an over-the-shoulder drop and shadowless kick. Would you dare believe I was dropped over my shoulder by a crow? Raven, over the shoulder. Yang Jin sympathetically patted Lin Xie's shoulder. Brother, it's just a dream. It's good to wake up. It's good to wake up. I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up. Lin Xie let out a long sigh and got up from the bed. Psychiatric hospitals are more dangerous than he thought. I wonder if there are any other animals that could be mentally ill too. Didn't sleep well last night? On the way to the school, Lu Cheng and Lin Xie traveled in pairs. Or are you not used to sleeping with your brother? Told you so. I could have slept on the couch. Nothing, just having a nightmare. Lin Xie said. Having a nightmare? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. What nightmare? Being backdoored? Lin Xie glanced at Lu Cheng with a speechless expression. No. I was chased by a crow all night. Raven, is it powerful? Lu Cheng asked. It breathes fire, shoots lasers with its eyes, and knows kung fu. Lin Xie said. Then how did you escape in the end? Lu Cheng asked. It's not possible to recognize a crow as a father, is it? How do you? Lin Xie's complexion tightened. Tigers don't eat their children. Lu Cheng said leisurely. Lin Xie's expression stagnated. That's a crow, not a tiger. Lu Cheng nodded. That's also true. Tiger fathers don't have sons. Lin Xie's face was filled with black lines. Can you stop this mouth? Lu Cheng shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking as the two of them continued forward. When he walked to the intersection, Lu Cheng suddenly turned his head in another direction. Where are you going? Lin Xie was puzzled. LV Chang? LV Chang? What for? 1 minute you want me to stop talking, and the next minute you're yelling. Lu Cheng looked at the little cutie with that expression. It's so hard to serve. I called in sick for a couple days, so I'm not going today. Lin Xie. Harder. Peace firm. Did you touch the boy? Lu Cheng, who had just walked into the hall, was walloped by Zhao Kongqing before he could speak. Lu Chang raised his eyebrows as Zhao Kongqing's body suddenly fell uncontrollably towards the roof of the room, steadily sticking to the ceiling. What the hell? Red Tassel, who was polishing his gun, looked over with a confused look on his face. Asterisk. Isn't your kid's ability yin-yang reversal? Zhao Kongqing on the ceiling said. It's at yin and yang reversal. Lu Chang walked to the table and sat down. All things in the universe have the attributes of yin and yang. They rely on each other. They constrain each other. There is a relationship of mutual transformation. And everything has its own opposing characteristics. Heat is yang and cold is yin. Heaven is yang and earth is yin. Life is yang and death is yin. Yet this relative characteristic is not absolute, but relative. If the upper is yang and the lower is yin, and the flat earth is relative to the peaks of the mountains, the peaks are yang and the flat earth is yin. But if the flat earth is relative to the bottom of the earth, the flat earth is yang and the bottom of the earth is yin. Similarly, in this room, the floor is relative to the ceiling. The ceiling is yang, the floor is yin. And after the reversal of yin and yang, you, who are supposed to be standing on the floor, will fall to the ceiling. Or maybe the ceiling is the floor for you right now. What the kind of concept is this yin and yang of yours? Zhao Kongqing, who tried to stand up on the ceiling, after being slightly confused, became even more confused. Or what? Lu Chang queried. This is a divine ruin. If yin and yang are not concepts, how is it possible to return an incoming attack? Yin and yang is a division or subdivision of the unity of opposites or contradictory relationships, and the two are species, which is itself a kind of virtual reference, not a physical object. So how's the drain on this ability of yours? Red Raider asked. The more powerful the forbidden ruins are, the more they consume, right? I don't know if you've ever heard of the saying, 4 tails and 1,000 pounds. Lu Chang said. The corners of the red eyes twitched. 4 tails, 1,000 pounds? 4 tails to reverse 1,000 pounds. There is first 1,000 pounds of force. To put it simply, 1,000 pounds of force is my limit. Then the force I can reverse is also 1,000 pounds. But I only need 4 tails of force to reverse this 1,000 pounds of force. Lu Chang said. Consumption-wise, it's about that much of a numerical difference. Less than 1,000th of the consumption of, said the Red Raider, with an odd expression on his face. What an unreasonable ability. But this ability isn't that invincible. Lu Chang added. For example, the ceiling that Lao Zhao is now based on is the original floor. But if the ceiling suddenly breaks a hole, the original yin and yang relationship constructed between the ceiling and the floor will be destroyed, and the yin and yang relationship will be confused. And then, boo! Zhao Kongqing, who was experiencing ceiling walking, suddenly felt a weightlessness and his entire body slammed down towards the floor. The reversed yin and yang will then return to its original stable state. Lu Chang said. So it is. A few of the red tassels nodded in realization. Hara your head. Zhao Kongqing covered his head and stood up from the ground. Did you just have to use me as a demo material? It hurts. You have thick skin. It's okay if you fall a few times. Lu Chang took out the AD calcium milk again. Sister Hongying and Sister Xiaonan are fine and tender. I can't lay my hands on them. What about Lung Xian? Zhao Kongqing was speechless. I'm afraid he'll give me a cold shot. Lu Chang shrugged. I'm not afraid to go head to head with this ability, but I'm afraid of the Oldingby, who coldly shoots me from nowhere, and I can't defend myself. Lung Xian, am I an old? Give me a bottle. Zhao Kongqing rubbed his head and walked over to sit down. Oh. Lu Chang casually pulled out a few more bottles and handed out one to each person. I said, what are you doing carrying around so much milk? Zhao Empyrean City was puzzled. Even if you're growing, this stuff doesn't make up for anything, does it? Then I can't bring cigarettes, can I? LV Chang said. Zhao Kongqing froze. When you ask for information, do you pass a cigarette first? LV Chang said. Then I have to pass something when I talk to someone, right? I don't smoke, and it's inappropriate to hand anything else, so bringing this would fit my youthful, teenage, sunny image, while also establishing a quick eat your heart out, take your hands off deal. It's not milk that my brother carries, it's loneliness. Snap. Hongying came up and slapped Lu Chang on the back of his head. Don't listen to him blowing it off. He's just a glutton for punishment. He's carrying more than just AD calcium milk. He's got several boxes of chili strips and self-heating hot pots. It's a matter of meeting different people and using different things. Lu Chang rationalized. What about the women's underwear you pulled out last time? Si Xiaonan asked. Lu Chang looked stagnant. What ladies' underwear? Red Riding was puzzled. It's just women's underwear, just like yours. Si Xiaonan said. I saw him pull it out last time with my own eyes, but just as soon as he did, he shoved it back in. Oh, Red Ruffian's eyes grew dangerous. Zhao Kongqing and Lang Xian silently got up and pulled away. Young man Although this bloodthirsty age with two big girls living together, easy to think about such things they understand. But, how can you be found? Makoto? Can you explain? Hong Liao took Lu Chang by the hand. LV Chang took a deep breath. Don't get angry yet. I can explain. Explain. Red Tassel had a death grip on Lu Chang's shoulders to prevent him from escaping. That's not yours. LV Chang said. I bought it. What are you buying women's underwear for? And the same style as Sister Hong Ying? Si Xiaonan asked. Shouldn't you have yours too? Lu Chang casually pulled out a set of Si Xiaonan's same style and black silk, but it was newly packaged and not yet unsealed. HM? Red Tassel's eyes grew more and more dangerous, and Si Xiaonan's eyes were also fierce. Zhao Kongcheng and Lang Xian silently shrunk to the door and blocked it. One is fine, but two? We can't indulge you now. A lot of them. LV Chang pulled out another pile. There were underwear, black silk, white silk, socks, both unopened and already opened. Awesome. Zhao Kongcheng and Lang Xian looked at LV Chang with a face of admiration. You've got a lot of nerve. Don't you want to get hot? These. Looking at the pile of fancy things in front of them, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's faces were a bit unnatural. LV Chang actually bought so many erotic lingerie under their noses? What are you buying so much for? Red Rumor was puzzled. He. Young man, be moderate. Zhao Kongcheng revealed an old lewd smile. Don't use your obscene brain to speculate on my noble personality. Lu Chang glanced at Zhao Kongcheng. These, however, are trade secrets. Business secrets? Si Xiaonan's eyes narrowed slightly as he grabbed Lu Chang's ear. What trade secrets? Ever heard of, original stockings? LV Chang said. Bang! Red Tassel raised his hand and threw a punch, directly dry humping LV Chang on the table. You don't learn at a young age. No wonder you're lethargic all day long. So you spend your nights doing these things. Stop. LV Chang raised his hand to interrupt. Let me explain first. Okay? Explain. The redhead crossed herself and pestled the table. I'd like to see how you can explain that. Lu Chang took a pair of stockings and took out another bottle of perfume. This matter is really not what you think. I'm doing this for everyone's good. Everyone? Si Xiaonan raised an eyebrow. You're not still giving these away, are you? It's not for others. It's for sale. Lu Chang corrected. Bang! The red-tasseled flame-wrapped punch landed and slammed into the table, directly cracking the conference table. The corner of LV Chang's eye twitched. Are you listening to my explanation or not? Explain. Red Tassel had an irritated look on her face, as if she was about to explode at any moment. Si Xiaonan's few people rushed forward and pulled Red Tassel. This is going to be a riot. It's okay for you kids to use it for yourself. How can you sell these things to others? Chapter 10. Hey. Lu Chang sighed deeply. Haven't you ever wondered where I get all that money to improve everyone's food in 3 days? The crowd froze, and Red Riding's fists unclenched. Yeah, LV Chang would bring a bunch of dishes to cook for them every now and then. And those dishes are thieves. Thieving and delicious. Wasn't that the money you gave him? Zhao Empyrean looked at Red Tassel. Red Riding looked confused. I thought the captain gave it to him and told him to buy it. Dude paid for it out of his own pocket. LV Chang said. I saw you guys working hard and thought of treating you. But I'm a poorer than a student. Where did I get the money? Someone again. In order to temper my will and prevent me from going down the wrong path. Doesn't give much pocket money at all. And it's hard enough for me to support myself, let alone buy food for you guys. I must not think of something myself? Then you can't take someone else's girl's intimate apparel and sell it. Zhao Kongqing said. You said it's okay for you to use it for yourself. How can you? Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan threw death stares at Zhao Empyrean. Zhao Kongqing shut up in a hurry. Told you. It's not theirs. I bought it myself. Lu Chang said. This is something that goes back to junior year. During puberty, the little boys were young and vigorous. And me, every other day. I had 2 pretty sisters to send to school. And as time went on, I was naturally approached. In the beginning, it was just a few of my classmates, who asked me if I had any bootlegs. And at the time, I didn't understand. And then, they explained it to me in detail. And, were willing to spend a lot of money to buy it from me. But what am I? Can I do such nasty things? But the horizontal wealth that lies before us, I can't give it up either. Lu Chang stood up impassionately. After I thought hard about it, I came up with an idea. Really, I could never sell it. But the fake, I can make them. So, both for the sake of my classmates' health and for the sake of having something nice to eat, I paid $20 large out of my own pocket for 2 new black silks. And just like that, I made the first pot of money of my life. 200 yen. Asterisk. Zhao Kongcheng was dumbfounded. $20 for black silk and you sell it to someone for 200? Do you want to be so black? A few of the red tassels were in the dark. Is that the ing point? Black? Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Old Zhao, you still don't understand. It was only after much consideration that I set such a high price. First of all, what are students supposed to do? Study. But can they learn well when they think about these things all day long? Besides, they have money, and even if they don't spend it on this, they'll spend it on something else. So I'm setting a high price to empty their wallets as well. Meanwhile, they want more pocket money, so they have to study hard, improve their grades and cajole their parents. Reciprocal cycle. They improve their grades, they soothe their minds and bodies. I get what I want. You guys get some good food. The teachers see their students working hard, the parents see their children's grades improve, and everyone gets what they want. What's it called? Win-win. Isn't it still a black-hearted adulterer? Zhao Empyrean City spat. $20 of black silk for $200? That's a tenfold increase. What do you know? Lu Chang said breathlessly. What if I sell it too cheap and they beat themselves to death? Moreover, this is a high-end product of mine, and it's also the highest specification channel they have access to. So if I don't sell it more expensively, will I be able to stand up to Sister Hong Ying and Sister Xiaonan? Red tassel. See Xiaonan. Ing thank you. No. This thing of yours, it's never worn out? Zhao Empyrean City was puzzled. Ganged up? How is it wearing out? LV Chang raised an eyebrow. Can the people who can come to me to buy this stuff be decent people? Do they have the guts to take this stuff for inspection? Or speak up when they find a fake? Come on. I'm selling fake goods. Even if I'm found out, the teacher will only think that I'm in some kind of distress and in desperate need of money. Otherwise, how could I be such a simple, cute, sunny and cheerful big boy? How could I possibly do such a thing? But when they buy this stuff, they're buying it for real. How dare they put something like that out there? People who use drugs, even if they know they bought a fake, but do they dare to call the police? Once the story broke, all I lost was their money. But they lost. Tisk. The crowd's faces were odd. Good boy. A phallic scheme. But there's a big difference between this worn one and the unworn one, right? Zhao Kongqing said. Even if they were beggars, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference at this point, would they? And, do so many people really buy it? Please don't doubt my counterfeiting skills as well as my psychological speculations about them, not to mention the ignorant foolishness of adolescent clueless teenagers. Lu Chang said. First of all, counterfeiting needs to be backed up by facts, so the goods I sell are basically the ones they've seen before. But after making my first bucket of money, I was a little creeped out by these adolescent perverts, so since then, I haven't let Sister Hong Ying and Sister Xiaonan send me to the school, and in order to continue to develop the industry, I've given full play to my own initiative, and from time to time, I've been pulling a pretty sister from the school entrance, convincing that group of nerds that I have the ability to get these things. Secondly, adolescent boys, their fantasies about beautiful big sisters are all about fragrance and softness, so I pick products with soft textures, and I'll wash them once, make them old, dry them in the sun, and then spray them with a bit of perfume, fragrant and soft, completely fulfilling their fantasies of a beautiful sister. It's a wonder they're skeptical, and my clients are all geared towards the not-so-young adolescents. This age group, these things, that are ignorant and yearning, but almost all have the heart of a thief but not the guts. For them, this kind of adventure on the edge of the taboo line, repeatedly jumping across the line, is quite exciting, and I, on the other hand, is the lowest cost of them touching the taboo, but also the safest path. It's not stockings I'm selling, it's their fantasies of youth and the tuition for their adolescence. The crowd was silent. Although this whole thing is more or less a lack of ethics, I have to admit that this kid knows how to do business. Chang, don't sell it in the future. Hong Ying sat down with a serious face. If this kind of thing is found out, you'll be treated like a pervert and you won't be able to hold your head up for the rest of your life. Yeah, this kind of thing is really dishonorable. Si Xiaonan said. If you're short of money, I can give it to you. I don't use much of my paycheck. Oh, then I won't sell it in the future. Lu Chang agreed dryly. In fact, he started to wash his hands in gold half a year ago. All hung up. Who still do this kind of unseemly things? Then these are yours. LV Chang pulled out another pile of brand new packaged stockings. A few of the Red Raiders were confused. Just how much have you stocked up? Si Xiaonan asked. That's all. Lu Chang said. The rest are sold out. I'm kind of far and wide. Most of the schools in Sungnan City are dotted with my subordinate dealers. It's kind of an industry chain. The corners of Hong Ying's eyes twitched furiously. Your ancestor wouldn't be Lu Buwei, right? Oddities. Even this business opportunity can be seized. Then how much did you earn? Zhao Empyrean City was curious. Not much. Just a few $100,000. Lu Chang said. Hundreds of thousands. The crowd was shocked. Are you sure this sells stockings? Calm down. I've told you all. I've formed an industry chain with this stuff. Lu Chang said. I know that I sell alone. It is not long, just my little circle, cannot digest too much, so I develop some downline, send them a little publicity and bring the cost of goods, and soon spread this industry to various colleges and universities. As a result, the business grew and the demand grew, especially in high school, where the pressure to learn is so great that the consumption is even more horrific. In order to continue to expand, and for the sake of my students' health, I've also sought out a little bit of a source for the cups to form a bundle. In fact, since a year ago, most of the goods on the market are made by the merchants who sell the cups, and I only have to pay my name to get a cut. Although buddies haven't struck out in the Jianghu for a long time, in the Jianghu, there are still legends of buddies everywhere. The crowd was completely silent. Such an awesome business idea. And the courage to think and act. This is a bull wherever you put it. Ah Chang, you took your sister's money without saying a word. This industry of yours, it's also considered to have my shares, right? Si Xiaonan wrapped her arms around Lu Chang's neck. Why? Should I get a little cut too? LV Chang corner of the eye. I'll take you guys to earn the first bucket of gold, and then I don't use you guys. And I'm not doing it anymore. The patent I've sold to the cup merchants. This gray industry doesn't last long, and if you're unlucky enough to actually meet a brainiac, it's embarrassing. Jade is burning. Then you should always share some of what you earned before, right? Si Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. Do you know how expensive those things I bought for you guys were? Lu Chang said. You ate your way back a long time ago. Si Xiaonan pinched Lu Chang's chin. Then I can sell you something. Let's just say, what I'm wearing today. It's not too much to sell you 20,000, right? LV Chang refused with a look on his face. I don't want it. What if it gets infected? Si Xiaonan looked puzzled. I'm not sick. Who knows if you have one? LV Chang bristled. I don't want to take that risk. You. Si Xiaonan's face crossed, bent down, and directly began to take off his shoes. Lu Cheng hurriedly got up and hid behind Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, look. I told you that she has more or less a little bit of a perverted pet peeve, and now it's exposed. The corners of Hong Ying's eyes twitched as she stepped forward to pull Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, don't mess around. He's teasing you. Do I not know if you're sick or not? Red writing. He's making money off of us. Si Xiaonan said indignantly. So much for making money. He doesn't even give me a cut. Ah Cheng is still young and doesn't know any better. And it's for the good of the future that he has a bit of savings. Hong Ying said. To be able to have this kind of skill at this age is not something that he doesn't know how to do. On the contrary, he can know too much. Moreover, several 100,000. This is not something that is a little bit of savings, Zhao Kongqing leisurely said. At his age, he's already a small fortune. And with this image of his, in the future, he can casually get a rich woman. Isn't that easy? Where is the need for any accumulation? A fiery chill suddenly rose from behind, and Zhao Kongqing's expression froze. Oops, what a little rich girl Red Riding is. 2. Old Zhao, evening a rich woman? Do you think Chang could go for something like that? Hong Ying crossed her face. Can he go and sell his character for money? Aren't you ashamed that you, as an elder, don't teach him something good, but bring him into these things all day long? Zhao Kongqing was confused. He taught Lu Chang a lesson? No. Who taught who bad? This kid knows a lot more than he does. That's right. It's all him. I'm a kid. What bad thoughts can I have? Lu Chang had a simple and innocent face. 1,000 wrongs are the fault of this perverted uncle. Zhou Empty City. Convex, ****** dish. Chapter 11, Digging In. As night fell, Lin Xie, who had finished her classes, ran back home in the rain, opened the door. A strong smell of food came to the face, and the warmth in his heart rose with it. Only, just halfway up, he got stuck. Chang, you're really good at this. You must have put a lot of effort into it, right? No, I learned it casually by following a food show, and I'll get it after a few more times. You must cook a lot at home? Sister read it and the others are busy, so I do it most of the time. Mr. Zhao, you're good at this. Nowhere. It's all home cooking, and it's a far cry from this kid's handiwork. Mr. Zhao is modest. Listening to the two unfamiliar and familiar voices coming from the kitchen, Lin Xie felt like his blood pressure, which had just dropped, was about to spike again. Why is this even a group? Didn't we agree not to force it? This is to make him voluntary. Jean, when did they come? Lin Xie looked toward young Jean, who was sitting on the sofa breaking a Rubik's Cube. Just came not long ago, and brought a lot of things with me. Young Jean picked up a box beside him. This is for you. Lin Xie frowned. Jean, you didn't used to be like this. How can you just take things from strangers? Yang Jean let out an awkward laugh. Forgot. The emperor is still a stranger now. Brother, don't be angry. I'll return it to him later. Yang Jean said. 7 is back? Auntie, who heard the sound, came out of the kitchen. Ugh, why are you kids soaked like that? It's raining a bit hard. I forgot to bring my umbrella. Lin Chia smiled, his heart a little uneasy. What the hell do they want? What the hell do you guys want? You don't have to chase me to my house to sign a non-disclosure agreement, do you? When the meal was about to be ready, Zhao Kongcheng found an excuse to pull Lin Chia into the room. While Lu Chang was outside to distract his aunt, Zhao Kongcheng pulled out a roll of craft paper from his pocket and placed it on Lin Chia's desk. You have two choices now. Either take this money and join us. Either that, or this. Tonight is your severed head. Lin Chia's face gradually fell. I thought the vigil was a regular organization. Is this ing formal? Ugh, you kid can't help it. Looking at Lin Chia's clenched fists and the stance of being ready to strike at any moment, Zhao Kongcheng smiled helplessly. Take it easy. Relax. Just kidding. Having said that, the Night's Watch is a formal organization and would not use such unorthodox means. Since you don't want to join, we won't force you. Besides, we'll hide your matter for you. When the time comes, we'll say that you've run away and don't know where you are. The Night's Watch is very busy with their work, and they don't have any spare energy to track down this kind of thing. Of course, that was said in jest. The captain and the others were afraid that they already knew Lin Chia's identity. It was just that he was in charge of this matter, which was why everyone was playing dumb. Chang, what are they talking about? In the kitchen, by the rumbling hood, my aunt was inexplicably a little worried. It should be a chat about his physical test, after all, now that he can see with his eyes. But considering the safety, it's still necessary to confirm it. Lu Chang said. Oh, Auntie sighed in relief. I thought he was in trouble at school. In a short while, the meal was ready, and Lu Chang and his aunt brought it out and saw Lin Chia, who had just returned from downstairs. 7. Where's Mr. Shou? He had something to do and left first. Lin Chia said. Hey, this child of yours is also. The meal is ready. It's a big night, and then how can you leave people to have a meal before leaving? Aunt wiped her apron and turned off the hood. That, and I also. Auntie pulled Lu Chang back. You can't leave again. If you want to leave, you should finish eating before you leave. Okay. Heavy rain poured down. A bat that seemed to have lost its way suddenly crashed into the window, and hearing the commotion, Lin Chia turned his head to look, remembering his own experience of being violently beaten up by a crow in a mental hospital. Crows are not nocturnal, but the bats are. Thinking of this, Lin Chia got up and went to the window, gazing at the bats outside. 7. What are you doing there? Come back and eat. Chang's cooking smells so good, Auntie shouted. Lin Chia snapped his head back and turned to run to the door to put on his shoes. I have something to do. I'll be right back. When the words fell, without waiting for his aunt to say anything, Lin Chia smoothly picked up the umbrella that had been placed at the door by who knows who and ran out. Hey, it's raining so hard. You run slower. Auntie chased him to the door and shouted into the empty hallway. Only, Lin Chia's footsteps were getting farther and farther away with no response. Auntie sighed helplessly and returned to the table. Auntie, don't worry. Shao Qi should have gone to see his girlfriend. Lu Chang said. Auntie froze. Girlfriend? When did 7 have a girlfriend? It's just for the past 2 days. You don't know. He's become very popular in the school after taking off his blindfold. LV Chang said. A lot of girls are after him. Look at his unseemly appearance just now. He must have suddenly remembered that he has an appointment with a certain schoolgirl. Maybe the girl is still waiting for him in the rain. This. Auntie froze. Auntie, don't worry. Young people, they all have this kind of impulse. Lu Chang said. He's thin-skinned, so don't tear him down. But he's still in high school here. Auntie was a little worried. It's a good time to fall in love. It'll affect your studies, right? A bit indeed. LV Chang nodded. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll go and help you corner Shao Qi later so he can concentrate on his studies. Ha? Auntie looked confused. Digging in? Is that good? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Lu Chang sighed. It is better for me to bear this suffering for him. Nope. You have to dig in before it's too late. LV Chang stood up violently. Auntie, you guys eat slowly. I'll keep an eye on him. I'll make sure he doesn't go astray. After saying that, Lu Chang turned around and walked towards the door, as if he had made some sort of determination. Mom, I'll go see him off. You eat first. Yang Jin stood up and pressed his aunt who was about to get up. Hey, it's not. Auntie's head was spinning a bit. Digging in? Is that good? What if 7 really likes a human girl? Makoto. Yang Jin and Xiao Hailai chased after him and looked at Lu Cheng who had already walked into the rain. It's raining hard, so be careful. Don't get hit. Fallacy. Who am I? How could I make such a low-level mistake? Lu Cheng waved his hand without looking back. Besides, he's no match for me. Yang Jin stood still and looked at Lu Cheng's fading back. The Emperor has not even entered the wheel of reincarnation. Disappeared for so long that even I can't remember. Nowadays, he still has a few points of power. Ah. Woof woof. Little Black Lie barked twice. You can't beat him even if he's weak. The corner of Yang Jin's eyes twitched. Then the Heavenly Father can't beat him either. As the embodiment of the Supreme Yang, Emperor Donghua, who had cultivated the way of yin and yang to its peak, was not good at attacking, but there was no god in this world who could defeat him head-on. If the Emperor hadn't disappeared before the arrival of the mists, they might not have had to struggle so much. However, that night, the Emperor's Tao body was shaky, as if it was a candle in the wind, and even he didn't remember it, so I'm afraid that it was hurt very badly. Yang Jin raised his head and looked toward the thick clouds. The Emperor hasn't completely dissipated yet. I don't know how that monkey is doing. Is he still alive? Chapter 12. How to get Lin Xie to willingly join the Night's Watch while preserving Zhao Kongcheng. LV Chang had been thinking about this problem for the past 2 days. He could have just stepped in to save Zhao Kongcheng, and he also had a way to convince Lin Xie to join the Night's Watch. However, without the impact of Zhao Kongcheng practicing his promise with his life, could Lin Xie strengthen his heart? The current Lin Xie was, in the end, just a small child who had just gained power, and while he was indeed mature when it came to family responsibilities, he didn't have as much sense when it came to the responsibilities of the Night's Watch. The shock of life and death can bring about a transformation. So people who have been to war are different from people who haven't. People who have killed people are different from people who haven't. Why do novels and movies like to use the death of a supporting character as a vehicle to wake up the protagonist? Because this stuff is just as simple, brutal and practical as a hero's rescue. How can a person grow tremendously in a short period of time? Lost. Those who have never lost will not know how to cherish. People are so cheap. That's why there's that song. Favored are emboldened. How many floors does a bag of rice have to be carried? And how many floors does a bag of rice have to be carried on the second floor? Old Zhao, you still have to carry a bag of rice. The umbrella fell to the ground. Lu Cheng's figure disappeared, and a crow leapt up, weaving under the night storm. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Kongcheng, who was too late to evacuate, did not carry out Wu Shangnan's retreat order, but stayed within the ringless hollow to block the Ghost-Face King alone and stall for time. Although it had rich combat experience, the hard gap in physical values was too great, and even if the Ghost-Face King had been severely injured by Chen Mai, Zhao Imperial City was still far from being a match for it. Cough cough cough. Zhao Kongcheng, who had been sent flying by the Ghost-Face King's all-out heavy blow, barely managed to stand up, blood gushing out of his mouth as his face turned pale. I should have known I'd call that kid in two. Zhao Kongcheng wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and gasped for air. If LV Chang was here, with that kid's skills, stopping this severely injured Ghostface King and dragging it out until Red Tassel and the others arrived shouldn't be a problem. But, I can't. That kid isn't even a reservist now. He's a family member at best. If he really calls that kid over and something happens, how is he going to explain it to the Red Tassels and the others? Letting a minor get in his way? He couldn't do such a shameless thing with his old face. Finally the day has come. Zhao Kongcheng held the knife in one hand, while the other hand reached into his pocket and pulled out a coat of arms engraved with his name. And I don't know what my forbidden ruins are. Zhao Kongcheng, Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng froze. What's this kid doing here? Zhao Hollow City. I know you're in the ringless hollow. Open the door. Let me in. Zhao Kongcheng, you've got a knack for finding the door. You've got a knack for opening it. Don't hide in there and keep quiet. I know you are. Asterisk 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 off. The corner of Zhao Kongcheng's eyes twitched slightly. Damn. It's raining so hard. Why did this kid come here? And this tone of voice. How come it's getting more and more like that LV Chung kid? Infected? Red Tassel. Zhao Kongcheng disobeyed orders. His position hasn't moved. Odds are he's now meeting the Ghostface King. Your position is closest to him. Be quick. I'm catching up. In the rain, Red Tassel is running wild. LV Chang is moving with Zhao Kongcheng tonight, and the localization shows that he and Zhao Kongcheng are very close to each other. Don't tell him. Red Writing interrupted. He's only in the marigold realm. No matter how much of a divine agent he is, he's still just a child. Are you telling him that you want him to go to his death? But his survival rate against the Ghost-Face King is far higher than Zhao Kongcheng's, Wu Shangnan said, and his ability for delaying. No talking. I can make it. Zhao Kongcheng, you open the door. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Raven? Lin Xie jerked his head back to the crow in the sky that had been beating him up all night. It was obviously flying in the rain, but there was no sign of getting wet at all. Help me get this thing open. Lu Cheng hovered in the air, his eyes flashing with a burning light as he aimed at Lin Xie. Stop stop stop. I was wrong. Lin Xie hurriedly conceded. Brother Crow, please help me open this thing, okay? People's lives are at stake. Lu Chang looked at Lin Xie with contempt. Inside all open mendicant flash moon cut half a day. You blazing angel god might explode a kind of awe. Dude's here to make a gorgeous save. Not to hold the door open for you. Father, help me save people. Oh, yeah? A bright light flashed in Lu Chang's eyes. If you're going to be so understanding, then I'll help you today. Buzz. A fiery fluctuation exploded out in all directions with the crow at the center. And the rain curtains that filled the sky all seemed to pause for a moment. In the next instant, a fiery dragon flame erupted from the crow's mouth and blasted above the barrier of the ringless hollow. Boom dash! With a loud bang, the invisible barrier covering this sky shattered. The dragon flame that pierced through the barrier didn't stop, but continued to run forward, as if it had opened a lock, and blasted up towards the Ghostface King. Boom! You. Zhao Kongcheng, who had rubbed shoulders with Long Yen, had his mouth wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Raven, actually spit fire? And forcibly blast through ringless airspace? Dare I say it didn't get real before. Looking at the Ghostface King, who had a small half of his body blown away by an inflammatory blast from the crow, Lin Xie couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. If this thing blows up on him, I'll go? Lu Chang, who had come with a dragon blast at full strength, suddenly felt weak all over, and was unable to even maintain his floating in the air, directly falling out of the air. Lin Xie hurriedly extended his hand and caught the raven. If you can't, then you can't. What's the point of showing off? Lu Chang, who had his body hollowed out by the dragon blast, got up violently and glared at Lin Xie. Hey, I was wrong. Don't be angry. You're awesome. Lin Xie hastily conceded, blasting the Chuan Realm's Ghostface King into half-death with a single strike. This crow is not a simple psychotic awe. Where did this crow come from? Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but ask. I don't know. It appeared the night I opened my eyes, and after that, it would appear from time to time. Lin Xie said. Zhao Kongqing wanted to say something else, but a sudden twinge of pain came from his chest. Blasted into half-death, the Ghostface King was thrown into a panic, only for a surge of tyrannical rage to surge through his heart after seeing the crows falling from the sky. Must eat quickly, or you'll die. Yo, want to play dead? Noticing the Ghostface King's strong desire to attack, Zhao Anparian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just as well, he's running out of time. I'll do it. Lin Xie placed the crow on the ground. Come on my ass. It's going to play for keeps. It's better if I do it. I can help you. One slash. When I finish this slash, it will be your turn. Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath and gripped the hilt of his sword. Lin Xie didn't retort and stood to the side. Kid, watch out for this blade. Why? This cut would be awesome. As the words fell, Zhao Kongqing stomped on the ground and erupted into extreme speed, rushing towards the Ghostface King, with his life rapidly draining away. The Ghostface King, who had no other choice, similarly exploded his greatest strength and charged in the direction of Zhao Anparian City. The two figures approached at great speed, and just as they were about to meet, the Ghostface King wanted to change its target and prey on Lin Xie first, but before it could make a move, a pitch-black crescent moon flew out along with Zhao Anparian's chop. Buzz dash! The decapitation was instantaneous. The hideous ghost head flew up with it, and the headless body slammed heavily to the ground, skidding for some distance. Boom! Another sudden column of fire burst out, and the ghost head that had not yet landed on the ground directly turned into ashes in the air. Zhou Empty City. I think I've been robbed of my head? The corner of Lin Xie's eye twitched slightly as he turned back to look at Crow, who was still in the evil dragon roar position. What's the big deal? Bone setting? Looking at the remnants of the Ghostface King on the ground, as well as the flying ashes floating in the air, Lin Xie suddenly felt that this crow seemed to be quite friendly to him. Chapter 13, Helpers. Zhao Kongcheng. After the Ghostface King was completely finished off, Zhao Kongcheng also collapsed, and Lin Xie rushed forward to catch his broken body. Sensing the rapidly passing vitality within Zhao Kongcheng's body, Lin Xie fell into a daze. It's okay, ahem. There's always a price to pay for popping seeds. You're going to die. I know. You know why you're still doing this? It's not a loss. Zhao Kongcheng couldn't stop coughing up blood. At least before I died, I experienced the Forbidden Ruins, and I did what I swore to do. Crossing the sword to the sky, blood stains the vault of heaven. But you don't have tens of thousands of people behind you, and besides me, no one knows how hard you fought tonight, and even then, no one will remember you. Lin Xie said. So, is it worth it? Zhao Kongcheng didn't answer. I was just now. Handsome? Cool. Handsome is good. Raven, can you save him? Feeling the few vitality in Zhao Kongcheng's body, Lin Xie looked at the crow on the side as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. Lu Chan gave Lin Xie a somewhat irritated blank look. Can you say something nice when you're asking for a favor? It's such a big deal that you won't even call me dad. Dad. Oh, wow. Lu Chang lightly jumped and landed on Zhao Kongqing's chest. The loss of vitality caused by demonic attraction is also an external force. This external force is just a kick in the pants for a noble horse. Roll. Under Lin Chiye's shocked gaze, the raven raised his foot and slammed it down on Zhao Kongqing, who had only his last breath left. Is this heaven? Feeling all relaxed, Zhao Kongqing opened his eyes and saw Lin Chiye, who still maintained a surprised expression. Ha! Why are you kids dead too? Zhao Kongqing sat up violently. I'm not dead, and neither are you. But you might be dead again. Looking at the crow that was knocked to the ground by Zhao Kongqing as he got up, Lin Chiye couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. Zhao Empty City. You're finished. You've offended a careful crow. Under Lin Chiye's nervous gaze, the crow that had been knocked to the ground by Zhao Kongqing was slow to jump up and lash out. Lin Chiye was violently startled, his nervousness turning into trepidation. This crow shouldn't be dead, should it? Thinking of this, Lin Chiye almost rolled and ran towards the crow lying on the ground. Zhao Kongqing, who was feeling his perfect state, noticed Lin Chiye's abnormality and followed him over. What's the situation? You were going to die and it saved you. Looking at the delayed crow, Lin Chiye's mood was heavy. A life for a life? Although this crow has a bad temper and likes to take advantage of him. Fire. Hearing the unfamiliar voice ringing in his ears, Lin Chiye snapped his eyes open. Come light a fire. The dying crow's beak opens and closes. Lin Chiye and Zhao Kongqing looked at each other, filled with confusion. Crows speak human? He wants fire? Zhao Kongqing took out his lighter. You want this? Point ah. Oh ah. Zhao Kongqing hurriedly blocked the rain, lit the fire, and put it in front of the crows. The flame of the lighter was very faint, but the moment it was placed in front of the crow, the lighter burst into flames directly. The fire flickered, but both of them clearly saw that the flame was sucked into the crow's mouth. More. There's enough for everyone. Zhao Kongqing tried to light the lighter. Asterisk 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 asterisk? It's gone? I just bought it and you sucked it all up in one bite? You do? Zhao Kongqing looked at Lin Chiye. I don't smoke. Where do I get the fire? Lin Chiye said. You don't have it? Who in their right mind brings a bunch of lighters? Zhao Kongqing said anxiously. This crow wants fire, but where is he going to find it in this rain? Old Cho. Old Cho. Zhao Kongqing froze and got up violently. Hong Ying. Come quickly. There's fire in the red tassel. Old Cho. Seeing the intact Zhao Empyrean city, Red Tassel surprised him by speeding up and rushing over. You're not dead, are you? Where's the Ghostface King? Let's not talk about this first. You hurry up and set the fire. Zhao Kongqing pointed at the crows on the ground. My savior is going to hiccup. Red Ruffles froze. A lifesaver? Fire. X2. Oh who? Not bothering to ask more questions, Red Ruffian let out his own flame in his hand. Get closer to it. Zhao Kongqing shouted. It won't burn. This dude sucks fire. Red Raven froze and put the fire to the raven's beak. In just an instant, the flames released by the red tassel were sucked away by the crow in one gulp. The redhead was confused. A crow that sucks fire? More ah. Lu Chang regained a little bit of strength. It. Red Raven pointed at the crow spitting on the ground with a dumbfounded look on her face. Crows can talk? Start a fire. X2. Oh. 3 minutes later. Under the full output of red tassel almost draining herself dry, the dying crow finally recovered. Sort of a thank you. The raven jumped on Red Ruff's head and kicked away her exhaustion. However, there was no way to kick away the mere feeling of exhaustion. The drain on mental energy. This crow. Reddish Tassel confused. Hey! Without waiting for Red Tassel to say anything else, the raven took a gentle leap into the sky and disappeared into the rain. This thing. Shouldn't he be the legendary golden crow, right? Zhao Kongqing said. It breathes fire, can raise the dead, and can regain its strength in flames, and it's still a raven. He really couldn't think of anything else but the golden crow. No chance it's a phoenix, Red Ruffian said. Zhao Empyrean nodded. It's also possible that it's a mix-up. Bayou. A laser suddenly shot from the sky and landed on Zhao Kongqing's chin, burning off a small piece of his beard. Asterisk. My beard. Holy. I'm disfigured. Lin Chiye. Right flavor. Phew. Almost turned into a statue. Leaving the scene, Lu Cheng transformed back into his human form and sighed in relief. The Holy Lord corresponds to the lay of the 8 trigrams, lay fire. However, as a demon, the Holy Lord naturally represents Yin, or Yin leaving. He became the Yang Li counterpart to the Holy Lord's demonic chi of fire after receiving it. But now he is not really Yang Li, cannot draw energy from all the Li, only the most basic, from the flame energy. As long as he is in the flame, he has nearly unlimited energy, or pseudo-infinite chi, but places filled with flames were not easy to find, and normally, He would recover his energy quickly under the hot sun. But it's nighttime and raining, and there's no fire at all. And 2 rounds of Dragon Blast dry void him. Luckily it's a bit of a haul. Feeling his own spiritual power that had broken through the peak of the Marigold realm and reached the Pool realm, Liu Chang was quite satisfied with the Ghostface King just now. While finishing off the Ghostface King just now, he swallowed that guy's soul. He was more or less half a demon now, with the ability to devour souls. However, swallowing souls whole would cause one's own soul to receive an impact, and one might become inhuman or even be affected by the residue in the soul. So, he just needs the essence. Flame's pseudo-infinite still isn't very convenient. Got to get a solid one. Liu Chang stretched. Be a man with your feet on the ground. Chapter 14, The Right Medicine for the Right Person. Peace Office. Underground. In the middle of the spacious and bright hall, Lin Qiye was still brought back as several people from Wu Shangnan arrived to carry out the aftermath. Let's review the instructions you just gave. After some self-introductions, Wu Shangnan walked over with his notebook, his face somewhat unnatural. First of all, you, Lin Qiye, are the blazing angel agent that old Zhao is responsible for finding. Aha. Lin Qiye nodded. Then, this evening, you and a suspected Golden Crow broke into the ringless airspace launched by old Zhao, and then, that Golden Crow, with a mouthful of fire, blasted the seriously injured Ghostface King, and immediately after that, old Zhao, relying on the Ghosts and Gods Guide, opened the Forbidden Ruins, sequence 083, Mendicant Life Flashing Moon, and with one cut off the Ghostface King's head. Wu Shangnan said. The Ghostface King's head that hadn't yet fallen to the ground was thwarted again by a mouthful of fire from the Golden Crow. It robbed me of my head, Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but say. The Chuan realm's mysterious life force is extremely terrifying. Old Zhao, the Forbidden Ruins that you briefly triggered by virtue of the Ghost and God leads, although it belongs to the high-risk Forbidden Ruins, with your spiritual power, merely cutting off the head may not be able to kill that thing, Wu Shangnan said. Don't forget that even the captain failed to cut down the Ghostface King. My brain was going through the roof. It wasn't too clear, Zhao Empyrean City said awkwardly. So that Golden Crow was a timely filler, not a head grabber, right? Red Tassel said. High probability, Wu Shangnan said, but Lao Zhao's credit is also undeniable. If you hadn't risked your life to stop the Ghostface King, once it rushes into someone's place, eats 2 people, and recovers, at that time, I'm afraid that even if we rushed over there, quite a number of people would have died. Ahem. Duty calls, not worth mentioning. Zhao Kongqing humbly raised his chin, which had not yet recovered. Then next, here comes the final point. Wu Shangnan's face straightened. Old Zhao, are you sure you used the Ghost God lead? Sure. If I didn't have that thing, I would have been slapped to death by the Ghostface King, Zhao Kongqing said. And the Forbidden Ruins sequence 083, Mendicant Shining Moon. That thing can't be some kind of illusion. And even though that power disappeared after I was rescued, I can't remember it wrongly. And the wounds left on the Ghost-faced King's body can prove it. That is to say, that crow really pulled you back from the Ghost Gate? Wu Shangnan was still in a bit of disbelief. Ghost God Leader. He knew the effects of this thing very well. When you use it, it's hard for the gods to save you. But not only was Zhao Kongqing not dead, but his body was, well, quite healthy. Even the dark wounds from a lot of intense training in the past have disappeared. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Qiye said. That crow, it did save Zhao Kongqing when he was down to his last breath. Captain, can you judge the condition of that crow? Wu Shangnan looked at Chen Mai, who hadn't said anything. Chen Mai shook his head. I don't know. Although there was a calamity crow in Songnan City, he could be certain that what Lin Qiye and the others had encountered was definitely not that thing. Moreover, the power to raise the dead, even for the most powerful Forbidden Ruins, the price to be paid for doing such a thing was incomparably huge. Unless, of course, that raven is yet to be restored. God. However, according to old Zhao's and their descriptions, that crow, there is indeed a great possibility that it is the legendary Golden Crow, Chen Mai said. But how does the Golden Crow have the ability to raise the dead? Bathed in fire. This is supposed to be a phoenix. It can't be. Hey, Zhao Empyrean interrupted in a hurry. Captain, don't say it. If you don't want to break your face like me. The corner of Chen Mai's mouth twitched. You really got shot through the face by it because you muttered about it? That crow was very careful, Lin Qiye said. I caught it once and was chased and beaten for ages. I thought I heard you call it Dad. At that time, Zhao Kongqing said oddly. Lin Qiye's expression stagnated. You heard wrong. Alright, this evening's matter. Let's stop here for now. We'll review it after we investigate more information, Wu Shangnan said. Now, let's talk about you, Lin Qiye. Divine Sequence 003, Divine Agent of the Blazing Angel Michael. For the record, what I'm about to say involves no threats of intimidation, merely a recounting of the facts. Your existence is very special, and I believe old Zhao has told you a lot before. Joining the Night's Watch is actually the safest option for you, and the safest option for your family. The Church of the Ancient Gods will never let go of you, a powerful agent of the gods, and if you continue your previous life, we may not care about you. Like tonight, Cheng told me before that what you care about the most is your family, and you don't want to join the Night's Watch because you don't want to be too far away from them. You're afraid that you won't be by their side when danger comes, but what I'm trying to say is that the closer you get to them, the more dangerous they are, or even, to put it mildly, for them, you are the greatest danger. The Ancient God Church isn't like us, they act without any bottom line. You may not care about the responsibilities of the Night's Watch, but I want you to consider the reality that your abilities are powerful, but they need to grow and be developed, and progressing slowly just by slowly figuring things out on your own is slow, and the Church of the Ancient Gods won't give you that kind of time. To put it bluntly, you could look at this as a deal. You join the Vigil, and the Vigil organization can provide for your growth and can focus on sheltering your family until you grow up. But Zhao Empyrean City said that once a vigilante joins, there's no such option as quitting. Lin Xie said, it's not that there isn't this option, but, rather, no one has ever picked it, at least not that I know of. Chen Mai said, if you have that power, perhaps you can break the precedent that has never been touched. After all, to put it bluntly, something like a rule is only a rule for the powerful if you're willing to abide by it, and if you're not, it's nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. If you grow to a height that overrides the entire Night's Watch organization, we won't be able to stop you from doing anything. Okay, 10 years, Lin Xie said. As a reward for Zhao Kongqing's blocking the door of my house tonight to fight to the death, as well as the help the Vigilant organization is offering me next, I will fulfill my duties as a Vigilant for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll be gone. Yes, as long as you have that ability. Chen Mai walked over and extended his right hand. Welcome to the Night's Watch. Then, aha. Lin Xie reached out and the two of them shook hands. Alright, you go take a shower and change your clothes first. We'll continue explaining about the Night Watchman later. Chen Mai looked at Wen Qima. You take him. Okay. When Qima walked up and pulled Lin Xie towards the side of the hall, which was still quite well equipped. Captain, your words today are not right, right? Zhao Empyrean City said oddly. Why does it feel like a stream of? Cheng told me to say that. Chen Mai said. He knows more about people in Lin Xie's situation, and although the words are not nice to hear, it's fine if the purpose is achieved. The vast majority of the Night's Watch fought for a wave of faith in their hearts, and a very few were forced to join. For this high-risk job where one's life was at risk at any time, some people needed the encouragement of Guang Wei Zhang, and for someone like Lin Xie who had a special experience, Guang Wei Zhang was of little use to him, and it was still necessary to say something practical. Is this the right thing to do? Or, when you see a man, you see a ghost. Red Riding Face is odd. Why does it feel like everyone has been led astray by LV Chang? The Night Watchman made it look like a distribution den? Let's lure people in first. By the way, where's Ah Chang? Hong Ying looked at Zhao Kongcheng. After cleaning up the battlefield just now, they rushed back. The situation was so urgent that they forgot that there was someone else staying around there. It should still be at Lin Xie's house, right? Zhao Kongcheng said uncertainly. It's a shame. I should have called that kid over there and shown him my handsome highlights to save him from burying me all day long. Come on. You got your life back for nothing. Just steal it. Red Riding said. But your forbidden ruins, they really disappeared? Yeah. Zhao Kongqing sighed deeply. Although he was saved by that raven and his body was completely restored, the obliterating flash of moon triggered by the demonic attraction stimulus disappeared along with him. Well, surviving is the most important thing. Chen Mai patted Zhao Kongqing's shoulder. You've also gotten a great experience card for nothing. Also, Zhao Empyrean nodded. But that forbidden market is really cool, and I don't know when. Snap. Red Tassel crossed her face and slapped over, almost giving Zhao Kongqing a sprawl on the ground. You still want to use it? It's been a ghost tour. Can't you be a little more stable? Lucky this time. Saved by that golden crow. What about next time? Do you really think you're the son of Qi? Chapter 15. True love is not a lie. By the way, the Night's Watch is a semi-military organization, and you'll have to attend a year-long intensive training program starting next month before you can be considered an official member. Right now, you're only considered a temporary team member. Temporary crew. No room and board. Lin Xie. Who was the one who told me that the Night's Watch had good benefits? Food and lodging aren't even included. And you call that a good ING deal? Then where will I live this month? Lin Xie panicked. There was no way he was going to go back to his aunt's house. And hell knows how determined he was to make that decision. If he went back and saw his aunt and Jean, he might really run away with his whole family like Zhao Kongqing said before. He's not that strong-willed right now. It won't stand the test of time. It's fine. You can come and stay with us. Red Tassel, who had just contacted Lu Chang, walked in. My house is pretty big to live in. Your home? Lin Chiye's face was a bit unnatural. He hasn't had much interaction with girls in his entire life, and now he's being asked to stay at a girl's house? Don't get me wrong. LV Chang lives there too, Zhao Kongqing said, and don't doubt that if you have any beastly thoughts, the Red Tassel will stab you in seconds. Oh, Lin Chiye breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's not the only one. Nope, Lu Chang lives there too? Lin Chiye's face was extremely odd. What's wrong? Zhao Empyrean City was puzzled. I see you're getting along with him okay? Not bad? The corner of Lin Chiye's eye twitched. How did you give that assessment? Red Rumor's face was odd. Does he especially like to toss you around? Aha! Lin Chiye nodded. Ever since that night, Lu Chang had tossed him around every chance he got. Relax. He means no harm, Red Ruffian said. He's supposed to see that you're too nervous and help you relax. Relax? The corners of Lin Chiye's mouth twitched. Are you sure that's called relaxation? Come on. It must be when your kid offended him, Zhao Kongqing said. He holds a grudge, and the hatred of a drop of water will be repaid by a spring of water. Think I accidentally punked him before and he got back at me for 6 months. Zhao Kongqing gave Lin Chiye an odd look. Take care, Lin Chiye. Is it too late for me to quit? Don't be afraid. Cheng is very nice, Hong Ying said. Indeed. More good than good. More evil than evil. Blood for blood. Teeth for teeth. Violence for violence. Zhao Kongqing patted Lin Chiye's shoulder. What he is to you depends on what you are to him. As long as you don't mess around, he's safer for you than anyone else. Lin Chiye looked puzzled. Then my aunt there, Cheng is taking care of it, Red Ruffian said. He's at the office. He dealt with it? Lin Chiye stood up violently. How could you guys let him handle it? How? What happened? The corners of the eyes of the Red Raider twitched slightly. Makoto is quite the professional when it comes to these things. Many disputes in the peace firm, they cannot solve. That is LV Chang stepped in to solve the problem. The main focus is a professional. It's over. Lin Chiye covered his head with his eyes lost in thought and sat down paralyzed. I'm going to lose my reputation. Auntie, I failed. I failed you. At Lin Chiye's house, Lu Chang was crying in his aunt's arms. Seven has been abducted by a bad woman. I didn't pull him. Seven, he didn't resist the temptation after all. Auntie was a bit overwhelmed as she looked at Lu Chang in her arms. Chang, calm down first. Speak slowly. What happened to Xiao Qi? What bad woman has he been abducted by? Lu Chang rubbed his reddened eyes and sat up. When I chased after her just now, I saw that Xiao Qi was standing with a red-skirted older woman who looked to be in her 40s with heavy makeup. Moreover, Xiao Qi had her arm around her waist. Ha! Auntie froze. How could this? Seven know someone like that? I don't know. Lu Chang looked innocent. I see them very close, as if they've known each other for a long time, and they're quite affectionate. Seven's eyes don't lie. Auntie's head was spinning a bit. Xiao Qi is only 17. How did he get involved with a 40-something-year-old girl? I couldn't figure it out either. So I went straight up and asked. Lu Chang said, but Seven told me that they're in true love. Age is not an issue, but this is too much of a difference, isn't it? Auntie didn't know what to say. 40-something, all her age. How could Seven have true love with a woman so old? Yeah, I didn't believe it at the time either. I asked him if he was threatened and if he wanted me to call the police. LV Chang said. What did Seven say? Auntie said anxiously. He said that true love is not a lie. You don't need to say much. Brother Chang, Lu Chang said seriously. Auntie, Mom, seems to be unable to accept the stimulus. Aunt did not come up with a breath. Almost fainted. Fortunately, Lu Chang from the beginning of the horse charm on. Aunt want to faint cannot faint. How could Xiao Qi, how could he be interested in a girl so old? Auntie still felt that Lin Chiye must have some sort of grievance. Chang, is Xiao Qi in some kind of trouble? That's what I thought at the time. Lu Chang said. So I was going to just carry him off. But who knew he wouldn't even listen and threaten me with not ruining his relationship? Auntie, you know me. How could I possibly watch Seven jump into this fire? So, with determination, I rushed up and questioned the older woman if she had caught Seven in the act and threatened him. But before the older woman could say anything, Seven rushed up and blocked her, telling me to leave. Don't disturb them. Auntie didn't know what to say. Looking at his own old mother like this, Yang Jin really wanted to say a couple of truthful words to refute Lu Chang, but thinking of the consequences of refuting, he gave up. The emperor must have his reasons for doing this. Auntie, don't worry, that big mom is not young, but she is still well maintained. It's just that the powder is a bit thick and the lipstick is a bit heavy, and I can see that her chi is also a bit off, Lu Chang said, but overall, it's still wide open. But that's too big a difference in their ages, isn't it? Auntie said. You have to say big 10 or so years old also, even if this is 20 or 30 years old. Is 2 generations of people. How can this? Alas, Auntie, actually, I can roughly guess how Xiao Qi fell in love with that big mom, Lu Chang said. Auntie was a little worried. Why? Because his parents disappeared when he was little. You're the one who brought him up, Lu Chang said, although you are very good to him. But, for 7, the part of motherly love, there is still a vacancy. According to my research on psychology, 7 the probability is that there is some Oedipus complex. That's why he will be with that woman who is so much older than him. At 7's age, puberty, he was already more emotional, and with the physical changes, perhaps, that older big sister just happened to break into his world when he needed it most. This kind of thing like love is supposed to be the right time for a little bit of the right thing to happen. So Xiao Qi should really be in love with that big sister. This, Auntie froze. There really isn't any bitterness? Auntie, if you don't trust Xiao Qi, do you still not trust me? Lu Chang said. I can tell at a glance whether it's love or not. Ugh. Auntie sighed deeply. 7 has a hard life too. He's not bitter. Lu Chang said. You should be happy that you had you guys protecting him all the time before, and now there's a new woman willing to love and protect him. I'm worried about 7 being cheated. Auntie said. Chang, there are a lot of crooks in this society nowadays. Auntie, don't worry, even if Xiao Qi needs a liar. But what can he be lied to? Lu Chang said. What does he have to be cheated on? A body? Although it is said that there are 30 wolves and 40 tigers, but at Xiao Qi's age, it is also the time of unlimited energy. Just the right match. He's probably in bed right now. Auntie, I can't catch a break with you on that one. Auntie, don't worry, Xiao Qi won't suffer. Lu Chang said. Times have changed. Age is not an issue in front of true love. If they aren't in true love, then they'll separate after a few years. 7 is still young. He's got trial and error. But he's still young and has to go to school. Auntie said. Auntie, what do you think school is for? Lu Chang asked. Of course it's a good run for a good daughter-in-law in the future. Auntie said. Yeah, but 7 is now a direct step away. Lu Chang said. From what I've observed, that big sister, odds are she's a rich woman. And, being older, that's not necessarily a disadvantage. Huh? Auntie looked confused. Auntie, you shouldn't just look at the present. You need to look at the long term. Lu Chang said. Men are creatures who, when they're young, like mature big sisters, and when they're older, like young lasses then. This rich woman that Xiao Qi is looking for now is actually just right. When Xiao Qi was young, it fulfills his fantasy of a mature big sister. When Xiao Qi grows up, that big sister probably won't live for a few years. When Xiao Qi boils her to death and inherits her legacy, won't it be possible to find a young little girl again? Being old, that's not a disadvantage. That's a rare advantage. It's just that the rich woman has already gotten together with 7, and I'm really not in a good position to intrude, or else I'd be tempted to ask her if she's interested in bagging a gigolo. Auntie, Yang Jin, Chapter 16, The Cool Male Leader. Chang, how's the situation? Under Lin Chia's strong request, Hong Ying dialed LV Chang's number, intending to call him back and not let him handle this matter. It's settled, Lu Chang said. Is there anything I can't solve when I step in? Solved? Hong Ying looked at the nervous Lin Chia in front of her. How did you fix it? I said he's been adopted by a rich woman, LV Chang said. As for more, we'll have to talk about it tomorrow. Step by step. Being adopted by a rich woman? Red Rumor's face was odd. Yeah, how do you explain him staying out at night if you don't? LV Chang said. Well, specifics when I get back. I just put my aunt to sleep. Hang up. Is it really just a simple package? Lin Chia had a bad feeling. He's not going to be able to go home for the next many years. So a simple package would put his aunt at ease? Unsurprisingly, this adoption should involve a bit of bitter feelings, Zhao Empyrean said. Moreover, this rich woman, who is harboring you, is afraid that it is not simple. 7 nights, be prepared. Lin Chia couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. Is it too late for me to regret now? I advise you not to let LV Chang know that you have this idea. After all, he has only just taken the trouble to help you with your aftermath. Zhao Kongqing said. If you make him work for nothing, believe me, you'll regret having the idea. Lin Chia. I didn't ask him to help me. To summarize, Lin Chia, you met the love of your life, a noble woman over 40 years of age and with a great deal of charm. A few days ago, the night you made a big commotion in the old town. It was her appearance that brought you back to the light. And that night, that glance, was a lifetime. Why does it have to be a noblewoman over 40 years old? Lin Chiye couldn't help but interrupt. Can't you just be normal? Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning the plausibility of my story? That's right. I suspect you're messing with me on purpose, Lin Chiye said. Ugh. Lu Chang sighed. Teenage boy, you still don't know enough about this dogged society. Things like bagging young titties are quite common among the group of middle-aged noblewomen over the age of 40, because women at that age are in high demand. But their men, during this period, tend to be less than stellar. Men like young little girls, and women like young little boys. Ah, a young strong body like yours. In the circle of noble women, it's a hot commodity. As for being more normal, what do you mean by normal? A little younger? No, can't I? Lin Chiye said uncertainly. It's not that it won't work, it's just that the credibility will drop a lot. Lu Chang said. First of all, if it's a little girl your age, something like adoption is almost impossible because their parents won't approve. And besides, it's all the same age as you, so there's nothing to see here. So why would you need to leave the house? Don't forget you won't be able to go back for the next many years. As for women a decade or so older than you, around 30, most of them at this stage are anxious to find a man stronger than themselves to rely on for a midlife crisis that's not far off. Very few women choose to beg a tween around 30 because it's of little value to them. 30 is a time of struggle and physical instincts are pushed down a lot, and a middle-aged little boy is not attractive to a woman of that age. But it's not the same for noble women over 40, a category of people who have plenty of money and don't need to worry about their lives, who drink and eat and think about lust, but at the same time, their families tend to have all sorts of problems. A large percentage of families erupt into crisis at this time as well, when the love of their youth is gradually diluted by time, and a hole begins to appear in their hearts, and it is easy to develop a longing for young love, especially physical longing. But men at this age have either found new hobbies, or have a desire to be with each other, or they've grown tired of each other's flesh. Under the influence of multiple factors, these noble women will begin to seek excitement, looking for objects that can satisfy their needs, and like you, possessing the physical principle, but do not have the economic conditions of the little tits, is their hunting target? It's a win-win for both their desire for young love and their horrible physical needs. Fine. Lin Chiye lowered his head in resignation. It's better to be over 40 than 70 or 80. And then, there is the love between you. This, Lu Chang paused. Your aunt shouldn't ask. When the time comes, just be vague, and note that you must show a persistence that is not hers, so that your aunt feels that persuasion is pointless. If you're able, you can also add some drama of your own so that she's touched and can't even resist blessing you guys. The corner of Lin Chiye's eye twitched. Do you think I have this kind of ability? Lu Chang sized up Lin Chiye. Rubbish. Lin Chiye. Convex, asterisk 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 dish. Teach me if you can. And then there's that. A plausible excuse for you not being able to go home next. LV Chang said. I have a few options. Listen to them and see which one you like. Scenario 1. Your true love, that noblewoman, actually has a family on the line, and her relationship with you was a wonderful accident. She wanted to forget about you after this night, but accidents happen. After the cloud and rain, her real man came to her door and crashed the matter between you. Moreover, her man has some power in the Jianghu. For the sake of love, you chose to flee together, and since then you have been wandering and living. Stop. Next. Lin Chiye hurriedly interrupted. Lu Chang shrugged. I also think this is not very good. Your aunt will be worried if she wanders into the jungle. Option 2. Then, your true love, this magical noblewoman, actually has a great deal of history. She is the heir apparent to a certain great family. However, their family had a rule about her inheriting the family business. She had to find a man, which she missed out on due to her preoccupation with her career when she was younger. Now, at the critical moment of the family's infighting, she came to Sungnan City under the distraction and met you, her true destiny, and then, after knowing about her situation, you resolutely returned to the family with her to fight for the family fortune. Lin Chiye nodded. This one seems to be still. However, how cruel the family struggle is. If you let the family know about your situation, they will definitely send assassins to come and kidnap your family member, threatening her to withdraw from this fight. Lu Chang said in a deep voice. So, you had to disconnect from your home. Even, you couldn't. Stop. Lin Chiye hurriedly interrupted. Next, it was fine in the beginning, but why is it getting more and more outrageous in the back? With such a dangerous battle for the family fortune, his aunt must be worried sick about him? Okay. Option 3. Your true love, in fact, is a poor person suffering from an incurable disease, and under the demoralization of her will, She straight at Sungnan City, where she met you, and she confided in you, and you told her about your own dark experiences over the past 10 years. She didn't know when she would pass away, and she, in her last moments, wanted to see the world, so you couldn't say goodbye in time to get on the train with her this very night that was headed far away, to accompany her on the last leg of her life. Lin Chia showed a thoughtful face. It seems like it's not yet. Too bad. Change it. Si Xiaonan said. Change it to a happier one. Yes, and it's all suffering from incurable diseases. How long can it drag on? Red Raider said. No, change it. Actually, this story has hidden settings. Lu Chang added. This terminally ill noblewoman is very rich, and Seven will be able to live in style with a huge inheritance if she accompanies her on the last leg of her life. Where's the misery? It's a cool male lead, and after the money, he is out there dashing around for as many reasons as he wants, playing as long as he wants, and making crazy money for his family, which is just. Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying didn't say anything and cast death stares at Lu Chang. Is that cool? LV Chang. This just sucks. Let's change it. Option 4, yours truly. Chapter 17, The Divine Doctor's Disciple. Early the next morning. Ugh, with all my great scripts, why did you pick something like this? Downstairs at his aunt's house, Lin Xie, who had been hard at work discussing the whole night before finally choosing a final plan, uneasily followed Lu Chang over. Count on me to beg you. Don't take it upon yourself to add drama. Lin Xie said. There are so many scripts for LV Chang, but he gets more outrageous the further he goes with these scripts. What with the mobster's daughter, the hidden family, the ancient clan's orphans, and even the whole time warriors thing. He was really worried that his aunt wouldn't be able to handle the excitement if he used these programs. In the end, with everyone's vote, he still chose the moderate Divine Healer Apprenticeship program. Okay, watch me perform. Lu Cheng pointed to the bug on Lin Xie's ear. Pay attention. Keep an eye on the plot and don't show your face. Don't add plots indiscriminately. Lin Xie said nervously. Auntie can't stand that much excitement. Don't worry. Lu Chang waved his hand without looking back and went upstairs. Mom, are you awake? Makoto is here. Young Jean walked into the room and called his aunt up. Auntie, who hadn't slept this long in a while, sat up in a daze. Chang's here so early? Brother has news. Yang Jean said. Shao Qi? Auntie froze and hurriedly got up and put on her clothes and walked out of the room, rushing to Lu Cheng who was sitting on the sofa. Chang, how is Seven doing? Auntie, don't worry. Shao Qi is fine. Lu Cheng helped his aunt to sit down, but he shouldn't be able to come back for a long time to come. Why? Is something wrong? Auntie worried. It's not really an accident. Lu Cheng said. Auntie, don't be in a hurry. Let me explain slowly. Last night, I met Seven on my way home, and he told me that his true love is, in fact, a hidden divine doctor. Auntie froze. Doctor who? Yes, Shao Qi's eyes were actually cured by that divine healer that night. Lu Cheng said. Really? Then why doesn't Seven invite someone back and thank them properly? Auntie said. Auntie, that divine doctor's situation is a bit special. Do you still remember the big commotion over in the old city on the night Shao Qi's eyes recovered? Lu Cheng said. Auntie froze and nodded. I remember. There was a good-sized figure, but I couldn't see it very well. Actually, that's the big trick that divine doctor released in order to help cure Shao Qi's eyes. Lu Cheng said. However, after using that move, the divine doctor accidentally overdrew his essence, and that's why he turned into that middle-aged older woman I saw. Ha? Auntie was a little confused. You mean that girl isn't very old? No, that divine doctor is actually 100 years old. Lu Cheng said. Mom, Auntie, don't you get excited. After nearly a minute of soothing, Auntie barely regained her composure. It was so hard for her to reluctantly accept that Seven was with a woman of her age. How did this turn into 100 years old again? Auntie, don't be in a hurry. Lu Cheng said. Have you forgotten what I told you last night? Getting older may not be a good thing. But this, Auntie really didn't know what to say. 100 years old. What is this called? Although that divine doctor cured Shao Qi's eyes. But, you can't engage in this set of body in return, right? That's so much worse. Auntie, listen to me. Although that divine doctor is old, she looks young. How else could she be called a divine doctor? Lu Cheng said. Seven doesn't suffer with her. The divine doctor only briefly injured his origin. That's why he wasn't able to maintain his appearance. And when some time passes, people will become younger. Auntie wanted to say something, but in the end she just sighed helplessly. So when are they coming back? They're gone. Lu Cheng said. Gone? Auntie froze. Where to? Auntie, this matter is actually rather complicated. Lu Cheng said. Have you ever heard of Shinong tasting 100 herbs? Auntie froze and nodded. That divine doctor is actually a descendant of the ancient Shinnong clan, Lu Chang said. The Shinnong lineage, always living in seclusion and avoiding the world, seldom showing their faces. But 100 years ago, the appearance of the mist, the Shinnong clan, in order to save the world's people, had to come out once again, walking in the secular world, both to cure people and save the world, as well as to open up the branches and spread the leaves, looking for a suitable successor for the Shinnong clan. And 7 is the heir apparent to this divine doctor. Unfortunately, in order to help little 7 cure his eyes, the divine doctor accidentally overdrew her origin, resulting in her days are numbered. In order to keep dropping the inheritance, she could only bring little 7 back to the Shinnong clan's hermitage, and pass on all of her skills to him. But Shao-Chi's nature, you also know, the divine doctor helped him cure his eyes. He can't bear to refuse people. But learning medicine, this kind of thing, that's not a day or 2 days, not a year or 2. And Shinnong's for the requirements of leaving the teacher is strict. After Shao-Chi went, if the medical skills can't meet the requirements, people are not likely to let him out to harm people. So, he didn't know how to say goodbye to you guys. He couldn't say it. He didn't know how long it would really take him to come back if he did go, so it dragged on for all these days. However, last night, the divine doctor's body was somewhat unable to support it, and it was necessary to return to the Shinnong clan's hermitage as soon as possible. Shao-Chi he could only leave without saying goodbye. This, Auntie froze, not really knowing what she could say for a moment. Yes, Shao-Chi, that child. People helped him so much, healed his eyes, and even hurt himself. He definitely can't bear to refuse this matter. Mom, actually, that night, when brother slept with me, he told me, God's helper Yang Jin stepped forward. He didn't know how to say goodbye, and he couldn't say no to the thing, and was up all night worrying about it. And as you saw, he looked like he hadn't slept a wink that morning. Auntie froze and thought back carefully. 7 had indeed been preoccupied for some time, and, that morning, with red eyes, had said nothing when asked. This kid, Auntie sighed deeply and was silent for a while. Chang, will this matter? Will there be something wrong? Auntie, you're not worried that the divine doctor is a fraud, are you? Lu Chang said. Auntie blushed a bit unnaturally, but still nodded. I know it's not good to be so suspicious of people, but what if there's really something wrong with this divine doctor who came out of nowhere? 7 just left with someone else. Auntie, I actually doubted it, but that divine doctor gave me a few pills to try, and then, I believed it. Lu Chang said. Medicine? Auntie froze. What kind of medicine? Lu Chang looked at the balcony. Jean, move that pot of flowers over. Oh. Young Jean nodded and quickly moved the flower pots from the balcony over. Under his aunt's puzzled gaze, Lu Chang casually snapped the flower, and then, took out a small jade bottle from his pocket, poured out half of the blackish medicine, put it into the quilt on the table, poured in cold water, and melted it away. Auntie, watch carefully and don't blink. LV Chang picked up a glass of water and poured it towards the place where the flower branch was broken. Time passed, and to my aunt's amazement, the branch of the flower, which had only just been broken off, began to grow and sprout at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a minute, a flower reappeared. Auntie was completely dumbfounded. Auntie, now, do you still think that the divine doctor is a fake? Lu Chang asked. Auntie was still in shock. On the side, Yang Jin's eyes became a bit odd. According to the emperor's temperament, the flower shouldn't have grown just a little bit this big. It's supposed to suddenly grow exponentially and become as big as a tree. It seems that the emperor's injury is even more serious than he thought. Chapter 18, Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. After a while, my aunt finally came back to her senses, picked up the flower pot, and explored it carefully for a long time before she sat down again. Only, the sadness on her face was heavier. Such a marvelous thing. If 7 wants to be a master, how long will it take to learn? Auntie sighed. Auntie, don't worry. That divine doctor has said that Shao-Chi has talent. Otherwise he wouldn't have risked so much to treat his eyes and make him owe him a favor. Lu Chang said. Moreover, such a magical skill. If Shao-Chi learns it, he will be a miracle doctor in the future. Think about it. How much money would it make? How many pretty girls would want to marry him? Auntie's face was a bit unnatural, but Shao-Chi and that divine doctor. Auntie, you shouldn't be too rigid, LV Chang said. These days, a degree really isn't much use. Having a trade is the surest thing. It's so good that I want to go, and people still don't want me. And that divine doctor is old and beautiful after becoming younger. 7 is not a loss. I was all set to take a picture and come back to show you guys, but unfortunately people won't let me, so I can't be bothered to sneak up on them. After chatting for a while longer, under the 1-2 punch of LV Chang and Yang Jin, Auntie finally believed in this matter completely. So, 7 went there, can we still contact him? Auntie asked. It should be fine. Lu Cheng took his aunt's cell phone, pressed out a number, and dialed it. 7 gave me a number last night, said it seemed like their place was a little out of the way and the signal wasn't working, but now that they're still on the road, they should be able to get in touch. Dash. Hello? 7? Is that 7? It's me. Auntie. You child. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? People have done you such a big favor, and it's not like it's a bad thing, so I'm not going to stop you. Aunt, I'm sorry. I don't know how to tell you about this, and if I say goodbye, I'm afraid I won't be able to go. Ugh. Auntie sighed deeply. Now that you've gone, learn well, and don't fail the girl. No. Far? It's a bit far. From the description, it seems like it's in the mountains, and when you go over there, the signal might not be very good, and sometimes the phone won't work. Is it going to be tough being so remote? Auntie, it's okay, I've grown up. Yeah, grow up. By the way, Auntie, the things I asked LV Cheng to bring you for me, did he bring them to you? Stuff? Auntie froze. What is it? Lu Cheng patted the small backpack on the side. Oh, here, Auntie said. Such a big bag. What's in it? Lin Xie worshipped the master. Lu Cheng, dowry. Auntie. Yang Jin. Look at you. You're embarrassed again, aren't you? LV Cheng sighed. That little hand is wrapped around someone's waist, and you're still worshipping a teacher? It's clearly a dowry. Auntie, it's really a worship ceremony. Lin Xie emphasized. I'm with the divine doctor. 7. Aunt knows all. You don't have to worry. I still support you. Aunt said. Auntie, this matter is really. 7. You're old enough to have a man's sense of responsibility. I know. Can I have a word with that? Godly doctor? Auntie, she's still resting. Forget it then. Let people rest well. You have to learn well. Don't waste people's hard work. And even more so, don't be a quack doctor to harm people. I know. Then, when you get to the place, give your aunt a peace report, and if you can, take 2 pictures of your aunt over. Can you? It should be possible. And if it's not, I'll sneak a shot then. Hey, no, you can't sneak a shot. If people don't allow it, don't mess around. I know. Well, if there's nothing else, Auntie will hang up. Well, goodbye. Hanging up the phone, my aunt sat frozen, lost in thought, staring at the newly blooming flowers on the table. LV Cheng didn't say anything more and silently got up to leave. Did Auntie really believe it? The letter must have been believed, but she should be worried about something else now. Why did you suddenly come up with a whole centenarian setting? Lin Xie said quietly. He couldn't even begin to imagine how shocked his aunt was when she heard the news. It's called side baking. LV Cheng said. How can we show the divine physician's superior medical skills if we don't describe it like this? Besides, a miracle doctor who can rejuvenate a child is better than a middle-aged mom, right? Do you think that your aunt could bear to have you ravaged by a middle-aged noblewoman under her? Centenarians? Physical strength. At least, you can get the upper hand. The corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. Then how did you convince Jean to cooperate with you? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Lu Cheng said. You'll have to be a little more careful when you answer the phone from now on, so you don't talk out of turn. That. Okay, ask old Chen about anything. He's your superior. Don't ask me. I'm not a night watchman. I can't even count it as temporary. If it wasn't for the fact that your aunt is quite nice, I wouldn't bother. And stay up all night thinking of scripts for you. You're not a night watchman? Lin Xie froze. So how do you? I count as half a family member. Lu Cheng said. Didn't old Cho tell you? But aren't you Lu Dongbin's divine agent? Lin Xie said. Before, he had really thought that the Night's Watch was able to run away if he really didn't want to, like Zhao Empyrean had said. However, last night, when picking the program, when Shima said a lot to him, completely shattering his fantasy, divine agents were extremely rare, let alone him, who represented the killing angel Michael. To put it bluntly, even if he doesn't want to join himself, sooner or later he will be volunteered. Running away is simply not an option. Since he was like that, then LV Cheng must be similar. Moreover, when Lu Cheng was talking, even Captain Chan Mai and Vice Captain Wu Shangnan were listening honestly, and he assumed at that moment that this guy was the leader of the vigilantes of Tsangnan City. Who told you that the agent is the Night's Watch? Lu Cheng said. I got mixed up with them because I encountered the ghost face before and had no way to erase my memories. Lin Xie's face was odd. Then why do I feel that you are, like a leader there? The way LV Cheng makes him feel when he's not messing around and doing the right thing. There was an irrefutable majesty. Obviously this guy seems to be younger than him. But, it's weird anyway. and he was sure he was definitely not the only one who felt this way. Yes? LV Chang queried. It's obvious, Lin Xie said. You didn't realize? LV Chang paused. It should be your illusion, right? How can I be so approachable and amiable that I have any official authority? It's not official authority. It's that. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Before Lin Xie could finish his words, Lu Chang fell forward violently. Fortunately, Lin Xie reacted quickly enough and pulled Lu Chang back in time. No! Why are you dizzy again? LV Chang? Chapter 19, Instinctive Reaction. Ding dong. Welcome. Lin Xie carried the passed-out Lu Chang on his back and walked through the door of the office, where Hong Ying and Wen Qima were chatting with an old grandmother, saying something about an old partner cheating on her husband and how we'll definitely help you or something. Fell asleep again? Wen Qima got up and walked to Lin Xie's side, and habitually picked up Lu Chang and placed him on the firm sofa. Is he often like this? Lin Xie asked. Suddenly fall asleep? Yeah. Wen Qima shrugged. We're not quite sure exactly why he's having this problem. He's physically healthy. There's nothing wrong with him, but he just passes out in spurts. It's not so bad now, as long as he gets a good night's sleep, which is probably only about 18 hours or so a day. He's less likely to pass out like this. You are not aware that for those 2 years in the beginning, 24 hours a day, he was asleep for at least 20 of them. The captain guessed that the probability was that his soul had been wounded, and he had someone come to see him before, but nothing could be seen. Fortunately, though, his sleep has been slowly shortening, perhaps in a state of self-recovery? And, aside from falling asleep easily, there's nothing wrong with him. No other questions? Lin Xie's face was odd. Isn't that a big deal? It's not some kind of dozing off. It's a sudden sleepover without the slightest warning. If this was on the side of the road and fell headfirst, who knows what would happen? We all know what you're worried about. That's why these past few years his commute to and from school has been escorted by red tassel, the few of us taking turns. Wen Qima said. When he's out and about, he basically doesn't act alone, and this time it's because of the mysterious appearances that we've been somewhat unable to care for him. Originally, during times like these, Red Rouge would normally let him take a leave of absence to stay at home, but before the Ghostfacers went out en masse, the incident was sudden, and he was attending classes at school, so Red Rouge didn't have time to make arrangements. Then this. Lin Xie looked at the red tassel who was still talking to the grandmother about the affair. Normal work. Wen Qima said. Canyon City isn't too big or too small, and there are only 5 or 6 mysteries that will happen a year, and most of the time, that's what we do. 5 or 6 times? Lin Xie froze. I thought. You don't think that mystery appears every day, do you? Wen Qima said helplessly. What are you thinking? Really appears so frequently, how can we hide it? And simply can't deal with it. You don't think that the mystery is so good to solve. The ghost face king you encountered is because the captain was cut into serious injuries before. Otherwise, Zhao Kongcheng was afraid that he would be slapped to death by the Ghost Face King before he could even use the Ghost God Guide. Alright, the captain told you to find him at the martial arts practicing ground after you come over. When Qima led Lin Xie to the underground activity space and pointed in the direction of the martial arts practice field, just follow the corridor to the end. Good luck. Afternoon. Prohibited ruins proving ground. Since Zhao Kongcheng was still alive and, moreover, he was Lin Xie's guide, Chenmai arranged for Zhao Kongcheng to come and teach Lin Xie the first lesson of the day. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're actually standing up? Seeing Lin Xie who walked over with a bruised nose, Wen Qima was shocked. He was ready to skip class today, and this guy didn't lie down? Not bad for Michael's divine agent. What do you mean by this? The corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. What sword practice? Simply taking a beating. Zhao Kongcheng beat him up, and Shen might beat him up again, and as these two fought, it was as if they were competing to beat him up in different ways. It's like a competition to see who can beat him up more. This talent of yours is still okay. When Qima helped Lin Xie walk over, Lin Xie froze. You call this okay? Not bad. The first time I fought the captain back then, I was on my back for a day and a night before I could barely stand up. Wen Qima said, you've got a lot of talent already for walking over on your own after this fresh beating. Combat training, whether it was the captain, or Zhao Kongcheng, would never let go. For Lin Xie to be able to stand up, one could only say that his fighting talent was indeed good. What about LV Chang? Has he practiced yet? Lin Xie casually asked. Him? When Qima's face was odd. You'd better not pry. I'm afraid of hurting your self-confidence. The corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. Just say it straight. I'm not that fragile. In terms of melee combatability, without using the forbidden ruins, Lu Chang is actually the most raw one we have here. Wen Qima said. His reflexes are so fast, it's like he's turned on. And if it weren't for the fact that he's so young and he doesn't know anything, We'd actually suspect. Suspicious of what? Lin Xie said suspiciously. That's what he used to do. When Shima said seriously. Lu Cheng's fighting ability could no longer be said to be gifted. Whether it was Chen Mai or Zhao Kongcheng, after fighting Lu Cheng, they all had the same sentence of evaluation. Kill over. And quite a few. Connecting this to Lu Cheng's drowsiness, suspected soul injury, and ignorance of most things, they guessed that Lu Cheng actually had amnesia. Because the subconscious behavior when making a move can't be fooled. It's an instinctive reaction formed by countless experiences. LV Cheng's battle reflexes. That wasn't talent. It was instinct. Instincts that made even Shen Mai feel his scalp go numb. Well, his situation is a bit complicated. So don't ask. I'm not very clear. Wen Qima said. Now, let's start the lesson. First, let's talk about the forbidden market. Zhao Kongcheng told me about it. Lin Xie said. That god's ruin. Said so. That forbidden ruin produced by objects. Said as much. Win Kilmer. What else hasn't he told you? Lin Xie thought for a moment. It seems like, basically said it all. The asylum of the gods. LV Chang, who was idle, turned into a crow and flew in again. Due to the fact that after the last time he entered the mental hospital, he tried to establish a balance with the mental hospital itself. Just like the discord in hell. A kind of entanglement was born between two things that were originally unrelated. And as long as he was in the vicinity of Lin Kai, he was able to directly enter the mental hospital without the need for an out-of-body adventure of his soul. It was still the same quiet little courtyard, and Nix was still sitting alone in the courtyard, staring at the sky. Whether Lin Xie was there or not, she had always been like this. Donghua, seemingly sensing Lu Cheng's arrival, a trace of clarity flashed in Nyx's eyes and he turned his head to look over. I think you should be mistaken. Lu Cheng transformed into a black kitten, and in his crow state, it was a bit inconvenient to run. As if he hadn't heard anything, Nyx trotted over and squatted in front of Lu Cheng. Donghua, where have you been? You haven't come back for a long time. I'm really not what you're talking about, Dong. I am. Looking at Nyx's little eyes that were almost on the verge of crying, Lu Cheng felt as if his conscience had suffered a heavy blow. Forget it, just coaxed the kid. If you have something to say, don't cry, okay? Lu Cheng said. Aha. Nyx put back the tears. Donghua is still so easy to coax. He can't carry him as long as he drops a tear. Chapter 20, expecting too much. Smells good. Lin Xie, who had been beaten up for another afternoon, limped out of the training room. This training isn't at all what he thought it would be. Cut with a knife in the morning, hit with a rubber bullet in the afternoon, and still beaten up at night, right? Walking into the activity room, Lin Xie was a bit flustered by the crowd's ghostly gaze. What happened? It's nothing. It's just that certain people, have a new love and forget the old one. Si Xiaonan said quietly. Yes, men, they are all fond of the new. Honging let out a long sigh. Get used to it. Cough. Chen Mai coughed heavily twice. Don't be crazy, it's time to eat. In the past, I called people little cute, but now that there is a new love, you say that people are crazy. Si Xiaonan pouted, but the movement of the hand to clip the food was not the slightest bit of procrastination. Be content. In 2 more days, I'm afraid I'll be even more bored. Honging skimmed his lips, not forgetting to fish the meat from the pot. Man. Lin Xie. Am I intruding on a courtroom scene? Don't be nervous. The two of them just spent more time with LV Chang and were more severely affected. Zhao Kongqing sat next to Lin Xie. The captain can rarely cook himself. This favoritism, you have to catch it. Zhao Kongcheng, you've also been infected by Lu Cheng, haven't you? Chen Mai's face crossed. Zhao Kongcheng patted Lin Xie. See, he's in a hurry. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly. I don't think you're normal either. Where's LV Cheng? Lin Xie hurriedly changed the topic. He couldn't stand this palace fighting atmosphere anymore. Still awake, Red Writing said. Lin Xie froze. He's been sleeping all day, right? Still not awake? Calm down. He once slept for 3 days and 3 nights in a row before, making both Hong Ying and Xiaonan cry. But nothing happened after he woke up from his sleep. Zhao Kongqing said. Sleep a lot and get used to it. He stayed up all night last night, and I'm afraid he won't wake up until tomorrow, if nothing else. Oh, Lin Xie nodded. Don't say anything, eat quickly. You still have to practice your gun later. Zhao Kongqing said. Come on, eat more meat. It's growing. Old Zhao, do you also have a new love and forget the old one? Stop it. I get it. It's the wrong payment after all. Don't get me wrong. The two of them, Red Ruffles, didn't mean anything by it. I know. Same as LV Chang. After eating, Lang Xian brought Lin Xie to the shooting room to train his marksmanship. Actually, it's not really one and the same. Lang Xian said. The two of them used to be. Not like this. They just stayed with LV Chang for a long time and got infected. I hope you don't get infected. In the last sentence, Lang Xian bit down very hard and his eyes were extremely serious. With 3 LV Changs, he already couldn't carry on. If Lin Xie was also infected, with 4 LV Changs, he really didn't know if he could hold on. I won't, Lin Xie said. I hope so. Lang Xian took down a pistol and placed it in front of Lin Xie. I remember when Si Xiaonan first came here. He said the same thing, and as a result, within a few months, he was infected just like Red Tassel. Just hope he can hold out a little longer. Bang! Lang Xian looked at the intact target with an incredulous face. How did you do that? The 30-meter pistol target is really not easy for the average person. However, those who possessed the Forbidden Ruins had mental strength and concentration that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Not to mention that Lin Xie was also a Blazing Angel agent. He's not off target here. Even if he's not talented, is he? In the minds of most of the Night's Watch, when the gods chose an agent, then surely they wouldn't find just anyone, or at least one with a skill. After all, the agent not only possessed the power of the god, but also represented that god to a certain extent, and if the agent was too ineffective, the god would lose face. Therefore, the matter of Lu Chang shaking himself into a divine agent was considered unexpected and reasonable in their eyes. However, this Lin Xie's talent should be in other areas. Aha! That must be it. How is that? My talent? Lin Xie asked awkwardly. You have a gross talent. Lang Xian sighed helplessly. He was the one who expected too much from the Blazing Angel agent. What about Lu Chang? Lin Xie curiously said. More or less the same age, but also as a classmate for a period of time. It is inevitable that will also rise in the mind of comparison. Him? Lang Xian hesitated. You're better off not knowing. Lin Xie. Remember to take your meds on time. And don't hold on to those bottles. And don't sit all the time. Walk a lot during the week. Inside the Asylum of the Gods, the little black cat that Lu Cheng had transformed into walked in front, while Nyax was smilingly following behind. Not knowing if he had heard what Lu Cheng had said. That. Lu Cheng paused and looked back. It's getting late, so I'm going to leave and come back to see you some other time. The smile on Nix's face froze as tears brewed and molded almost instantly. You're leaving again? Lu Cheng's kittenish face fell, crying again. He's been here for so long that as soon as he says he's leaving, Nix squeezes out these tears right away. Just like a little kid in kindergarten. Can't stay away for a second. I can't stay here all the time. Lu Cheng said. Well, Nix bit her lip and held it hard to keep from crying. LV Chang, you're testing my conscience. I have a period of about 16 hours or so of slumber every day. During this time I will definitely fall into a deep sleep. In the future I will try to control and concentrate on this part of the time and come over to see you. Is this okay? Lu Chang said. Aha! A smile bloomed on Nix's face once more. Like a child. Lu Chang sighed. That's enough for today then. I'll leave and come back tomorrow. Wait! Nix shouted. Donghua, can you change back for a bit? Just a little bit. Let me hug you. Can you change back? Lu Cheng froze. Just become like me. Is that okay? Nix said. LV Chang hesitated. Nix, who can even misrecognize bottles and cans, shouldn't be so exposed when he changes his form, right? Okay. After confirming that Lin Xie wasn't in the mental hospital right now, Lu Cheng shifted and transformed back into his human form. This way. Without waiting for LV Chang to say anything more, Nix pounced on him and cried silently. Donghua, my child is gone. Where have you been? LV Chang was silent for a moment and gently patted Nix's back. Sorry. Chapter 21, Disorganization and Indiscipline. Inside the training room, Lin Xie was getting beaten up on a daily basis. Zhao Kongchang, Lu Chang, how long has he been practicing? After being cut down and resting in between, Lin Xie suddenly asked. Him? Zhao Kongchang's face was odd. Are you sure you want to know? Okay. Lin Xie stood up. 3 days. Zhao Kongchang said. Lin Xie froze. 3 days? On the first day, the captain and I practiced against each other on a daily basis, and he sat by the side and watched for a day. Zhao Kongchang said. The next day, he picked up a wooden sword and said he wanted to try it out with me, and after fighting from morning to noon, he was able to block basically all of my attacks, and then after a little while in the afternoon, I couldn't keep up with him a little bit. On the third day, he cut me and the captain over. Meeting Zhao Kongchang's serious eyes and feeling the swelling and pain on his body, Lin Xie couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. No wonder Lang Xian told him to ask fewer questions. It's a fear of his autism. But you don't think too much. His hand is not a novice. Zhao Kongchang said. It's impossible for even the most talented person to have that kind of terrifying progress in a short period of time. even if they really are geniuses in sword arts. But the thing about battle experience, it can't be faked. Those movements of his, they were almost all subconscious reactions, not thought through by the brain at all. The only explanation, he had practiced them before, he just forgot about them, and when faced with the excitement of battle, his body reacted to them. Subconsciously, Lin Chiye thought about it. Could it be that his talent is really so terrifying that it's giving you guys the wrong impression? Impossible, Zhao Kongcheng affirmed. We experimented. Experiment? Lin Chiye's face was puzzled. How can this be tested? Just like you did before. Keep your eyes blindfolded, Zhao Kongcheng said. Unlike you though, he can't see anything, and he doesn't have that terrifying perception ability. But, in the face of an attack, his body is moving on its own. Move on your own? The corner of Lin Chiye's eye twitched furiously. Spider sense? Well, it's about the same, Zhao Kongcheng said. It's a stretch anyway. If his narcolepsy hadn't been so troublesome that he had trouble even taking care of himself in his daily life, we'd have sent him to headquarters for training. As for his birth, we can't find out. Wasn't he picked up by Red Tassel? Lin Chiye was puzzled. No, Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. He was actually picked up by the quest team, and Red Ruffian's parents were on the quest team at the time and brought him back. But it wasn't long before Red Ruffian's parents disappeared into the mists. He was lethargic during that time, and Red Riding was scared to be home alone, so he left him at home. Exploration team. Lin Chiye's face was a bit unnatural. He came from the mists? Aha. Zhao Kongcheng nodded. This matter is only known to the people in our squad. You don't say it out. Even, this matter is actually not even known to him. He has always thought that he was picked up by Red Tassel after he was attacked by the ghost face. His memories, they are misplaced. We don't know what he's been through. But, Red Riding has been raising him as a brother. So we all just didn't say anything. Maybe he'll think about it later. But until then we don't want to irritate him. And you don't irritate him. The corner of Lin Chiye's eye twitched. You should have told him to irritate me less, right? When he stayed with Lu Chang, this heartbeat of his never dropped. No, I'm doing this for your own good, Zhao Kongcheng said. Do not look at his usual look. You are not seen when he cooled down. That feeling, with his mother professional killers. Not right, more than professional killers horror. That eerie feeling. I don't want to see again anyway. Nope, far from it. Keep training. A goat's beard, a lizard's tail, a bat's wing, a pufferfish's eye, a drop of dragon's blood, a phoenix's feather? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You have the dragon's blood. Where am I going to get this phoenix's feathers? Looking at the magic potion formula given by Demon Little Dragon, Lu Cheng doubted that this guy was deliberately making things difficult for him. A goat's beard gives early warning. A lizard's tail sheds light on danger. A bat's wings fly in the dark. A pufferfish's eyes discern danger. A dragon's blood restores strength. And a phoenix's feathers withstand a single mortal wound. The demonic little dragon said. You want to make a protection spell. These things have to be gotten. The corner of Lu Cheng's eye twitched. Are you sure that these things have the efficacy you say they do? That's what it says in the old things spellbook. The demonic little dragon said. I just read the spellbook and memorized things, not actually used them. Lu Cheng waved his hand and switched the conversation target of the magic mirror. Holy Lord, are you sure you need to use these for your protective magic spell? The Holy Lord was silent for a moment. Forgotten. LV Chang. So how much do you remember? I haven't used it for thousands of years. Do you know what happens when you stay in a hellish place where you can't do anything and have nothing for thousands of years? The Holy Lord said breathlessly. It's good enough that I still have my sanity. And you expect me to remember the spells I used to create? Thinking about what? Lock you in a small room with nothing in it for decades and see what you remember? Boredom won't kill you, but it will drive you crazy. From being the ruler of the earth, to being reduced to a sunless captivity in the middle of a drought-stricken hell, the huge fall from grace, coupled with endless despair, the demon's brain basically went out of whack. The weak demons had almost lost their sanity. Only the instinct to destroy remained. And in this hell, they were the only ones who still had some brains left in these few demon monarchs. But where am I going to get the phoenix's feathers? Lu Cheng said. Although there was a phoenix in this world, he could get something like that now? Without the feathers of a phoenix, creatures with a phoenix bloodline, their hair will do. The Holy Lord said. The magic spell will be a little less effective. Though, Lu Cheng thought for a moment. Then what if it's a phoenix created by me using the rat charm? No, the Holy Lord said. The life given by the rat charm is false. It doesn't exist essentially. Magic spells can't be faked. You can't make a magic spell out of a magic spell or the two magic spells will clash, which will cause both spells to fail. Alright, Lu Cheng waved his hand and closed the magic mirror. All the other things can be gotten. Dragon blood has the Holy Lord and the demon little dragon. There is no shortage. But this phoenix feather. Lao Chun, do you know anyone from Phoenix Squad? In the activity room, LV Chang came to see Chen Mai. As the black impermanence who guards the secrets of Songnan City, he should have this kind of connections. Phoenix Squad? The corner of Chen Mai's eyes twitched. You want to join them? Earlier, Zhao Kongcheng had a cheap mouth and told Lu Cheng that the Phoenix Squad was full of pretty sisters, so as long as he was willing to join the Night's Watch, he would surely be able to split him up when it came time to split up the squad. That's not true. I don't plan on joining the Night's Watch, Lu Cheng said. He had engaged in so many things mainly for the sake of those gods in the middle of Lin Chia's mental hospital. As for the work of the Night Watchman, he wasn't too interested. With Lin Chia, it wasn't his turn to save the world. Then why are you asking this? Chen Mai asked. Earlier, Old Wu told me that the captain of Phoenix Squad is Athena's divine agent. I want to meet her. Lu Cheng said. Athena was one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, and one of Nyx's followers, so perhaps she knew a little about Nyx. Moreover, the Holy Lord said that the possessors of the Phoenix bloodline, their hair could also be used as a substitute for phoenix feathers, only that the magic spell made in this way would be less effective. Now that he couldn't find the phoenix either, it was fine to use a substitute for a while. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult, Chen Mai said. The Phoenix Squad needs to deal with sudden mysterious disasters. They can't just wander off, and there's no way for me to get them to come over. But if you're interested, you can attend the Night's Watch Intensive with 7 nights sometime later, and at that time, the Phoenix Squad should show up as well. Forget it then. Lu Cheng turned around and left. Why? Chen Mai said in disbelief. Why don't you want to join the Night's Watch? I'm disorganized and undisciplined. Lu Cheng said. Nor will I lay down my life to save a group of people who have nothing to do with me just because of an order. If these people are good people, even if they are just wallflowers, even if they do lay down their lives for others, it's not unacceptable to me. But sadly, the world isn't that full of good people. If I were to fight for my life in front of me, and behind me, a bunch of spendthrift, bullying trash enjoying this peace and quiet, I would be diabolical. And, moreover, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to help myself from chopping these trash up first. The orders of the Night's Watch, the code, and Red Ruffian has told me quite a bit about it. There's no way I can comply with just the rule that you can't take a shot at a civilian, no matter what the circumstances. I'm not happy, whether it's a mystery or a person. I cut and can't stand it for a second. Right or wrong guardian humans, I'm not that enlightened. I will only guard what I want to guard, and I will only do what I want to do. A soldier whose vocation is to follow orders is not for me. You wouldn't want to see me just become a Night's Watchman today and be labeled a wanted defector tomorrow, would you? Chapter 22. May I? When a city has a dilemma that the local vigilantes can't solve, special squads are deployed. LV Chang, who had hit a wall at Chen Mai, had to change direction. Chen Mai had no way to directly call the Phoenix Squad over, and with the Phoenix Squad directly following the arrangements of the vigilantes' headquarters, the only possibility of trying to get them to come over was that there was a difficult problem in Songnan City that the local vigilantes couldn't solve. But the current Songnan City wasn't in that much trouble yet, and the Nandu Snake Demon couldn't make too much of a scene. Then, summoning the Black Shadow Corps? The Holy Lord's face was odd. What do you need that for? How come this guy doesn't remember anything after his reincarnation? Useful, Lu Cheng said. Do you have a way to summon that thing? Although the Black Shadow Corps wasn't considered high in combat power, it was superior in that it was invincible in numbers and could be summoned indefinitely. And furthermore, the Shadow Eater Corps amongst the Black Shadow Corps could help him with his next action. It takes a special outbreak of disaster to bring in special squads, but he wasn't deranged enough to just create a catastrophe to attract the special squad. The Shadow Eater Corps, on the other hand, can both devour the shadows of others and spit them out and return them. Although dangerous, the damage caused by the Shadow Eater Corps was recoverable. Just in time for this, the home base of the Black Shadow Corps is a special world called the Black Shadow Kingdom. Just like the Discordian Hell, if you want to summon the Black Shadow Corps, you have to find a medium that can connect to the Black Shadow Kingdom. The Holy Lord said, once I gained access to summon the Black Shadow Corps by absorbing the energy of a pair of ghost shadow masks, but those masks are no longer with me now, and there's no way for me to summon that thing. Lu Chang looked at Demon Xiaolong. Do you have a solution? Demon Xiaolong shook his head. I have no access to information about the Black Shadow Corps. Perhaps you could enlist the help of a Black Air Wizard. The Holy Lord said. Although that Black Air Sorcerer isn't considered powerful, he has mastered quite a few ancient spells, and although humans are weak, they always manage to come up with a bunch of weird and strange spells, especially power-stealing spells. Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Blade Dragon? Having lived for hundreds of years, the Blade Dragon did master many things, even the magic spell that helped the Holy Lord remake his flesh and bypass the seals of hell to return to Earth. Also, the supreme ruler of the kingdom of dark shadows, Terra, was accidentally awakened by the spell of the Blade Dragon. But what if he doesn't help me? Liu Chang said. There are no constraints on lifeforms resurrected by the rat charm, which is the primary reason why the Holy Lord hardly ever uses the thing. Weaker than him, not much use. Why should people listen to him if they are better than him? Moreover, the magic spell ability of the Blade Dragon was so strong that the Holy Lord, an Alzheimer, couldn't play with it at all. And who knew if that old thing would have a rebel attack? Think about his power. And secretly give him a shade at some point? That's for you to figure out. The Holy Lord said. Here's his message. Saying that, the Holy Lord manipulated the flames and condensed a flaming silhouette of a sword and dragon and threw it into Liu Chang's brain. Well, Liu Chang shook his head and left hell. Holy Lord, how is the situation? After Liu Chang left, the other demons led by Curse Blue surrounded them. It's basically certain that he doesn't remember anything. The Holy Lord said. It seems to be the same as those holy warriors, who need time to awaken after reincarnation. And, he seems to be seriously injured. That's not serious. Westwood looked odd. His soul is crumbling. The strongest immortal among the 8 immortals. What could have beaten him like this? This guy's all beat up. What about them? There seems to be some danger in this world. Why don't we find an opportunity for him to let you out and scout the world? Curse Blue said. Using LV Chang as an anchor point, they could leave the Discordian hell. But there was one problem, and it was the main reason why they had all avoided this guy before and were unwilling to establish a yin and yang balance contract. This guy? Who the hell beat him up like this? The 8 immortals also have their strengths and weaknesses, and the power of Lu Dongbin, who defeated the sealed Saint Lord, is almost a disconnected gap from the remaining 7 of the 8 immortals. But it was such a Lu Dongbin who was actually reincarnated with serious injuries. The demons had been sealed in this hellhole for so long that too much of their power had drained out of them, and to put it bluntly, compared to what they once were, they were now about as crippled as they could be. However, the 8 immortals who could defeat them at their peak were beaten to this state. What would happen if they went out? The world is too dangerous. Although they couldn't be killed as incarnations of the Bagua concept, hell knows what the hell they would be sealed to this time? In the midst of a chaotic space like Pangu Hell, which did not possess the concept of 8 trigrams, their power would be constantly draining. Sooner or later, they'll be part of this hellhole. Discordian hell is devouring them. Me? The Holy Lord looked reluctant. He's all this way? Me? It's true that staying in hell is stifling, but it's even more stifling if you show your head and get seconded. I'd love to scout for you as an elder, but I can't get out. Curse Blue rationalized. The Earthquaker signed it too, so he can get out. The Holy Lord said. Me? The Earthquaker looked confused. You guys are asking me to scout the situation? It's better if you go. Holy Lord, Curse Blue said. This brain of earthquakes. Scouting? It's all good not to lose yourself. Or is the sinister asshole that is the Holy Lord better suited for the task? Oh my brothers and sisters. It's not that I'm not willing to go out and inspect the situation for your sake. It's that he's not willing to let me out. The Holy Lord said helplessly. Is it because I don't want to go out? It's me out not. Holy Lord, come out for a moment. The door to hell suddenly opened, and LV Chang's voice came from the opposite side of the door. The crowd of demons stared straight at the Holy Lord. Why don't you go now? I think. Get out. Without waiting for the Holy Lord to say anything more, the 7 demons joined forces to knock him out of the Hellgate. How familiar. Westwood's face was odd. Remember, that's how they sent the Holy Lord out 1,000 years ago. However, at that time, they were thinking that after the Holy Lord went out, he would unseal the seal and release them as well. Now, the Holy Lord was forced out. What for? The moment he left hell, the Holy Lord was transformed into a dirt-colored orange cat by Liu Chang. However, despite turning into a cat, the Holy Lord is still full of evil. Not cute at all. I want you to take care of someone for me, Liu Chang said. Taking care of people? The Holy Lord couldn't help but look at the little cutie with and look at Liu Chang. You let the devil take care of people? Looks like you're not only losing your memory, you're ing crazy. Technically, it's taking care of a god, Liu Chang said. The Holy Lord froze. What god? Goddess of darkness. Although the situation isn't too good right now, it's still easy to crush you in your crippled state, Liu Chang said. Holy Lord, how can you be so rude when you're hiring someone to do something for you? Although I am weak right now. You also. Whoosh. Liu Chang pulled off the small pendant that hung on his chest and transformed it into a large sword that glittered with golden light and crossed in front of the Holy Lord. May I? Holy Lord. May I? Sure. Chapter 23, The Seventh Ward. The Asylum of the Gods. In the small courtyard, Lin Xie, who was dressed in a white coat, stood quietly by the side, looking at Nyx, who was playing with a group of kittens that appeared out of nowhere. Good news. Nix's healing progress has gone up quite a bit in his absence. Bad news. There seemed to be a great deal of unknown information about this asylum that he couldn't explore. Various animals that appeared out of nowhere. Various recreational facilities that appeared in the asylum at some point. Originally, from that letter in schoolboy handwriting, he had learned that there had been a director of this asylum before, and that person had won something from the patients among the asylum. But now, that person had left. However, lately he had always felt that there was someone else's presence in this sickbay besides him and Nix. Danadus, what's wrong with you? Nix looked over at the preoccupied Lin Xie. Lin Xie hesitated. Mother, has anyone else been here while I was away? No. Nix looked a little sheepish. Seeing this, Lin Xie became more and more certain of his guess. He's not the only one with access to this asylum. Or maybe he's not the only one who owns this place. Mother, that person, how long has he been here? Lin Xie asked. Before me? Or after me? Nix struggled with his face. Danadus, he won't hurt you. Is it related to that broken ward? Lin Xie asked. Earlier he had thought that there were only 6 wards in this sick bay, but the one called Memorial, the letter she had left behind said, never mess with the god who lives in the 7th ward. He is dangerous. Very dangerous. I've already stepped on mines for you. Oh. He couldn't figure out what kind of being would frighten someone who could win something from Nix to even issue that kind of warning. And there is no such thing as a 7th ward. It had been after he had walked around those 6 wards again and again that he finally found a barrier. And behind it, a broken room. It was as if that room had been forcibly destroyed from the inside. According to Memorial and Nix, Memorial had left after the asylum came to his dream world, meaning that the 7th ward, too, was destroyed after that. But now, that patient seems to be back. Also, this particular patient knows Nix. Is it that crow? Lin Xie suddenly said. No. Nix waved his hand in a somewhat panicked denial. Seeing this, Lin Xie completely affirmed his answer. That crow, or Donghua as Nix called him, who could travel between the hospital and the real world, and also possessed the power to nearly bring the dead back to life, was not a crow at all, but a patient who had turned into a crow. The patient who was supposed to be in the 7th ward. No, the wards, even if they are destroyed, I, as the dean, should be able to see the information inside. Thinking of this, Lin Xie violently turned his head and ran in the direction of the ward. The only known information that Michael has given him about the divine ruins, the mundane divine realm, so far, is the miracle. It was impossible for him to discover that destroyed ward, but after he tried to unleash the mortal dust divine domain, the broken ward appeared in front of him. So if he unleashed the mortal dust divine realm again in his hospital room, could he get the miracle he wanted? Soon, Lin Xie ran to the end of the 6 wards, a blackened wall. A golden light flashed in his eyes as the mortal dust divine domain was activated, and the wall that was originally blocking his eyes slowly disappeared, revealing the crumbling ward behind him. Lin Xie walked in and looked at the walls filled with burn marks. At that time, when he entered Nix's room, the patient information was also displayed here. Even if the patient wasn't here, even if the ward was broken, if there was a miracle, then he should have seen the original message here. Ward 7, patient, Emperor Donghua, fled, quest, help Emperor Donghua to cure his mental illness, and when the progress of the cure reaches the specified value, 1%, 50%, 100%, you can randomly take part of Emperor Donghua's ability. Current treatment progress, 0%. Note, Emperor Donghua has fled. The mission is over and no reward can be earned. Lin Xie finished reading the introduction in silence. Escape? You call that running away? He all but demolished your hospital room. East China Emperor. Lin Xie observed the wreckage in the ward. Ancient gods in the mythology of Daxia, the legend of the birth of the first heavenly Donghua gas, so-called Donghua Emperor, also known as Fusang Dadi, is considered to be the yin and yang in the yang god, the head of the male immortals, and the queen mother of the two qi, is the nurturing of heaven and earth Taojun, all things of the two yi god. So brutal. Looking at the ruins of the burned ward, Lin Xie roughly guessed what happened after the little girl named Memorial broke into this ward at that time, and understood why she issued that warning. Fusang Emperor, Yang God, Sun God attribute. This temper is indeed fiery. Also, the sun is mythologically the embodiment of the golden crow, a raven that spits fire and recovers from the flames. Fits perfectly. This is. Lin Xie squatted down and picked up a fragment of what was probably a doorplate. Trees? Nix's doorplate, painted with a large black circle, is supposed to represent the shrouded night. How can the doorplate of Emperor Donghua be a tree? Shouldn't it be the sun? Luckily you stepped on the thunder for me. Lin Xie looked at the disfigured ward somewhat thankfully. Remembrance should have entered this ward last. perhaps just in time to awaken the sleeping Emperor Donghua, and then, the other party freaked out, or committed an illness. Destroying the wards is most likely a mental illness like mania. And looking at that crow, I'm afraid that it was accompanied by amnesia or something like that. After all, it was really hard for him to imagine that the Eastern China Emperor, who was the head of the mythological male immortals and was both a god and an emperor, would actually turn into that kind of a careful crow. If there is no memorial to open this room first, wait until he opens this in the future. TSK, poor remembrance. Lin Xie smacked his lips and turned around to leave this dilapidated ward. The yet-to-be-opened ward was sealed up, and before, Nix couldn't even force his way out. But this East China Emperor actually directly shattered the entire room. Forced departure. If he was the one to open it, he was afraid that he would have to be blasted to death on the spot. Thanks for the remembrance. Although we have never met, you have already saved me from a great disaster. However, isn't Emperor Donghua the counterpart of Queen Mother West Xian God? Then the two of them should only be a pair. How could Nyx know the East China Emperor? And looking at Nyx, there's something wrong with their relationship. Lin Xie's expression gradually became odd. He had gone through quite a few myths because of what happened to Nix, and while being struck down by LV Chang after joining the Night's Watch, he had looked up quite a few more details on the myths of Daxia. In most people's eyes, they think that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are two people, but in fact they are not. Queen Mother, also known as Queen Mother of the West, is the head of the female immortals, and she is only a couple with Emperor Donghua, who is the head of the male immortals. However, most people, including him, used to be influenced by movies and TV dramas, thinking that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were a couple. But the truth is, these two are just co-workers. And now, as Nyx, the goddess of the night in ancient Greek mythology, actually knew Emperor Donghua, and have a close relationship? Is it the Queen Mother who has cheated on her? Or is it Emperor Donghua who has cheated on her? Chapter 24, The Black Gas Wizard. You are. In Red Tassel's large villa, LV Chang was the only one at home since it was work time. But there's one more person here now. Full of white hair, dressed in purple and black Taoist robes, with an ancient dark spell carved on his forehead and a hideous, horrible, sharp-toothed mouth on his hand. Black Air Wizard. Blade Dragon. Or rather, the Blade Dragon who got lost in the past time and space because he lost his mana in the fight for the memory gem. As for how Lu Chang made this judgment, it was simple. He couldn't feel a single ounce of magic power from the Blade Dragon in front of him. It just so happens, though, that this state of the Blade Dragon is the safest. Remember him? Lu Chang pointed to the big orange on the side. Cat? Blade Dragon looked at the strange cat with a somewhat familiar aura suspiciously. Hello there, Black Breath Wizard, the Holy Lord said as he initiated the greeting. Blade Dragon froze and his face instantly collapsed. Holy Lord, weren't you already sealed back in hell? Who released you again? It's good that you guys know each other. Lu Chang stood up. Holy Lord, over to you. After saying that, Lu Chang left the room, leaving the place in the hands of the Holy Lord and Blade Dragon. It was true that he couldn't do anything with the Sword Dragon, but he could easily take the Holy Lord. The 8 immortals of this world seemed to have a similar aura to the 8 immortals of the Adventures world, so the pure yang sword he possessed the effect of suppressing the Holy Lord. Plus, he himself was the equivalent of a Hellmouth, so the Holy Lord was not much of a threat to him. He released you? Blade Dragon sneered at the Holy Lord. Oh, another stupid human under the spell of a demon. It seems he doesn't realize how dangerous you are as a backstabbing old man. Let me guess. What did you use to attract him? Your magic? Or immortality? He had lived for centuries. The Archmage had been defeated by him, and finally fell into the hands of this shameless demon. Not only did he not get the power of the dragon rune, he also took his own magic with him. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. The Holy Lord looked a bit grumpy. He's not human. Not human? The Blade Dragon looked puzzled. What else could it be? A new demon? Remember the Holy Warriors? The Holy Lord asked. Blade Dragon froze. He's the reincarnation of a Holy Warrior? No, he's not the reincarnation of the Holy Lord. He's the guy who sent me to hell. The Holy Lord said. He's the one who created the saints. The 8 immortals left the world of mankind after sealing the demons, as their power was too strong, and their continued stay would cause the world to give birth to powerful dark individuals that would be their counterparts. But with their direct departure, Yang's power would have declined instantly. So the 8 immortals created the saints to fill Yang's void. That group of humans favored by positive magic. They are the origin of both positive and black air witches. Beat you to hell? Blade Dragon was confused. Immortal gods? Be specific. The guy who sent me to hell. The Holy Lord said. He came back. Or rather, he brought me here. Are you sure you're not teasing me? Blade Dragon looked skeptical. The reincarnation of an immortal god. Mixed up with the Holy Lord? Where's the hullabaloo? I don't have to lie to you. And besides, you can see for yourself. The Holy Lord said. How does it look with all my magic gone? Blade Dragon said. I can lend you my magic power. A red light flickered in the Holy Lord's eyes as he transferred a strand of demonic energy to the Blade Dragon's body. But you have to be careful not to irritate his soul. I don't need you to teach me. Blade Dragon chanted the incantation. The dark spell on his forehead emitting a ghostly glow as the dark magic slowly spread out towards the outside of the room. What the hell? Lu Chang looked suspiciously at the black magic that filled the air. Seemingly sensing the excitement, the wooden sword pendant gently shook, and a special aura spread out, dispersing the black demonic aura in the air. See? The Holy Lord asked. Blade Dragon didn't speak, his expression incomparably stiff. Anything really can happen these days. He couldn't directly peer into that guy's soul like the Holy Lord, but that aura, that divine token he had seen sealing the Holy Lord before in District 13, it was simply, what are you trying to say? Blade Dragon asked. I want you to help him. The Holy Lord said. Me? Help him? Blade Dragon seemed to have heard some kind of cold joke. He helped this guy? What can he do to help? Humans are able to fight against demons by special magic spells, and these magic spells are dependent on the chi magic left behind by the 8 immortals. But undead gods that can just crush demons and beat them up like humans beating each other up, the power between them was a completely different concept. Human magic spells work on demons, but not on immortal gods, and air magic spells are created by others. The yang chi represented by the 8 immortals corresponds to the demonic chi of the demons, which in turn is differentiated into the positive chi and the black chi, representing the light and darkness of mankind. Human chi could not support those powerful chi magic spells to be launched, and when most chi sorcerers launched their magic spells, they simply followed the process to open a program. But the energy needed for this program to be launched was not something they took on. He is now a reincarnated body and has forgotten what he once was, the Holy Lord said. Moreover, although his power is strong, it's too one-dimensional, and it's true that I'm no match for him, but what I can do, he can't necessarily do. Again, what you can do, he may not be able to do. A lot of little human tricks that are still somewhat useful. Blade Dragon looked puzzled. Why would you want to help him? Wasn't he the one who sealed you in hell for thousands of years? What? You put down such a big grudge? What can I do if I don't put it down? The Holy Lord asked rhetorically. Revenge? I can beat him? Blade Dragon was momentarily speechless. I can't even argue with that. Admitting defeat if you can't beat him is indeed very much in line with the style of this old bastard. The Holy Lord. But don't forget, I'm a black air sorcerer. Blade Dragon said. Positive energy, black energy, are children of yang energy. The Holy Lord said. A black breath wizard like you is, at best, a bratty little kid in his eyes. Blade Dragon's expression stagnated. Still no rebuttal. By the way, you're not really you right now, the Holy Lord said. It's just a statue resurrected by a rat rune that broke the dimension. I know, Blade Dragon said. The moment he got the Holy Lord's magic power, he felt the magic power of the rat rune inside him. The real him is still trapped in the past time and space. You should have a way to summon your true self to you, and that's something I won't meddle with, the Holy Lord said. Now, I have to remind you of one thing. This world is dangerous. Don't get too cocky. Dangerous? Blade Dragon frowned slightly. How dangerous? Holy Lord, he was crippled. Knife Dragon. What's the point of playing? Chapter 25, hot on the outside, cold on the inside. Mysterious appearances at school? Lu Chang, who was helping Sword Dragon collect the materials for the magic spell, was called to the office by Red Tassel. Then what are you looking for me for? LV Chung queried. You forget. I took a semester's sick leave a while back and you guys helped me with my surgical materials. After determining that he was an agent of Lu Dongbin, Chen Mai had originally planned to directly help him withdraw from school, but he didn't agree to join the Night's Watch, so the withdrawal was changed to a sick leave, and he had frequent instances of suddenly passing out at school. So the school didn't suspect this reasoning and just told him to get some rest. However, odds are he won't be going back to school. Chen Mai sat down. Currently, we're not sure where the body of this mythological creature is located, and we don't know how many people have already been infected, so the next action needs to be split into two parts. Investigating the spread of the school's surroundings while entering the school to look for the body. But entering the school must not alert the other side, so we hope that you can enter the school with Red Tassel, Mainami, and 7 Knights. You're more familiar with the school and will be more efficient. Lu Chang looked odd. Old Chen, I'm not a night watchman. I know, Chen Mai said, but the situation is urgent. The danger is too great if the mystery continues to spread. And besides, you don't want Red and Minami to get hurt, do you? The corner of Lu Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Can you not talk like me? It's very inconsistent with your persona. Didn't you want to meet the Phoenix Squad? Chen Mai said. I can hook you up if you're available for this operation. Phoenix Squad? Red Tassel's face was odd. You want to join them? Phoenix Squad? That's the squad that Athena agent was in? Lin Xie said. Yes, and most of the Phoenix Squad is female. Wen Qima said. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's pretty, said Si Minami slyly. They're all big sisters with black silk and long legs. Half an hour later. In front of the main gate of the second high school. Strange. I didn't find this school uniform so ugly before. Red Rumor looked at the red and white high school uniform she was wearing with disgust. I see Xing is okay when he's wearing it. He looks good in anything. Not informative. Si Xiaonan wrapped her school uniform around her waist as if it were a skirt. Also, Red Raider nodded. No. Where's Chang? Wasn't he there just now? I am. LV Chang patted Hong Liao's shoulder. The redhead was confused. Where did you come from? I also have a stealth ability. Lu Chang said. Stealth? Red Ruffian's face was odd. You shouldn't have messed around with this ability. Should you? Messing around with it? Lu Chang looked puzzled. Messing with what? Si Xiaonan poked Red Tassel. Sister Red Tassel, do you think that he needs to sneak around if he wants to? The Red Tassel was momentarily speechless. It seems like it doesn't need to be. He has the face, the money, and the coaxing. The hardware and software are top-notch hexagonal fighters. Unfortunately, LV Chang's licensed software rarely runs, or this guy would be perfect. Scaling the wall and entering the school, Lin Xie returned to his class to contact Lu Xiaoyan according to the plan, while Lu Chang took Hong Yao and Si Xiaonan to the teaching building to investigate the director of instruction. Chang, is there something on your mind lately? Hong Ying asked. LV Chung froze. What's wrong? It just feels like you've been, lately, less talkative. Red Writing said. Did the captain say something to you? The fact that Lu Chang didn't want to join the Night's Watch was something she had kind of expected, just like not everyone was suited for the army. Lu Chang's character, too, really wasn't suited for the Night's Watch. Fighting and looking at your own people, you just backhand them and give them the chop. For others, it may just be gaslighting, but LV Chang, he really did it, and there won't be the slightest hesitation. Didn't say anything. Lu Chang said. Oh, seeing that Lu Chang didn't want to say anything, Hong Ying didn't ask. Actually, it's okay if you don't want to join. I'll protect you. I just don't want to do something I don't want to do because of an order. Lu Chang said. The Night's Watch isn't all that honorable and there's a lot of unseemly stuff going on. After all, human nature. Not everyone with power thinks about helping others. The vast majority of people with power's first reaction is to satisfy themselves. In cases like Lin Xie's, it was because he came over on his own. But if he was dead set against it, he would eventually be volunteered. In this world, there is no such thing as neutrality or bystanders when it comes to people with power. If you're not a friend, then you're an enemy. The so-called neutrality is the possibility of posing a threat to both sides at any time. To put it nicely, it is neutrality. But to put it directly, it is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. And at special times, this kind of people of the nature of Wallflower will be regarded as a common enemy by both sides, because no one wants to be stabbed in the back at any point by these self-proclaimed neutrals. But you have a lot of potential. Perhaps in the future you can grow to the same height as those 5 battle ceilings. At that time, you can also do what you want to do. Red Tassel said. But I am already free. So why should I put chains on myself and then fight for my freedom? Lu Chang said. I'm not the Monkey King, and if someone tries to tame me with a yoke, there won't be any 99 or 81 difficulties. It'll just be a fish out of water. Unconformable or obstinate. That's who I am. Captain, are you insistent on involving LV Chang in the operation? Or are you trying to drag him into it? No, with all due respect. Wu Xiangnan held up his glasses. Unlikely. Why? Chen Mai asked. LV Chang and Lin Xie may look similar, but they are two completely different people. Wu Xiangnan said. This type of trick, the bitter meat trick, works for Lin Xie, but it's useless for Lu Chang. If Lin Xie is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, then Lu Chang is hot on the outside and cold on the inside. Lin Xie isn't as mature as he looks, nor is he as cold as he looks, but LV Chang, he's not as childish or enthusiastic as he seems. Smart kids want to be seen as smart. Smart adults only want to be seen as mediocre. Lin Xie was a pretentious little adult, and Lu Chang was a pretentious little child. Over the years at the firm, he's seen it all. Seemingly the youngest and most naive, LV Chang is the oldest in the firm. Without realizing it, he takes care of everyone. Do you think I can't tell? Chen Mai asked rhetorically. Aha. Wu Xiangnan nodded. With your brain, Captain. It's really hard to. I'm sure you saw it before I did. Captain. Chen Mai put the gun back. It's good to know. The corners of Wu Xiangnan's mouth twitched slightly. Then since you know it, Captain, why do you still do this useless work? I'm sure he knows what you want to do. Playing mind games with LV Chang was a stupid thing to do. If all of them in this squad had 100 heart eyes combined, Lu Chang had at least 10,000. Today, Lu Chang actually had many ways to reject this matter. But, for some reason, he didn't resist, and instead went along with Chen Mai said. Understand what is meant by a young conspiracy, Chen Mai said. So what if he knows? What if he can refuse? Do you think he'll say no? Wu Shangnan's face showed an odd expression. Captain, it's not a long-term thing for you to use the red tassel to play a young scheme with him. It looked like it was Hong Ying, the older sister, who was taking care of Lu Chang, the younger brother, but in reality, it had always been Lu Chang who was taking care of Hong Ying, the child, and Si Xiaonan was the same. It looks like two sisters taking care of one brother, but in reality it's one adult, coaxing two children. You still don't understand him, Chen Mai said. It's true he's not as warm as he seems, but he's not as cold as you might think. When a do-or-die thing is put before him, his choice must be not to do it. But if someone wants him to do it at this time, he'll do it. It's true he's hot on the outside and cold on the inside, but he's cold, and he's wrapped up in something. Wu Shangnan frowned slightly. How do you know? Observe, Chen Mai said. Over the years, you've taken turns watching over him, and one time, when Old Cho crashed his car halfway across the street and couldn't make it, he asked me to help pick him up. At the time, I saw it. He happened to be passing by when a couple of hooligans were bullying a little girl, but he just looked away and walked right on by. But after the little girl asked him for help, he went back. He's not apathetic, he just needs a reason, one that will make him act. Wu Shangnan was silent for a moment. What about today's reason? Red Tassel needs him, Chen Mai said. We need him, that's why. Is this reason enough? Wu Shangnan was skeptical. It might not be enough for others, but for him, it's enough, Chen Mai said. Favors are depleted, Wu Shangnan said. It's not a favor, Chen Mai said. What's that? Friend. Chapter 26, I'm ready. Where are you guys? Sister Red? The girls' dormitory. Girls' hostel. Lin Chie froze. How did you guys think of going there? Reasoning. Red Raider said. Since the head teacher was infected by Lu Xiaoyan, there might be quite a few infected people among the girl group as well. So after investigating the office side and finding the human skin, we came to the girls' dormitory to confirm the situation. How's the situation? Lin Chie asked. It's a pain in the ass, Red Riding said. We found a lot of human skins in the girls' dormitory, and it's no surprise that the mythological creature's main body is here. Why don't you say something? Red Riding asked. Sister Hong Ying, you turned out to be so smart? Lin Chie was surprised. For the half-month he'd known her, he'd always thought that Hong Ying was the kind of girl who was simple, kind, and didn't have much of a brain. And as a result, such strong logical reasoning? Is it hard to believe that you're usually faking it? Ahem. Of course. And don't you see who I am? Actually, it was Makoto who said that. Si Xiaonan joined the communication. Red Tassel. Just let me pretend for once. Will you die? Sort of anticipating this, Lin Chie couldn't care less about flirting. It's best that you guys have found something. However, I have to remind you that a group of girls just walked towards the dormitory building. Is it infected? Too far apart to be sure. You guys be careful. Got it. By the way, where's LV Chang? He went to the girls' dormitory with you guys? I don't know. He disappeared invisibly after he finished telling us about the girls' dormitory, and I don't know where he is. He's not wearing a communicator? Not wearing. He's not going on a marvelous adventure, is he? Red Rumor was skeptical. Si Xiaonan's face was odd. Sister Hong Ying, do you think he's interested in wonderful adventure? The two big beauties at home were living right next to each other, and LV Chang hadn't even moved his heart. Would he mess things up at a time like this? But at times like this he, boom! Without waiting for Red Riding to say anything more, an explosive boom came from downstairs. Sister Hong Ying, what's the situation? Lin Chie asked. He could hear it from this far away. A fight? Red Ruffian drew his lance. I think I know what he's doing. Nan! Go! It's ugly. Lu Chang looked at the snake demon that had turned into ashes on the ground with some disgust. Uglier than Ghostface. LV Chang Sr.? At the entrance of the building, a few girls walked up, looking at LV Chang, who was surrounded by a few girls with water basins, brooms, and fire extinguishers, with varying expressions. Do we know each other? Lu Chan looked back, puzzled. Senior? Freshman? You shouldn't know us. But, why are you in the girls' dormitory? A girl wondered. They are. He came to the girls' dormitory to steal. The girl with the fire extinguisher said. Bumped by us. Help catch him. Right. Get him. Stealing. Stealing? A few girls at the entrance of the building blushed a little. The legendary school bully from the second grade came to steal from the girls' dormitory? Close your eyes. LV Chang reminded, reaching into his pocket and pulling out 2 AKs. Instantly, the faces of the several snake demons in disguise froze. Nima? Da-day. No more nonsense. Lu Chang directly pulled the trigger. Close range under the hot weapon sweeping, this kind of marquee realm of mystery cannot be carried, and soon was beaten into a sieve. Aha! Murder! Seeing this bloody and exciting scene, several girls panicked and turned around to run away, just in time to bump into Red Tassel, who rushed down from the upper floors, carrying a long gun, as well as Si Xiaonan, who was holding a pistol. You wouldn't have dropped a grenade just now, would you? Si Xiaonan said oddly. I can't just with them with my bare hands. Can I? Lu Chang said. Lin Xie, as a temporary team member, Chen Mai had gotten him a star blade, but he wasn't even a temporary team member. So naturally he didn't have the specialized configuration of a night watchman like the Starblade. Don't be afraid. Those things aren't human, Red Ruffian said soothingly. It's not human. A bold girl gathered courage to look at the snake demon corpse on the ground. Monster! Shout again and I'll shoot you into a sieve as well. Lu Chang shook the AK in his hand. Well, a few of the girls hurriedly covered their mouths and hid behind the red tassel. Just as several people were talking, another group of snake demons gathered on the other side of the building. LV Chang pulled the trigger again, but no bullets were fired. It's so unbreakable. Lu Chang spat and put the AK away. Seeing this, a bloodthirsty smile surfaced on the faces of the encircling snake demons. Only in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze completely, only to see Lu Chang reach into his pocket once again, and under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, he pulled out a Gatling, and an oversized bullet box. It's still good for this. Lu Chang carried the bullet box and set up his stance. I'm ready. Are you guys? I thought I heard a Gatling. Outside the school, Zhao Kongcheng, who had just unfolded the ringless airspace, somewhat wondered if he was hallucinating. What's with all the Gatling noises at school? Lang Xian, who told you to give him Gatling? In the headset, Red Tassel's grumpy voice rang out, giving Zhao Empyrean a fright. Gatling? Who's using that thing? Who else could it be? LV Chang. Lang Xian. Even if AK is fine, how can you give him this kind of heavy firepower? Wait. Where did he use the Gatling? He used it in the girls' dormitory. The walls are swept through. Lang Xian, do you do the aftermath? Listening to the bickering coming from his headset, Lin Xie's face was unusually brilliant. AK? Gatling? Is this still domestic? Just as Lin Xie couldn't help but want to spit out a few words, a sudden burst of screams came from the crowd. Captain, the infected have gone berserk. Lin Xie maintains order. Zhao Kongcheng receives him. Roger that. Need fire support? Lu Chang's voice suddenly interjected. Chang, don't grab my headset. Si Xiaonan shouted. Put away the Gatling. Chen Mai said breathlessly. AK also put it away. Wu Xiangnan added. Pistols are enough to kill these average snake demons. Heavy firepower tends to cause mishaps. Don't mess around. Oh, I'll use something else then. Other? What other? Lang Xian, what did you give him back? Jet. And? Grenades, concussion grenades, smoke grenades, tranquilizer guns. Lang Xian, in 3,000-word review after the mission. Oh, 5,000 words. Captain, it wasn't me, oh my. 8,000 words. Chapter 27, I wanna call the police. You won't let me use the Gatling. You won't let me use the sprayer. And you let me use 2 crappy pistols? No. You guys take me for Yin Shuangying? LV Chang, who was disabled from heavy firepower, was very upset. Originally he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to have a real-life chicken, but it turned out that he was not allowed to use it. Stop complaining. I'll lend you my star sword. Si Xiaonan handed over his star sword. Give me your knife. What are you using? Lu Cheng didn't take it. I'm not good at melee combat. Using a gun is enough. Si Xiaonan said. No need. Keep it for your defense. Lu Cheng put the gun away. I have a sword. Saying that, Lu Cheng took down the pendant hanging on his chest. And with a flash of golden light, the small pendant transformed into a 3-foot-long sword shining with golden light. Red Ruffles looked odd. Is there no way to cut someone with this sword? During this period of time Lu Chang would also test the effects of this sword in the Forbidden Ruins Proving Ground when he was idle. However, after a few days of testing, they realized that this sword could not cut anyone. It's an invisible sword. If used to cut someone, the sword would go right through them. Fooled you guys. Lu Chang said. Is it not up to me to cut or not to cut? The real is yang and the imaginary is yin. The transformation of the real and the imaginary is also a transformation of yin and yang. It can be imaginary or it can be real. The corner of Si Xiaonan's eye twitched. That stealth of yours? It can't be the same, right? According to the concept of yin and yang, hidden is yin, present is yang, yin and yang shift, hidden and invisible. You're still quite a bit smarter than Red Tassel, Lu Chang said. Even if he didn't use the snake charm, he could still achieve invisibility through yin-yang reversal. The Red Tassel's complexion was stagnant, and she wanted to retort, but she had no way to do so. Minami was indeed that much smarter than her. No, Red Ruffles froze. If this sword can be transformed from reality to reality, then you yourself. Of course you can. Lu Chang reached across Si Xiaonan's head. The two red tassels froze. Holy, perfect bouquet all screwed up. How does this forbidden market of yours feel a bit invincible? Si Xiaonan said oddly. It's not that invincible. Lu Chang said. Loki's trickster's trick can do something similar, and he counts this ability as invulnerable merely in the realm of mortals. If his balance of yin and yang met Loki's trickster's trick, or if it met Lin Chia's mortal dust divine realm, it wouldn't be a fight over whose ability was more buggy. To put it in the simplest and most understandable terms, a Shinigami's battle is a battle of spiritual pressure. Well, I'm not in danger, so you guys don't have to worry about me. As he spoke, Lu Chang once again turned invisible and disappeared in front of the eyes of the red tasseled duo. Wait! Hong Ying hurriedly reached out to grab the spot where Lu Chang had just been, but unfortunately, he didn't catch anything. It's over. Si Xiaonan covered his head. They brought Lu Chun along with them, not worrying about his safety. This guy's strength was clear to them. They had all somehow risen to the pool realm. Facing the mystery of the pool realm, he could beat the other party's dog's brains out, and wouldn't encounter any danger at all. But the thing is, this guy is a mobile arsenal. Who knows if he'll suddenly bring out all that heavy firepower again? Chang He should not be messing around, right? Hong Ying said uncertainly. On the other side, Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng, who had sent most of the students out of the school, returned to the school. Most of the snake demons weren't too dangerous, so Zhao Kongcheng was allowed to participate. But of course, he was mainly responsible for rescuing people, and the fighting was still left to Lin Xie. How in the world did he carry so many weapons with him? Lin Xie finally couldn't help but ask his question. He'd brought food before, and he'd held back from asking, but this time, the Gatling was out. He has a special forbidden object that you can understand as a carry-on space, Zhao Kongqing said. Carry-on space? Lin Xie froze. Where did he come from? Picked it up, Zhao Kongqing said. Picked it up? Lin Xie was confused. It has to start half a year ago, when he was mysteriously chased by a marigold realm. Zhao Kongqing said. It was when he stabbed that mystery with a rebar and picked it up on the thing. As it was his trophy, we let him have it too. Exploding equipment. Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly. That's a lot of luck for him. Okay, split up. Zhao Kongqing turned his head and ran towards the school building on the left, while Lin Xie advanced towards the school building on the right. Just as he got upstairs, a dense burst of gunfire came through. Yo, what a coincidence. Under Lin Xie's odd gaze, Lu Chang smilingly shoved the AK into the hands of the female student behind him. Yikes, where did you guys get the AK? How can a girl play with such dangerous things? Here, give me the gun, or let me do it. 7. You saw it all. It wasn't me who used it. Oh. Lu Chang was all business. Team. Lin Xie was about to report to the captain, but before he could touch his headset, Lu Chang's muzzle veered upwards, just aiming at his lower third. Lin Xie. Sometimes I really want to call the police. Save it. I can't hack it anymore. Lin Xie gave up on suing. With this thing in Lu Chang's hand, dealing with a snake demon in the Gentian realm was indeed quite a bit faster than him chopping with his sword. Sophomore academic building. After purging the surrounding snake demons, Lu Chang's few people finally arrived at the worst hit area of the incident. It's still good with this thing. Zhao Kongqing also carried the AK. Against low-level mysteries, thermal weapons do have an advantage over cold weapons. However, the work of the Night Watch required secrecy, and since they were operating in the middle of the city, it was naturally impossible to use such automatic weapons that were too destructive and prone to causing accidental injuries. It's also the case that the entire school is now on lockdown and everyone here will have their memories erased afterward. Otherwise, this AK would never work. Does that? Want to give me one too? Lin Xie said. Cutting these monsters with a knife is really tiring. With your rescue bandit shooting skills, stop it. Lu Chang refused. Right. You'd better use your sword without fear, Zhao Kongqing said. Lin Xie's shot was truly dangerous. Hit it out. And even he didn't know where it would land. I can still hit it within 20 meters. Lin Xie couldn't help but retort. He did have some awkward shooting skills, and within 20 meters, he was hitting wherever he pointed. 20 meters away. Even if it's only 10 centimeters, that's at the mercy of God. But I only have 2 AKs, LV Chang said. Do you want a Gatling? That thing is more powerful than an AK. Don't! Lin Xie hurriedly interrupted. I'll stick with the knife. He didn't want to write an 8,000-word review like Long Xian. But, Lin Xie glanced pitifully at Zhao Kongcheng. Lao Zhao Ah, you are now AK with a cool. After the end of the mission, this 8,000 words review also had your share ah. After a burst of sweeping shots, Lu Cheng's trio broke through to the 3rd floor. Gunshots? Someone's coming for us. The students who heard the gunshots excitedly opened the classroom door and ran out. Li Yifei was also among them. LV Chang? Behind the crowd, a skinny boy wearing glasses looked suspiciously at LV Chang, who was changing magazines. You recognize? Zhao Imperian asked. Well, Lu Chang took a closer look at the man with glasses in front of him. Don't recognize it. Anqing Fish. Don't misunderstand. He really doesn't recognize you. Li Yifei on the side comforted. And Xingyu was the baby of the 2nd middle school, known as the genius that would be hard to come by in 10 years in Sangnan City, while LV Chang was the geek, because in Xingyu's intelligence, although outrageous, but everyone is able to see and understand. But Lu Chang, every day resting there lying on his back and sleeping, the exams can still dry with Xingyu to tie for first place. They can't understand it. Moreover, LV Chang spent the vast majority of his time in a dormant state, so there were many people who knew him, but he knew very few. Even, Lu Chang was afraid that he hadn't even recognized all the teachers in his own class yet. It's really too normal not to recognize Anqing Fish. After all, it's not like he's a pretty girl. Weren't you hospitalized for surgery? And Xingyu didn't linger on this awkward question. Lu Chang gave Xingyu an odd look. How do you know? No, what are you doing paying attention to me when you're a big man? A vicious chill surfaced on Lu Chang's face, and carrying his gun, he turned and ran. Xingyu froze. The students around him also unconsciously cast odd glances at him. Hiss. Cough. Lin Xie coughed heavily twice. The snake demons here have been taken care of. Li Yifei, take them to the auditorium to gather. With that, Lin Xie turned around and was about to leave with Zhao Kongcheng. The monster's information has been found out. The Nandu serpent demon, a mythological creature with superb camouflage abilities and superb intelligence that can also create child puppets by devouring its prey and planting a snake seed in its body. However, based on the number of snake demon scions they had encountered, it was feared that this snake demon had been lurking in the school for a long time. Wait a minute. And Kinjio gave chase. Are you the relevant department responsible for dealing with these monsters? Lin Xie hesitated. Sort of. LV Chang is also one of you? And Xingyu asked. Hospitalization. Just an excuse, right? Cough. Zhao Kongcheng lightly coughed twice, and Lin Xie stopped talking and followed his lead. And Xingyu did not get frustrated, but instead looked at the twisted and disgusting snake demon corpse on the ground. Interesting. How's it going, Sister Red? Lin Xie, who had successfully rescued the sophomore survivors, ran through the campus, while Zhao Kongcheng, who had long been exhausted, led the students towards the auditorium, incidentally maintaining order. We found some traces, and the Nandu snake demon seems to be heading north. North? Minami and I have canvassed the school building and are now searching the cafeteria. Okay, then I'll go to the art building. By the way, where's Chang? I don't know. He left alone while we were still in the sophomore building. I saw him. Lin Xie was silent for a moment. He shouldn't have gone to the cafeteria to eat, right? Chapter 28. Chang, though, but, Red Tassel wanted to say that now that the crisis of the Nantucket snake demon hadn't been lifted, even if he was tired again, he shouldn't stop at such a time. But on second thought, Lu Chang isn't a night watchman. At best, he'd be a friendly aide, not to mention tired of eating something after a long day of work, and even if he just ran away, there was nothing wrong with that. It's not like it's his responsibility. I've already searched the cafeteria. No, Lu Chang said. Unsurprisingly, the Nandu serpent demon is in the art building. Really? Red Ruffian was delighted and turned around to leave. Take it easy. LV Chang pulled back on the red tassel. That snake demon got swept through the waist with a Gatling when I was in the dorms this morning. 7 can take care of that. Although the Nandu serpent demon was a mythological creature of the pool realm, its combat prowess could only be described as garbage, and some powerful creatures of the marigold realm were stronger than it. Not only was it due to not being an adult, but in general, mysterious monsters below the god realm didn't possess too much intelligence, and even, in the same realm, the higher the intelligence, the lower the force value. Mythological creatures like the Nandu serpent demon, which possessed intelligence comparable to humans at the Ikaruga realm, and could also reproduce large numbers of offspring for networked infiltration, were certainly trashy in head-to-head combat. Conversely, the kind of mythological creatures that don't have much of a brain and just know how to up are generally more exaggerated in their destructive power. No, 7 Nights is only in the Marigold realm. It's dangerous to face the mysteries of the Pool realm alone. Hong Ying said, Chang, if you're tired you can rest here. I'll just go and fix it. Oh, Lu Chang let go of the red tassel, lowered his head, and ate the noodles he had just made. The red tassel that had lost its restraints shot out like an arrow off the string, only just reaching the entrance of the cafeteria. But it suddenly stopped and turned its head to look at LV Chang, who was sitting in the distance with his head bowed down to eat. She just wanted to say something, but thinking that Lin Xie might have been in danger now, Red Tassel hesitated and ran out anyway. Are you angry? The less mobile Si Xiaonan didn't follow, but stayed behind and sat across from Lu Chang. No, do you want it? Lu Chang asked. This school started to make the end of the world in the morning, and it's been almost a day now, and in a little while it's going to be dark. And the faculty and staff are dying and fleeing, and when they come to the cafeteria, they have to make it on their own. Obviously there is nothing wrong with the ingredients, but why do the cooks in the cafeteria always manage to make things so bad? Was it on purpose? Or was it accidental? That's a problem. Si Xiaonan stretched his back and put his knife and gun on the table. Having chased and killed all day, he was long tired. LV Chang stood up, walked to the back kitchen, and quickly brought out a bowl of beef noodles. Si Xiaonan looked at Lu Chang oddly. You guessed that we would come and made it in advance? No, get used to it. Lu Chang said. Over the years of living together, he habitually made things for 3, and from time to time he would go to the firm and make them for everyone. In the beginning, Red Tassel and the others did not tell him about the vigilantes, so he only knew that Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan were working at the peace firm, and it was only until half a year ago, when he stabbed himself to death with a Marigold Realm mystery and couldn't hide it any longer, that Red Tassel, with Chen Mai's permission, allowed him to touch the vigilantes' matter. You're angry, Si Xiaonan said in an affirmative tone. No, Lu Chang said. So it's jealousy? Si Xiaonan asked. Because of Lin Xie? Since Lin Xie had joined, there was one more person in the family, and one more younger brother for Red Tassel to take care of. It's like the anger an only child feels when he suddenly has a younger brother and is robbed of some of the adult attention. It was only natural for LV Chang to be angry about this change. In the days when Lin Xie first arrived, she was also angry because this guy had taken away her position as the group's favorite. No, I'm not that naive, Lu Chang said. What was that for? Si Xiaonan asked. What you just showed is that you're angry, and you're making it obvious that you want Sister Red Riding to make a choice. While telling Lin Xie of the danger he was likely to encounter, he wanted Red Tassel to stay. Will it be him, or will it be me? Couldn't be more of an obvious choice. Even a slow brain like Red Riding must have seen it. However, it was impossible for Hong Ying to let Lin Xie face a head of Pool Realm mysteries alone. She had to go. I'm going to move out, Lu Chang said. Si Xiaonan froze. Why? Something's up, LV Chang said. Much of what he did next wasn't too convenient for Red Tassel and the others, and the demons didn't see much of the light of day. It's easier to move out. As for the Asylum of the Gods, he could now go in as long as he was within the city of Songnan, within this huge mortal dust divine realm. You're just angry, Si Xiaonan said with certainty. If you have to think that, I won't argue against it. Lu Chang said. There has to be a reason to move out all of a sudden. This incident today is a good reason. Chen Mai hoped to use this collective action to change his mind and pull him into joining the Night's Watch, and Hong Ying cold-shouldered him because of Lin Xie, and then he got angry about it. Kids have tantrums and want to run away from home. Reasonable. As it happened, with such a misunderstanding, Chen Mai was too embarrassed to bring up the matter of letting him join the Night's Watch afterward. After all, Michael's divine agent was certainly above him in terms of priority. Not to mention, Lin Xie wouldn't be long before he would have to show his status as a dual god agent, and he would be even more sought after then. As for what the Night's Watch headquarters planned to do with him, that was another matter. Why? Si Xiaonan grabbed Lu Chang's hand. The Nantucket Snake Demon's combat power wasn't strong, and since Lu Chang had already injured it in the morning, even if that guy was really hiding in the art building right now, with Lin Xie's perception, even if he couldn't beat it, he could definitely maneuver around it. Moreover, Lin Xie would definitely call for backup after discovering the Nandu Snake Demon, and Red Tassel would definitely rush over at that time, but the way Lu Chang had just done, first explaining the situation, then laying out the options, his feelings on one side and Lin Xie's safety on the other, placing two completely unequal options in front of Hong Liao for her to choose from. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to present himself as irrational. Can't I be unreasonable? Lu Chang asked rhetorically. He'd have to find a sensible and reasonable reason to move out, and that would be the best thing to do. Red writing was too kind, and if he hadn't, the girl would have blamed herself, thinking it was her problem, that she hadn't been able to handle the situation. Only if he acted irrationally like this could Red writing feel better. Otherwise, even if he had moved out, Red Tassel was afraid that she would have to keep an eye on him every day. Moreover, what kind of person he was, Si Xiaonan could see it. Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan could see it just as well. And it was only this stupid girl, Hong Ying, and that 255, Zhao Kongcheng, who didn't see it. He's not just moving out, he's also making a statement. In this way, the subsequent pacification of Red Tassel, Chen Mai and the others would do a good job. Did something happen? Si Xiaonan asked. You name it, we can help you. Or did the Church of the Ancient God come to you? Si Xiaonan tightened his grip on Lu Chang. You don't want to leave with them, do you? This matter is not as complicated as you think. Lu Chang said. You can also pretend I'm grown up and less convenient. I have the money to live out there by myself. You're underage. Si Xiaonan said. How do you know how old I am? Lu Chang said. I don't even know how old I am. So how can you be sure I'm underage? Then you're not allowed to leave either. Si Xiaonan held onto Lu Chang with a death grip. If you dare to leave, I'll cry to you. I'll drag Sister Hong Ying to your doorstep to cry every day. I don't care if you've grown up or what you want to do. You're not allowed to leave. Lu Chang sighed. Don't be a scoundrel. This is not your persona. I don't care. You're not allowed to leave anyway. Si Xiaonan said. Who's going to cook while you're gone? Sister Hong Ying and I have been wasted by you. We'll just eat. If you leave, we'll both starve to death. You guys can order takeout. LV Chang said. Don't. Takeout isn't good. Si Xiaonan said forcefully. You can learn to do it yourselves. I can't learn. Don't be a jerk, okay? I'll be a bummer. Anyway, you're not allowed to leave. But you being bombed out doesn't stop me from moving out. Woo. Si Xiaonan's tears gathered in her eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then poured out. Stop. LV Chang interrupted in a hurry. Are you leaving or not? Si Xiaonan reddened her eyes and stared pitifully into Lu Chang's eyes. No, I'm not leaving, okay? Lu Chang was speechless. Don't cry, okay? Oh. Si Xiaonan wiped her tears as if nothing had happened. LV Chang, you drama queen. Chapter 29, he kept covering his waist. You guys might not believe me when I say it. I just saw Lin Xie carrying a sword. Just like one of those martial arts masters in the movies. Swish, 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 swish and slash several monsters to death. I believe it, and I saw it. I think I saw LV Chung shove his AK into the monster's mouth and burst it. Yeah, we saw that too. He usually sleeps all the time when he's at school, so he's not facing these things at night. Is he? It's quite possible. A school bully by day, transformed into a world-saving hero by night. So cool. Who do you guys think is more powerful between him and Lin Xie? I think it's still Lin Xie who's more handsome. He can cut over monsters with his sword. LV Chang he plays with a gun. I can't do it with a sword. But that gun, I can do it if I have it. If you have a gun, you don't use it. You have to carry a knife to go up against a monster? Who's the smart one? But I seem to have seen LV Chang slap a monster in the face in passing when he was changing magazines. I saw it too. Sparse. The empty auditorium was already more than half full, and basically all of the living people who were still within the ringless hollow at the moment had come here, with Zhao Emporian City on hand to maintain the execution. Not many people messed up despite the constant murmurs. It wasn't that Zhao Kongchen was much of a deterrent, but, rather, Lu Chang had lent him the Gatling. Having seen the heavy firepower that was enough to sweep through walls with ease, everyone still knew better. Knock knock. Who? Da. Upon hearing the familiar gunshot, the few students who had been arranged by Zhao Kongchen to guard the door hastily moved the obstacles blocking the back of the door. Having seen LV Chang's direct sweeping stance without saying a word, no one dared to be tough in front of him. After all, at this particular time, even if people swept them away on a whim, what could they do? Tell the king of hell? Don't be nervous, relax. LV Chang pulled in the food cart. Eat something first. Ta-da. Get in line. Don't grab. With a reminder, Lu Chang carried a boxed lunch towards Zhao Kongchen. The crowd looked at the distant Lu Chang with stiff expressions. I don't think we've robbed it yet. Have we? Everyone come over and get something to eat. The monsters have been purged and it will be over soon. Si Xiaonan stepped in front of the food truck and acted as the food distributor. And the students, who had been scared all day, quickly formed a long line. A few teachers went up to help Si Xiaonan with the food, as well as handing out lunchboxes. Where did you guys get this? Zhao Emporian City was puzzled. I made it now. Lu Chang said. Ready-made? Zhao Emporian looked at the several large rice vats in the food truck outside the door. his face a little unnatural. How did you make so much of it? That's got to be a couple hundred of them, right? See, Xiaonan couldn't cook, just Lu Chang alone. How long would this take? LV Chang couldn't have run off to cook after disappearing from the school building today, could he? The ingredients are all readily available in the cafeteria, and I think it's too troublesome to cook. So, it's quick to fry rice directly in a big pot. Lu Chang said. The riot started this morning after the flag had been raised, and by that time, the cafeteria staff had already done most of the preparations, and he didn't even have to do the dishes himself, and even the rice had already been steamed. It was also because it happened to be convenient, and if there had been nothing, he wouldn't have done it on such a whim. Cauldron fried rice? Zhao Conqing took a bite with some skepticism. Asterisk 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 asterisk? That good? Where did you buy this? This has to be the best fried rice I've had in my entire life. You guys eat slow. Don't choke. Water's outside in the car. Go a couple of the boys and bring the water in and give it out to everyone. Despite the potpourri, LV Chang's handiwork is still online. Add to that the fact that the nightmare had just passed and that they had been starving all day, and many of them had green eyes. At times like these, just having a hot meal, even if it's not cooked that well, is enough for everyone. After the aroma of hot fried rice filled the entire auditorium, the fear in everyone's heart was dispelled quite a bit. What's the situation? Li Yifei, who had just rushed back, looked at the students who were lining up for their meals with a confused face. Li Yifei is back? Are there any other students? Mr. Wang walked over, bringing a bottle of water and a box of lunch. Nope. Li Yifei wiped his sweat, covered his waist with one hand, and took the water with the other and drank it. I ran around the school and didn't come across anyone, so they should have all pulled out. That's good. Mr. Wan nodded. You've had a busy day. Eat something. Teacher Wang, have you eaten? Li Yifei took the boxed lunch and asked. I'm not hungry. Growling. Teacher Wang, why don't you eat first? Li Yifei said. No, you've been busy running around so much today. You eat first. Teacher Wang said. By the way, I see you've been covering your back today. Are you hurt? No, I just feel a little burning sensation on my waist. Li Yifei said. Fire? Mr. Wang crouched down. If you lift it up and I look at it, you may have accidentally bruised it. It's just that you've been in a state of hyperemotion and adrenaline that's causing you to ignore the problem here. Li Yifei swallowed nervously. I don't think so. I can still run and jump? Mr. Wang held up his glasses. Do you know what it looks like to be in the middle of a car accident with severe internal injuries? They tend to be more spirited and even help the rescuers a lot. But that's really because they're so internally injured that their bodies have to secrete more pheromones to paralyze the receptors involved. In the wilderness, this allows a person in danger to have a high burst of power for the last period of time in a critical situation, belonging to the survival instinct of the creature. But after that period of exuberance has passed, this category, basically, is not salvageable. Li Yifei's face was pale. Wang teacher, don't scare me. I am still young. I don't want to die. Lift up your clothes if you don't want to die and I'll take a look. Mr. Wang said. I'll help you see if the bones are broken and if there are any major problems with your internal organs. Good. Li Yifei didn't dare to resist and honestly lifted up his clothes. Mr. Wang went up and touched it. The bones aren't broken. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. There's nothing wrong with the innards either. You don't think you have kidney stones, do you? Li Yifei looked stagnant. How old am I? Where did the kidney stones come from? Kidney stones have little to do with age, and can occur in anyone with an irregular routine. Ms. Wang said. You don't stay up a lot at night, do you? Without realizing it, the night was falling. Lin Xie and Honging also finally made their way towards arriving at the auditorium. Looking at the hundreds of students who were lining up to eat, Lin Xie was a bit unresponsive for a moment. The captain didn't say to send food in. It should be a Chang who did this. Red Coma looked toward LV Chang, who was studying the Gatling bullet box with Zhao Conqing not far away. Lin Xie looked puzzled. It's really the same as what Chen Mai said. 7 nights. How is the situation? Li Yifei ran over, holding a box of rice and a bottle of water. Success, Lin Xie said. The Nandu snake demon proper has already been killed by us. Li Yifei let out a sigh of relief. Great! Finally saved. Upon hearing this news, the students who were eating in the auditorium cheered. Ta-da! Don't waste food. Eat and be happy. Lin Xie looked oddly at the hundreds of students who were instantly as well behaved as rabbits. Is this really the first time he's done something like this? I suppose so. Red Ruffian blushed a little. A bottle of water flew from a distance, and Lin Xie caught it in his hand. Go out and fix it. Li Yifei. Follow me. Is it to say something about the night's watch? Well, it's not very convenient here. Yeah. Lin Chia handed the rice and water to Hong Ying and turned around to lead Li Yifei out of the auditorium. He's the original, right? Si Xiaonan walked over. Red Ruffian froze. How did you know that? Chang said so. Si Xiaonan said. A lot of what happened today was a little too coincidental. Like a well-crafted stage. When problems arise, profitability is directly proportional to suspicion. Mere suspicion? Red Ruffian queried. Of course not. Si Xiaonan said. Remember, when we encountered the Nandu snake demon in the girls' dormitory in the morning, Chang swept a gatling through the Nandu snake demon's waist? Li Yifei has been covering his waist today. Red Koma's face was odd. With the recovery power of the Nandu snake demon, it wouldn't be so bad that that kind of injury has never been able to be recovered. Would it? You really think that's a mere bullet, don't you? Si Xiaonan said oddly. Didn't you see that gatling burst into golden flames then? Chang, that sword can enchant bullets. As long as one is hit, unless one's realm is above him, one will keep burning. Li Yifei has been covering his waist today. Look at that expression. It's as if he's having a kidney stone attack. He's really able to endure it. Solved? In a short while, Lin Chia returned inside the auditorium, and Li Yifei didn't come back with him. Aha! Lin Chia nodded. What about here? First, LV Chang swept through the girls' dormitory with his gatling, and then Red Tassel blasted through a building with a single shot. Now this school is littered with craters and the bodies of snake demons. The bottom line is, a lot of students died today. Someone will take care of it. Red Raider said. What happens next is not something we need to worry about. Okay. Lin Chia didn't ask much. By the looks of Red Riding, she didn't look like she knew what would be done with the follow-up either. Okay, time to close up. Red Tassel slung the black box with the lance on his back. Makoto, go back to. Where's Chang? This is not here. Where are the people? Zhao Kong Chang, who was drumming up the gatling, looked at the empty side with a confused face. He was here a minute ago. Dodo. Red Riding pulled out his cell phone and flipped through the messages. I'm going home to sleep first. It's over. Aha. LV Chang is gone. I told you it's useless to mess around like this. Wu Shengnan sighed. LV Chang is not someone who can change his choice by just coaxing 2 sentences. If he can change it by just coaxing 2 sentences, it only means that he doesn't particularly care about this matter, which belongs to the category of doable but not doable. But if it's a decision he's already made, it can't be changed. Not necessarily. Chen Mai said. Wu Shengnan was silent for a moment. Then what other tricks do you have? Headquarters has already given a reply. Chen Mai said. He can be given special status and, moreover, not be bound to him in any way. Wu Shengnan froze. How is this possible? The Night's Watch is not such a nice place to talk. Even if Liu Chang was a divine agent, but he was only a pool realm now. How could he make the headquarters give such concessions? I'm a bit surprised too. Chen Mai said. Accident? Wu Shengnan's face was odd. Why don't I see where you're surprised? Are you hiding something from us? No. What can I hide from you? Chen Mai said. Doesn't Red Riding know him better than I do? Maybe. He's really the illegitimate son of one of the higher-ups? Well, get ready for 7 nights. He's completing his first mission. Greetings? How? A banner? Or a salute? Make another cake. Chapter 30, The Kingdom of Dark Shadows. Are you still working on your recipe? Not far away from Red Tassel's villa, inside a rented house, Blade Dragon was simmering a pot of unknown liquid that gave off a strange odor. The recipe should be this one right here. Blade Dragon mouthed the incantation over and over. At that time, he had used this formula to summon the supreme ruler of the Kingdom of Dark Shadows from his prison in District 13. There should be a medium missing, the Holy Lord said. Medium? Blade Dragon froze. What medium? The Kingdom of Dark Shadows is a special subgenre of that world before ours. The Holy Lord said. How can it work when you're using the same magical summoning spell in this world, and your summoning spell doesn't even reach the Kingdom of Dark Shadows? First, you have to connect to the world before us. Blade Dragon's face darkened. Why didn't you say so earlier? He's been up all day. I didn't think of it until now. The Holy Lord shrugged. Besides, it's your mission, and you're blaming me? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Our great demon of fire, once ruler of the earth, now has to turn into a kitten every day to take care of a mentally unstable god. Blade Dragon taunted. It's getting late. It's time for your escort. Why don't you go? To your disappointment, it's the Earth Lord's turn today. The Holy Lord's expression remained unchanged. How dare you try to provoke him with just a few words? Childish. Blade Dragon also stopped wasting his energy taunting this brazen demon and pondered the information about the spell in his head. After about 3 minutes, Blade Dragon opened his eyes and looked at the Holy Lord. Come and drop the blood. The Holy Lord was a demon born in their world, and he was the medium that worked best. Why don't you use your own? The Holy Lord frowned slightly. Stingy as he was, He was unwilling to give even a single drop of blood. You're a dragon. And dragon blood contains a lot of energy that can accelerate the magic spell to take effect. The sword dragon said. Besides, you're a demon, and your demonic aura is more likely to attract the attention of the Dark Shadow Kingdom. That is to say, my blood is not a necessity? The Holy Lord said. Indeed not, but, then I don't give a damn. It's just a drop of blood. Are you so petty? It's not a drop of blood. It's a matter of principle. And it's well known that I'm an honored dragon and a demonic wizard. And I. With a creak, the door to the room opened and LV Chang, who had left school early, returned. What's wrong with you? Just a drop of my blood. Take it. The Holy Lord stood up with righteousness, walked to the magic potion of the Blade Dragon, cut his fingertip, and atmospherically squeezed out a drop of blood. More. Effective soon. Blade Dragon said. The Holy Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. Good. 3 minutes later, Blade Dragon's purple-black magic potion was rendered purple-red by the Holy Lord's blood. But don't say I can't spare it, the Holy Lord said quietly. The Blade Dragon's eyes twitched slightly at the corners of his eyes, not wanting to bother with this Alzheimer's demon, and closed his eyes to recite his incantation. A purplish-red aura slowly rose, and the originally turbid magic potion suddenly calmed down and transformed into a mirror, and a strange red face flew out from the magic potion's reflection. Hello again, Black Breath Wizard. Terra looked at Blade Dragon with an odd expression. We're really meant to be. It's not that we have a bond. It's that he wants to have a bit of a bond with you. Blade Dragon's eyes signaled Terra to watch his back. Him? Who? Terra turned her head in confusion. Hello. LV Chang greeted in a fairly friendly manner. Bye. After sensing the terrifying yang qi emanating from Lu Chang's body, Terra barely hesitated and turned around to run. Except that he should have easily walked away through the wall. But instead he hit the wall and was bounced back. My eyes. Terra crumbled. Onions again. What are you running for? LV Chang said suspiciously. Am I scary? Why act like you've seen a ghost? Terra crumpled to the ground. This room had been blocked off by Blade Dragon with an onion magic spell, and he couldn't get out. What happened to him? Blade Dragon looked to the Holy Lord. You're a human. You can't feel it. The Holy Lord pointed at Lu Chang. He is the source of yang qi. These Japanese ghosts were once sealed by qi sorcerers. Their sensitivity to yang qi is no less than us demons. Terra seeing him is the same as a normal human seeing a psychopathic murderer with a chainsaw. Do you think he's scared? Blade Dragon's face was odd. So you too. I'm afraid of him. Is that a problem? The Holy Lord justified. No problem. After a while, Terra finally slowed down from the brink of collapse. What do you want by summoning me? Terra asked. I want to borrow your Black Shadow Corps for a while. Lu Chang said. Terra was the supreme commander of the Black Shadow Corps, the king of the Black Shadow Kingdom, and his mask itself was the equivalent of the army's tiger's talisman, with the mask tattoo having the same effect. However, Terra's mask tattoo didn't work on him, because the thing itself was equivalent to a magic spell, and getting this thing on his body, over time, would be corrupted by Terra's consciousness, just like those humans who put on the ghostly masks. So as long as the contact was made, the pure yang sword on his chest would dispel that thing. He had no choice but to have Blade Dragon summon Terra over and have the guy give him direct control of the Black Shadow Corps. The Black Shadow Corps? Terra looked odd. What do you want them for? The essence of the Black Shadow Corps are ghosts, belonging to the inside, the dark creatures and the darkness in the hearts of living beings. This man, with such powerful yang energy, can he summon the Black Shadow Corps? I'm useful. You just have to say, to give, or not to give. Lu Chang said, if you give, then we're friends. If you don't, then we'll be friends later. The corner of Terra's eye twitched. What do you mean? Lu Chang looked at the Blade Dragon and the Holy Lord. I'll come back in 10 minutes later. I hope you guys can give me a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Lu Chang got up and left the room. The moment the door to the room closed, Blade Dragon directly activated the onion magic spell. Terra, you, stop. After almost 3 minutes of Terra wailing, the knife dragon finally stopped. Now, are you willing? Blade Dragon asked. Terra crumbled and looked at the knife dragon. Willing to what? Tell me about it. What's the point of doing it straight away without even saying anything? Blade Dragon froze and looked at the Holy Lord. Didn't I just say that? The Holy Lord recalled. You really didn't say. Yeah, Blade Dragon thought back for a moment, and it did seem like he hadn't. I'm sorry, I'm getting old and forgetting. I'd say you'd be willing to lend him the reins of your own kingdom of dark shadows for a little while? Of course, the odds are that it's of the borrowed or never returned variety. And, if the total control is 10 points, then you have to give him at least 6 points, which means that you are no longer the supreme ruler of the Black Shadow Corps, and at most, you can only exist as the second. Even, from today, you'll have to work for him. No wages, No human rights, no refusal, no resistance. What he wants, what you have, you must give to him, and what you don't have, you must do all you can to find it and give it to him. Do you? Will you? Tara, listen to you is this human language. I knew you didn't want to as soon as I guessed, so I didn't even ask just now. Blade Dragon said, okay, Holy Lord, it's your turn. Wait a minute, don't. 3 minutes later, after enjoying a soul massage from the Holy Lord, Tara lay down on the floor with a slack eye. So they had such a good time torturing me before? The Holy Lord said oddly. Less than 3 minutes to go. Blade Dragon reminded. We're running out of time. Wait. Tara flew up from the ground. I didn't say I wouldn't. Blade Dragon and Holy Lord looked at each other. Then why didn't you say so earlier? The Holy Lord turned and sat down somewhat breathlessly. Waste of time. Tara, did you guys give me a chance to talk? Gave it away. Chapter 31, Oh no one anything. Just to be clear, this is something that would be very difficult to accomplish even if I wanted to. Tara said. Why? Blade Dragon queried. Holy Lord, didn't you tell him? Tara asked. Like the human helpers he had once sought out, they wore masks and needed to call upon the darkness within to summon the Black Shadow Core. And the heavier the darkness within, the more and more powerful the Black Shadow soldiers they could summon. If one was a pure-minded, spotless kind of person, even if one put on the Ghost Shadow Mask, there was no way to summon a Black Shadow soldier. And even the will of the Ghost Shadow Mask couldn't intrude into it. The essence of the Black Shadow Core is darkness. And that thing needs the darkness of the human heart to echo it in order to show itself. That guy out there, with that powerful young energy, how could he possibly call upon a dark creature like the Black Shadow Core? Don't worry about that. The Holy Lord said. Balance of yin and yang, he plays it better than I do. Balance of yin and yang? Tara frowned slightly. Are you sure? You'll know if you give it to him. The Holy Lord said. The extreme of yin gives birth to yang. The extreme of yang gives birth to yin. For that guy, there is nothing that can't be used. The devil's demonic energy that guy can play with. Will he still play with the darkness that doesn't understand this point of the human heart? The 10 minutes ended quickly, and LV Chang opened the door to the room and walked in. Disgust? Lu Chang looked to Tara. I can give you dominion over the kingdom of dark shadows, Tara said, but I'll give you half at most. Why? LV Chang queried. I am the supreme ruler of the Black Shadow Kingdom, and I live and die with it, Tara said. If I give you more than half of my dominion, or if you take more than half of it from me, the kingdom of dark shadows will collapse. Lu Chen looked at the Holy Lord. Is what he said true? It would indeed be if he fused with the Black Shadow Kingdom's origin. The Holy Lord said. You can think of these things as a carrot, and, well, there won't be two carrots the same in the world. You can borrow from the turnip or stand on top of it, but you can't pull it out and go in yourself, because even if you can imitate it as well as you can, you're not the carrot after all, and you won't be welcome in that pit. If you pull the carrot out and force yourself in, that pit is ruined. Lu Chun looked at Blade Dragon. Are the two of them telling the truth? Blade Dragon paused. According to the rules of magic, the root cause cannot be changed, and once it is changed, anything developed based on the root cause will collapse, which will create a deadly cycle. Moreover, if it was possible to rob it, do you think that the Holy Lord, this brazen old thing, would have just borrowed it all along? The kingdom of dark shadows came into existence after the 8 demons were sealed as a way to fill their share of yin, except that they ended up much the same as the demons, having met their yang counterparts and been sealed away. However, just like when the 8 immortals sealed the demons, their respective weapons were tainted with the demonic aura of the demons. When those chi sorcerers sealed Terra and the 9 demonic generals under him, they likewise left behind something like the Ghost Shadow Mask. The entanglement of yin and yang will surely lead to the birth of yang at the extreme of yin as well as yin at the extreme of yang. When the yin side wins, the yin part creates a yang presence. When the yang side wins, the yang part creates a yin presence. Alone yin cannot be born, and alone yang cannot exist. The entanglement of yin and yang can never end unless they die together. Moonstar. After successfully obtaining what he wanted, LV Chang returned to Red Tassel's large villa. As the king of the Black Shadow Kingdom, Terra possessed the authority to command the entire Black Shadow Corps, and the half of the authority that had been split from him could naturally do the same thing. The only drawback was that, since the Black Shadow Kingdom wasn't in this world, summoning the Black Shadow Core over would require the consumption of a large amount of energy. Luckily, he had established a yin and yang balance with the Earth Kuei, and as long as he was grounded in the earth, his energy was endless, and the summoning energy of the Black Shadow Core was not something he needed to worry about at all. Shadow Eater Core, you may begin operations. A group of small shark-like, finger-sized Shadow Eater soldiers dispersed in all directions of Sungnan City under the cover of darkness. Can't pose too much of a threat, Or it wouldn't be a special squad out there. It'd be a human ceiling. To keep the threat above the limits of Squad 136 and within the capabilities of the special squad. If the coma starts now, someone should notice it the day after tomorrow. Silently saying an apology to the innocent citizens who were targeted by the Shadow Eater soldiers, Lu Cheng took out his key and opened the door. Consider it a good night's sleep. The moment the gate opened, a figure quickly rushed towards Lu Cheng. What's wrong? LV Chang patted Han Liao's back. I'm sorry, Red Ruffian said in a low tone. What's sorry? LV Chang was puzzled. This time, didn't take care of you. Red Ruffian apologized. I have, lately, been paying some attention to Seven Knights, but that's because he just arrived, and since you know about his family's situation, I subconsciously took more care of him, but I didn't notice and accidentally left you out in the cold. The corner of Lu Cheng's eye twitched slightly. How did you come up with the word cold? What happened in the cafeteria today? I know what you want, but I really couldn't let Seven Knights face a Pool Realm mystic alone at that time. It was too dangerous. Red Rhapsody said. It's his first mission and he's directly facing this kind of high-risk mission with deadly dangers. I can't leave him alone. So, you chose to leave me behind? Lu Cheng asked. I can't say anything, said the redhead, biting her lip. Sorry. Lu Cheng sighed. Can you stop being so sentimental? Red Ruffian's character is actually less suited to the Night's Watch than he is. She's overly kind, and that's not a plus. Red Riding is always inadvertently attaching tons of responsibilities to herself that don't belong to her. And in the face of mysteriously inflicted casualties, she attributes those responsibilities to herself as well. It always felt like she didn't do enough on her own or she could have saved those tragedies. This kindness of hers could have easily crushed her. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean to do it all this time. Stop. LV Chang interrupted Red Tassel and reached out to push her away. You don't have to apologize to me. You never owed me anything. It's your own right what you do or don't do. It's also your right to be nice to whomever you want to be nice to and whomever you don't. Just like you don't like to pick up on Shannon Wu, you can just as easily ignore me. You don't owe me anything, so why are you apologizing? I can't say it, said the redhead, struggling with her face. She just felt that as an older sister, a senior, she should take care of her younger brother and her juniors a little more. Lin Xie was her brother, and so was Lu Chang. However, in the past, there was only Lu Chang, but now there was an additional Lin Xie. Si Xiaonan would be angry for a long time because Lin Xie had taken away her position as the troops' favorite after her arrival, and Lu Chang was the same. Except he didn't say anything and she didn't notice. But she should have noticed. This whole thing is her dereliction of duty. Don't take the blame for yourself, okay? LV Chang said. You don't have that many responsibilities, and you don't have to take care of everyone. You should be taking care of yourself first and foremost. If you can't take care of yourself, how can you take care of others? Have you been fooled by those slogans of the Night's Watch? Do you really think about burning yourself to illuminate others all day long? Do you really consider yourself a savior? I didn't. Red Ruffian lowered his head a little sheepishly. No, why are you bowing your head? What's there to see on the ground? Lu Cheng asked. I didn't lower my head. Honging stubbornly raised her head and gathered enough courage to meet Lu Cheng's eyes. Only, in the moment her eyes crossed, she dropped her head down again with a weak heart. Stand still. With a jolt, Red Raider subconsciously finished standing at attention. Look at you now. LV Chung frowned. Are you not getting the picture? I asked you. Where is this place? Red Ruffles froze. My house. How did I get here? Lu Cheng asked. I picked it up. Red Raider said. Then since this is your home, you're the one who picked me up. And you're the one who's been taking care of me for the past few years. Then what exactly were you apologizing for just now? Lu Cheng asked. Do you owe me anything? Red Riding hesitated. I don't think so. Do you have any responsibilities to me that you have to take? Lu Cheng asked. Red Riding thought for a moment. I don't think so. Then you're sorry, Lu Cheng said breathlessly. Who you want to be nice to, who you're willing to pay attention to and take care of. That's up to you. And you're the one who's paying for it. How much you are willing to pay and whether you are willing to continue to pay is your own right. Instead of giving 10 points yesterday and 5 points today, you subconsciously feel like you owe someone 5 points. Get this straight. You owe no one. Not a penny. Remember? I remember. No. Remember. Get back to bed. Yes. The redhead turned around, ran all the way back to her room, undressed and turned off the light to go to bed. After a few moments, Red Riding sits up with a jolt. Hiss. No. Chapter 32, The Vanishing Shadow. This area is the wards. There is only one ward open at the moment, and there is only one patient you need to take care of at the moment. Her name is Nyx, and for the exact illness, you can see for yourself in a moment that I have written up the medical records. Inside the Asylum of the Gods, Lin Qiye was briefing Li Yifei, who had just signed the deed of sale. Wait, playground? Li Yifei couldn't help but interrupt. Isn't this a sick bay? A playground was built in the hospital? It's not fixed yet, Lin Qiye said. It shouldn't be long though. And that's one of your important tasks, to help me keep an eye on those strange creatures that came out of nowhere. Li Yifei froze. Isn't this your territory? There are also things you don't know? Well, Lin Qiye paused, thinking about how he should be able to explain this matter in a way that made sense. There's actually another patient here who escaped a long time ago, but he often brings back odd things to coax Nix, and I can't control him. And, of course, don't dare to care. A grumpy man who could tear the wards apart and force his way out. He'd be afraid to say anything for a second. You can't even manage it? Li Yifei had a bad feeling. So what should I do if I meet him? Try not to clash with him, Lin Qiye said. Of course, you'll have to find a way to keep an eye on him when he comes back. And from now on, you'll be my eyes when I'm not around. Although that East China Emperor hadn't done anything so far, merely bringing some rare things back to see Nix. But just in case. Also, he was a little flustered. At first he thought this asylum was his exclusive hangout. But it didn't take long for him to realize first that there was another ex-director named Memorial here who could win things from Nix, and a patient who came and went as he pleased completely unchecked by the asylum. The Emperor of the East China. Who knows if something else will pop up out of nowhere that's out of control? Li Yifei's expression stiffened. You let me go to someone you don't even dare to control? This is your job, Lin Qiye rationalized. Forget the contract you just signed? Li Yifei, you still know that is a pact. Another mystery has arisen? Early morning. Peace office. Lin Qiye, who had just entered the door, was brought to the conference room hall by Wen Qimo. Everyone is here. I will now explain the situation. Wu Shangnan's face was ugly. This one's a mystery, and quite tricky. The crowd frowned. Wu Shangnan had always been strict with his words, and when it was difficult for the snake demon a few days ago, he had only said that it was a bit troublesome. But now, not only did he use the word troublesome, but he also added a quite, which indicated that the problem was probably out of their range of capabilities. Is it the Ghost Face King's kind of Chuan realm? Or is it the Sea realm? Hong Ying asked. Neither, Wu Shangnan said. The truth is, we didn't know what we were dealing with until now. But that thing has made an impact on a large scale in Canyon City. Red Raider froze. There are already casualties? Casualties are not. Wu Shangnan dropped the survey information onto the big screen. It's a coma. Starting 2 days ago. People who were unconscious began to appear all over the city of Tsangnan City. There was nothing physically wrong with these people, but no matter what first aid the hospitals used, they were unable to wake up. Slumber? Si Xiaonan frowned slightly. Same as Makoto? The sleep states are similar, but there is one big difference. Wu Shangnan put out a photo alone. Did you guys notice anything different about these two pictures? Different? Red Raider narrowed his eyes slightly. This just isn't the same hand, is it? Pay attention to the details. Wu Shangnan reminded. Lin Qiye took a closer look and his face changed slightly. He has no shadow? Right. Wu Shangnan put up multiple more photos in succession. There are no shadows for anyone currently in a coma. It's a pretty nasty mystery. And the number of comas is still rising. So far we have over 5,000 countable comas. 5,000? Red Ruffian snapped. Rising. Then why are you just finding out now? Sit down. Wu Shangnan held up his glasses. It's not that I didn't want to deal with it as early as possible. In the beginning, for those who were unconscious, people just thought they were too tired, and it wasn't until the next day that one after another people took the unconscious people to the hospital. It wasn't until last night that we finally got the news, and the captain and I have been investigating through the night, which is why we have this information now. And the problem now, none of us know what we're dealing with, and I can't find any mystical lore about the shadow side. Your force, Red, is useless. Then we should start investigating now, Red Raider said. Not yet, Wu Shangnan said. What do you mean it's not time yet? Red Ruffles exploded. Are you going to wait until you're in a coma for another 20,000 before it's time? Wu Shangnan's expression remained unchanged. Because coma attacks only happen at night. Now, it's daytime. The reddish color of his face flushed with incomparable embarrassment. Fortunately, Si Xiaonan was quick-witted and got up in a hurry to press the red tassel down. These people, are they merely unconscious and not otherwise harmed? Lin Qiye asked. Among the people that the captain and I have investigated so far, it's like this, Wu Shangnan said, but a widespread coma incident, if it's not resolved soon, will soon cause a panic, and the fact that the comatose people don't have shadows will soon be noticed. Did the Crow of Calamity not react to something this big? Si Xiaonan asked. No, Wu Shangnan shook his head. That's one of the things I can't figure out. by all rights. With this kind of citywide mystery, the Crow of Calamity would have been screaming at the top of its lungs. I'm afraid, but it didn't react at all. Could it be that thing is broken? Lin Chiya said. No, Calamity Crow would be a problem if all of them. Wu Shangnan paused. We don't even have a meeting here. Calamity Crow's early warning ability could not be wrong. If it was really dangerous to the point that even Calamity Crow didn't react, then Sangnan City was afraid that it would have already been wiped off the map. The captain has already reported this matter to the Night's Watch headquarters. Support should arrive soon. Our task is to stop the situation from deteriorating further before the support arrives, as well as to collect as much mysterious information as possible. Wu Shangnan said. Wait, how are you sure the attack only happened at night? Red Raider asked. Wu Shangnan sighed. If this kind of attack would have happened during the day, with so many people walking on the street and someone suddenly fainting on the ground with no shadow, do you think Sangnan City would still be so quiet now? At least so far, there have been no instances of people suddenly passing out and falling to the ground during the day, and no witnesses to the mysterious crime. That's why, for the time being, we've judged that this mystery will only operate at night. Also, the people who have passed out so far, without exception, have been in bed, and there are no people who have passed out during the course of the operation, which is why it hasn't caused too much panic. For now, we notified the hospital and categorized the unconscious people as food poisoning, but sooner or later, the Shadow's business will be discovered. If not, already has been discovered. That is to say, the mystery of these attackers, the probability of fighting is very weak, Lin Chiya said. Or even the average human can't beat them and can only rely on sneak attacks? Wu Shangnan nodded. We can't rule out this possibility, but we still shouldn't take it lightly. We don't know right now what means this mystery is using to steal the humans' shadows, nor do we know what they want the shadows for. If this time, the mystery is using over-devouring human shadows to become stronger, then we are in big trouble. Chen Mai said. Devouring shadows? Lin Chia's brain was a bit spinning. Can shadows eat too? I don't know, but since it's a mystery, anything is possible. Chen Mai said. That, if mystery will sneak up on people who are asleep, then, when Shimal looked at Red Tassel, Shang, is he awake? Chapter 33, The Masked Squad. 6,000? You guys eat that fast? Looking at the tall figure of the Shadow Eater Legion in front of him, Lu Cheng's face was a bit unnatural. Eat slowly and don't make a big deal out of it. In total, he just let out 20 Shadow Eaters and had them scattered in all directions of Sangnan City, originally thinking that it was only 20, which was less than 3 days. Plus he gave a lot of restrictions. He couldn't attack people who were in the middle of an action. He could only eat those who were sleeping, and he couldn't continuously commit crimes in one place. He couldn't be seen, and he couldn't injure anyone. With so many restrictions, he thought he shouldn't be able to eat much. As a result, by this morning, these 20 Shadow Eaters had already eaten more than 6,000 people's shadows. What if there's no limit to this? I'm afraid the city can be destroyed in one night. No, you guys are too big for this. Having devoured the shadows of 6,000 people, these 20 Shadow Eater soldiers were all at least over 3 meters tall, with the tallest being almost 5 meters. That bloody mouth opens and eats shadows? People can swallow it in one bite. You guys don't eat it first. With a thought, Lu Cheng summoned 10 more tiny little miniature Shadow Eater soldiers. The next few of you action. By the way, eat slowly. Every night, each person can only eat a maximum of 20. Control the number. The tiny little Shadow Eater soldiers lined up and nodded in unison, looking inexplicably cute. Ha! Lu Cheng's face changed slightly. The black shadow soldier he placed on guard outside saw Red Tassel rushing back with the black box on his back. You guys duck. At those words, the Shadow Eater soldiers surrounding the room instantly disappeared into the darkness. Makoto. Hong Liao kicked open the door and rushed into the villa, straight to Lu Cheng's room. Boo! For eyes on each other. Lu Cheng, who was in the middle of getting dressed, turned back with a confused look on his face. You, don't knock? The red color blushed and turned around in a hurry. Hug. Sorry, I didn't see anything. The corner of Lu Cheng's eye twitched. Remember to fix the door. Are you blushing like a bubble teapot? I didn't take off my panties. What can you see? Makoto is fine. Up already. In the living room, hanging up the phone, the redhead leaned in and took a deep breath, barely regaining her composure. So embarrassing. What are you on fire for? Lu Cheng walked down the stairs and saw the gate that had also been poisoned by Red Tassel. It's an expensive door. Mystery again. Red Rumor said. At the moment we speculate that this mystery will sneak up on people who are asleep, and I was uneasy about you, so I rushed back to check it out. LV Cheng face odd. Why don't you call? The Red Tassel looked embarrassed. I forgot. Have you eaten breakfast? LV Chang walked into the kitchen and brought out breakfast. Not yet. The redhead took it dryly. No, didn't you just get up? I just went back to my room to change, Lu Chang said. He had recorded his cooking skills directly into the ninja soldier's brains, making them perfect copies of his cooking skills. Why do it yourself when you're being served? But, said the redoubtable man, looking around the villa oddly, why do I feel so clean at home? When did you clean it? Not only the floor, but even the ceiling and even the big chandelier were wiped clean. Yesterday, Lu Chang said. I had nothing to do yesterday, so I cleaned the house, and you guys came home late and didn't notice. Oh, said the redoubtable man, and he didn't suspect a thing. After all, LV Chang did have a bit of a cleanliness fetish, and with his ability to turn the ceiling into a floor, it was only natural that he was idly bored of cleaning the house so clean. By the way, you just said that there was a mysterious attack. What's the situation? Lu Chang asked. This is it. Hong Ying took out her cell phone and sent LV Chang the information that Wu Shangnan had compiled for them. Now that the entire city of Sangnan is under threat, the captain has requested backup from headquarters, and we need to investigate more mysterious relevant information before the backup arrives. When he finished speaking, Red Riding had finished forcing his breakfast and stood up. Chang, be careful. I'm going to work. What support? Lu Chang asked. Is it a special squad? Well, it seems to be. Masked squad, Red Raider said. They're awesome. The corners of Lu Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Why would it be the masked squad? Where are the other special squads? It's the Phoenix squad he wants. What's Mask doing here? The masked squad is the one responsible for mysterious event support within Daxia, Red Tassel said. Each special squad has its own responsibility. Like the Phoenix squad, they are mainly responsible for mysterious events related to the Western Mists. As for the other two squads, I'm not too sure. Well, without further ado, you must be careful at home by yourself. The mystery this time is good at sneaking up on you. After saying that, Red Tassel rushed out with the black box on his back. Your sister. Lu Chang's eyes twitched slightly. Is the division of labor that clear? Meanwhile, the masked squad, which had received orders from the Night's Watch headquarters, had boarded a fighter jet bound for Sangnan City, devouring human shadows? And this mystery? It's taken out over 6,000 people? Are the vigilantes in Canyon City so poorly alerted? No, shouldn't the human ceiling be deployed when there are so many people in trouble? Inside the cabin, the man in the swirling mask was completely confused by the information at hand. It's not that their alertness is poor, but this time, the mystery is special. Until now, no one has seen exactly what kind of mystery has taken the shadows of so many people, the man wearing the king mask said. And even that, they don't even know what they're dealing with yet. That much trouble? The woman in the rose mask sat up. Not a single witness? No, King Face said. This is the main reason why Sangnan City hasn't made a scene yet. Although there are many people in a coma, no one has seen anything strange at all. And even those who have passed out are merely in a coma, plus losing their shadows. Other than that, they haven't even been injured in a fall. The Night Watchman of Canyon City speculates that this time, the mystery will only sneak up on those who are asleep. Or, this mysterious frontal battle power is so weak that it can't even defeat ordinary people, and can only take the human's shadow by sneak attack. The biggest problem at the moment is that we have no idea who we're going to be fighting, and HQ has given instructions that if we can't resolve this in 3 days, a human ceiling will be deployed. That bad? Whirlwind was a little puzzled. None of them caused any real casualties. It's not that high of a battlefield if they're just unconscious, is it? Just no real casualties so far, King Face said. Who knows if there will be any other problems for those who have had their shadows taken away. And if the shadows taken away don't come back, those who are in a coma, I'm afraid that they will also be asleep forever. And I'm afraid the number of comatose people is about to skyrocket if those taken shadows can strengthen the mysterious power. We don't have 3 days to act. It has to be resolved tonight. Chapter 34. What's the point of bringing a key if you can pick a lock? I've searched every ancient book and myth I can find, and I can't find anything related to the shadow. We've been searching the sewers all day and there's no sign of the mystery. Hardest hit areas investigated. No eyebrows raised at all. No eyewitnesses. Hospital investigation. Normal health. Unclear cause of coma. In the activity room, the crowd that had been working all day looked incredibly heavy. The scariest battle is not how powerful the enemy is, but the fact that none of them know what they are facing or how to fight. Even, one can only watch as more and more people pass out. Captain, do you think that Masked Squad will be able to solve this? Red Tassel worried. How can you fight a battle where you don't even know who the enemy is? I don't know. Chen Mai shook his head. It's the first time that's happened to me. Too, obviously, the mysterious hazards had spread to their doorsteps. but they still didn't even know who the enemy was, which was simply horrible. Just Canyon City for now. What's next? At the current rate, it was feared that in less than a month, the entire city would fall into slumber, and even more, this mysterious disaster would continue to spread to the surrounding area. It's like a fog. In front of the peace office. Since it was daytime and a large crowd, the 7 men of the masked squad did not carry their trademark cloaks and masks. Captain, is that Blue Rain, Senior, and Black Impermanence really here? Whirlpool asked. How does? Feel a little bleak? Alright, don't say anything you shouldn't. Wang Neon interrupted. We've got a big job on our hands this time. Let's hope they've investigated a little bit or else. Excuse me, please. LV Chang walked over, took a wire out of his pocket, poked the lock, and opened the door of the office. I'm sorry, the office is closed today for business. Please come back another day if you need anything. After saying that, Lu Chang closed the door. Captain, that guy just opened the door with a wire, right? Whirlwind asked. Wang Neon's face was a bit unnatural. Are they all so tuggy in this business now? It's not dark yet, is it? Captain, I want to learn a hand from him. Whirlpool said. It feels like, will be useful later. Learn, catch a thief. Chance came up and kicked open the door of the office. Hearing the commotion, Lu Chang subconsciously pulled out his carry-on AK. You, want to rob? Or a Hummer? Whirlwind said oddly. It seems like there's a great deal of hidden danger in Sangnan City's law and order. I suggest you put the gun down and don't let things get out of hand. King Face said. Oh. Lu Chang shrugged and threw the AK in his hand directly onto the firm's couch. At the same time, a smoke bomb rolled down in front of Wang Neon's few people. Boo! Sister Honging, there's a robbery. Masked squad, a thief calling out a thief? Ahem. Sorry, this is all a misunderstanding. Inside the underground conference room, several people from Chiang Mai who heard the commotion rushed up, avoiding further fermentation of the matter, and at the same time, picking up the 7 people from the masked squad. If he's from the firm, why did he use wire to pry the door open? Wang Neon was puzzled. Because I don't have a key, LV Chang said with a straight face. The 7 members of the masked squad cast a puzzled look at Chen Mai. He's actually not someone from our firm. Chen Mai was still a bit bad at explaining for a while. You guys just pretend he's a temp. Even a temp can't break in, right? Rose said. What if this is seen by others and misunderstood? The crowd's faces were odd. You seem to be the one who misunderstood the most, don't you? A kick to the front door. Chance averted his gaze in some embarrassment. Who'd have thought that people at the firm would have to use wire to open their doors? The main reason is that the residents in the neighborhood all know him and know that he's from the firm. And he's so used to breaking into doors that I forgot to give him the key, Chen Mai explained. Besides, he couldn't use the key before. LV Chang had come to the firm before with someone to bring him here. Basically there would be no time for him to act alone. And during this time he was suddenly able to move around on his own. And everyone hadn't reacted yet. Prying doors is not a good habit. Captain Chen, you'd better take a key to him, Wang Mian said. I don't want it. Lu Chang said. Having a key is a pain in the ass to remember to bring. But don't you have to carry wire without a key? Whirlpool said. Is there a difference? Of course there's a difference. Lu Chang said. A key that opens only one door, but a wire that opens many doors. And I may not have keys to every door. Whirlwind nodded. Makes sense. Can you teach me? The tuition is $50,000. Lu Chang said. Pay first, take the class later. It's a package deal. The corner of Whirlpool's eye twitched. That expensive? Why don't you go grab it? First of all, robbery is against the law. Lu Chang sized up what the Whirlpools were wearing. Secondly, I don't see that you guys are short of that kind of money. Or is it that you're just gold and jade? That's right. All wanting to learn how to pick locks. What kind of decent person can he be? Lu Chang skimmed his lips, moralizing. No, are you really the masked squad? It can't be an imposter, can it? Cough. Chen Mai coughed heavily twice. Let's get down to business. Old Chen. I don't think they look like good people. Lu Chang reminded. Maybe it's really an imposter. If it's really someone from the masked squad, how could they possibly think of learning a skill like lockpicking? Red Riding. Pull him away. Captain. I think what Chang said. Mainami. Captain. I can't pull him. What? Captain. I can't beat him. Chen Mai took a deep breath, stood up, picked up Lu Chang and threw him out of the conference room, closed the door and then unlocked it from the inside before walking back with confidence. I'm sorry to make you all laugh. Whirlwind looked odd. I think he. Shut up. Wang Mian had a black face. The most humiliating thing is you. Captain Chen, has there been any progress in the investigation of the mystery that caused this attack? Wang Mian asked. Chen Mai shook his head. Not at all. We searched a large number of areas where the attacked person was located, and the sewers were looked for as well, but no traces were found at all. Did you watch the surveillance? Surveillance. Right, surveillance hasn't been watched yet. TCH, how did you get to be the captain of the Night's Watch with that brain of yours? It couldn't have been through the back door, could it? This brain of mine. Chen Mai's face darkened as he turned his head to look at LV Chang, who at some point had mortared himself behind him. How did you get in here? Pick the lock. Lu Chang shook the wire in his hand. The corner of Chen Mai's mouth twitched slightly. I locked it from the inside. You can pry it open from the outside? Well, actually, I used a little trick. Lu Chang said. You see, this on and off. It's an opposing and contradictory state of the lock, right? Opening is yang, then closing is yin. If yin and yang are reversed, is this lock that should be closed, opened? Chen Mai was confused. For a while, everyone in the conference room, including the 7 members of the masked squad, gazed at Lu Chang with an unspeakable look. That's ing okay, isn't it? Chapter 35, The Enemy Advances and I Retreat. What's this thing? With LV Chang's reminder, Chen Mai found several copies of the victim's indoor surveillance. In the darkness, a monster shaped like a shark with sharp teeth and a large mouth, but no eyes, emerged from the shadows out of nowhere and ate the shadow of the person sleeping in the room in one bite before returning to the darkness once more. Able to move through shadows? Chen Mai's face was extremely ugly. No wonder they couldn't find anything. It seems to have gotten a little bigger after it ate the shadow, Lin Xie said. The crowd carefully repeated their observations of the changes in the Shadow Eater monster in the video. It did get a little bigger, King Face said. It seems this mystery feeds on human shadows, and the more they eat, the bigger they get. But why do they just sneak around and not attack humans? Are they not interested? Or can't they eat? I guess the key question now is, how do we find these Shadow Eater monsters? Rose said. They can move in dark shadows, and as long as they hide in the darkness, we won't even be able to find them, let alone take them out. In other words, these monsters, they belong to the dark creatures? Lin Xie suddenly asked. It should be, Chen Mai said. What's wrong? If they're dark creatures, I think I have a way to find them, Lin Xie said. The Starry Night Dancer, which granted him the ability to communicate with nocturnal animals, and dark creatures, if they were any indication, would also fall into the category of nocturnal animals. You? The king's face was in disbelief. What do you have in mind? If I remember correctly, you are the divine agent of the Blazing Angel Michael, right? The Blazing Angels belong to the light and divine existence. That thing is a creature of darkness, and they should be extremely averse to your aura. Everyone has their own secrets, but I don't think now is the time to explore them, Lin Xie said. Yeah, like, how did you guys get the surveillance in people's rooms? Lu Chang said slyly. Cough. Chen Mai coughed heavily twice. Now is not the time to focus on that. We should start working on a plan of action. Action plan. Since he didn't want to be led astray by LV Chang, he was kicked out while Chen Mai and the masked squad were discussing their plans. As long as my shadow-devouring soldiers don't come out, will you still be able to hunt down the Black Shadow Kingdom? You're not going to settle this until Phoenix Squad arrives. And communicating with nocturnal animals? My Black Shadow Corps are no nocturnal animals. They travel both day and night. Shadow Eater Corps, withdraw. Early the next morning, the 136th Squad as well as the Masquerade Squad that had ambushed Lin Xie's perimeter began to get suspicious as they looked at Lin Xie, who still hadn't made the slightest movement. Captain, this kid shouldn't be fooling us, right? Whirlpool said skeptically. We've been on guard all night. Where's the Shadow Eater? Wait a little longer. Wang Mian said. What's the point of waiting? The kid's a Blazing Angel agent. What can he do about dark creatures? Whirlpool spat. You guys are really too. You believe whatever he says. Ha! Meanwhile, Lin Xie, who had been attempting to call out all night, was in a rather awkward situation. He had already asked quite a few nocturnal animals in Songnan City to help him look for signs of the Shadow Eater monster, but there were none. Could it be that the Shadow Eaters don't count as nocturnal animals this time? 7 nights. Still no reaction? Chen Mai asked. No, Lin Xie said. That shadow-eating monster didn't seem to show up all night. Shannan got the news as well. Chen Mai said. There were no new comatose people in Canyon City last night. Lin Xie froze. Could it be that they feel threatened and aren't coming out? Very likely. Chen Mai said. It seems that this Shadow Eater monster has a high level of intelligence, and the arrival of the masked squad has given them a sense of threat. But if they keep hiding like this, those who are already unconscious will be in trouble. Didn't show up all night? Since Lin Xie had been fruitless, the operation ended in failure after the sun had fully risen. Good news. No new victims last night. Bad news. They're in a dead heat. They won't come out when we're here. But we can't keep guarding this place, can we? Whirlpool said. And what about the unconscious ones? This kind of mystery of the enemy entering and retreating has never been encountered before. Wang Mian's tone was a bit heavy. Most of the mysteries that they had encountered so far were mainly destructive. And even when faced with the Night's Watch who were even more powerful than them, very few mysteries would directly retreat. Most would choose to fight first, and then there would be no chance to escape if they wanted to. Like this one that shrinks back when it senses a threat. There's absolutely nothing they can do about it. You can't find the root cause, and you can't even try to initiate an attack. Report to the headquarters. This matter, we are afraid that we do not have the ability to solve it. Wang Mian said. But we just came. Nothing has been done. Directly reported that they cannot do it. Yi commander there. Tianping wanted to say. Let's curse. We can't drag it out slowly with those Shadow Eater monsters. We can't afford to drag it out. And neither can those 6,000 or so people who passed out. Wang Mian said. This is a matter that only that human sealing can resolve. Captain, did you say? One ride, miles of soul? Whirlpool said. No one can escape his tracking. King Face said. The shadow-eating monsters we can't find. Only he can. What the hell? This calls for a human sealing? No. You guys want to be hasty? Lu Chang, who had pried the news out of Red Tassel's mouth, was confused. No. It's not even going to stick around for a while? Shaking people so dryly? It can't be helped. We can't even find the shadows of those Shadow Eater monsters. Red Ruffian said. We can't take the lives of those 6,000 or so people to slowly wear out with these Shadow Eater monsters. Well, you be careful. Well, you be careful too. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chang looked up at the several large Shadow Eater soldiers in front of him. It seems to have played off. Human sealings. There seems to be one of them called Miles of Soul Chasing that can read the timeline of anything it touches. So if that guy comes over and realizes he's the culprit, won't he mail it? But now, they couldn't just let the Shadow Eater soldier return the devoured shadow, or else it would be even more suspicious. If people are skeptical and have to get to the bottom of it to see what's going on, he still has to send it. How can you just swing a high game to a newbie village without being marshal? Chapter 36, Witches and Shadow Eaters. You found the mythological tome of this Shadow Eater monster? Peace firm. Not wanting to be targeted by the human sealing, LV Chung came over and snubbed it. This has to be resolved by a sensible and reasonable means or he's screwed. Unexpected discovery. Lu Chung took out the ancient book that heated Blade Dragon Age. The name of this mystery, known as Shadow Eater, was born out of Japanese folklore. Japan? Chiang Mai froze. No wonder Xiangnan Wu couldn't find any relevant information at all. Any detailed information? King Face asked. It says here that Shadow Eater is a special mystery born in the samurai era. Lu Chang said. In the 12th century A.D., our Song and Yuan periods, Minamoto no Yoritama was made shogun of the conquering barbarians and established the first shogunate regime in Kamakura, known as the Kamakura shogunate, which was Japan's first regime under the rule of a martial family, with the samurai class holding all levels of power in the country, from the local to the central level. However, Bushido, which was promoted by the samurai class, led to samurai duels all over the country, on a regular basis. There was a period of time when the samurai even completely deserted politics and spent all their time thinking about fighting, and the Bushido of that period was so brutal that once a duel was set, the government would step in to act as a notary, and one side had to die for the duel to stop. Otherwise both sides that initiated the samurai duel would have to die because they had tainted the spirit of Bushido. In such an atmosphere, a witch prayed to the darkness in order to stop the samurai from killing each other and to restore stability to the local politics, hoping that she could quiet the violent samurai. The darkness answered her prayers, and Phage appeared. These Shadow Eaters can devour the shadows of humans and put them to sleep. And whenever a samurai tries to initiate a duel, the witch sends out the Shadow Eaters and eats their shadows. To stop the fight? Red Ruffian's face was odd. Then why did these devouring shadows attack Sungnan City? Could someone be directing them? The corner of LV Chang's eye twitched. The story isn't over yet. The witch's behavior was soon reported, and the samurai class was outraged by the witch's actions and felt she had insulted the samurai. So the samurai banded together and had the witch executed. As a result of the witch's death, the Shadow Eaters lost control, and perhaps in response to the witch's expectation of peace, the Shadow Eaters began to devour the shadows of humans indiscriminately, figuring that as long as everyone fell asleep, no one would ever fight again. The devouring shadows went out of control, causing almost all of Japan to fall into a deep slumber, and then the goddess Amaterasu couldn't stand it anymore, and stepped in to stop these devouring shadows, reclaiming the shadows that had been consumed by the devouring shadows and banishing them back into the darkness. However, one of the Yin Yang masters left a prophecy. The same one who wrote this book, that when the light of the goddess of heavenly illumination ceased to shine, the banished phantom eaters would eventually return from the darkness to the earth once again, stopping all the strife on earth. In that case, these devouring shadows, it seems that they are not bad, Red Coma said oddly. It only eats shadows and doesn't hurt at all. Is this a question of whether it's bad or not? Chiang Mai was speechless. Choosing to put everyone into a deep sleep in order to stop the fight seems fine. But who will take care of those who pass out? And if you sleep too long, you'll starve to death. It doesn't look like a problem at first glance, but when you think about it, it's a big ing problem. But why would the person whose shadow was taken fall into a deep sleep? King Face asked. The Yin and Yang master who wrote this said that there is Yin and Yang in a person's body. The Yang energy transforms into the person's material body, while the Yin energy is the shadow that a person creates when the light shines. And that's the gateway to darkness. Lu Chang said, when the devouring shadow takes away a human's shadow, the lack of Yin energy leads to an imbalance between Yin and Yang, and the person falls into a coma. Then does it say how to deal with that kind of shadow eater monster? Wang Mian asked. It says here that the shadow eaters came to Earth in response to the witch's expectation of peace, and that to make them stop, they'll have to find another witch, communicate with the darkness, and cancel that directive. Lu Chang said, communicating darkness? King Face froze. How do you communicate? I don't know. It's not written here. LV Chang shrugged. The odds are that this Yin-Yang master himself doesn't know how to communicate. Otherwise they would have communicated already. Why wait until Goddess Amaterasu does it? His book is not bull ********. It's real history. He borrowed a time crystal ball from the Holy Lord and sent the Black Shadow Corps back to the Kamakura shogunate period to create such a piece of history. Everything written in this ancient book is true. The Echidna did nearly regiment Japan, and they were indeed banished back to the darkness by the goddess Amaterasu. The Night's Watch headquarters could definitely verify it if they wanted to. The highest level of counterfeiting, making the fake real. If this story is true, then, I think that I have a way, Lin Chiye said. Upon hearing that, the 7 members of Masked Squad and everyone else in Squad 136 cast odd glances at him. That's what you said yesterday. Have you guys forgotten about that golden crow? Lin Chiye said. Golden crow? What golden crow? Wang Nian was puzzled. A crow suspected to be a golden crow appeared in Songnan City some time ago. Chiang Mai said. This is a matter that we have not reported to headquarters for the time being since it is still under investigation. Goddess Amaterasu is a sun goddess. Since she was able to expel those devouring shadows back into the darkness, then, the golden crow, which also has the attributes of a sun god, should be able to do the same. Lin Chiye said. The sun. Whirlwind said with an odd expression on his face. The blazing angel Michael also has solar attributes, right? Lin Chiye's expression stagnated. I'm only in the marigold realm. I'm weak after using the blazing angel divine might once. How can I deal with so many devouring shadows? Chiang Mai stood up. It's daytime now. We don't have any other way. Everyone spread out and go look for that golden crow. I'll report this information to the headquarters. If this information is true, I'll request the headquarters to transfer a person with the ability of the solar attribute to come over for support. That. Lu Cheng shook the 2 witch costumes in his hand. Don't you guys want to try what this book says, and have a witch fix this? I think that witches work better than crows. The crowd looked at Lu Cheng oddly. If they had just listened to Lu Cheng introduce so much, and they still had a little bit of confidence in the authenticity of this matter, then now, they were very skeptical that this kid was just making this stuff up in order to get the girls here to wear it. This ancient book is written in Japanese. They can't even read it. Even if LV Chang had messed up the translation, they wouldn't have known about it. Chapter 37, East China Emperor goes out to the west? You have to use ing violence when it's obvious that a witch can solve the problem. You guys. Lu Chang was kicked out of the conference room by Chiang Mai along with his witch costume. Obviously, people are not buying into this approach, and trying to find the crows. Find your sister. LV Chang was incredibly tired. Originally, he had wanted to resolve this matter in a cheerful manner, and incidentally allow the Shadow Eater Corps to operate in Songnan City openly and honestly in the future. After all, this ability to put people to sleep by swallowing shadows was handy for treating insomnia, and could even be developed into a nationwide industry chain. But what's with all the fighting and killing going on in these vigilantes' heads? This jungle isn't all about fighting and killing. The asylum of the gods. Due to the Night's Watch's abnormal brain circuits, Lu Chang also had to cooperate with them to resolve this matter first. Otherwise it would be troublesome if they really invited the human sealing over. He didn't want to start living on the run right now. Dong Hua, what's wrong with you? On the merry-go-round, Nix was hugging LV Chang in kitten form. It's fine. LV Chang raised his head. Is there anything else you want to play? In order to give Nix more things to play with, he summoned a tomcat with a mouse charm and built a whole playground here. and usually it was Tom and also Jerry who accompanied Nix. Li Yifei, as the caretaker arranged by Lin Xie and an eyewitness, was tagging along as Nyx's grandson. I want to go for a walk with you, Nix said. Go out, LV Chang said with a hard look on his face. I'm afraid that's going to take a while. Nix was normal when she faced him, but only when she faced him. She still recognized bottles and jars as her children if she wasn't paying attention a little. The medicine can't be stopped, and he wasn't in a position to pull Nix out, having to wait until she was at 50% or more of her healing progress before he could be discharged for a short period of time. Is something bothering you? Nix asked. I need a little bit of the phoenix's feather to make an amulet, Lu Chang said. Phoenix? Nix froze. Didn't Queen Mother West raise a lot of them? You can go ask her for them. The corner of Lu Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Queen Mother of the West? No, big sister. Why do you, a Greek god of creation, know the Queen Mother of the West? During this period of time, he also noticed that Lin Xie was looking up some detailed information about the mythology of the Grand Xia, and that guy had even asked in the firm if there would be any interactions between the different god systems. In addition, Lin Xie mentioned Emperor Donghua several times. So, the probability is that the Donghua that Nix is talking about is the Donghua Emperor, one of the two gods. It's not convenient for me to go right now, Lu Chang said. The great summer gods were all sacrificed when the mists arrived. The Queen Mother of the West did leave behind a doppelganger to sit in Kunlun. However, Yang Jin's memories of reincarnation have awakened, and the probability is that the Queen Mother of the West has also entered reincarnation, and he can't mess around with it now that he's not clear about the situation. Moreover, is he, the divine agent, acting on behalf of Lu Dongbin or Emperor Donghua? These two people are different inside different versions. In some versions, Lu Dongbin is the reincarnation of Emperor Donghua, but in some versions, these two gods have nothing to do with each other. He wasn't sure exactly which version of mythology this world was, and the character Donghua Dijun hadn't appeared in the original divine beheading. The Queen Mother of the West was a half-step supreme god, second only to the existence of the three purities. Then the Emperor of the East China should also be on the same level as her, and since this level of god had not appeared, the probability was that it did not exist. However, the Queen Mother of the West is good at forging, and she is playing the Pyongyang forging art, which LV Dongbin, LV Chunyang, Emperor Donghua. It's really hard not to be suspicious. Moreover, Nyx had called him Donghua from the very first time they met, so it was more likely that Emperor Donghua existed. However, how could Nyx, a Greek god of creation, be acquainted with Emperor Donghua, even the Queen Mother of the West? What is the relationship between these three gods? Moreover, the Jade Emperor exists, and in many people's perception, the Jade Emperor is a pair with the Queen Mother of the West. Did the Queen Mother of the West follow the Jade Emperor, and Emperor Donghua, in a fit of pique, went out to the west and met Nyx again? Hiss, that's a big possibility. Mother? Just as Lu Chang was rambling, Lin Xie also arrived in the psychiatric hospital of the gods. Danados, you're back. Nyx jumped off the merry-go-round with Lu Chang in his arms. Mother, is that father around? Lin Xie asked. Accompanying Nyx lately was a cat, and a mouse, and the crow didn't seem to have been here for a long time. He's right here. Nyx raised the little black cat in his arms to Lin Xie. Can't you recognize it again? The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly. Done. Nyx can't even recognize a cat or a crow. Lu Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a fiery bright light coalesced from his eyes. Lin Xie, you can still turn into a cat? No. Does Emperor Donghua also know 72 changes? Father, I was wrong. Lin Xie hastily conceded. Can't beat it. I really can't. And he was afraid to fight, although he didn't know what was going on with this East China emperor right now. But a god who could forcefully break the ward and rush out of the sickbay, if he really got mad, this sickbay would have to collapse for fear. Seeing that Lin Xie was still sensible, the fire in Lu Chang's eyes slowly dissipated. Lin Xie sighed in relief. Mother, I wanted to ask, have you ever heard of Shadow Eater? As the goddess of the night, you should have heard of this creature from the darkness, right? Shadow Eater? Nyx froze. Donghua, that's not you. Well, LV Chang hurriedly raised his paw to gag Nyx. Don't say that. Originally, he thought of having the ninja group come inside the mental hospital to take care of Nyx, but after seeing those red-eyed monsters, Nyx disliked them, and in the end, he just picked out a few less tiny shadow eaters to stay. Watching Lu Chang react so violently, Lin Xie couldn't stop the corners of his eyes from twitching. Those phantoms couldn't have been released by this guy, right? Emperor Donghua had the sun god attribute, and since those devouring shadows were expelled back into the darkness by goddess Amaterasu, then Emperor Donghua, who was also a sun god, might really be capable of releasing those things. Father, you should be able to solve this matter, right? Lin Chiye still didn't break it down directly. First of all, he couldn't be beaten, and secondly, Emperor Donghua had escaped from a mental hospital, so who knew how many diseases this guy had? The ones he could identify so far alone were mania and amnesia. What if there were other, more dangerous conditions? Lu Cheng turned his back to Lin Chiye, wagged his tail, and extended his paw in an okay gesture. The corner of Lin Chiye's eyes twitched furiously. It's really you. Chapter 38, Try and Die. Is this the Golden Crow you were talking about? Inside the event room, the 7 members of Mask Squad, as well as everyone from Squad 136, quickly rushed back from all directions of Sungnan City after hearing the news that Lin Chiye had already found the Golden Crow. Only, looking at the little black cat in front of them, not to mention the Mask Squad, even the faces of Chen Mai's few people were a bit taut. You call that a crow? That, I say, King Face wanted to say. Jinwoo, well at least, should look like a crow, right? What do you mean you brought a cat? That, is there that possibility that it, too, could be a crow? Lin Chiye said. The crowd was confused. You don't mean to say that it, asterisk. Without waiting for Whirlwind to finish his sentence, the little black cat sitting on the table turned into a crow as the crowd watched in confusion. A crow that turns into a cat? Or a cat that turns into a crow? Rose penciled her chin and peered closer. How did you guys come to associate it with the Golden Crow? Lin Chiye looked at Red Lasso. Sister Red Lasso, set a fire to demonstrate. Oh, Red Ruffian stepped forward and unleashed the rosefire feathered raiment. The magnificent flames, full of aggression, were directly swallowed by the crow the moment it approached it. Even if you can swallow fire, it's not always. Boom! Without waiting for Whirlwind to issue a challenge, the raven spat a mouthful of fire at him. Asterisk. My hair! Captain, quickly help me backtrack. My image! Kingface didn't bother with Whirlpool and directly let Rose throw him out of the conference room. Chen Mai was about to ask something when the crow on the table took a leap and fell into the darkness, disappearing into the conference room. The crowd was dumbfounded. What a familiar scene! A mystery that can gulp flames may not be a golden crow, right? Tian Ping said. Actually, we're more partial to it being a phoenix. Red Ruffian said. Phoenix? Tempest froze. Why? Because. Red Ruffles looked to Zhao Empyrean. I used the Ghost God Guide before, and it fished me back. Zhao Kongqing said. Ghost leads? A few people from the masked squad showed shock on their faces. You can still be saved by using the Demon Guide? And what means does it intend to use to get those taken shadows back? Moon Ghost asked. I don't know. Lin Chiye shrugged. I just happened to meet him by chance, and it took a lot of begging and coaxing to bring him back. And he has demands. What's the request? Rose wondered. He wants the phoenix's feathers. Lin Chiye said. A phoenix feather? Where are we going to find that? Rose blushed. He said that without the phoenix's feathers, substitutes would be fine. Lin Chiye said. Substitutes? Scales pondered for a moment. Creatures with the bloodline of the phoenix. Is their fur okay? A mythical creature like a phoenix was something they hadn't found, at least for now, but the Night's Watch HQ still had a way with the phoenix bloodline. I don't know. Lin Chiye shrugged. That's all he told me. Captain, I have a feeling that crow isn't that strong. Why didn't you leave it behind just now? Tian Ping asked. Actually, I tried. Wang Mian, who hadn't said anything all this time, looked stiff as he raised his still shaking right hand, almost passed away. He had merely unfolded his time domain just now in an attempt to trap that raven, but the moment his time touched that raven, a divine might that almost burned him out knocked his time back. Luckily it was just a warning, or he would have really practiced the saying, try it and die. Captain Chen, you, too, should have sensed it, right? Wang Mian looked toward Chen Mai. Chen Mai opened his eyes. You're really bold. Hades shook, almost scared him to death. The crowd looked at the heavy-looking Wang Mian and Chen Mai with confused faces. What happened? Phoenix feathers? King Face, who almost tried himself to death, no longer doubted the authenticity of the Golden Crow, and quickly reported what was needed for this operation to the Vigilantes headquarters. What do you guys need that for? Yi Fan wondered. It's not us who need it. It's a mythical creature with a high probability of being a Golden Crow that needs it. King Face said. It will help us solve this Shadow Eater crisis. Golden Crow? Yi Fan was a bit skeptical. How do you know for sure? Maybe it's some other mythical creature in disguise? I tried to trap it with time, but I was almost burned to death by its divine might. Wang Mian said. And I saw 9 suns. Yevon was silent. 9 suns? This kid wouldn't have met Emperor Donghua, would he? You didn't pass away? Yi Fan said doubtfully. As the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, he naturally knew that the gods of Daxia had never disappeared, but those gods had never reached out to them of their own accord. However, on the night that the pure Yang sword came out, a Taoist man clad in black and white Taoist robes came to him and told him that the divine silhouette that had appeared in the city of Sungnan was the Emperor Donghua, and that as for Lu Dongbin as they knew him to be, he was one of the incarnations of the Emperor Donghua. However, the Daozer reminded, or warned him, not to intervene, because the East China Emperor had disappeared from Daxia before the arrival of the mists. That Taoist was also unsure if the present-day East China Emperor was still the same as the one who had once been the East China Emperor or not. He understood that if that was the case, after all, the various lines of mythology that have emerged today include evil gods who want to destroy humanity, good gods who favor humanity, and neutral gods. The gods of Daxia surely have this distinction as well, and according to that Taoist, the East China Emperor, odds are, belongs to the neutral gods. King Face, as an agent of the god of time, rushes out. Commander Yi, are you surprised that I didn't die? Wang Mian spat. Very unexpected. Yi Fan said. Almost died. King Face said breathlessly. That's not surprising. Yi Fan said. The corner of Wang Mian's eyes twitched furiously. Commander Yi, what the hell is that? It shouldn't be the Golden Crow, right? He was an agent of Kronos, the god of time, but the divine power in that raven was not something a simple mythological creature could emit. I can't say the specifics yet. Yi Fan said. But where am I going to find this phoenix? Stuff for you guys? It says that if there is no phoenix, a substitute would be fine. King Face said. Substitute? Yi Fan thought about it. Is it okay to have a phoenix bloodline? I don't know about that. King Face said. You won't ask? Yi Fan said breathlessly. You dare not even put out a test to test you, and you dare not ask a question? The corner of Wang Mian's mouth twitched slightly. I'm just afraid to ask now because I've tried. What if it's in a bad mood and burns me? Waste. You got it in you? I'm not capable. Chapter 39 Honorary Vigilantes. What? The people in comas are waking up? Wang Mian, who had just returned from a phone call to Yi Fan, was informed by Chen Mai of the news that the devouring shadow had been taken care of. Didn't you say you wanted a phoenix feather? Wang Mian queried. Seven Knights said that the phoenix's feather. Odds are it's just that crow itself that wants it, and it has nothing to do with solving this matter. Chen Mai said. You could interpret that as payment. The corner of Wang Mian's mouth twitched. But what if we can't get paid? They're leaving this way? King Face, who didn't want to be retaliated against, directly ran away with the masked squad after confirming that the matter in Songnan City had been resolved. The masked squad is very busy, and now that things are settled, they're rushing to the next mission area. Chen Mai's face was a bit unnatural. Wang Mian ran away. So what if Jin Wu came to him for his debt? Lean, Captain, that phoenix feather. Lin Xie wanted to say. No, people have already done the job. This side if you cannot get the feathers, then he is the one who suffered cough cough. Seven Knights, we've already reported this matter to the headquarters, so I believe we'll get a reply soon. Chen Mai said. If that crow comes to claim the debt, you, mop it up. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly. Captain, the night watchman, it wouldn't want to renege on the debt, would it? Alas, tossing around for half a day and you can't even get a hair. Lu Chang, who ordered the Shadow Eater Corps to return all the shadows, once again returned inside the Asylum of the Gods. He felt that his plan was fine, but these vigilantes were not right in the head. Instead of asking for assistance from a special squad of the same level for problems that the masked squad couldn't solve, they were thinking of just rocking the top tier of combatants. Does that make any sense? Just because this group of night watchmen were not martial, it led to him having to terminate his plans early, and also having to settle the matter himself. Half a day's work, and I can't get a single hair. Bother. Donghua, what do you need the phoenix's feather for? Nix asked. Make a little something. Lu Chang said. Nix froze. Is it a gift? Well, sort of. Lu Chang said. Since there was no way to get the Phoenix squad over directly, we would have to wait for the Night's Watch to gather, and the Phoenix squad should come over by then. He remembered that Xia Siming seemed to have thought about abducting Lin Xie to his team. Who are you going to give the gift to? Nix looked at LV Chang somewhat nervously. LV Chang, don't look at me like that, okay? For you. Lu Chang sighed. Although this level of amulet doesn't mean much to Nix, however, if he doesn't give it, this big sister is afraid that she will be depressed again. Lu Chang looked at Nyx, who suddenly burst into tears, with a confused expression. What's wrong? What are you crying about? Are you going away again? Nix choked. Last time, you gave me a gift and you never came back. I don't want a gift, just don't go, okay? I'm not leaving, don't cry. Lu Chang sighed and walked forward, changing back into his human form. I'm not leaving. Don't cry, okay? Well, the Night's Watch set? What's it to me? Peace firm. Inside the activity room, Lu Chang was brought over by Red Tassel. I knew you didn't want to join the Night's Watch, so I reported this matter, Chen Mai said. So? Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Are you going to force me? That's not true. Chen Mai took out a document. This is a special document signed by the Commander-in-Chief himself. For you. For me? Lu Chang took it with some skepticism and flipped through it. Old Chen. Forging machine documents is against the law, right? Lu Chang said oddly. Besides, do I look like I'm that easy to fool? Trying to trick me into taking my time with the whole thing? They also gave him the status of honorary night watchman, did not make any demands on him, did not force him to assign any tasks, and could give him captain-level authority. Is that possible? The Night's Watch, as a quasi-military organization, opened the back door to him fair and square? This document is real. Chen Mai put out his cigarette. If you don't believe me, I can contact the Commander-in-Chief, Yi Fan, and you can talk to him directly. The Night Watchman still knew something about the Daxia gods, and in Lu Cheng's case, it was no surprise that he should be the reincarnated body of Lu Dongbin. However, until now, none of the great summer gods had taken the initiative to contact the Night's Watch. Yi Fan, supposedly, wanted to establish contact with the other great summer gods through Lu Cheng here. However, the Night's Watch headquarters wasn't sure about LV Chang's situation. After all, there were gods of other divine lineages, good gods, evil gods, and neutral gods. The gods of Daxia must have been similarly separate. Therefore, this honorary vigilante identity, as well as the captain-level authority, was the bait that Jifan used to test Lu Cheng's attributes. If Lu Cheng really wanted to do something, this permission was enough for them to determine his attributes. Sure it's not a snub? Lu Cheng asked. Isn't it? Is it a big difference? Chen Mai asked rhetorically. Not much. Lu Cheng said. As an agent of the gods, neither the Night's Watch nor the Church of the Ancient Gods would let him go. And, as it was clearly written, how much authority he could have depended on his strength. However, he couldn't figure out if the Night's Watch would really compromise to this extent with him. A little weakling from the pool realm? Lin Xie, as the divine agent of the blazing angel Michael, still maintained the huge mortal divine domain of Sangnan City, and still didn't just come and go as he pleased? What's so special about him? Divine agents were rare, but the system of the Night's Watch wasn't so bad as to open a back door for him alone. Or did Jifan still want to play psychological warfare with him? If that's the case, why do you want to give me permission only after I've participated in the Night's Watch intensive? Lu Cheng asked. Don't you think that's too blunt a fishing technique? Lure him into the camp with the status of honorary vigilant and captain-level authority, and then torture or brainwash him into willingly dedicating his life to the Night's Watch? He had never minded speculating about anyone with the utmost malice. Of course, it's only speculation. He would not produce actual action from his speculation until there was actual evidence to support it. At best it would be precautionary. You don't seem to have finished reading, Chen Mai said. You don't go into the set as a recruit. You go as an instructor. LV Chung froze, picked up the document and flipped it back. Yi Fan is out of his mind, isn't he? Chapter 40 Risks and Opportunities. Shangjing City, Vigilante Headquarters. Several figures in dark red cloaks sat in the conference room, discussing something. Commander Yi, don't you think it's a bit dangerous to test the waters in this way? A vigilante senior asked. Putting someone who was unsure of his attributes, but had a high probability of being the incarnation of a god, into the Night's Watch recruit intensive training base, and even granting the other party captain-level access, if this person was truly problematic, then the Night's Watch was afraid that they would suffer a major blow. I know there are certain risks in this scenario, but I've asked Chen Mai, and at least, he feels that LV Cheng can be trusted. Yi Fan said. But, the information reported by Chen Mai, Lu Cheng came from the mists and lost his memories, and there is a high probability that it was accompanied by a serious injury to his soul. What kind of effect the mists have on these gods, we all know, right? Another Night's Watch senior said. Like that black and white robed Taoist you met before said. Even they don't know what the situation of today's Donghua Emperor really is. In case, what about the fact that this ancient god has become a scout for other divine systems? Don't forget, Shiva Grudge, that thing is in Canyon City. What if this Emperor Donghua is in disguise, in order to get Shiva's grudge? Commander Yi, the godly war 10 years ago, are you not going to let the tragedy of Sangnan City recur? Yi Fan quietly listened to the arguments of the crowd, and he also knew that this plan was bound to be opposed by everyone, but there was nothing else he could do at the moment. To humans, it is unknown whether Emperor Donghua is good or evil. He couldn't let this hidden danger go unattended, and he couldn't just step in, or else, even if it was good, he was afraid it would have to turn bad. so the trial is a must. Even if there was no recruiting set, he would have to use other means. It took a while before the arguments in the conference room finally stopped. Gentlemen, I know what kind of risk this trial plan has, but could it be that if I don't try it, he won't have any risk? Yi Fan said. By pulling him into the Night's Watch muster camp, at least within our sight, we'll be able to maximize our observation of what he's trying to do and what he's doing. But if we leave him alone, who knows what he's done? It's going to be active, or passive, and I think we all know how to choose. By pulling LV Chang into the training camp, at least the initiative was in their hands, but if they let it go, the danger would be out of their control. As for direct action, come on. Everyone saw how dangerous it is to go to war with a god in the God Wars 10 years ago. At least for now, LV Chang did not show an active hostile attitude, and they could not be so brainwashed as to make a direct move. Also, doesn't everyone want to know what's going on with the great summer gods? Yi Fan said. The great summer gods have disappeared for 100 years. Why did they disappear? And why have they appeared now? Why did Emperor Donghua come? There is a real risk in this case, but it's also an opportunity. What are the chances? It's almost time for Canyon City. Canyon City. Approaching the recruit training, Lin Xie's training stopped, and he was pulled by Hong Yao and Si Xiaonan to go shopping. Since Chen Mai was the one who paid for the bill, Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan didn't even hesitate to lay their hands on it. Good looking. Buy it. Wanted. Bought. Use it and buy it. I feel like I should use it and buy it. Sister Honging, would it be too much? Lin Xie couldn't help but interrupt the two shopaholics. Much? Red Ruffian queried. 7 nights. This is a year-long intensive training. After you go in, it'll be as hard to get out again as it is to go to jail, and it'll be hard to buy anything you want to buy. You have to take advantage of this opportunity to get everything you need. Besides, it's the captain who pays the bill. You're going to kill him, aren't you? The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. What about Lu Chang? Why isn't he coming? Chang is an instructor, so he can just go out when the time comes, Honging said. Besides, he's sleeping and I can't even pull him out if I want to. Instructor? Lin Xie was confused. Why? I don't know. Red Raider shrugged. The captain told me so, and, as soon as he leaves from the training camp, he'll have captain-level authority, which is awesome. Lin Xie, the same divine agent. Is there such a big difference in treatment? What? You want us to teach the recruits a lesson? Really? Can I make them cry? Oh, you can't fight crying. Is it okay to knock out then? Ha? Knockout doesn't work either? Then I'm not going. What? You can take a vacation at the muster camp? Ahem. Commander Yi. This mission, you can rest assured and leave it to me. I will definitely not fail you. I will definitely. Hello? Hello? I can't believe you hung up on me? In the middle of an unknown primitive jungle, a blonde woman in a golden cloak looked irritably at the black screen communicator in her hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When I become the commander-in-chief, I'll let you drill the primitive forest every day. Captain, by the time you become commander-in-chief, Commander Yi will have long since retired. Ling Lin said. Then I'll have him tied up and thrown into the primeval forest. The blonde woman said. The primitive forest isn't too different from a park for Commander Yi, is it? Ling Lin said. Besides, who tied him up? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't I get back at him? Xia Siming said in displeasure. No way. You guys think of a plan that can get back at Yi Fan. Captain, let's throw the matter of revenge aside for now. Kong Won said. What mission did Commander Yi give us? Something to do with recruit training? It says that this recruit training is a bit special, so let's go and keep an eye on it. Xia Siming said. Staring? Kong Won froze. Keeping an eye out? It seems so. Xia Siming said. But with that guy's virtue, he'd definitely transfer us if he had a mission in the middle of the day. Kong Won frowned slightly. Did Commander Yi say why? The Phoenix Squad was mainly responsible for mysteries related to the Western Mists. And even if there were any pricks in the recruit training that needed to be combated, wouldn't it be better to just let the masked squad go? Why bother calling them all the way back from the primeval forest? And, staring all the time? Could it be that there is someone related to Misty in this recruiting class? Didn't say. Xia Simeng shrugged. Of course, it's also possible that he forgot to mention it. With that memory of his, I've long suspected that he's suffering from Alzheimer's, and every time he promised to grant me a vacation before, he turned his head and forgot about it. Doesn't matter though, just go and find out. Drilling in the virgin forest every day. I couldn't take it anymore a long time ago. Shangjing, I'm back, Captain. This session of recruit intensive training is in Sangnan City. As the captain of Phoenix Squad, I'm also the special instructor of the set, so I should have the authority to change the location of the set, right, Captain? It's daytime, don't dream. Chapter 41, Why Don't You Dare? Upper King City. Night Watchman's Collective Training Office. Canyon City? Why? The venue facilities in Shinjing are readily available. So why should we suddenly change the location of the training set? Yuan Gang was puzzled. Who knows what the top brass thinks? Just carry out the orders. Xiaoping shrugged. Then why do you want Phoenix Squad as special instructors? Yuan Gang asked. With all due respect, I'm afraid not many trainees would be able to carry it off if they put that humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex from Phoenix Squad in charge of training new recruits. Besides, that temper of hers, that's how the senior management arranged it. Just execute it. Xiaopinga took a sip of tea. Moreover, you're the chief instructor of the intensive training. When the time comes, how to train, isn't it still up to you to arrange it? The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. Do you think that female Tyrannosaurus Rex will listen to me? This well. Xiaopinga paused. That's what you should think about. Cheer up. I'm sure you can do it. Q. On Mount Johua, inside a Zen room. Chao Yuan cultivator. You go to Tsangnan this time. You can meet a noble person. But, the old monk looks a little gloomy. What's wrong? Chao Yuan was puzzled. Fear of bloodshed. The old monk said. A blood and light disaster? Chao Yuan froze. Master, will I die? No, you will beg for death. The old monk said seriously. Chao Yuan looked confused. Why? The old monk pondered for a long time. Because, he won't let you die. Not letting me die? Then why am I bleeding again? Chao Yuan wondered. Because, he wants to help you. The old monk said. Chao Yuan was confused. Trying to help him, but then making him beg for his life? Master, this person is not sick? Chao Yuan was skeptical. The old monk clasped his hands together. The Eastern Emperor's positive air, Taiyimingshan, lofty morality, and open-mindedness, shall not speak presumptuously. Chao Yuan froze and folded his hands. Please enlighten me, master. The old monk hesitated. I dare not say. Ha? Chao Yuan was dumbfounded. Why? Don't dare. Why don't you dare? Afraid. Buzz off. Accompanied by the roar of the helicopter, Yuan Gang arrived at the training camp on the outskirts of Sangnan City. What's with all the freaks this year? Looking at one heavyweight name after another on the list of recruits, Yuan Gang suddenly somewhat understood the decision of the higher-ups to place that female Tyrannosaurus Rex as a special instructor. It's a bunch of tough guys that can only be squashed by freaks who are tougher than they are. Chief, we've heard that Phoenix Squad will come as the special instructor for this session of recruit intensive training. This matter, is it true? An instructor asked. It's true. This term is special, Yuan Gang said. As for the specifics, I'm not really sure. Just follow orders. That other special instructor? I heard that neither of them are vigilantes. This news, is it true? A crowd of instructors gathered around. This is also true, Yuan Gang said. Chief, even if he's an agent of the great summer gods, would this not be too good? An instructor couldn't help but say. It wasn't like there were divine agents among the Night's Watch. There were 2 captains of special squads, but even if they were divine agents, they wouldn't go through the back door like this, right? The most crucial thing, even if you take the back door, you actually don't even count the night watchman. It's easy for people to think more. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but the commander-in-chief personally gave the order and the high-level meeting passed it, Yuan Gang said. And don't you guys think too much about this? It's not as simple as it looks. Moreover, his strength, which was personally tested by Black Impermanence, is not in question. Black Vagabond? The instructors were shocked. But we heard that agent of LV Dongbin only appeared a while ago, right? An instructor said. Even if he grows faster, he's only a marigold realm now. How strong can he be? As an instructor, you must at least be in the pool realm, right? He has already reached the pool realm, Yuan Gang said. Moreover, the information reported by Black Impermanence, even the sea realm can't take him down. What? Can't even take the sea realm? Are you kidding? Chief, we believe you even if you say the Chuan realm. But the sea realm, that's a big joke, isn't it? A group of instructors were talking about it. It was really that this matter was too unbelievable. To say that the Iki realm could barely stand up to the Chuan realm. They could believe it. After all, the divine agents of the divine ruins tended to be very powerful. Let's just say that the female Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Phoenix Squad, that was a monster that could crush the Iki realm and the Gentian realm. However, this gap between the pool realm and the sea realm wasn't something that could be made up for by a powerful divine ruin. To put it bluntly, when the pool realm faced the sea realm, it would be a matter of one move and a second. I don't quite believe it either, Yuan Gang said. But that's the information reported by Black Impermanence, who tested it himself. In Chen Mai's report, He had tested with Lu Chang with the power of the sea realm, but couldn't hold it. Black Impermanence wouldn't joke about such things, so the odds were that it was true. Moreover, on Lu Chang's Divine Ruin report, Black Impermanence emphasized one point: bizarre. Lu Chang's special Divine Ruin seemed to be able to boost power in a short period of time. At the same time, it can suppress the opponent's power. If you guys don't believe me, it's just as well. There are too many hard fighters in this recruit training, so I'm going to let him do it and press on, Yuan Gang said. But what if he can't keep it down? An instructor worried. That's a lot of fun. There is no shortage of famous sects in this class of recruits, and those people will definitely be able to find out information about LV Chang. If LV Chang's strength was indeed over the top, it would be fine if he could suppress those high-minded youngsters. But what if he couldn't? Even if you go through the back door, you still go with such a lack of standard. This recruit training session is afraid that it will be ruined. It is indeed a bit dangerous. Yuan Gang frowned slightly, although he didn't think that Black Impermanence would fudge on this kind of debriefing. However, the recruit intensive training was quite important, and if something went wrong at the beginning, the rest could be troublesome. Just in case, I'll discuss it with Phoenix Squad, Yuan Gang said. That female Tyrannosaurus wouldn't be afraid of how hard it is. Chief, wouldn't it be a bit dangerous to let the female Tyrannosaurus Rex do it? An instructor couldn't help but say. The female Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Phoenix Squad. That power is no joke and can only be described as an exaggeration. And Shasta Mo, notorious in the Night's Watch for not having a sense of proportion. If this is just the beginning of training, it's going to cripple all the recruits, or abuse them so much that they'll just get depressed. Yuan Gang gave a slight sideways glance. Then you go? Chapter 42, just like being in your own home. Chief, the recruits are about to assemble this afternoon. Why hasn't that LV Chang come yet? Intensive training camp, inside the monitoring hall. Yuan Gang, who had originally wanted to discuss this afternoon's prestige-establishing activities with Lu Chang, was a bit impatient. Although Black Impermanence had already said that there was no problem with LV Chang's strength, he was really uneasy without making contact in advance. I'll call again to rush it. Yuan Gang took out his cell phone. It's time to get hyped up. How can you lead new recruits with such no sense of time? Yuan Gang turned his head violently and looked at the new face that had appeared behind him at some point. Are you LV Chang? Lu Chang looked puzzled. Could there be another person in this world who looks as handsome as me? The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. When did you get here? The guards at the training camp actually didn't notice at all? Nope. This guy had appeared behind him and he didn't even notice? If this gets stabbed. Just got here. Lu Chang pointed to the two pink suitcases behind him. Didn't the notice you sent out say to arrive at the training camp by 12 noon today? It's only 11:57 now. I'm 3 minutes early. The hall was silent. Who taught you to be so punctual? Yuan Gang took a deep breath. 12 noon. That's the assembly time for recruits, not instructors. Yes? Lu Chang took out the document Chen Mai had given him. Oh, it seems so. The instructors didn't say. No. If it didn't say that, then don't I come whenever I want? The crowd was dumbfounded. No. Big brother, how do you understand it? Surely the instructor must arrive before the new recruit. Where did that you enter the training camp from? Yuan Gang asked. Just got here? Their assembly camp. Invaded in broad daylight? Is there a loophole somewhere in the set? Take the gate. Lu Chang said. You think I'm going to go over the wall? Yuan Gang froze. The gate? Are you serious? Are the guards at the gate blind? Such a big man, with such a conspicuous suitcase, and you didn't notice? Oh, I'm a person with some social fears, and I don't like to be noticed, so when I came here, I came stealthily, and your people, they shouldn't be able to see me. Lu Chang said. Stealth? Yuan Gang was confused. Isn't your divine ruin a yin-yang reversal? It's a yin and yang reversal. Lu Chang's mind moved, and the divine ruin was unleashed, cloaking the entire monitoring hall. Asterisk. Where's the lobby? Asterisk. Where's my computer? Without waiting for the scene to ferment further, Lu Chang stopped his stealth and the hall returned to normal once again. Hidden is yin. Present is yang. Yin and yang are reversed. Hidden and invisible. Lu Chang said. It's quite understandable, isn't it? The hall was completely silent. Understand? How are we supposed to understand that? Another example is that the male is yang and the female is yin. If the yin and yang are reversed. Lu Chang patted Yuan Gang's shoulder. A faint bright light flashed, and Yuan Gang disappeared. And in his place was a female officer who resembled Yuan Gang and was full of valor. You're just a pretty girl. Do you guys want to feel it? Lu Chang leapt to his feet and looked at the other instructors in the hall. There are many yin and yang concepts, and the difficulty of twisting these opposites and contradictions is not the same. Turning a man into a woman was something he could only do after reaching the pool realm. And the reason he was willing to agree to come to the training camp was to test exactly what reversals of the concept of yin and yang he could do. Knowing the enemy and knowing himself was the best way to win 100 battles, and all he needed now was to know exactly what he could do. Practice makes perfect. If he was outside, it was more or less inappropriate to do this kind of thing. Moreover, ordinary people didn't have a reference. He had to test his ability to face the Forbidden Ruins possessors, as well as the high-risk Forbidden Ruins, or even the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins. The God's Ruins. Would there be any problems? These rookies in the Night's Watch recruitment intensive training camp were perfect guinea pigs. Chief Instructor, I remembered that the lights in the dormitory have not been turned off yet. This is such a waste. I'll go turn it off right now. Chief Instructor, I remembered that the water in the dormitory hadn't been turned off yet, so I'll go too. Chief Instructor, in less than 10 seconds, the instructors as well as the staff in the hall all ran out, not forgetting to bring the door with them on their way out. What are they running for? Lu Chang wondered. Yuan Gang, what do you think? LV. Instructor, can you change me back? Yuan Gang resisted the urge to explode. Can't do it. This is the man the commander-in-chief put in place. It's an agent of the gods of Daxia. Peace of mind. Peace of mind. Why? LV Chang queried. Do you discriminate against women? Since you discriminate against women, then I can't condone you even more. Reflect on that. After saying that, Lu Chang turned around, pulled on his suitcase and left. Wait. Yuan Gang hastily reached out to try to pull Lu Chang back, but his hand went straight through Lu Chang's body. Phantom. The real is yang. The virtual is yin. The virtual transforms into the real. The perfect virtualization. Leaving behind such a sentence, Lu Chang walked out of the monitoring hall. Yuan Gang was completely confused. What the is this? Afternoon. After Yuan Gang's repeated pleas, showing that he had deeply realized his mistake, Lu Chang still mercifully changed him back. However, after seeing LV Chang's hand, the instructors of the training camp showed a friendly and kind attitude towards him. Can't be messed with. Someone will die. Ahem. Instructor Lu, where's your instructor's uniform? It was almost time to gather, and under Yuan Gang's leadership, more than 20 instructors came early to the martial arts platform at the gathering place. Just looking at LV Chang's trendy outfit of a sunny and cheerful big boy, as well as his sunglasses, ice-cold Coke, and parasol, Yuan Gang was really a little bit unable to look at him. This is a barracks. What's with the touristy look? It doesn't fit. Don't want to wear it. Lu Chang said. The contract doesn't say I have to wear it. The corner of Yuan Gang's eyes twitched. But you can't dress so casually. Can you? You're an instructor. You're going to lead the new recruits later. You're all so immodest. Hello? Commander-in-Chief Yi Fan? I'm LV Chang. Well, here it is. Training will start later. It's okay, just telling you that I quit. Why? Didn't we agree not to interfere with me before? Now you even want to control what I wear. What's next? Do you, step by step, want to deprive me of my freedom? Oh, LV Chang turned on the speakerphone and held the phone up. Your boss's phone. Yuan Gang approached with a stiff expression. Commander Yi, isn't it just a suit? Can't he wear it if he doesn't want to? No. What isn't? I'll say it again. Leave him alone. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, you don't care what he does. Do you understand? Commander Yi, don't talk to me about rules. The rules have changed now. That's it. Give him back his phone. LV Chang. Don't worry. I promise you things. We'll certainly fulfill all. This training camp. Although Yuan Gang is the chief instructor, but you don't need to give a damn about him. Just be happy. Do whatever you want to do. Just like in your own home. LV Chang? Commander Yi. He's on speakerphone. Is it crowded? Quite a lot. Chapter 43 Air Raids. Who's that guy? No training clothes. Is he on vacation? I've heard that guy seems to be the Daxia divine agent that appeared some time ago. A divine agent? Who's that? I've heard that it seems to be LV Dongbin. He can't be this tuggy even if he's acting as the Jade Emperor, right? We're standing here and he's lying on top? Approaching the assembly time, more and more recruits came to the training ground. While looking at LV Chang, who was out of place in this intensive training camp, the queue had different eyes, but most of them were not happy. We're all new recruits. What makes him such a drag? 7 nights. You seem to be local to Tsangnan, right? In the back row of the line, Bailey Chubby arched Lin Xie. Do you know him? The corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. Recognize. So do you know what's going on with him? Chubby 100 asked. He's an instructor. Lin Xie said. Bailey Chubby was confused. Why? Didn't he just appear a while ago? I don't know. but it's sort of my friendly reminder not to bar with him, Lin Xie said. Is he very powerful? Bailey Chubby wondered. All of us here combined are not enough for him to play alone, Lin Xie said. You're not surprised? Lin Xie was puzzled. Shouldn't a normal person be skeptical and retort when they hear such news? No surprise, Chubby Time said. Why? Didn't you notice? The instructors on the stage, they all seem to be afraid of him. And, with this grungy aura of his, with my knowledge of this kind of pretentious face-punching routine, this person, he must be very powerful. Lin Xie. This fat guy isn't stupid, is he? But why is he not moving at all? Chubby Bailey wondered. Lin Xie took a closer look at Lu Cheng's direction. He's asleep. Ha! Stand still, all of you. When the assembly time came, the instructor behind Yuan Gang yelled, and the new recruits on the training ground suddenly quieted down. Yuan Gang also began his template speech, taunting and pulling hate. The reactions of the recruits on stage varied, some disdainful, some offended. However, the vast majority of them had defiance written on their faces. Do you all think that you have extraordinary potential, and that I am merely relying on my seniority, age, and realm in order to stand here and call you all garbage and trash? Yuan Gang coldly said. That's right. A young man who looked just as social raised his hand high in the air, his face full of teasing. What else do you guys have besides your high realm and seniority? Older? Right on. We are not convinced. No. With Shin Xingzhu taking the lead, the recruits on the training ground raised their hands, and in less than a minute, more than half of the recruits raised their hands. The end of. Lin Xie looked around, already thinking about which side would be safer to run from later. 7 knights. What are you looking at? Chubby Bailey said suspiciously. The girls are all ahead. The corner of Lin Xie's eye twitched. I'm looking for an escape route. Shenlei couldn't even take LV Chang with all his firepower. This guy's ability is extremely rogue and it's like he never gets tired. A sea of men meant nothing to him. The more you scream now, the more you'll cry later. Then take me one when you run away. Bailey Chubby said. Lin Xie's face was odd. Why is this fat guy so smart at all critical moments? On the stage, looking at the reaction of the recruits, Yuan Gang was extremely satisfied. What we want is to be disobedient. And if we are, where is the justification to clean you up? Well, since so many of you are not convinced, recruits, I'm coming. Yuan Gang's expression changed drastically and he raised his head violently, only to see several golden figures flying out of the clouds above the azure sky, smashing towards the training ground. No protection, no parachute, perfect free fall. Sensing the danger was rapidly approaching, Lu Cheng opened his eyes in a daze, only to see a golden figure, as if it had opened a lock, smashing down towards his position at extreme speed. Precision guidance? Rumble. Without the slightest deceleration, several golden figures smashed down onto the martial arts stage under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, directly collapsing the stage. The terrifying shockwaves spread out, and many of the recruits on the stage were lifted off the ground. Looking at such a pompous appearance, the faces of the recruits on stage were extremely wonderful. Is this ING human? Hello everyone, we're the Youth Phoenix Special Squad. Amidst the smoke of the ruins, a blonde woman took the lead, an excited look on her face. Only, no one answered her. Even many of the recruits had begun to get weak in the knees. The Phoenix? The female Tyrannosaurus? 7 knights. Looks like you guessed wrong. The one who's going to beat us up is this woman. Bailey Chubby had shrunk behind Lin Xie. She's that Athena's divine agent? Lin Xie said. Yeah, she's notoriously brutal in the Night's Watch. Chubby Time whispered. Not human at all. Totally humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Look at her eyes. She's already treating us like prey. 7 knights. Be sure to take me with you when you run away later. The smoke slowly cleared, and the rest of Phoenix Squad and the group of instructors who had almost been taken out by the airstrike slowly walked out. Looking at the wonderful looks on the faces of the group of recruits on the stage, Yuan Gang didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. He just blurted it out. Why is this woman still really dancing? Almost had an accident. Hello? Commander Yi, are you trying to kill me? Yuan Gang looked back at LV Chang, who was on the phone again, with a confused look on his face. No, dude, don't around. A woman just jumped out of the sky and aimed to smash me. How did she aim at me in a training ground that big? You dare to say it wasn't your arrangement? If it wasn't your arrangement, how dare she take matters into her own hands? It seems the discipline of the Night's Watch is up for debate. Captain, you seem to be in trouble, Kong Woon said oddly. While they were still on the plane, Yi Fan had made several phone calls, emphasizing emphatically that they should not aggravate LV Chang. Just treat him like a child that has to be coaxed. Trespassing? Xia Siming looked innocent. I was just saying hello to him. Look, his clothes aren't even torn. Worthy of being the divine agent of Lu Dongbin. Awesome. Whole wound. You just do it on purpose, don't you? LV Chang collapsed and walked over, handing his cell phone to Xia Simeng. Your boss is looking for you. Captain Xia, are you forgetting what I said just now? Yi Fan's tone was a bit cold and ghostly. The corner of Xia Simeng's mouth twitched. Commander Yi. Wait, is the speakerphone on? Open. Off. I said open. I told you to shut it. Chapter 44, Bullying the Weak. I'm really sorry. I was too impulsive. I definitely won't be like this next time. Xia Simeng, who was threatened by Yi Fan with a vacation, very simply conceded. If LV Chang left, then her vacation would be gone. You apologize, just by your mouth? Lu Chang asked. Ha? Xia Simeng froze. But I don't have anything on me right now either. Why don't I take you to dinner some other time? No, just do me some favors later, Lu Chang said. The Night's Watch had gotten a handful of hair to give him for his previous problem with Echidna, and the spell had worked, but not very well. As it happened, Yi Fan invited him to participate in this recruit training, saying that he would try to fulfill any requests, and one of the requests he made was to call the Phoenix Squad over. A favor? What favor? Xia Simeng was puzzled. You'll see later, Lu Chang said. By the way, no resistance. Shazaming paused. Yes. The crowd was dumbfounded. No, man, you're that tough? How dare you touch a female Tyrannosaurus Rex? The faces of the Phoenix Squad members were also a bit off. As handsome as the guy was, the captain wasn't that horny. Was he? Shouldn't you at least make some contact first? Cough. Yuan Gang hurried over. Since you guys are not convinced, I'll give you a chance. It is now 2 p.m. By 9 p.m. All 239 recruits present, no matter what means you use. If you can defeat any of the Phoenix Squad, you will be considered winners. If you win, then it will prove that you are indeed good, and there is no need to conduct this 1-year intensive training. I will apply to let you finish tomorrow, but if no one can make it by 9, then that proves that you are indeed crap. Since you're trash, put away your ridiculous pride. For the rest of the training, you'll do whatever we say. Hear me? That's not fair. The Phoenix Squad are all at least Chuan Realm, or even Sea Realm. We're only at the Marigold Realm. How can we fight this? Yeah, you guys are clearly bullying the small with the big. Bullying the weak. Lu Chang pulled out a heavy Gatling and set it up in front of him, aiming it at the heads of the team of new recruits and coming straight in with a sweeping motion. Almost instantly, the lively procession fell silent. Noisy, Lu Chang sighed in relief. And bullying the small and the big, bullying the weak. Is it not possible that when you go to war you should also say to the enemy, you can't bully me. I'm not yet a teenager. I haven't been weaned yet. I'm all the way here. And you're still saying this kind of nonsense? That's all there is to it. A night watchman. Tisk. Sighing, Lu Chang put the heavy machine gun away. Gongzi, disperse, just this virtue of them, if they really become a night watchman, in the future, when they encounter an enemy whose realm is higher than their own, I'm afraid that they will be scared to piss their pants, and the whole thing is not good. Kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, and defecting to the enemy and betraying the country are quite a lot. It's not worth wasting time on them. Captain Xia, come on, do me a favor. Wait. Shin Xingju at the back of the group looked at Lu Chang with a dark face. What are you? Foxy little white boy. I'll defy you. Have the guts to fight me. Right. Come on if you dare. Don't hide behind a woman. You really think you're a man after a back door? Get down here if you dare. With Shin Xingju's beginning, the spearheads of the group of recruits were quickly diverted. They couldn't beat the Phoenix Squad, but what right did such a backdoor white boy have to stand up there and lecture them? Prepare to run. Lin Chia gently abducted Chubby Bailey. LV Chang is deliberately drawing fire, so that he can beat them up in name only. In other words, you guys want to round me up? Lu Chang raised his eyebrows. Weren't you so tough just now? What's the matter? Scared? Shin Xingju mocked. Don't play hard to get if you don't have the guts. Come down and fight if you dare. Stop. I mean, are you guys planning to, 239 people and beat me up? Lu Chang asked. I'm in the Pool Realm, and you're only in the Zhan Realm. If I fight you, will that be bullying? No. I'd better suppress to the Marigold Realm to fight you guys. Otherwise that's too bullying. Not fair. Looking at Lu Chang's appearance, the 200 or so recruits on the training ground couldn't wait to rush straight up and kick him off. Yuan Gang was a bit worried. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't worry. I have my measure. No one will die. Lu Chang said. Or let's Well. Seeing that LV Chang started pulling out his cell phone again, Yuan Gang hurriedly agreed and turned his head to look at the group of recruits poised on the stage. since Instructor Lu is interested in this. Your target will be changed from Phoenix Squad to Instructor Lu. All the weapons you need are in the warehouse. The next 7 hours will be yours only. Don't worry about the damage. We can fix it. So, good luck to all of you. After saying that, Yuan Gang led a group of instructors to quickly leave. The people from Phoenix Squad also ran to the edge of the training ground under Xia Ximing's leadership to watch the show. Captain, do you think he will have an accident? Ling Lin said. If he really suppressed it to the Marigold Realm, if he fights so many people by himself, he can even get tired, right? No, Xia Ximing said. He is a monster. Ha! The members of Phoenix Squad looked at Xia Ximing with a confused expression. You're a monster. Calling someone a monster? You guys, are you ready? Lu Cheng asked. As soon as the words fell, flames, frost, and gusts of colorful attacks surged up towards Lu Cheng from under the stage, covering the entire martial arts stage in almost an instant. However, the various energy attacks strangely hovered before blasting into Lu Cheng. Impolite. Lu Cheng sighed and pulled out a bottle of AD calcium milk. Since you guys are in such a hurry, I won't be polite. Give it back. Before Lu Cheng's words fell, hovering in the air, the attacks that came in all shapes and sizes reversed their direction and returned the way they came, bombarding the person who had sent out the attacks in a daze. Some people reacted to the fact that something was wrong and wanted to run away, but the flames that flew in seemed to have unlocked their locks and blasted them around the corner. What kind of ability does he have? Ling Lin was confused. Rebound attacking forbidden ruins they've seen before. But how does this even come with a lock? The information reported by Black Impermanence seems to be called Yin Yang Reversal. Kong Won said. He's suppressed to the Jin Tian realm now, so as long as the attack is within the Jin Tian realm, hitting him is the same as hitting himself. That outrageous? Ling Lin was confused. No, with such an outrageous ability, the consumption must not be small, right? He's playing over 200 by himself. A message from Commander Yi. 4 or 2. Xia Ximing said. As long as it's an attack within the Marigold realm, he reverses less than 1,000th of the consumption. Phoenix Squad was silent. It's ing on, isn't it? Chapter 45 Diplomatic Rhetoric. Why be so impulsive? After a burst of fire coverage, any recruits who made a move in the first wave were all sprawled out. Don't you even test each other's abilities before making a move? Lu Cheng jumped off the martial arts stage. A bunch of douchebags. That's all there is to it, and they have the face to scream at me. Don't be too arrogant. The remaining recruits on the scene quickly surrounded Lu Cheng. Don't use the release type. It'll bounce back at him. With his thin arms and legs, I could knock him out in 3 or 2 hits. That is, snap. Lu Cheng an instant on the front. Big Mouth exhaled. Ruthless words have not yet finished. The recruit directly performed a hand of air turn 3.5 weeks. Face on the ground. That's a lot of crap. Go! Slap the crap out of it. In less than 10 seconds, the recruits who didn't choose to run away, but instead did it the hard way, all became swollen-faced fat men, lying peacefully on the ground. Fu Luchine let out a light breath. Yes, and a big mouth. Captain. His speed. Kong Won's eyes twitched slightly. Is this ing sure it's suppressed to the Marigold realm? Not many in the Pool realm have that kind of speed, right? He did suppress it to the Marigold realm. But, it should be that his divine ruins have other uses. Xia Ximing said. My divine ruin also brings a near all-around improvement, and he should be the same. But isn't Lu Dongbin a sword immortal? Ling Lin said. Why doesn't he use that pure yang sword? I would have liked to have seen it. It should be that these new recruits are too weak to qualify him to use the sword yet. Kong Won said. However, I've heard that besides him, there is another divine agent in this class of recruits. Michael the Killing Angel. Where is he? Ling Lin wondered. Run away. Xia Ximing said. When Lu Cheng asked the question, he just ran away. Obviously, he has an understanding of Lu Cheng's ability. Why is the one who led the provocation just now gone as well? Ling Lin wondered. He ran away too. Kong Won said. The boy looked impulsive, but in actuality he was shady as well. He turned and slipped away when the recruits had problems with the first wave of attacks. Underground base of the training camp. A group of instructors took the information in their hands and sat in front of a block of screens. Their faces all more or less unnatural. Hiss. This face is so swollen that I'm afraid my mom won't even recognize it. Right? Why is he slapping as much as he can? Not only is it extremely damaging, it's also extremely insulting. This speed of his is a bit exaggerated. Has he really suppressed it to the Marigold realm? It's only started less than 10 minutes ago when more than 50 have been slapped unconscious. It seems that we overestimated this class of recruits. Is there that possibility that we go and do the same? Watching the swollen-faced recruits flying around on the screen, the faces of the instructors grew more and more complicated. I'm really just going to slap the one I see. There's no need to be too pessimistic. not all recruits are so brainless. Yuan Gang said. LV Chang's ability is indeed powerful, but it's not insurmountable. Chief, have you thought of a way to crack it? The instructor next to him asked. The corner of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. I'm sure that among the remaining recruits, someone will be able to find this method. 7 Nights, does he have some kind of quirk? Bailey Chubby, who was dragged away by Lin Xie, looked at the recruits with faces fatter than his that flew up from time to time in the sky not far away, his face incomparably wonderful. The skinny guy got slapped like that. If he got hit, how swollen would he be? Leeway. Lin Xie ran without looking back. The other instructors, more or less, have seniority there, and he's about the same age as us, if not younger than most of them, so if he can't make a stand when we first meet, he won't be able to facilitate the rest of the camp. But there's no need to specifically hit the face, right? Bailey Chubby said oddly. Generally speaking, the head is the most vulnerable part of the human body, and striking the head can incapacitate a person the fastest. Lin Xie said. However, his power is too great, and there are too many people on our side, so it's easy to slap people to death if we're not careful with our control. So we have to pick a part of the body that has room for error to strike. The fat in the face. It's just a great cushion. Moreover, slapping, possessing an extremely strong insulting nature, is the best option for pulling hatred, and the fastest means of shattering a person's self-esteem. Bailey Chubby face confused. You so professional ah? No, that's what he told me before. Lin Xie said. The above is diplomatic rhetoric, commonly known as field talk. What about the truth? Big mouths calling out people. Cool. Finally, Lin Xie's duo arrived at the warehouse where the weapons were stacked. Looking at the closed door, Lin Xie fell silent. 7 Nights, what's wrong? Chubby Bailey asked. If you don't have a way to open the door, I actually. No. Lin Xie shook his head. The weapons in here, for him, don't make sense. Ha? Bailey Chubby froze. Why? Even if he can bounce back attacks, surely there's an upper limit, right? It's true that there is an upper limit, but this is still meaningless, Lin Xie said. Previously, when he was at the peace firm, Lu Chang had tested his limits at the Forbidden Ruins training ground. All of them lifted heavy firepower and blasted at it. Get out of the way. Just as Lin Xie was planning to spill the beans on Lu Chang's information and discuss a countermeasure with Bailey Chubby, a cool voice came from the back, only to see a tall red-haired woman walked over, coldly glanced at Chubby Bailey, walked straight to the gate, put her hand on it, and with a sharp buzzing sound, Molly withdrew her palm and kicked the gate to shatter it. What a strong destructive force. Lin Xie sighed. You are, Molly. Responding faintly, Molly walked deeper into the warehouse, searching for the weapons she needed. Lin Xie also walked in and took a standard straight sword. Soon, Molly walked out with a huge taijutsu. Hello, my name is Lin Xie. Oh, Molly responded faintly, skimming over the pair. Are you an ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruin? Lin Xie asked. Why should I tell you? Don't you want to win? You can win by telling you? Who do you think you are? Tell me. We might have that slight possibility of winning, or at least not getting fixed up too badly, Lin Xie said. But if we don't tell me, we're going to be miserable. Molly frowned slightly. What do you mean? Unsurprisingly, I'm the one who knows him the best here, Lin Xie said. I know how powerful he is and how terrifying he is. Even if it's suppressed to the Marigold realm, he'll beat us like a game. Molly's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't believe he's that powerful that he can keep unleashing it. There are over 200 of us, and even if we had 200 cannon fodder to consume him, that would be enough to wear him down. It's a pity, Lin Xie said. If you expect to mop him up with a sea of men, that's completely impossible. Not to mention that we only have 200 or so people here. Even if we had 2,000, we couldn't drag him down. Oof. Molly hummed softly, full of disbelief. I look like a cutie, do I? It was common sense that the more powerful the Forbidden Ruins were, the more they consumed. And 2,000 won't break the bank? Why don't you say 20,000? Chapter 46, Only Magic Can Defeat Magic. I'm an agent of the Blazing Angel, Lin Xie said. Molly paused. An agent of the Blazing Angel, Michael? That's right. Now, are you willing to believe what I said? Lin Xie said. I've fought him many times, and although I haven't won a single time, I already have some guesses about his abilities. However, just by myself, even if I know what his weakness is, I don't have that ability to touch it. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076, Universal Frequency Motion, can control the vibration frequency of all objects in direct or indirect contact with me within the boundaries of the Forbidden Ruins. Molly said. What are his powers? Exactly? He's Lu Dongbin's agent. The Divine Ruin, Yin Yang Reversal. Lin Xie said. Aside from the kind of attack rebound just now, he can reverse all material properties within his divine ruin domain. Molly froze. Material properties? What does that mean? Yin and Yang concept. Lin Xie said. All things have the attributes of yin and yang. They rely on each other. They constrain each other. There is a relationship of mutual transformation. And all things have their opposing characteristics. For example, if the real is yang and the imaginary is yin, after the reversal of yin and yang, he will change from a solid entity to an illusory shadow, commonly known as perfect voiding. Molly, it's ing on, isn't it? Bounce all that you can and deflate if you can't? But reversing different yin and yang attributes requires him to give different amounts of energy, and he can't do a lot of things now that he's suppressed to the marigold realm. Lin Xie said. He had asked Lu Chang why his mortal dust divine domain effect was all about powerful spiritual perception, and Lu Chang had told him that the probability was because he was too weak. The more powerful the divine ruin, the more terrifying the consumption would be, and the reason why his mortal dust divine realm only revealed this much of its current ability should be because his spiritual power was not enough to support a true mortal dust divine realm. Let's say a miracle happens. In the middle of the asylum, he tried many times, but miracles don't always happen. Or perhaps the miracle he wanted was too consuming and his own power was not enough to sustain the miracle. LV Chang's yin-yang reversal was the same. So how do we fight? Molly asked. Just a perfect vanilla. Straight up unanswerable. You can fight, but not now. Lin Xie said. It'll have to wait until after dark. Dark? Molly glanced at the growing number of recruits coming this way to get their weapons. And before dark? Escape. Lin Xie said. Any of us here would be a goner against him on our own. And besides, we'd have to find someone else with a super high risk forbidden ruin. 7. Dodge. Lin Xie's pupils shrunk as he violently drew his sword and slashed at Molly's back. Nothing was cut. Though. What are you doing? Molly, who dodged out of the way, wondered. I didn't expect you to be able to manage to reverse two attributes at the same time at the Jintian realm. Lin Xie looked at Lu Chang, who no one but him could see in front of him, with a grave expression. Your reflexes are getting faster and faster. Lu Chang revealed his entity. In the state of the Janissary realm, he could only reverse one concept of yin and yang at a time. Invisibility relied on snakes, and it was the reversal of yin and yang that he relied on for vaporization. But misinformation is also a tactic. It's like the King engine. I'm so good. It's all in your head. Buzz dash. A terrifying blade chi slashed out and shot towards Lu Chang, cutting through the earth and blasting into the walls of the warehouse, and at the same time, drawing the attention of all the recruits around the warehouse. Kawani, exclaimed Lu Chang. Almost cut you to death. The corners of Molly's mouth twitched. What a ing perfect bouquet. I don't normally hit women, so can you just surrender? Lu Chang asked. Molly frowned. You look down on women? Not looking down. Lu Chang casually pulled out a few bottles of AD calcium milk and handed out a bottle each to Lin Xie, Molly, and Bailey Chubby. It's not like I'm some kind of psychopath. I've never been able to lay my hands on pretty girls. I could give you a hard time if you were my enemy. But you're not. The female cadets I just met, they all cooperated and surrendered. So, what about you? Molly gripped the taijutsu in her hand. What if I don't surrender? As he spoke, the recruits around the warehouse all surrounded them, and all kinds of weapons were aimed at Lu Chang. Then I'll just have to deal with you last. It's still early anyway. Lu Chang shrugged. By the way, are you guys sure you want to fire? Brothers, prepare. I don't believe this guy can keep carrying it. The corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. It really is a pig teammate. 7 nights. With so many of us here and such strong firepower, surely we can surpass his limits? Bailey Chubby said. Impossible. Lin Xie silently began to back away, and Molly and Bailey Chubby followed. I know this whole thing is bull *******, but with thermal weapons, even a nuclear bomb wouldn't work on him. Molly froze. Why? Isn't he capped? But a hot weapon is unleashed, and the weapon itself has no will. Lin Xie said. By cutting him directly with a cold weapon, we, as individuals with an active will, form an aggressor-victim relationship with him, so that he himself is the yin that is attacked and we are the yang that launches the attack. But the hot weapon, we merely pulled the trigger. The firing pin struck the powder, and technically we merely ignited the powder. It was the powder that triggered the damage to him, but the powder itself had no will, and in that case he would not have been able to determine the yin-yang relationship. Molly looked confused. If he can't be sure, then why is he still anti? He said that only magic can defeat magic. Lin Xie said with a grave expression. It's true that he has a ceiling, but that ceiling can only be broken by an individual who possesses direct will, and with something like a thermal weapon, you wouldn't be able to do half the damage to him even if you bombed him with a nuclear warhead. Bullets or bombs, they will all be rebounded before they can touch him. And even though they don't possess a lock, reversing such an attack without direct will make his consumption almost negligible. Pervert. Molly had a wicked look on her face. Wouldn't he be immune to heat weapons then? It's not like he's immune. His divine ruin is proactive. And all concepts of counterattack are ordered by himself. Lin Xie said. There's no defense if he doesn't notice. It is possible to do damage to him if someone can attack him without him realizing it. A sneak attack. But that's almost impossible too. Why? Chubby 100 was puzzled. A man can lose his footing. A horse can lose its hooves. And he's always careless, isn't he? It's true that he might have moments of carelessness. But, Lin Xie's mouth twitched. That pure yang sword in his chest is a divine artifact with autonomous will. The attacks he can't react to. The attacks he doesn't realize. That sword will block for him. A sneak attack? You guys think you can react faster than the artifacts? Molly was silent. Chubby 100 was silent. It's not chipped to be able to play? Chapter 47, Communal and Private Vengeance. At the underground base of the training camp, looking at Lu Cheng who walked out intact after being flooded by artillery fire, and the majority of the recruits who had been taken out by the explosive packets that he had unleashed, both the instructors of the training camp and the Phoenix squad were silent. Can the Marigold Realm carry that kind of firepower? Captain, you might not even be able to beat him if you suppress it to the Marigold Realm, right? Kong Woon said. Not necessarily. Xia Siming said. Yuan Gang froze. Captain Xia, you see the shortcomings of this ability of his? Look out a little. Xia Siming said. He couldn't touch anyone else or rebound an attack when he vaporized his body, which means that after he reversed the concept of his own reality, it was an overall reversal. And, when he launched an attack, he didn't ever vaporize, and he didn't rebound an attack when he did it. That means he can only do one thing, at a time. At least the state of the Marigold Realm is. But when he entered the warehouse just now, he was using both vanishing and stealth at the same time, right? Kong Woon said. Lin Xie spotted Lu Chang, and his blade also slashed where Lu Chang was, but, pierced through. Either that, or he can do two things at once in a short period of time. Xia Siming said. Either that, or it's an illusion he's created. Yuan Gang froze. False impression? Why? Lin Xie obviously has a deep understanding of LV Chang. In this situation, yet LV Chang still chose to enter Lin Xie's line of sight with a stealthy sneak attack, and then was discovered, attacked, and analyzed, as if he was intentionally delivering information. Xia Siming said. Could it be that he is too confident? Kong Woon said. No. Xia Siming shook her head. His actions seem random, but his logic is quite rigorous. Moreover, he has been teaching these recruits to simulate a real battlefield from the beginning until now. And exposing one's intelligence in such a rash manner on the battlefield is almost tantamount to suicide. So, the odds are that his actions just now were deliberately creating misinformation, or rather, pressure, for Lin Xie. On the battlefield, when faced with a strong enemy, trying to appear as strong as possible is the last resort to increase the survival rate. Commander Yi used to be like this all the time. Even though he couldn't even stand up, he would still put on an air of confidence. Fraudulent beard. What kind of eyes do you guys have? Xia Siming said suspiciously. Yuan Gang wanted to say. I didn't expect. Captain Xia. You are so smart. Xia Siming looked puzzled. Do I look stupid? A bit indeed. Kong Woon said. Xia Siming was actually very smart. After all, Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, wasn't some reckless person who only rushed. It was just that Xia Siming's destructive power was too strong, causing everyone to subconsciously ignore her intelligence. The captain of a special squad wouldn't be a 205 who could only be reckless. The life and death of a squad can be decided by the captain. Captain, do you think they can win? Ling Lin asked. There's still a little hope. Xia Siming said. After all, the agent of the Blazing Angels, Sequence 003's Divine Ruins, the mundane divine realm, must be very strong. But, Kong Woon looked at Lin Xie, who had been running away on the screen. Why hasn't he been doing anything about it? Biding your time? Yuan Gang said. Definitely. Xia Siming said. That's 003. What do we do next? We can't keep running, can we? After the recruits in the warehouse defied dissuasion and insisted on playing with fire coverage, Lin Xie directly took Bailey Chubby and Molly and ran away. Assemble as many recruits as possible who possess high-risk forbidden ruins as well as super high-risk forbidden ruins. Lin Xie said. We're definitely no match for him if we spread out. Up to this point in the fight, the brainless guys and the recruits are basically out of the game. And the rest of them should have all coalesced into small groups, ambushing various locations in the training camp, the cafeteria, the classrooms, and the dormitory buildings. One of the dormitory buildings is the most strategically located. so there must be the most people ambushed there. So we can go there and find someone. But will he go to the dormitory building too? Molly worried. Just assembled today. We don't know each other. Want to unite the other recruits. Or have super high dangerous forbidden market. 1 or 2 words can't be good. And, who will command? If LV Chang showed up to attack while they were discussing their plans, that would be the end of it. It won't, Lin Chie affirmed. Why? Molly queried. Couldn't he have imagined that the dormitory building was the most strategic? No, he can definitely think of it. But, Lin Chie looked up at the position of the sun. Now, it's almost mealtime. He's, definitely, in the cafeteria. Ugh, if only all the recruits knew as much as you guys do. Inside the cafeteria, Lu Chang was preparing dinner for the recruits who had directly chosen to surrender. Of course, only the girls. The male would be slapped unconscious by LV Chang before surrendering, and there was no chance of surrendering at all. Instructor Lu, they said that you are an agent of Lu Dongbin? A girl asked cautiously. It's atrocious. Slap one right on the head until you pass out. That face is so swollen that my own mother wouldn't recognize it. Just a false name. Lu Chang brought over a few bowls of noodles and handed out a bowl to each person. You guys don't blame me. I don't want to be like this, but I'm just a little instructor. So whatever the chief instructor says, I have to do it. Ha! The crowd froze. Slapping someone unconscious. That's the chief instructor's orders? A girl asked. Yeah. LV Chang sat down. Yuan Gang said that the new recruits are high-minded. So if I don't give you a kick in the pants, the rest of the training will not be easy. So why did it have to be a slap? A girl wondered. We can't beat them. But there's no need to deliberately use such insults. Is there? There's no way. Lu Chang sighed. As you know, the head is the most vulnerable part of the human body, and a blow to the head is the most efficient means of incapacitating a person. But I'm too powerful, and there are too many of you, all together. So it's easy to slap people to death if I don't accidentally control my strength. So I have to pick a part of the body that has room for error to strike. And the fat layer of the face is the best cushion. So even if I accidentally hit it hard, I won't be slapped to death on the spot. And, like you said, slapping possesses a highly insulting quality, which is the best option for pulling hate and the fastest means of shattering a person's self-esteem. Yuan Gang, after all, he's the chief instructor, and the other instructors don't have the skills, so it's only me who can be the villain. I don't want to. Meeting is fate. We are all destined to get together. Why should we get bitter and hateful as soon as we meet? But I couldn't help it. Yuan Gang had to make me do it. But isn't the Phoenix Squad here as well? Wouldn't letting them do it have the same deterrent effect? A girl couldn't help but ask. Ugh. Lu Chang sighed, wanting to speak. Instructor Lu, we won't say anything. A girl said. Yeah, we won't tell. The crowd responded. Instructor Lu, you woon. Have offended Chief Instructor Yuan, right? A woman said skeptically. Lu Chang showed hesitation, but still shook his head. No, don't think like that. Chief Instructor Yuan is still a good instructor. Seeing this, the crowd became more and more certain. It must be that LV Chang had accidentally offended Yuan Gang, so that guy had used his authority as chief instructor to force LV Chang to be the villain. How could he? A girl said indignantly. A personal vendetta? Ha! Yeah, if we hadn't guessed. Wouldn't Instructor Lu have been misunderstood for a whole year? The good guys are letting him be the good guy, and the evil guy is letting Instructor Lu be the bad guy? This Yuan Gang is too shameless, isn't he? Don't say that. Chief Instructor Yuan is also doing this for everyone's good. Lu Chang sighed. As long as everyone can learn more from the intensive training camp, and face danger with more confidence, it's okay for me to suffer a little aggravation. Instructor Lu, we will definitely help you write your name. A girl said indignantly. Right. We won't let people get the wrong idea about you. Yes, the villain is clearly Yuan Gang. The crowd came forward to comfort Lu Chang, who also very cooperatively squeezed out a few tears. Everyone, don't be like this. Yuan Gang, he is the chief instructor after all. If he becomes an evil person, the rest of the training won't be good. Lu Chang advised. But, can't let you be so aggravated, can you? The crowd said indignantly. It's okay, a little aggravation. It's just. LV Chang looked at the girls around him. You guys have to cooperate a bit in the future. Otherwise, I really can't do anything about it. Yuan Gang he is the chief instructor after all. Instructor Lu, don't worry, we will definitely cooperate with you. Right, we won't let you worry about it. It's good that everyone understands. After a tiring day, everyone is hungry, right? I don't know if what I made is to your liking. You guys try it. Lu Chang said. Yummy. Yeah, yummy. It's the best noodles I've ever had. Instructor Louis, you're so good at this. Ugh, don't call me Instructor Lu. I'm about the same age as you guys. There's no need to be so serious in private. Just call me by my name. And, Brother Ah Chang? That's okay. Underground base of the training camp. Looking at Lu Chang, who was mingling with the female soldiers, the crowd had different looks. Didn't you guys tell him that there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the training camp and, moreover, they all have a radio function? Yuan Gang had a black face. Is there that possibility that he actually knows we're watching him? Xia Siming said oddly. Chapter 48 Black King Chopper. Meanwhile, the dormitory area. In the building's hallway, a dozen or so recruits were gathering around, and the one leading them was that other ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruin possessor who had led the disturbance at the very beginning and ran the fastest after the fight started. Xin Qingzhu. Brother Shen, the intel we've gotten so far, that guy can do attack bouncing, stealth, and super speed movement. A man said. Overdrive movement? Xin Qingzhu froze. How fast? Slap 18 people in a second. The man said. Full slap on the left side of the face. The corners of Xin Qingzhu's mouth twitched slightly. This is ing cheating, isn't it? A man with 3 powers? To add to that, he can still vaporize. Lin Chiye's trio walked over. Xin Qingzhu frowned slightly. What do you mean? It's the transformation of a material body into an illusory shadow. Lin Chiye said. Physical attacks will be completely ineffective for him in the vaporized state. What about the duration? Xin Qingzhu asked. It can't be maintained all the time, can it? I don't know, but I'm afraid we can't measure it. Lin Chiye said. His divine ruin consumes very little when acting on itself. Also, sort of my advice, don't ambush him in a closed place. It's a death wish. Xin Qingzhu frowned. Why? Because the yin and yang relationship between the ceiling and the floor is stable in an enclosed space. He can reverse the properties of the ceiling and the floor, making the floor turn into the ceiling, and then you'll land on the ceiling. Lin Chiye said. Ha! The crowd was dumbfounded. What the is this? This is a relative concept of yin and yang. Specifically, I can't say it in a moment. Anyway, you guys don't fight him in the closed space. Lin Chiye said. Otherwise, you'd be smashing up and down between the ceiling and the floor. Gravity reversal? Xin Qingzhu said. It's not gravity reversal. Lin Chiye said. He's switching 2 opposite things around. And anyway, it's complicated stuff. There are no absolutes. It's all relative. How do you know so much? Xin Qingzhu asked. I know him. Lin Chiye said. Recognize? Xin Qingzhu froze. And what other powers does he have? Lin Chiye paused. It's hard to say. His ability is yin and yang reversal. But there are so many things he can do that in a sense. He is near omnipotent. However, his ability to look roguish is actually quite rigorous. Once the yin-yang relationship is broken, his divine ruin will fail. For example, when he switched the properties of the ceiling and the floor, and someone punched a hole in the ceiling, the properties he switched were destroyed and returned to their original stable state. What's wrong? Lin Chiye was puzzled. The crowd looked at Lin Chiye oddly. Is there that possibility that we, missed the point? In short, his ability is complicated, but it's also very simple. Lin Chiye said. Yin and yang are a type of unity of opposites or contradictory relationships, and the two are species. If 2 things that have nothing to do with each other, he can't connect them. So, to break his yin-yang relationship, you either have to make either side of the yin-yang impure, insert a third party, or, not become directly entangled with him. Still can't understand? Against the clear and confused eyes of the crowd, Lin Chiye fell silent. You'd better listen to me. This stuff can't be explained in a moment. Listen to you? Xin Qingzhu hummed lightly. On what grounds? Trying to boss me around by talking a bunch of nonsense here? Who do you think you are? I am the killing angel agent. The sun is setting and night is falling. So far, LV Chang had eliminated over 200 recruits, and there were less than 30 of them still active on the field. And this last group of people are almost all gathered together. It's getting late. How long do you guys plan to ambush? Lu Chang stood in front of the dormitory building. 7. It's already dark. Aren't you going to do it yet? A slow footstep sounded, and Lu Chang turned his head to look at the side of the dormitory building. Only a young face holding a sword was seen walking towards Lu Chang. Amit Bab Buddha. Chao Yuan stopped, stood with his right hand in front of his body, and prayed with his eyes closed. Lu Chang looked around. And they let you come and fight in the front? Scholar, I am offended. Chao Yuan took a deep breath and slowly dropped his right hand onto the hilt of his sword. The moment the blade was sheathed, a black baleful aura rose up to the sky like a pillar of fire, and pitch-black flames surged out from Chao Yuan's body, setting his blouse ablaze. The fury and flames intertwined and gradually solidified into a bizarre humanoid coat. Chao Yuan opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-colored demonic heavy pupils. His eyes filled with madness. Is this the Black King chopping extinction? Lu Cheng frowned slightly. Are you the Black King? Or Chao Yuan? Swish! Before Lu Cheng's words fell, Chao Yuan disappeared in place and instantly rushed to his body, laughing as he swung out a blade entwined with black flames. White! Dang! Sharp clashing sounds rang out as a long sword glittering with golden light abruptly blocked in front of Lu Cheng's body, followed by a fiery divine might that erupted from the pure young sword, sending Chao Yuan flying with his sword. What happened? In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors looked at the pure young sword that was suddenly unleashed with a dumbfounded expression. He's going to get real? Ling Lin said excitedly. No, it isn't. Shasmine narrowed her eyes. He just, almost got cut. What do you mean? Yuan Gang was puzzled. That sword. It moved by itself. Xia Siming said. It wasn't manipulated by LV Chang, and by the looks of it, he himself didn't expect the pure yang sword to move. It seems that my guess was right. In the shadows, looking at the pure yang sword that he had moved, the crowd had a stomachache, but Lin Xie revealed a smile that was true. What do you mean? Bailey Chubby wondered. Why didn't he unleash voiding just now? Molly wondered. And, why isn't he blocking? It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't. Lin Xie said. When Chao Yuan's attack was about to slash him, I unleashed a blazing angel divine might and unleashed a spiritual level attack on him. The vaporization was only on the material level, but on the spiritual level, he was still there, so my blazing angel divine might hit him. In that situation, he had to undo his vapors and form a yin and yang relationship of attack and defense with me, using the divine ruins to defend against my attacks, or else his spirit would have been struck by my blazing angel divine might. Sure enough, he can only do one thing at a time now, and he was bluffing me earlier at the warehouse. When he was in the peace firm, he had already tried countless sparring sessions with LV Chang, and that guy had also suppressed to the calendrical realm to spar with him. There was no reason why this guy had been lying to him even in that situation. But then again, Lu Cheng knew that he was a cautious man and would not let go of the slightest bit of information. So, when it came to the warehouse, this guy was deliberately misleading him. Chapter 49, Incomplete Voiding. If your blazing angel divine might was able to hit him, then why didn't we just go together just now? Molly wondered. Because this move is only effective as a sneak attack, and can even merely be used to test for information, unable to really cause damage to him, Lin Xie said. Ha! The crowd was confused. Unable to do damage? I'm only in the marigold realm. Lin Xie was speechless. Do you guys hardly expect me to seriously injure him with my blazing angelic might? People will subconsciously defend themselves against unexpected attacks, and he has just undergone a virtualization. The defense of the material level does not need to be defended in his subconscious, but the spiritual level suddenly suffers an attack. It is the same as when someone suddenly aims at your vitals for a blow, and will subconsciously try to defend himself as much as possible when he doesn't know how strong such an attack is, and how much damage it can cause. It's called deterrence from a cold gun. Besides, I wasn't just sure if he could really only do one thing at a time, and if I guessed wrong and we were all on the same page together, we'd be screwed. What about now? Chubby 100 asked. Lin Xie stood up. Now that intelligence gathering is over, it's time to start going head-to-head. Chao Yuan, who had been sent flying, got up from the rubble, hissing as his black baleful flames rolled over, and once again impacted towards Lu Cheng. Snap! As an explosive slapping sound rang out, Chao Yuan, who came with his sword, flipped and smashed out like a propeller. Lu Cheng looked in the direction where Lin Xie's people were. Head on, he seems angry. Bailey Chubby subconsciously shrunk behind Lin Xie. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. I forgot to tell you guys that the spirit is his sensitive point, although I can spy on information like this. However, it will also enrage him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shin Qingju shouted, and the recruits hidden in the area of the dormitory building instantly rushed out and charged towards Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he lifted his right foot and violently stomped downward. Boom! A horrible shock to LV Cheng as the core toward the surrounding violent burst scattered. Countless debris from the cracked earth shot out. Rolling smoke then raised, accompanied by a burst of shouts and debris impact collapse sound. The entire dormitory area directly into ruins. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the Marquee Realm? Under the protection of Bailey Chubby's Yao Guang, Lin Xia's few people were fortunate enough not to be blasted away by the seismic waves. Looking at the dormitory that was instantly reduced to rubble, Molly's few people were completely confused. He wouldn't have secretly liberated the realm, would he? Shin Xingju was skeptical. Is this the destructive power of the Marigold Realm? No. If he says he's going to use the Marigold Realm to blow us away, he won't use more than that. Lin Xie said with a stiff expression. Then what the is with this destructive power? Shin Xingju said breathlessly. stomped the entire dormitory area with 1 foot. He'd believe it when he says it's Kawasaki, but he didn't use this kind of terrifying power when he fought me before, Lin Xie said. Bailey's chubby face showed odd. Is there that kind of possibility that he doesn't want to hurt you? Captain, this power of his is comparable to yours. In the underground base of the training camp, the crowd looked at Xia Simeng with odd expressions. When I think about it, this monster, Xia Simeng, also tossed the intensive training camp in the same way. The Zhan realm would be able to collapse a building with a single punch and tear down the Pool realm mystery with his hands. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ahem. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Xia Simeng's face was a bit unnatural. I was young and vigorous at that time. Youthfulness? The crowd looked more and more odd. Talking like you're honest now? The most anticlimactic of the Night's Watch is you. What now? Molly asked. With his kind of power, I feel like if I get hit by him just once, I'll have to be reimbursed on the spot. I didn't quite believe it before when I heard them say that the female Tyrannosaurus Rex of Phoenix Squad's Marigold Realm could tear down a Pool realm mystery with her hands and could knock down a building with a single punch. Shinju spat out the bubble gum in her mouth. Now I believe it. This divine agent is unreasonable. Hey, what about you? Shinju looked toward Lin Xie. Killing Angel Michael, sequence 003. Show your hand. Lin Xie was a bit embarrassed. My divine ruin is incomplete and doesn't have this kind of terrifying destructive power. He wants to blow his load, too, but he didn't. The divine ruin that Michael had given him was nothing but a powerful sense of perception. If it weren't for the fact that there was a Nyx's Starry Night Dancer to add to the mix at night, he was afraid that his blazing angel agent would be even more mocked. As far as miracles go, that even worked on and off when I was in a mental institution. In the real world it hasn't worked even once. This blazing angel agent of yours shouldn't be a fake, right? Shinju couldn't help but be skeptical. Don't say that. 7 Nights is an intelligent talent, Bailey Chubby said. Enough small talk? Lu Cheng asked. Now, it's down to you guys. Roar. The slapped Chao Yuan once again stood up from the ground, the flames of resentment around him growing more and more intense. With a loud roar, Chao Yuan once again charged towards Lu Cheng. Go! Lin Xie drew his sword and followed. Holy? How is he so fast? Shinju was dumbfounded. Is this guy that fast during the day? Molly, we're also. Without waiting for Bailey Chubby to finish his sentence, Molly charged up with her sword. Look at my great treasure sword, Chubby Bailey bellowed. 1 transformation of 3,000. Idiot. Don't fight. Molly scolded. Righto. Bailey Chubby snapped back to his senses and put back his great sword. At this time, Chao Yuan and Lin Xie had already rushed to Lu Cheng's near body and launched their attacks. However, they were all immunized by Lu Cheng using voiding altogether. But even so, Lin Xie and Chao Yuan kept swinging at Lu Cheng's illusory body. What are they doing? In the hall of the training camp, a group of instructors looked at Lin Xie and Chao Yuan, who were constantly performing ineffective attacks, in disbelief. It was understandable that Chao Yuan would lose consciousness when he unleashed the Black King's chopping extinction. But why did Lin Xie follow the cut? Captain, can you see what they want? Ling Lin asked. Should be waiting for a chance, Xia Simeng said. The crowd was confused. What are the chances of that? Are you going to keep chopping like this? Lu Cheng asked. You know, I don't get tired. Or say, a heart palpitation came, and Lu Cheng, who maintained his vapors, violently dodged and retreated. Buzz, that's a dodge? Molly, who had sneakily chopped out the ultra-high frequency vibration wave, was flabbergasted. How did you come up with this? Lu Cheng asked. Because you can hear us and see us, Lin Xie said. For the eye to see, light needs to enter the eyeball. And for the ear to hear sound, sound waves need to enter the ear and resonate with the eardrum. If you are turned into utter nothingness, it is impossible to see us or hear us. And, if you became a true shadow, the light should have passed through you, but you still have a shadow. Your vaporization is not really nothingness, merely a certain degree of untouchability on the material plane. But light, sound, these things can touch you. Molly's universal frequency movement can control the frequency of vibrations within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins. And the vibrations of the air, after reaching a certain frequency, will emit extremely destructive sound waves. It's not just mental attacks that can attack you, sound waves can do just as well. After all, a sharp popping sound is, in a sense, a mental attack. That's all? Lu Cheng was a bit disbelieving. Of course it's more than that, Lin Xie said. You can't see a woman cry. And that's not just because you're soft-hearted, because women tend to have higher vocal cords, especially when they cry, and it's easy to make a shrill sound. And for the average person that cry is distracting at best. But for you, it doesn't feel good to rub salt in the wound, does it? Chapter 50. Honestly, You're right about everything you analyzed, but I have a question. Lu Chang completely lifted the virtualization. If you know what my weakness is, why don't you siege against that weakness? There's no way her attack could have hit me just now. I'm sure you know that. You should have used the Blazing Angel Divine Might to restrict my movements first, had Chao Yuan hold my pure yang sword, and then had Molly send out a sonic attack so that I definitely wouldn't be able to block it. This is just a test. I don't think it needs to go that far, Lin Qiye said. Lu Chang's soul had a big problem. When his Divine Ruin collided with Lu Chang's Divine Ruin, he clearly felt this guy's almost broken soul. If he really launched a spiritual attack with threatening qualities on Lu Chang, it would trigger two extreme situations. Successfully hits and does enough damage to just make the guy pass out. Successful hits, but not enough damage, and then they have to face a fuming LV Chang. Either way, it wasn't what he wanted. Moreover, this was just a test. He only needed to let LV Chang know that they had the ability to inflict damage on him. You should be glad that you didn't choose to fight to the death in order to win. Lu Chang shook the dark red gemstone bracelet in his hand. Lin Qiye's mouth twitched. What is this? I knew I had a big problem with my spirit, so I got this gemstone that can protect my soul from a generous sorcerer. Lu Chang said. Generally, this keeps my soul calm and less susceptible to outside influences. When I'm subjected to a mental attack that would drastically affect my soul, this thing blocks it for me and emits a flashing red light. Guess what the red signal light means? When they met Lu Chang's amiable smile, the crowd stiffened. Xin Xingzhu, who had just wanted to complain about why Lin Qiye was merciful, swallowed his words back. It's a good thing it didn't really move. Spirit is indeed my greatest weakness, but since this weakness is so obvious, do you think that I would not do a little defense myself? Lu Chang said. What looks like a weakness is not always really a weakness. It could be a thunderclap, or even a weakness that I purposely showed you. Don't put too much faith in your own analysis, and don't even think you're the smartest one. Now what? Now, do you have any more ways to deal with me? Why do I have the feeling that he is deliberately exposing his information so that Lin Qiye can find his weaknesses? Underground base of the training camp. Seeing it now, everyone vaguely felt where exactly the logic of Lu Chang's behavior was wrong. From the beginning until now, this guy didn't hide his abilities or prioritize tackling Lin Qiye, who knew the most about him, but instead let the other party go and gather recruits that had the ability to pose a threat to him, constantly exposing what he could do. The authorities are in charge, and he wants to know what's still wrong with him, Xia Siming said. That's why he deliberately exposed as much of his intelligence as possible. He wants someone else to help him find those weaknesses he hasn't been able to find on his own. But, what is the weakness of this guy's ability? Kong Wound asked. Seeing now, he could not think of a way to crack Lu Chang's yin-yang reversal at all. Looking at Lin Qiye, he should already have an answer. Yuan Gang said. Until now, Lin Qiye hadn't let everyone go all out, and the spiritual attack on Lu Chang was likewise a test. My method might be a bit dangerous for you, Lin Qiye said. Are you sure you want to try? Of course, Lu Chang said. I'd also like to know how far you can go. Then I'll ask a question first. Lin Qiye took out a piece of tape and threw it into Lu Chang's hand. This stuff, does it work for you? The scroll of sealing? Lu Chang froze. It works, but it's not very effective. It's disruptive at best. The effect of the scroll of sealing was similar to that of the ruin suppressing tablet in that it could suppress a person's forbidden ruins, but its effect on divine ruins was extremely limited. If it's possible to interfere, then it's best if you don't launch any more voiding next, Lin Qiye said. If the scroll of sequestration and my blazing angel divine might are launched at the same time when you're launching your voiding, interrupting your voiding, and then, Chao Yuan's and their attacks overlap with your body, you'll be finished. Lu Chang nodded. There is indeed that risk. Yes, I won't be unleashing my virtualization next, and I can go head to head with you guys, but you can deal with my yin-yang reversal? You know, not to mention the attacks of this marigold realm of yours. Even the attacks of the sea realm can't break my defense head on. He was able to return the attacks from the Jhan realm the way they came, and he was able to distort any attacks from the Jhan realm to around the sea realm, which couldn't land on him anyway. Maybe it's okay? Lin Qiye said. Try? Come on. LV Chang shrugged. He also wanted to know under what circumstances his god's ruin would have problems, and it was fastest to brainstorm in this camp. Follow the steps I just said. Lin Qiye raised his straight blade. Are you sure you want to do this? Xin Xingzhu was a bit skeptical. Is it hard to believe that you have another way? Lin Qiye asked rhetorically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Qiye led the charge. Chao Yuan and Moli followed closely behind, and Bailey Chubby once again took out his great treasure sword, as well as the scroll of sealing, blocking Lu Chang's movements. This time, Lu Chang didn't activate voiding, but, instead, blocked white blades with his empty hands. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the underground base of the training camp, looking at Liu Chang, who had directly used his hands to open Lin Xia's several people's siege chopping attacks, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. Are you sure this isn't a ING joke? Holy, 3 slashes and 1 he can't even block? This melee ability. No, how come he didn't return the attack? Ling Lin wondered. He is now in the Marigold Realm, and attacks within the Marigold Realm can only return the same way. Xia Siming said. Chao Yuan and Mo Li are both ultra-high risk forbidden marketplaces. Their attacks have long exceeded the limits of the Marigold Realm, and there's no way for LV Cheng to twist their attacks back. He can only hit them crookedly. Lin Xia's power is also significantly different from before, similarly exceeding the limit of the Jin Tian realm. Dang! Lin Xia erupted with blazing angel divine might while Bailey Chubby sneak attacked to unleash the great treasure sword, and the pure young sword was passively sheathed and flew into the air to fend off the attack. Boom! An abrupt explosion rang out, including all of Liu Chang and Lin Xia. As the smoke dispersed, Bailey Chubby rushed to unleash Yao Guang to protect Lin Xia's trio. LV Chang, however, was blown away. Is he hurt? Chapter 51, Dare to Think, Dare to Do. In the underground base of the training camp, looking at LV Chang, whose clothes hadn't been dirty since the beginning, being blown up in the dust, the group of instructors were all confused. What's the situation? Ling Lin wondered. Could it be that the explosion just now exceeded the limits of his defense? Xia Siming stared tightly at the Lin Xia trio in the screen. So it's like this, Captain. You see? Kong Wound wondered. See, Xia Siming said. However, this Lin Xia is really daring to think and act. Captain. Explain, Ling Lin said anxiously. What's going on? Lin Xia should be explaining. Just listen to him, Xia Siming said. It really works? Looking at Liu Chang, who had fallen to the ground, Xin Xingzhu, who had triggered the explosion, was still a bit unresponsive. You really let you find it? Liu Chang slowly sat up. Just now, his divine ruin failed. Your ability is indeed buggy. Even though I've found a way to break it, I still feel that this ability of yours is a rogue. Lin Xia said breathlessly. What's the situation? Xin Xingzhu asked. Lin Xia only told them to follow the arrangements without explaining why. Said it was explained and they couldn't understand it. Like I said, although his yin-yang reversal looks rogue, it's actually a rather logical ability. Lin Xia said. He is able to reverse our attacks because he has formed a yin and yang relationship of attack and defense with us. And to break this yin and yang opposition, one must either make either side of the yin and yang impure, insert a third party, or not become directly entangled with him. The reason the three of us together can't cut him is because we're all attacking and he's defending. And after I erupted the blazing angel divine might, his divine ruin was disturbed, and he was unable to establish a yin-yang relationship with his new target within a short period of time. So for Chubby's sneak attack, the pure yang sword automatically flew out to block it. And after that, the explosion Xin Xingzhu unleashed was an indiscriminate attack. In the moment we suffered the attack, we were not just yin against him, but we suffered the same attack as he did and became part of the yang. The third party's meddling led to a chaotic relationship between offense and defense. And yin and yang were no longer pure, therefore, his divine ruins failed. That means if we want to do effective damage to him, we have to attack him and pain our teammates at the same time? Molly looked confused. Right. Lin Xia had a stomachache on his face. This is a ing bummer. In a one-on-one situation, Liu Chang was absolutely undefeated. It takes at least 3 people to beat this guy. 1 frontal attack, 1 waiting for a sneak attack to hold the pure yang sword, and then the last one, who had to launch an indiscriminate attack that would include the first frontal attacking friendly unit, and that fit. All the attacks have to happen at the same time. Just now, the 3 of them came together to hold LV Chang back. Otherwise that guy's terrifying strength, any one of them alone would have been slapped away like Chao Yuan at the very beginning. Since we've found the method, then next, a few more times, we'll be able to defeat him, right? Xin Xingzhu said excitedly. Lin Xia didn't speak. Molly didn't speak. And both of them looked at Xin Xingzhu with a sultry gaze. No buddy, you third party stand up and talk, right? They had to suffer the attack with LV Chang. How many more times? Are you trying to kill us? Indeed, a few more times. You guys should have the ability to die with me. Liu Chang stood up and patted the ash on his body. Why? He wasn't hurt? The corners of Xin Xingzhu's mouth twitched. Lin Xia and the 3 of them were blocked by Bailey Chubby rushing up to start Yao Guang. But this guy, how could he be in that kind of explosion without a thing? Just to look like a mess? Because my blazing angel divine ruin didn't suppress him enough after I was affected by your explosion. He was indeed injured by your explosion. But you only injured him for a split second. And after my divine ruin lost its suppression of him, He took your explosive attack on him and knocked it all askew, Lin Shiya said. Shin Qingju was dumbfounded. The person who launches a frontal attack on him must continue to attack him even if he suffers an attack, Lin Shiya said, because once our attack stops, the yin and yang between us and him disappears. And then, he'll be able to skew your attack. How long your attacks will work on him and how much damage you can do depends on how long we can unleash them on him while being attacked by you. That means if you want to take him down, then you'll have to take us down with you. The crowd was completely silent. Both Molly's few people and the instructors and Phoenix squad at the underground base of the training camp were silent. That's a real bummer. Bummer to the point of being speechless. I didn't think that someone could really use this kind of crack, Lu Chang said with an odd expression. Lin Qia's mouth twitched. What do you mean? You don't know that, do you? I know, LV Chang said, but I didn't think anyone would really do it. Like the yin-yang balance, the yin-yang reversal can be broken by the intrusion of a third party. However, this kind of cracking method hurts the enemy 800 times and damages itself 1000 times. He was really not expecting anyone to use it. Not bad, Lu Chang said oddly. Dare to think, that is to say, this method can really defeat you? Shin Qingju asked. One can only say that it is possible. After all, Lu Chang raised his hand and the pure yang sword flew into his hand. I've never been serious with you guys until now. As the words fell, Lu Chang took a deep breath and the pure yang sword swung violently. The strong light flickered away, and the pure yang sword changed back into a small pendant and returned to Lu Chang's chest. Is he being cool? Ling Lin said oddly. The corners of Xia Ximing's mouth twitched furiously. Open your eyes and see clearly. Look at SH. The entire muster camp froze, only to see that as Lu Chang's sword blade chopped out in the direction, the entire building of the training camp neatly disconnected and slowly slid downwards. This, Molly looked at her taijutsu, which was crossed in front of her and smoothly disconnected, with a dumbfounded look on her face. Similarly, the weapons in the hands of Lin Qia's men, as well as Bailey Chubby's Yao Guang, were all chopped in half. Shin Qingju looked stiff and touched his neck. Not disconnected? You guys don't think that this sword can only be used for defense, do you? Lu Chang said. How did this happen? Lin Qia looked around the set camp that had been cut open. They were intact, but their weapons, and the entire set of buildings in the camp, had been hacked apart. The sword of the heart. It can cut through everything within the divine ruins domain that I want to cut through, and in the process, it won't ripple through anything else. Lu Chang said. By the way, even though it looks like you guys are okay, your bottoms, they've been chopped open by me. When the words fell, Lin Qia's few people immediately felt a cold chill in the lower half of their bodies, and Molly lowered her head in panic. Don't get me wrong, I'm not that perverted, Lu Chang said. Girls' bottoms, I didn't cut. Molly breathed a sigh of relief. I cut the top, Lu Chang said. You, wait, Lin Qia interrupted Molly's outburst. Within the divine ruins realm, you say? Your God's market contains the entire set? No, it's less than 50 meters under normal circumstances. However, I can use the pure yang sword to make an instantaneous expansion of the divine ruins, Lu Chang said. The range is probably just about a 2-kilometer radius, which isn't that big. The crowd looked at Lu Chang in silence. 2 kilometers? It's not that big? Hooligans. Molly, who had returned to her senses, glared at LV Chang in shame, covered her breasts, turned around and ran. Bailey Chubby felt a pang of heartbreak. This is considered molestation, isn't it? Lin Qia said oddly. Who made her so cruel that she actually unleashed that horrible mental attack on me? Lu Chang said. And you? Lu Chang instantly arrived in front of Lin Qia and put a hand on his shoulder. Xiao Qi, thanks to your blessing. Now everyone in the training camp knows what my weakness is and the way to break my divine ruins. What do you say? How can I thank you? Lin Qia's complexion stiffened. I'd vote for. Boom. With an explosion, Lin Qia sunk deep into the crumbling earth. What did he say? Lu Chang looked suspiciously at the 3 Bailey Chubby people who looked stiff on the side. I didn't hear that. Chao Yuan swallowed his saliva. 7 Knights said he voted. Boom. Chao Yuan doesn't seem to be very lucid yet. Lu Chang looked towards Bailey Chubby and Shin Qingju. What about you guys? Boom. Young people nowadays, they are really hardcore, knowing that they are undefeated, yet they still fight to the death. Lu Chang turned his head to look at the surveillance on the side. Gang bang. I admire them. Chapter 52, No Loss, No Gain. I'm disappointed in you guys. The sparring ended, and Yuan Gang led the instructors out of the underground base and back to the martial arts stage. Off stage, it's snot-nosed male soldiers, and heads-up female soldiers. Why are they okay? Shin Qingju couldn't help but ask. Differentiation? The girls' faces, none of them are swollen. None of the boys' faces are normal. I'd love to LV Chang, who was sitting on the stage, said, "What? You have a problem with that? Xin Qingzhu, do I dare have one?" Cough. Yuan Gang coughed lightly twice. "Better not. It's easy to get divisive." "Oh." Lu Chang weakly turned his head. Seeing this, the group of female soldiers under the stage neatly stared at Yuan Gang with wide eyes. "Sure enough. You asked for it, and now you have to force people to do the same to them?" Yuan Gang, who was inexplicably targeted by a group of tigers, was a little confused. What did he do? Alas, everyone should listen to Chief Instructor Yuan. He is the chief instructor. Lu Chang sighed, stood up, took his small stool, and walked off the martial arts stage somewhat forlornly. Seeing this, the group of female soldiers under the stage were almost about to resist rushing onto the stage to Yuan Gang. "Battle-hardened assholes. 7 nights, how do I feel? That the future is a little dark?" Bailey Chubby said weakly. "Trust your feelings," Lin Chiye said quietly. "Report. I have a problem." A male soldier couldn't resist raising his hand. "He's been playing all day today, not to mention the Marigold Realm. Even the Chuan Realm has long been exhausted from playing so much. I doubt he cheated." "Right. That wasn't even the destructive power of the Marigold Realm he had. How can the mental power of the Marigold Realm be squandered for so long? We don't believe it." Yuan Gang frowned and was about to speak when LV Chang, who had left, suddenly folded back. "I heard someone talking about me?" Looking at the crowd of recruits under the stage who almost instantly buried their heads down and couldn't wait to burrow into the ground, LV Chang looked at Yuan Gang in doubt. "Did I hear you wrong?" The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched slightly. "If you guys have any questions, ask." "Ignoring me?" LV Chang raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Not giving me face? Looking down on me? Looks like you guys haven't fought enough." "Report. I would like to ask, where are we staying tonight?" Lin Chiye, who didn't want to be punched again, hastily raised his hand and asked. "Dormitory. It's gone, right?" The crowd froze and turned their heads to look around, and it was only then that they realized that this training camp didn't seem to be as high as it was at noon. "It's been cut off." "Oh, this one. Simple." LV Chang walked over. "Come on, I'll show you all a magic trick. When I yell, close your eyes when it's dark. Remember, all of you, anyone who dares to sneak a peek." "Hey!" The crowd stiffened and closed their eyes. Even the instructor on the stage subconsciously closed his eyes. "I haven't told you to close your eyes yet," Lu Chang said quietly. "What do you mean? Can't you understand me?" The crowd trembled, and their eyes widened as they stared intently ahead. "Prepare." Lu Chang raised his hands. "It's dark. Close your eyes." Snap. Time passed by, and everyone on the training ground still kept their eyes closed. Not one of them dared to open their eyes. They were fully convinced that the moment their eyes opened, they would receive a big mouthful. "It smells so good," muttered Bailey Chubby in a small voice. "You can open your eyes," Lu Chang said. The crowd tensed and opened their eyes, only to see the martial arts stage in front of them, which had been smashed by Phoenix squads landing at noon, restored to a brand new state. The group of instructors who didn't want to be treated differently looked at the refreshed training camp in front of them in confusion. "Wang Mian is here?" Yuan Gang somewhat wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. He probably just closed his eyes for less than 10 seconds. And this nearly destroyed set was actually restored to a brand new state? Buns? Bailey Chubby was a bit confused as he looked at a small bag and a bottle of milk placed in front of him. Or rather, in front of each new recruit. Each bag contained 3 buns, and the fragrance that he had just smelled was coming from here. 3 neat buns per person. Not enough, and no more. Lu Chang said. "That's all I've done. As for your quarters, they've been repaired. So finish eating and get some early rest. See you tomorrow." After saying that, Lu Chang turned around and left. The crowd watched LV Chang leave with a dumbfounded look on their faces. This bun should not be poisonous, right? Xin Qingzhu couldn't help but be skeptical. As soon as the words fell, dozens of gazes filled with killing intent were focused from all directions of the group. "If you don't want to eat, you can stop eating," a female soldier said quietly. "That's just it. A dog's bite. You might as well feed it to the dogs." "What do you think Instructor Louis was doing during the time he disappeared this afternoon?" "It smells good." Bailey Chubby, who was so hungry that his legs were shaking, tried to take a bite. "You can doubt his character, but don't doubt his cooking skills." Lin Chiye took a similarly large bite. "Beating us up is one thing, eating is another, and he's always been one size fits all." Seeing that Lin Chiye and the others were eating, the remaining recruits also picked up the buns on the ground with confidence. Asterisk. This bun. Eat without speaking, sleep without speaking. Lu Chang's cold, ghostly voice drifted back. "Don't talk while you're eating. Watch out for choking." Yuan Gang looked oddly at the group of recruits who were more well-behaved than rabbits. Even back then when Yifan personally managed the intensive training camp it didn't have this kind of effect. Captain, I think you could really try with him. At the edge of the training ground, the Phoenix squad, who had also received a dinner, cast supportive glances at Xia Simeng. The corner of Xia Simeng's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't it just a meal of buns? You guys want to sell me here? Captain, this isn't a packet thing, Ling Lin said. Look, he's so strong. If you can pull him into our Phoenix squad, wouldn't we have a top chef? You won't have to worry about going hungry when you drill the primitive forest in the future. Xia Simeng took a bite of the bun. Makes sense, but our team isn't short of people right now. Special squads are not free to add new members without attrition. How about? Xia Simeng looked at her teammates with an excited face. You, who dedicates themselves? Do. Captain Xia, I'm in my room. When are you coming over? Right away. I'll come over after I finish my bun. Oh, I'll take a shower then. So hurry up. Hanging up the phone, Xia Simeng's side face was slightly red. No, for real? Captain, go for it. Ling Lin looked solemnly at Xia Simeng. I'm with you. Right, we're with you. Captain, he's so handsome. You're not losing out. How can you call this not losing money? It's called blood money. Yes, blood money. Captain, if you miss this village, you won't get this chance again. Xia Simeng looked at her mannequin teammate with a black line on her face. What do you mean she's not losing out? What do you mean? She's bleeding money? Doesn't she have anyone? Chapter 53, Tonic. At the back of the training camp, LV Chang's small, solitary building. Holy? What the hell? Xia Simeng looked at the small detached luxury building in front of her with a dumbfounded expression. Why didn't they have this treatment for the Phoenix squad? What the hell is Yevon doing? Knock knock. A somewhat upset Xia Simeng knocked on the door of Lu Cheng's room. She's all in the instructor's quarters. Come in. Lu Cheng's voice floated out and the door to the room opened. Xia Simeng walked into the small building with a collapsed face, and Lu Cheng also happened to walk out after taking a shower. Have a seat. Xia Simeng looked at the room's luxurious decoration with an odd expression. That's a big difference in treatment, isn't it? Now that's a real vacation. Difference? Lu Cheng froze. What's the difference? It's nothing. Xia Simeng huffed and sat down. Anyway, even if she said it, Yi Fan wouldn't give her the approval. Are you hungry? LV Cheng asked. Why don't you eat something first? Xia Simeng froze. Her face was a little unnatural. Will it be too fast? Well, at least get acquainted first? Fast? Lu Cheng froze. Fast what? Did you misunderstand something? Lu Cheng said oddly. Xia Simeng froze. Misunderstanding? I'm looking for you on this matter that's a bit personal. Lu Cheng took out a bright silver-colored narrow dagger. And it's doing some damage to you, which is why I'm saying that you're not allowed to resist. What do you want to do? Xia Simeng wondered. You take off your clothes first, LV Chang said. Xia Simeng's face was odd. What a scheming man. Seriously, let me take off my clothes, and the next thing you're going to say is that you're going to explore the mysteries of life with me, aren't you? I need a bit of your heart's blood, Lu Chang said. Ha? Xia Simeng was dumbfounded. I need a little bit of phoenix blood, Lu Chang said. Arterial blood at the heart is the freshest and contains the most energy. Just the hair alone contained too little phoenix bloodline power. It still needed to be quenched with phoenix blood, but there are too many impurities if you just bleed from your body. What do you want phoenix blood for? Xia Simeng was puzzled. Do a little something, Lu Chang said. Sort of a thank you for your contribution. I can give you one when I'm done. Xia Simeng would be skeptical. Then how are you going to take it? Stick the knife in your heart, Lu Chang said. The air seemed to be filled with embarrassment. Xia Simeng looked at Lu Chang with an odd expression. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Stick a knife in her heart? Although the phoenix bloodline had greatly strengthened her regeneration ability, but the heart was such a vital point. But wherever LV Chang had the slightest mischief, can get her reimbursed on the spot. I know this request is a bit excessive, but, Lu Chang paused. A sensitive area like the heart is really impossible to open up to a stranger you've just met less than a day ago. The danger is too high. Forget it if you don't want to. Just put some. What are you doing? Xia Simeng didn't say anything and directly took off her outer clothes, leaving only the innermost underwear. Come on. Lu Chang hesitated. Are you sure? It's not like you're going to punch me out again after I do it, is it? Hurry up, before I back out. Xia Simeng closed her eyes. Okay. Lu Chang didn't talk nonsense and took the knife and brought it to Xia Simeng's chest. The heart is beating fast. What are you doing coming so close? Xia Simeng's ears burned a little. I've never done this kind of thing before. I don't know where it's safer to stick it in, Lu Chang said. Come closer so you can observe. Xia Simeng skimmed her head a little nervously. You hurry up. Oh, Lu Chang squinted his eyes and carefully recalled the diagram of the human body structure in the biology book. The heart is lower left. Gotta avoid the sternum and lungs with this location. Why aren't you stabbing yet? Xia Siming opened her eyes. This location is more private. LV Chang said. Or, I say, stab yourself? Private? Xia Siming froze. Where? Here. Lu Cheng pointed at Xia Siming's lower left chest with the tip of the knife. I have two ways of inserting it. Directly in front of the heart through the bone. Or, under the sternum. As I said, I'm not a professional. And if I do it from the bottom, there's a chance I'll poke something else out. But from the top, it'll ruin your underwear. And you'll probably think I'm a hooligan, and thus freak out and punch me. How fast? Xia Siming closed her eyes. If you don't do it, I'm going to backtrack. Okay. LV Chang stopped talking nonsense and went straight to his hand, touching the bone seam of Xia Siming's sternum, pulling the underwear up a bit, and then plunging in with a knife. Xia Siming snapped her eyes open and looked at the bear she was pinned against. You. Without waiting for Xia Siming to say anything, Lu Chang pulled out the knife. And the narrow dagger that was originally bright silver in color had now turned red from absorbing a large amount of blood. A strong sense of exhaustion came over her, and Xia Siming felt as if her body had been emptied. Open your mouth, Lu Chang said. You. The powerless Xia Siming subconsciously wanted to resist. Lu Chang simply broke her mouth open and pulled out the pre-prepared dragon blood potion in his pocket and poured it in. The horrible burning sensation spread from the mouth all the way to the stomach. At the same time, a dry heat instantly spread throughout the body. Xia Siming's eyes condensed, her fists tightened, and she was directly about to play with Lu Chang. Calm down. Lu Chang patted Xia Siming's head. I'm giving you a tonic to drink. It's not what you think it is. Xia Siming froze. Tonic? As I said, this matter has damaged you a bit, not just losing a bit of phoenix blood. Lu Chang said. The portion of blood I just took contains almost the vast majority of the energy in your body. That's why you'll feel weak all over. As for this thing I'm giving you to drink, it's a recovery potion made from dragon's blood, which can provide you with a large amount of energy. But the level of my dragon blood is a bit high. Your body can't withstand too much even if you have a bit of phoenix bloodline. So you'll feel a horrible burning sensation. Take a deep breath and slow down. If you can't stand it, go inside and take a shower. The water is already running for you. I just wanted to say that she could hold out Xia Siming words before he could say it. Jumped up from the couch and rushed into the bathroom. Looks like we need to turn down the concentration a bit more. LV Chang looked oddly at the bathroom that had a large amount of steam rising almost instantly. The Holy Lord could not only be a pure-blooded true dragon, but also the ancestor of the fire dragon that corresponded to the departing flame. The energy contained within his blood was terrifying, and it was also pressurized to be beyond the ability of humans to withstand. The portion of the potion that Xia Siming drank had actually been diluted many times over, but by the looks of it, the girl was still somewhat unable to carry it off. The poor effect of his protective magic spell was also due in large part to the fact that the Holy Lord's dragon's blood was overpowering and overpowered all the other magic potions. In particular, the phoenix hair, which plays a key role, is about to fail. Don't ask if it's a trumpet. It's good for everyone to know. And if you're interested in the full method you can go over there and take a look. But what I can't say will be sanctioned by the site if it's judged to be a diversion. Winky face. Chapter 54, Breaking and Establishing. After about half an hour, Xia Siming walked out of the bathroom. Walking into the living room, the first thing you see is a hearty dinner. You really know how to cook. Huh? Xia Siming said oddly. So much for a professional chef, right? Just a personal interest. Lu Chang said. How are you feeling? This dragon's blood potion was a formula given to him by the Blade Dragon, saying that it was an ancient potion, and as for the effects, he himself didn't know. After all, this thing called dragon's blood was not so easy to find. Mythological creatures like dragons and phoenixes also existed in that world of Blade Dragon. However, those mythological creatures basically disappeared before the 8 demons ruled the world. Only some ancient recipes were left behind, which Blade Dragon himself had never used. After all, after the Demon Age, there was only one dragon left in the entire world, the Holy Lord, and it was basically impossible to get that old thing's blood. Protected by dogs and horses, not a drop of the Holy Lord's blood would be shed unless he let it out voluntarily. It's a little weird. Xia Siming came over and sat down, wearing pink bear underwear that hadn't dried yet. LV Chung froze. Aren't you a bit too much for not treating me as an outsider? Xia Siming skimmed her mouth. Touch you have touched. Say these. She actually hadn't even thought it through herself just now, so she just blurted it out. But she didn't expect this guy to really get on board. Just now was just now. Now is now. Lu Chang said. Xia Siming raised an eyebrow. What? Lifting up your pants and disowning them? The corner of Lu Chang's mouth twitched. When did I take it off? Yes. You didn't take it off. I did. Xia Siming picked up her chopsticks and unceremoniously started to clip the food. Hearts are stabbed. She was just now justifying eating this guy out of house and home. How does it taste? LV Chang sat down. Xia Siming coughed lightly twice. It's not bad. It's still better than the street stalls. She's embezzled public money into big hotels to eat food that's not as good as this. Lean. If you like it, you can come over and eat it for the rest of this time in the training camp. Lu Chang said. Xia Siming froze, her face a little unnatural. You still really want to pick me up? That's not true. It's mainly because I have to observe what effect the medicine you drank will have on yourself. Lu Chang said. Xia Siming's complexion was stagnant, and the food she had clipped to her mouth didn't even smell good anymore. You mean, you don't even know what that medicine does? Lu Chang paused. It's not entirely unknown. This stuff can provide a large amount of life force for those who take it, and those who are seriously injured can basically be saved as long as they still have a breath. And if they aren't seriously injured, when you are seriously injured in the future, the medicinal power will automatically spring up, which is breaking and rising. Moreover, this medicine will grant you a strand of dragon's bloodline, giving you a not-so-small increase in power, and at the same time, the dragon's might of a true dragon will allow you to face most of the mythological creatures with a special force of suppression. Xia Siming looked odd. So powerful? The blood of a true dragon, you think? Lu Chang said. I mean, something this powerful, and you just give it to me to drink? Xia Siming said. You're willing to stab me in the heart. Of course I have to give you a little compensation. Lu Chang said. If Xia Siming wasn't willing to let him stab her, he would just treat her to a meal and send her a copy of the amulet afterwards. But the girl was willing to let him stab her, so she had to give something good. Aren't you going to ask me where the dragon blood came from? Lu Chang said. Don't ask. It's troublesome to think about it. And you don't tell me. Xia Siming took a big bite of the meat. I simply had dinner with you tonight and took a shower at your place on the way. Other than that, nothing happened. Lu Chang nodded. Remember to tell me if you want to eat it some other day. Can I bring the team with me? Xia Siming asked. Yes, but I only entertain girls. Lu Chang said. Xia Siming froze. Why? Homo sapiens repel each other. And I am pure yang. Lu Chang said. Xia Siming looked odd. But I heard them say that you can turn men into women. Lu Chang froze. That makes sense. The corners of Xia Siming's mouth twitched. Then can you turn yourself into a girl? No way. Lu Chang shook his head. Why? Xia Siming was a bit skeptical. There's a price to pay for reversing yin and yang. Lu Chang said. Inanimate objects. All I have to do to reverse their properties is give enough energy. But reversing the attributes of a living creature requires some corresponding cost. And merely reversing your genders is a fairly supportable consumption for me. But my own yang qi is somewhat special and cannot be moved. Oh. Xia Siming nodded. It was the same when the king's face backtracked through time. The consumption of backtracking through dead things was completely different from backtracking through living things. Then your yin and yang reversal. Can you do resurrection? Xia Siming couldn't help but ask. LV Chang paused. If anyone else had asked me that question, I'd have said no. But you, for your willingness to let me stab you tonight. It can, but at a great cost. Life and death were likewise an opposing concept of yin and yang, but to reverse life and death, he would likewise need to give his life in order to twist the wheel of yin and yang. Got it. Xia Siming nodded. Everything comes with a price, and King Face's return to life requires the same cost of his own life. Then when you fought those new recruits today, Xia Siming wanted to say, you want to ask me, where did I get so much spiritual energy? Lu Chang said. Xia Siming nodded. She could understand Lu Chang's destructive power. After all, her own destructive power was very exaggerated. But again, the more powerful it is, the more it consumes. Even if Lu Chang's passive defense against the new recruit's attack was very little exertion and for 2,000 kilograms, when he took the initiative to attack, it was by brute force. There is no trickery, especially the sword that instantly split a 2-kilometer radius, not to mention the Marigold realm. Even the spiritual power of the Chuan realm could be drained in one go. She could sense that Lu Chang had used the power of the laws in the pure yang sword at that time. Mortals, a mortal of the Marigold realm, moving the power of the laws? Is that possible? Even a divine agent couldn't do such a thing in the Gen realm. I wouldn't mind telling you, but it's a rather personal question. Do you really want to know? Lu Chang said. The corner of Xia Siming's mouth twitched. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Keeping secrets and stuff is the worst. It's better not to know. The more you know, the more things happen. Chapter 55, Just a Meal. Dinner time was soon over. Xia Siming's appetite was somewhat beyond Lu Chang's expectations. Originally he had already made a 3-person portion, but even though he basically didn't move, Xia Siming still solved all the dishes on the table by herself. Even Xia Siming seemed to be a bit underfed. Do you usually eat this much? LV Chang asked. Xia Siming blushed slightly. I am a little hungry tonight. Oh. Lu Chang nodded. It seems that dragon's blood can also lead to an increase in meal size. So pay more attention to your changes when you return. And tell me in time if you have any problems. Oh. Xia Siming nodded, not knowing what came to her mind. She suddenly lowered her head and pulled up her underwear. My recovery power seems to have increased quite a bit as well. It's a heart. She was straight up feeling like her heart had been stabbed through. Logically, with such a vital and serious injury, her recovery should be very slow. But now, there was actually no trace of injury at all. Although I don't object to seeing this kind of scenery. However, you are more or less tempting me like this, Lu Chang said oddly. Xia Siming skimmed her mouth. It's not like I'm leaking any points. And when my sister I wore a bikini I leaked a lot more than this. Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Really? It's getting late. Xia Siming stood up in a bit of a panic and ran to the sofa to put her clothes back on. Good night. As the words fell, Xia Siming jogged and fled out of Lu Chang's small building. Looks like the female Tyrannosaurus Rex isn't as unscrupulous as she seems. Lu Chang stood up, took out the phoenix blood dagger he had just obtained, and walked towards the bedroom. Clean up. Before the words fell, several figures quickly flew out from the dark shadows of the room. At the same time, the members of the Phoenix Squad, who were ambushed in the woods outside the small building, saw Xia Siming, who had escaped. Hiss. Stayed so long? Undressed and with hair that isn't quite dry yet. Well, looks like a lot has happened. I really didn't realize that captains had a spring in their step. I thought. Why? Xia Siming's cold and ghostly voice suddenly sounded from the back. Thought you weren't coming out until tomorrow morning, Captain, Ling Lin said with an innocent look on her face. The corner of Xia Siming's mouth twitched. What are you guys thinking? I just took a shower and had a meal. Well, took a bath and had a meal. Ling Lin looked at Xia Siming with a serious face. Xia Siming had a black line on her face. I really just had a meal. I believe it, Ling Lin said with a straight face. Captain, I'll believe anything you say. Yes, Captain, we'll believe anything you say. You don't say you took a bath in his room and, incidentally, had a meal. You just eat it while taking a shower and we believe it. Captain, is it good? Get out. I hear that you're getting along with him okay? At midnight, in the underground base of the training camp, Xia Siming looked at Yi Fan, who had sent a video communication on the big screen, with an odd expression. Have a fart. Cough. Yi Fan's face straightened. How do you feel? How is he? How about what? Xia Siming blushed a bit unnaturally. Is it dangerous? Yi Fan asked. Dangerous? Xia Siming thought for a moment. Danger. Yi Fan frowned slightly. Is it dangerous? It's dangerous, Xia Siming affirmed. Need backup? Yi Fan asked. Xia Siming froze. Support? Support what? Didn't you say he was dangerous? Yi Fan said. I said he's dangerous to girls, Xia Siming said. Yo man. I'm asking you if he's dangerous as a person. The boot camp is an important foundation for the Night's Watch, and absolutely nothing can happen to it. Originally, he had planned to let Zhou Ping go to Chang'an, but Lu Chang had proposed that the Phoenix Squad should go there. Him? Xia Siming looked puzzled. What's so dangerous about him? I think he's nice, but he's a little careful. Yuan Gang has now been made the public enemy of female soldiers by him, and after a while, the male soldiers are afraid that they will have to be snubbed as well. Nothing else? Yi Fan asked. Something else, thought Xia Siming. He asked me for a little phoenix blood. Did he tell you what he was going to do with it? Yi Fan asked. He said he wants to make amulets, and when it's done, he can give me one, Xia Siming said. Amulet? Yi Fan froze. Yeah, he stabbed me with a knife, Xia Siming said. Do you know where he stabbed? He stabbed me in the heart. One stab in. Scared me to death. Yo man. You didn't let him stab you voluntarily, did you? Xia Siming froze. You put surveillance in his room? Yi Fan had a look of stomach pain. If you don't want to, can he still forcefully stab you? Xia Siming blushed slightly. Who knows? The corner of Yi Fan's eye twitched. Don't tell me you've already been taken down by him. How can it be? Xia Siming's face straightened. What am I? How can I be taken down so easily? It's good that there aren't any. Yi Fan sighed. You'll have to pay more attention to what happens next at the training camp. I said I'm letting you take a vacation, but I didn't let you actually take a vacation. You'll have to take responsibility for the safety of this class of recruits. As for LV Chang, as long as he doesn't have any clear malicious intent, try to fulfill his demands and don't clash with him. Got it, Xia Siming said. But, Commander Yi, what exactly is his situation? She had never seen the Night's Watch compromised to such an extent with a single person. mobilizing the Phoenix Squad for a year-long garrison for the sake of LV Chang alone, and asking Yuan Gang and all of them to try to satisfy LV Chang's demands. Even the illegitimate children of the top brass aren't like this, are they? There are some things that you're better off not knowing right now. Yi Fan said. Why? Xia Siming said in disbelief. Don't I have enough authority as a special squad leader? It's not a lack of authority. It's for your safety. Yi Fan said. According to Chen Mai's report, Lu Chang was in a state of amnesia, and his soul was extremely severely injured, nearly shattered. What had caused his memory loss? And what had caused him to be hurt like that? With Xia Siming's temper, if she accidentally said something and stimulated LV Chang's memory, it would be over. By the way, how is Lin Chia's situation? Yi Fan asked. Lin Chia? Pretty good, Xia Siming said. Strength, brains, all very good. Considered the best of this class of recruits. How is his mental state? Yi Fan asked. I'm afraid this one doesn't quite work, Xia Siming said oddly. Yi Fan frowned. What do you mean? Today LV Chang slapped over all the new recruits by himself, especially the male recruits. A lot of them have been psychologically beaten out by him, and their legs tremble when they look at him, Xia Siming said. Especially Lin Chia. Lu Chang is really laying down the law on him. Every time, he was beaten half to death, and I don't know what means were used to restore him, and then fought half to death and fished it back, gave me all the scares. It was brutal. The corner of Yi Fan's eye twitched. Can make even Xia Siming say atrocious? This East China emperor wouldn't have a grudge against Michael, would he? Chapter 56. The next day, the training ground. 7 nights. We've been training for so long. Why is instructor Lu still missing? On the martial arts stage, Bailey Fatty asked in a small voice. They had climbed up at 3 in the morning and had thought that LV Chang would come to torture them, but they hadn't expected to see anyone until now. Also because of the fear that LV Chang was just staring in the dark, just waiting for them to be dishonest, and then jumped out to be a big mouth. When everyone trained, it was so positive. That's what you call a cold gun deterrent. He's sleeping, Lin Chia said. Sleep? Chubby Time froze. What time is it? Still sleeping? He needs to sleep at least 16 hours a day, Lin Chia said. No more than 8 hours of activity. He didn't sleep much yesterday afternoon when he was beating us up all the time. He won't wake up for a while today, and even if he did, he'd have to sleep just the same. Oh, Chubby Time breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Say what? Instructor Han, who was in the middle of class, cast a stern gaze at Lin Chia and Bailey Chubby. Desertion during class time. Hear what I just said. No, said Bailey Chubby heartily. Instructor Han, didn't memorize it. Then come up here and I'll show you how to memorize it physically. On the other side, Xia Siming, who was in charge of leading the training of the female soldiers, was also a bit worried. Why isn't he here yet? Captain, have you forgotten again? Black Impermanence sent us a message that he needs to sleep at least 16 hours a day, Ling Lin said. Zasaming froze. Right, Captain. If you're worried about him, you can go over and take care of him now, Ling Lin whispered. If he's a heavy sleeper, you might be able to take advantage of it. Xia Siming blushed slightly. That's not good, is it? What's wrong with that? Ling Lin took Xia Siming's hand. Captain, as the old saying goes, when a woman is chasing a man, there's a veil between them. You find a chance to make a raw deal, and he'll run away? And the night is long. You've got to hurry. What long night? Of course I'm afraid you'll run away. And I ran away? Lu Chang looked puzzled. Why? Nope, nothing. Don't you listen to her nonsense. Xia Siming hurriedly covered Ling Lin's mouth. So, did you sleep well? No. Get up and walk. Lu Chang said. The jewel that the Holy Lord gave him to protect his soul can allow his soul to enter a dormant state while retaining part of its consciousness. So long as he doesn't move his hands, he doesn't need to sleep for so long every day for normal activities. Of course, sleeping was a minor issue. The main thing was to go into the asylum of the gods to keep Nick's company. However, last night, the Holy Lord had gotten him another magic mirror that could share his vision. Nix can see him in the real world through a magic mirror, including now. Nix had a distraction, and the Holy Lord didn't have to be there all day pretending to be a kitten to coax her. No, it's pretending to be a son. The Holy Lord and the Earthquaker have now become Nix's good oldest children. Or rather, Nix recognized the Holy Lord and the Earthquaker as his children, and then, his children, and Nix's children. Donghua. Inside the asylum of the gods, Nix was holding the magic mirror and shouting at Donghua, hoping that Lu Chang outside could hear her. This magic mirror can only share vision. He can't hear you, the Holy Lord said. So how do I get him to hear me? Nix asked. The Holy Lord didn't want to answer. His treasure trove always only put things inside. There was never a time to take it outward. Donghua can't hear me. He can't hear me. Oh. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved Nyx suddenly burst into tears. Seeing this, the Holy Lord panicked. The earthquakes panicked even more. Holy Lord, hurry up and give it to her if you have a way. Earthquake said anxiously. If that guy comes in and sees this woman crying, we're screwed. That's me. What a time. Earthquakes was speechless. Can you change your penny-pinching nature? Let's just say it's worthy of a dragon. No matter what it was, as long as it was a treasure, the Holy Lord would snatch it and put it in his treasury. And once this old thing was put in, he was dead set against taking it out. Took a piece of his broken rock a while back and it was as good as killing him. Is your broken rock hardly less? Okay. The Holy Lord's face was fleshed out. Don't cry. Wait for me to find it for you. The collected Nyx quickly put back her tears and looked at the Holy Lord expectantly. Holy Lord, you guys really are two of a kind. He's also robbing me. He uses a hard knife. You use a soft one, right? The Holy Lord, who didn't want to be cut down by the pure yang sword, quickly found a crystal ball from the treasury. What is it? Nyx wondered. The crystal ball of sound transmission. The Holy Lord said, as long as you have him in your head, you can get your voice into his head. Nyx was delighted and hastily picked up the crystal ball. East, but not yet, the Holy Lord said. Why? Nyx queried. You have to have something that has a direct connection with him. Something like that pure yang sword. And establish a connection between it and the crystal ball before you can activate this thing. The Holy Lord said. Lu Chang was now a reincarnated body. Not only was his soul heavily damaged, his power was also completely in slumber. And all he could rely on was that pure yang sword. As long as LV Chang gave this woman the damn pure yang sword, he wouldn't have to worry about being cut all day. Contact. Directly, Nyx thought. Extending his right hand as a long sword glowing with moonlight appeared in it. Is this okay? The Holy Lord's expression froze. What is this? How is the divine might contained in this thing even more terrifying than the pure young sword? Donghua gave me a gift before. He said that it is the order of extreme yin, which can absorb and take all energy. Nyx said. I didn't use it, though. The corner of the Holy Lord's eye twitched. He wouldn't, by any chance, have another order of the extreme sun? Right. Nyx said. The order of extreme yin and the order of extreme yang are a pair, and the order of extreme yang can destroy everything that exists. However, that thing was too powerful and too dangerous. So after it was created, he used his divine kingdom to seal that thing. Seal? The Holy Lord's face was odd. Where is the seal? I don't know. Nyx shook his head. I didn't ask at the time, but I can roughly guess where the thing is. Where? Knock. Nyx lifted his hand and gently tapped the kitten Holy Lord on the head. Don't always ask for direct answers to questions. Learn to think for yourself. The Holy Lord had a black face. I endure. Chapter 57, Subduing Black King Chopper. Boom dash. A pillar of pitch-black fire shot up into the sky, and the black baleful aura exuded a terrifying pressure that drew the eyes of the entire training ground. Is the effect of the ruin suppression tablet that bad? Lu Chang wondered. What the ruin suppressing monument suppresses is actually not entirely forbidden ruins in nature, but mainly interferes with one's spirit. Xia Siming explained. We go to activate the forbidden ruins through our spiritual power, while the ruin-suppressing tablet disrupts the connection between spiritual power and the forbidden ruins, or even blocks it completely. So the vast majority of the forbidden ruins can't be activated in the areas where the ruin-suppressing tablet is in effect. However, if the sequence of forbidden ruins is too high and close to the divine forbidden ruins, the effect of the ruin-suppressing tablet will be greatly reduced, because even if only a little bit of spiritual intent reaches the forbidden ruins, it can still explode into a very powerful force. In the case of that Chao Yuan, he's actually considered to be manipulated by the Black King's chopper, rather than him manipulating the Black King's chopper, so the ruin-suppressing tablet isn't quite working for him. However, within the range of the ruin-suppressing monument, Chao Yuan's spiritual power is drastically interfered with, and the amount of spiritual power that can be transmitted to the forbidden ruins to support the launch of the forbidden ruins is extremely limited, and in such a state, the power of the Black King's chopping destruction will also be drastically weakened. Does the ruin monument affect you a lot? Lu Cheng asked. The suppression is still there. Xia Siming said. What the divine agents possessed were divine ruins, and divine power was contained within the divine ruins, and since the ruin-suppressing tablet couldn't suppress divine power, it naturally couldn't suppress the divine ruins either. However, the ruin monument still interfered with the output of spiritual power, so even if it was a divine agent, it would be suppressed by the ruin monument all the same. Are you going to do it? Xia Siming asked. I'll see if I can help him suppress it. Lu Chang rolled up his sleeves and walked in the direction of the chaotic martial arts stage. Everyone evacuate the training ground immediately. Instructor Han, who had confronted Mad Demon Chao Yuan, shouted. The ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins were out of control, and under the suppression of the Ruin Suppression Monument, the new recruits were all no different from ordinary people, and under such circumstances, accidents would inevitably happen. I said evacuate. Instructor Han, who had been forced back by crazy demon Chao Yuan, shouted out as he looked towards Lu Chang, who was walking over. It's you who should evacuate. Lu Chang picked up a wooden knife from the ground. Instructor Han gritted his teeth and stood up. You knew. Instructor. You run. Early slipped into the distance. Bailey Fat and his party shouted. Instructor Han froze and was about to say something when the insane Chao Yuan suddenly dodged and slashed up towards him. Just before he could defend himself, a wooden knife suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Dang! Chao Yuan flew out horizontally. Instructor Han was confused. The crowd of recruits on the sidelines were also confused. What is going on here? 7 nights. Isn't he being suppressed? Chubby Bailey couldn't help but ask. What the kind of power is that? It was actually able to send Chao Yuan, who was being manipulated by the Black King's chopper, flying out? Didn't I tell you guys before? The corner of Lin Chi as I twitched. He was already able to single-handedly kill a Marigold Realm Mystic with a rebar when he was still just an ordinary person. When Lu Chang had cut down Shenmai and Zhao Kongcheng in 3 days, he hadn't yet banned the ruins. Chao Yuan, can you hear me? Lu Chang walked towards Chao Yuan, who had been sent flying. As long as he didn't use his spiritual power, the soul gem could help stabilize his soul. The power obtained from the Holy Lord is based on Qi, not spiritual power. So whether it's the 12-rune divine power, or the demonic Qi of fire, or the demonic Qi of the earth Kuei, the use of these powers doesn't involve spiritual power. The power of the Holy Lord and the earth K originated from nature, and something like the ruin monument was also completely meaningless. Moreover, the power of Qi would feed his spiritual power, and his divine ruins consumed so little that he hadn't replied fast enough when he wasn't performing active yin and yang reversals. If the amount of mental energy consumed for sustained defense was 50, then the mental energy restoration he brought by absorbing natural energy to restore his own Qi was at least 100. As long as he didn't play around, his mental power would always be full. Roar! Chao Yuan, who had been sent flying, stood up from the ground, let out a sardonic laugh, and once again rushed up towards Lu Chang. Dang dash! Snap! Lu Chang first opened Chao Yuan's blade with his wooden knife, then slapped him. Chao Yuan once again gave a 3.5-week aerial spin with his face on the ground. I asked if you heard me. What are you yelling about? Lu Chang frowned slightly. Or did you hear it and pretend you didn't? Roar! Pow! Roar your ass off? Hey! Pow! Hey you mom? Pow! Dumb! Ha! Looking at Chao Yuan, who would be slapped into a somersault by Lu Chang no matter how he responded, the group of recruits at the edge of the training ground felt a chill. This is considered abuse, right? Bailey Chubby couldn't help but say. The corner of Lin Chia's mouth twitched. Don't talk nonsense. He's clearly helping Chao Yuan control his power. Control? Bailey Chubby's face was odd. Where is this poem? Right. Taking control. Instructor Lu is helping Chao Yuan control his power. Bailey Chubby, who had been startled by one of Lu Chang's retrospective glances, instantly made the correct response. Right. Go for it. Instructor Louis. Chao Yuan. You go for it too. Don't let Instructor Lu down. Chao Yuan. Wake up. Chao Yuan. Don't give up. Chao Yuan. Amidst one loud slap after another, more and more spectators gathered at the edge of the training ground, and even Yuan Gang couldn't help but run over. Does it really work for him like this? Yuan Gang was a bit skeptical. Chao Yuan has tried many ways before. Even the monk has been a monk for several years, and still cannot control the Black King chopper. So fight. Can it work? It should be okay. Xia Siming said. Look, all of the fury flames on Chao Yuan's body have stabilized quite a bit and don't have the same kind of aggressiveness as they did just now. The corner of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. Are you sure it's not Chao Yuan who's about to be killed by him? LV Chang's slap, hitting people like a gyroscope. The average person would be afraid of being reimbursed on the spot if they were slapped. Chao Yuan has taken at least 20 hits. Don't worry, he has his measure. Xia Siming said. Just now, Chao Yuan was completely unconscious and was all about slashing, but look at him now. He has no desire to attack and is purely on the defensive. This shows that Chao Yuan actually has a little bit of consciousness, and isn't purely out of control like he was just now. Yuan Gang's face was odd. Let's just say, is there a possibility that even if a beast is constantly crushed by a monster more terrifying than itself, it will still wimp out just the same? I see. Xia Simone came to a realization. Yuan Gang froze. What do you understand? LV Chang is trying to decapitate the Black King and beat him up. Xia Siming said. Black King chopping destruction is too strong, but Chao Yuan is too weak. so Chow Yuan can't control Black King chopping destruction. And in a short period of time, there's no way for Chow Yuan to become strong enough to counteract or even suppress the Black King's chopping extinction. But if Lu Cheng decapitates and subdues the Black King and keeps that thing honest, won't Chow Yuan be able to take control? Yuan Gang was silent. The instructors were silent. The recruits were also silent. To defeat the Black King's chopper? Why don't you listen to what you're saying? What kind of person is the Black King? Can you be convinced? And even if Lu Cheng really had that ability to defeat Black King Chopper, what did that have to do with Chow Yuan? If the Black King is afraid of LV Chang, is it hard to believe that he will obey Chow Yuan? Chapter 58, not so good at it. It seems that simply punching has little effect on this thing. Lu Cheng, who had slapped Chow Yuan until he fainted, stopped. The Black King was now in a sealed state. And even if he could press Chow Yuan to fight like this, that guy simply wouldn't submit. The only way to completely tame the Black King was to unseal it and release it. However, with Chow Yuan's current power, once the Black King was released, he was gone. There's no one here who can hold down the Black King either. Shao Qi, I'll leave it to you from now on if Chow Yuan goes crazy. Lu Cheng waved his hand. The corner of Lin Qi's eye twitched. Why? Because you're the only one here who can subdue him. Lu Cheng said. The Black King was a mortal who had failed to impact the Supreme Realm thousands of years ago. And this guy was completely unimpressed in the face of an average god. But Michael was the top supreme god, and the divine might of a blazing angel was able to subdue the Black King. He wanted to try to see if his divine might could suppress the Black King. However, he was unable to actively release his divine might, and he couldn't even feel the existence of that thing. But Lin Xie wanted to say, are you doubting my decision? Lu Cheng asked. Lin Xie's expression stagnated. No, how could it be? No is good. Lu Cheng put the wooden knife down and straightened his clothes. You guys go ahead. After saying that, Lu Cheng turned around and walked towards the female soldier training area. Does anyone need guidance? Me, your ass. I raised my hand first. Me first, looking at Lu Cheng, who was surrounded by a group of female soldiers and left. The faces of Bailey Chubby and his group were incomparably wonderful. Your sister. You're a good girl, aren't you? No, he's beaten Chow Yuan to such a state. Aren't those girls afraid of him? Bailey Chubby said in disbelief. Have you seen him hit a girl? Lin Xie said. Bailey Chubby froze. It seems like no. Contrast and fallout. With yesterday's fight, he has already left an initial impression in the girls' hearts that he won't beat them up. So no matter how hard he beats us up, it won't affect his image on the girls' side. Lin Xie said. Even if he had hit, the effects might have been skewed in some strange direction. Strange direction? Chubby Bailey's face was puzzled. What direction? Lin Xie thought for a moment. How would you react if Molly kicked you? Happiness, Bailey Chubby said subconsciously. Wouldn't he have to bag all the girls by himself then? Bailey Chubby snapped back to his senses. If he has the will to do so, it's perfectly fine. Lin Xie said. He, I guess, has a strange attraction to girls, and not just these young ones. To explain with his ability, male is yang, female is yin, and he is pure yang. His yang qi, for yin qi, has a very horrible attraction. So, you guys just take it as a buff bonus that he has a full affinity for females. Even if he didn't make such a distinction, the girls would subconsciously gravitate toward him. Chubby, no one can beat him in that department. Do you know what I mean? First things first, I'm not very good with a knife, so you guys shouldn't expect too much from me. In the female soldiers training area, Lu Cheng, who was idle, had come to conduct sword teaching. Captain, are you sure you don't want to behave with him? Ling Lin said. This is a great opportunity for you to show off your girlfriend power. But, I heard Sister Kong say that boys like girls who are better behaved. Xia Siming said. Girlfriend power, will it scare him off? Ling Lin's face was odd. Captain, you're becoming unlike you. Xia Siming froze. What's wrong? Shouldn't you just knock out whoever you have your eye on and carry them home? Ling Lin said. Or, take him in your arms and pamper him. I'm not used to you being like this. The corner of Xia Siming's eyes twitched slightly. Is this the image of me in your eyes? Ling Lin was silent, and the entire Phoenix squad was silent. Don't you know what you are? How do you have the nerve to ask such a question? Mo's Blade Clan. Molly, despite the shouting, the girls were a little wimpy when it came to actually getting it on. After all, everyone saw the scene just now where Chow Yuan was beaten like a gyroscope. So, in the end, the one who stepped forward to act as a teaching aid for Lu Cheng was still Molly, the one who could use a sword. No need to be polite, just chop, Lu Cheng said. Aha. Molly nodded and chopped up nonchalantly. In the face of Molly's swift attack, LV Chang was on defense the entire time. The sound of wooden knives clashing became more and more intense, but no matter how Molly attacked, Lu Chang seemed to always be one step ahead of her. Finally, Molly, who realized something was wrong, stopped. You have learned about Mo's knife skills? It's not quickness and speed, it's anticipation. Every one of her attacks was within Lu Chang's expectations. Moreover, LV Chang was not catching them hard. All of them were blocking her attacks with transforming power. This kind of battle where both sides were giving completely unequal power. If she fought for a little while longer, she would have to be exhausted. No, Lu Chang said. So how did you see through me? Molly was a little skeptical. LV Chang looked puzzled. Don't you think that your movements, your routines are too stiff? Stiff? Molly froze. What do you mean? There's something wrong with my swordsmanship? There's nothing wrong with your sword technique, but your intentions are too obvious. Lu Chang said. I can tell what you want to do next just by looking at the direction of your swings, and your movements are too set in stone, and the logic of your attack is really fine against a mystery with little intelligence, but against someone who knows what they're doing. I think you've only practiced with people in your own family before, right? Molly nodded. That's not surprising. Lu Chang said. Both practicing one type of blade. You've already formed a form of sparring in a set of moves in an invisible way. Two people with the same offensive logic can't find their own problems. So what do I do? Molly asked. Lu Chang thought for a moment. You're relying too much on what you've learned. And if you want to change, you'll have to forget what you know. Molly froze. Forget? All sword techniques, and gun techniques are used to build a foundation. Lu Chang said. These setups are really useful when you don't know how to play, but you can't rely on them. It's just like going to school and reading. In the beginning, your teachers will ask you to follow the standard way of doing the questions, step by step. But, when you become skillful, a lot of things can be omitted. It's the same with swordplay. There's only so much of it that matters. Most of the rest is just a ruse, used to bluff people. You're still young. Your family shouldn't have taught you these things yet, and it's up to you to realize them. I do have a quick solution to the problem, but it hurts a little. Molly frowned. I'm not afraid of pain. Are you sure? Lu Chang asked. Okay. Then get ready. I'll help you change those boring habits. Lu Chang picked up another wooden knife. Molly took a deep breath and held her wooden knife across her body. I'm ready. Snap. Before the words left her mouth, Lu Chang slashed up with a horizontal chop, which Molly barely blocked, but her hands were shaking a bit from just one strike. What is this power? Chapter 59. Sorry, I'm a bit strong. Lu Chang also noticed that Molly was a bit unable to carry it. I'll be gentle. Molly's face crossed. No. Snap. 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 Molly's knife was knocked out. I'm sorry. After the power is weakened, the speed of my power collection will be correspondingly faster, and so will the offense. Lu Chang said. I'll take control and try to match your speed. Molly was flabbergasted. You call that not being very good at it? What does that make me? Handicap? Half an hour later, Molly collapsed, totally messed up. Her blade technique was in complete disarray. She won't be able to use the knife. Pushing the envelope. You have to push back the old ways before you can accept the new. LV Chang said. I just deliberately fought you against your sword logic, so you couldn't cope with it at all, and it was the only way to disrupt your battle logic the fastest. You have to get used to the change. Molly sat up with some difficulty. Who did you learn all this stuff from? LV Chang looks about her age. Learn? Lu Chang froze. Didn't learn. Then you. Molly looked confused. I don't know how I got it. Lu Chang shrugged. Molly, that's genius? Your training for today is over for now. Think about what parts of the battle you had problems with just now. Lu Chang walked over and patted Molly's head. This. Molly froze. It doesn't hurt anymore. Just now her knife kept getting knocked off and her hand was swollen. Now it actually stopped hurting all of a sudden. Alright, Molly gave you guys a demonstration. Next, let's get down to business. Lu Chang said. As I said, all of the sword techniques exist only as a foundation. They cannot be used as your entire reliance. Combat is not playing a game. There is no formulaic fighting style. The other side will not follow a preset course to fight you. Unless, of course, you are strong enough to guide the other side, to follow the logic of your projected course of action. But it's clear that none of you can do such a thing. So, you all have to start with the basics. You still have to practice the fixed routines, and you can't move on to the next step until you've built a good foundation. Don't be overly ambitious. It's dangerous to have low eyesight. You must be self-aware. Know what you can do. Know your level. Report, Instructor Lu. Guiding the other side? Can you show us how? A girl raised her hand and said, Demo? Lu Chang thought for a moment and looked at Xia Simon, who was sitting on the side. Captain Xia, will you cooperate with me for a moment, please? Captain, he's calling you. Ling Lin gently cornered the dazed Xia Simon. Ha? Oh, Xia Siming snapped back to her senses and stood up. Yeah. How's your sword skill? Lu Chang asked uneasily. Xia Siming looked odd. I'm the captain of Phoenix Squad. Are you doubting me? A bit indeed. Lu Chang said. Although the Starblade was the standard equipment of the Night's Watch, not everyone relied on the Starblade to fight. Or rather, the Forbidden Ruins were different and fought in different ways, and not everyone needed to hone their blade skills. Although Xia Siming was in a high realm, it didn't mean that her blade skills were necessarily good. Moreover, blade techniques, sword techniques, all these things were, in the end, a kind of combat skill. And combat skills, there were many kinds of compensatory means. Xia Siming's strength was very terrifying. It was obvious that she had taken the route of a forceful brick fly, and with this thing called sword technique, she really didn't have to be that great. As bad as my sword skills are, that's still at least considered upper middle. Xia Siming bristled. Lu Chang paused. Also, he'd like to have Instructor Han on the other side of the room come over and demonstrate with him. But, forget it. He had just been hit by Lin Qiye and the few of them in terms of self-confidence, and now it would be bad if he were to be given another beating and really give people a whole lot of depression. Then, begin. Snap. Unlike Molly, Xia Siming's blade technique had gone through a lot of actual battles, and there was almost no setup, so LV Chang wasn't able to deal with Molly as easily as he did, and the two of them attacked and defended faster and faster, and the recruits under the stage could almost no longer see the blade, and could only see the two of them swinging their swords against each other at breakneck speeds. No, were they really suppressed and banned from the ruins? Instructor Han, who was in charge of teaching Lin Qiye's group, was also attracted over. Looking at LV Chang and Xia Siming's blades that only briefly appeared at the moment of collision, the faces of the crowd were extremely wonderful. He didn't utilize the Forbidden Ruins. This is his normal speed, Lin Qiye said. Chen Mai plus Zhao Kongcheng, 2 against 1 were all cut over by Lu Chang. This guy's melee ability can only be described as terrifying. Without utilizing the Forbidden Ruins, it can be this fast? Xin Xingzhu was skeptical. Definitely not useful, Instructor Han said. Otherwise, that wooden blade would have shattered long ago. The perfect combination of offense and offloading. That's ing top-notch. Pop. With a heavy thud, the duo's movement stopped. Xia Siming's wooden blade was opened, and Lu Cheng's blade was on her neck. The crowd watched the scene with a dumbfounded look on their faces. What happened? They can't see it at all. Are you letting too much water off the hook for them? Xia Siming said oddly. No wonder LV Chang said last night that he was never serious at all. Yesterday's training, from start to finish, except for that last sword, Lu Chang was on passive defense and never took the initiative to attack. She had thought that Lu Chang was mainly relying on the Divine Ruins for defense, but as a result, this guy's offense is much more violent than his defense. It's not like we're life and death enemies. There's no need for that. Lu Chang put the knife back. Besides, I'm really not very good with knives. So what are you good at? Xia Siming was curious. Swords? The sword is a ceremonial weapon, Lu Chang said. Aside from looking pretty, swords are far less practical than knives. My best would be unarmed. After all, a weapon is an extension of the hand and foot. And the hand, slashing horizontally is a sword. Stabbing forward is a sword. Clenching the fist is a hammer. And counting the arm is a gun. A fixed weapon is the equivalent of lengthening and strengthening a part of the body. While it enhances the destructive power, it also sheds some degree of balance. There's a difference between a foot and an inch, and that's what it's all about. But don't take after me, guys. I'm pulling it almost across the board. So with the addition of weapons, it's not really an enhancement for me, more of a limitation. In your case, let's have a little bit of longevity before we think about balance. The crowd stiffened. You're a man of words. So chicken hurt. Chapter 60, able to bend and stretch. What is this? The intensive training camp had prepared extreme training for the recruits to traverse the Jinnan Mountains, and LV Chang wasn't very interested in this kind of ghostly place in the middle of nowhere, so he didn't follow. Idle as he was, Lu Chang returned to the Asylum of the Gods on a daily basis. The Order of Extreme Een. Ah. Nix picked up the moon-colored longsword and handed it to Lu Chang. You gave it to me before. Order of Extreme Een? Lu Chang was about to reach out to receive it, but the pure young sword on his chest suddenly flickered and turned into a great sword of golden light, stopping him. What's wrong? LV Chang wondered. The pure yang sword was a special artifact with self-awareness, which was why it would automatically counterattack many times to attacks he didn't react to. But it's the first time this stuff has ever reacted in a mental institution. Or rather, it was the first time the thing had stopped him. The pure yang sword did not move and remained in front of the Order of Extreme Een. The meaning is clear. No touching. Holy Lord? Lu Chang turned his head to look at the evil golden gradient layer not far away. What for? The Holy Lord turned his head with an impatient face. It's not enough to be a nanny. You have to be blackmailed. Do you know what's going on here? Lu Cheng pointed at the pure yang sword that was blocking the order of extreme Yin. The Holy Lord was speechless. You're asking me about your stuff? Then can you help me stop it? Lu Cheng pointed at the pure yang sword. The corner of the Holy Lord's eye twitched. What do you want to do? It won't let me touch it, so I'm even more curious about what will happen after I touch it. Lu Cheng said, Holy Lord, you didn't make yourself this way, did you? Thinking of the pain of being blasted and slashed by the pure yang sword, the Holy Lord subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the thought of refusing was sure to get you chopped up, and in the end you had to say yes. Convex, ****** dish. Yes. Cursing inwardly for a good while, the Holy Lord still agreed. The pure yang sword was a divine weapon with autonomous consciousness, and since this thing wouldn't let Lu Cheng touch that thing, it proved that that thing wasn't good for Lu Cheng. He wanted to see what would happen when this guy ran into it. Just do it. Go for it. The big orange earthquaker ran straight for it, ducking behind Nyx. Donghua. How about forgetting it? Nyx had a vague sense of foreboding. Donghua was the creator of the Order of Extreme Yin, but she had a feeling that it was avoiding him. I'll just touch it. It should be fine. Saying that, Lu Cheng grabbed the pure yang sword, threw it with force, and stabbed it into the Holy Lord's body. The Holy Lord, who was planning to step forward and grab the pure yang sword, was dumbfounded. Is that how you ask for help? Without waiting for the Holy Lord to curse, Lu Cheng reached out to grab the Order of Extreme Yin. Only, without waiting for Lu Cheng to touch it, the Order of Extreme Yin dissolved into moonlight and dissipated into Nyx's hands. Lu Cheng was confused. This thing has an autonomous consciousness too? Right. Nyx said. You said that the artifacts you forged are all your children. So of course they have consciousness. LV Cheng's face was odd. Did the artifact know he was a fake and wouldn't let him touch it? Cough cough. Since it won't let me touch it, I'd better not touch it. Lu Cheng was a bit cautious in vain. Nyx wasn't quite awake. This artifact wasn't confused. It would be embarrassing to really try it out. Then pull out your sword. The Saint Lord, who was continuously scorched by the pure yang sword, roared. Play with it? Know what it means to have real injuries plus blitz. It hurts. Oh, sorry to trouble you. Lu Cheng walked forward and pulled out the pure yang sword that was stuck in the Holy Lord's chest. No. Can't you pull it yourself? The Holy Lord stared at Lu Cheng with a grimace. What do you think? If he could pull it out, would he still have the damn thing stuck in him? Can't pull it off. All he had to do was to have the mind to pull out the sword, and the thing would stick deeper and deeper, welded to death. I don't know. Lu Cheng shrugged his shoulders, and the pure yang sword once again transformed into a small pendant and returned to his chest. He had always thought that the pure yang sword merely had a restraining relationship with the Holy Lord, but he hadn't expected that after this thing was inserted into the Holy Lord's body, it would directly suppress the guy's power in its entirety. Right. LV Cheng looked to the big orange Digimon hiding behind Nyx. This thing of mine, does it work for you? Does it? Diki, what do you want? Lu Cheng pulled his sword down again. Why don't you let me try? Yes, earthquakes. Just let him try. It won't kill him, the Holy Lord said quietly. The Earth Lord looked at the Holy Lord with a confused expression. And it won't kill you? No. Are you talking like a human being? Still not a brother? Just stab it and try it, okay? Lu Cheng looked at Di Kuei expectantly. He didn't really know if the other demons would react to the sword or not. Yes, Earthquaker, I'm curious too. The Holy Lord quickly stepped forward and grabbed the Earth K, not giving him a chance to bolt at all. Holy Lord, don't engage. The Earth K panicked. Curious? You're curious. My ass. This stuff works on demons. The claim that each demon corresponds to one divine token is because the immortal gods are absent. But this guy is himself. He punched the devil. Does he need to correspond? Need a token? Don't be afraid. It's not like you're going to die. The Holy Lord was all righteousness. Just satisfy our curiosity. Let's make you not help me just now. Don't. The Earth Kuei looked at Lu Cheng, who was walking towards him with his sword, with a panicked expression. Don't stab. Mom. Lu Cheng was dumbfounded, and the Holy Lord was dumbfounded. No. Are you serious? Donghua, Nyx, who had been awakened to motherly love by a cry of mom, subconsciously blocked in front of Lu Cheng. Children don't know any better. You can fight, but don't use your sword. It's too dangerous. Nyx advised. Lu Cheng looked odd and put the sword away. He is like this. I am also embarrassed. I despise you, the Holy Lord said quietly. Earthquakes was speechless. You despise an egg. It's called being able to bend. Able to bend? The Holy Lord raised an eyebrow. Chew, I see. Where's the stretch? Why don't you stretch one out? Can't the time be right? Earthquakes retorted. Don't argue. Nyx crouched down and knocked on the heads of the great orange earthquakes and the evil golden gradient. Any more noise and your father will be angry again. It's going to be a spanking. Lu Chang looked at the Holy Lord and Earth Leader, who were being lectured by Nyx but dared not speak out in anger, with an odd expression. I also wonder what Westwood will look like when it comes out. By the way, why do you guys always turn into cats? Turn back so I can see. Nyx suddenly said. Cough. Lu Chang rushed forward. They were a little stumped originally, and I'm afraid they scared you. Nyx frowned. Donghua. No matter how shabby the child looks, it's still your child. How can you talk about them like that? Come on, change back and show mommy. Chapter 61, Amulet. What is it? On the training ground, Shazaming is hanging out on a daily basis. The various trainings in the camp were arranged by the instructors, and she mainly just came to go through the motions, helping out from time to time, and was idle most of the time. The amulet I told you about before. Lu Chang said. Amulet? Xiaosiming looked at the ruby necklace in her hand with an odd expression. This stuff, it's not cheap at first glance. What's wrong? Don't like it? LV Chung queried. I can get you another one if you don't like it. It's not that I don't like it. Xiaosiming denied it in a hurry. Would this be too expensive? Although she didn't know much about precious jewelry, this necklace was pure gold at first glance, and, with the rubies set on it, even someone like her who didn't know much about anything could tell that it was worth a lot. It's okay. Lu Chang said. This necklace was something he had touched from the Holy Lord's treasure trove, and although that old thing was petty, he could still get a little bit of this kind of thing when he went to ask for it. If you don't think it's appropriate. Lu Chang pulled out a large box. The moment it was opened, a luxurious flash of light shone on Xiaosiming's face. Bracelets, anklets, daggers, crowns. LV Chang casually rummaged through the contents of the box. Look, which one do you want? The essence of an amulet is a protective magic spell, and a protective magic spell can be applied to anything, be it a necklace, a rag doll, a piece of clothing, or even an ordinary stone. Any inanimate object can be used as a carrier for a protective magic spell. You should not rob the museum, right? Xiaosiming said oddly. It's not even expensive jewelry. It's a antique. They don't have those in the museum. Lu Chang said. The Holy Lord had a very horrible collecting fetish. Anything good, no matter what it was, no matter if it could be used or not, no matter if it was useful or not. Mine. It's all mine. The so-called antiques that mankind had managed to keep alive were all trash that the Holy Lord could not see. Highly similar to a certain gold flash. Seiki told him that there were 7 gates to the Holy Lord's treasure trove, and the ones placed inside were the good ones, like the time crystal ball that could travel through time and space. That thing was placed in the very bottom. However, that old thing was dead set against opening the door, and even after he had put the pure yang sword on the Holy Lord's neck, that old thing only opened the outermost 2 doors for him. The first door was filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and jewels, used by the Holy Lord to decorate the doorway. Not much use. For that old thing it was just for padding, and sometimes, to tempt humans. Of course, mere temptation to give is not an option. And the jewelry, it was taken from the second door. Although these jewelry do not possess magical effects on their own, they possess very good enchantment abilities, also known as magical phasing. Although normal items could be enchanted, they were all disposable items after enchanting, and they would completely expire after triggering once. The jewelry, however, can be recycled after enchantment. Simply put, it's the difference between a disposable battery and a rechargeable battery. Where did you get these things? Xiaosiming couldn't help but ask. From a generous wizard. Lu Chang said. So is this bracelet of mine? Sorcerer? Xiaosiming looked odd. Male female? The corner of Lu Chang's mouth twitched. Male. By looking at the expression he could guess what Xiaosiming was thinking. Seriously, if you don't like this necklace, you can get another one, LV Chang said. The effect is the same. No need. I think this necklace is very good, Xiaosiming said in a hurry. Where's the picking and choosing of gifts? It's good if you like it. Lu Chang put the box away. This necklace can protect you from a mortal wound once, and every time you use it, it will take about a month or so before you can use it the next time, so you'll have to pay attention to that. If the damage exceeds its upper limit of resistance, then the amulet won't resist the attack for you, but will simply shatter, pouring the life force contained in it into your body at once, the effect of which you can understand in terms of Phoenix Nirvana. Xiaosiming was confused. Phoenix Nirvana? Are you sure? Not sure. LV Chang shrugged. I haven't used it either. It's just a theoretical effect that I hope you never have to use. Won't you try it on? Ha? Oh. Xiaosiming snapped back to her senses and carefully studied the necklace in her hand. How do I wear this thing? Lu Chang approached, picked it up, and opened a clasp on the necklace. This will do. Can you help me put it on? Xia Siming said weakly. LV Chung froze. Yes. It has the effect of keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer, so you can wear it all the time without taking it off. Well, I'm going to. This is a token of affection? From this distance, the rubies on that necklace are blinding my dog's eyes. The captain is really dog lucky. It's kind of a fool's errand, isn't it? Not far from the training ground, the Phoenix Squad crowd was staring at LV Chang and Xia Siming with their full attention. I'll go. The captain kissed up. She's finally normal for once. It's all about being able to take pregnancy leave after a while, isn't it? No, we have to keep it here for a year. And if we get pregnant now, we'll lose out. Right, get pregnant next year. And with the captain pregnant, it's only right that we, as team members, take care of her and can't get out of the mission. Ahem, deservedly so, right? Holy, how did she get away? The captain is shy? She actually has a shy side? Looking at Xia Siming, who suddenly took a sip on his face and then fled with a red face, Lu Cheng's face was a bit taut. This plot, why is it familiar? A similar bridge seems to have happened between a certain person with the surname Tang, and a certain lady with the surname Ning, but his mental powers in his daily state are all almost dormant. Because the pure yang sword could do 24-hour all-around protection for him, there was absolutely no need for him to worry. However, this kind of non-dangerous thing, the pure yang sword would not react in any way, and with the protection of the dog and the horse, he almost didn't need to worry about any sneak attacks, so he really didn't react just now. After all, if he had reacted, the one Xia Siming kissed definitely wouldn't have been the side face. How does this girl's brain feel a little out of whack? Lu Cheng looked at Xia Siming's gradually disappearing back with an odd expression. He had given Xia Siming a heart-piercing attack only a while ago, drawing quite a bit of phoenix blood from her body, so it was reasonable to say that this girl shouldn't hold a grudge against him. Moreover, Xia Siming, as the captain of Phoenix Squad, was forced to apologize by him, a backdoor new instructor, first on the first day of the new recruit assembly, and then later on the teaching of the sword technique. He was defeated by him in front of so many new recruits. Losing face. Shouldn't she hold a grudge against him? Even if he had sent the amulet, that would have turned the situation into something else at best, wouldn't it? What the hell is this inexplicable sticky feeling? Could it be that the night watchman is trying to play the beauty trick? Lu Cheng couldn't help but be skeptical. It's not right. With Xia Siming's brain playing beauty tricks with him? Isn't Yi Fan worried about Xia Siming being abducted by him? Chapter 62, He's got a family. I heard that he gave you a necklace? Keeping up with current events, Yevon quickly sent a video communication. You're spying on me? Xia Siming's face was odd. Aren't you busy? She just got her gift during the day and this is a video call at night? Looks like there are scouts in this training camp. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. Do you want to listen to what you're saying yourself? An amnesiac Donghua Emperor was at the recruit intensive training camp, and if he hadn't been unable to leave, he would have gone over to keep an eye on it himself. And he's the commander-in-chief. Everything that happened in the boot camp was considered official business with him. What's the point of spying? But wouldn't you be a little too efficient? Xia Siming spat. I used to send you a vacation note and not see you return it once in 10 days or so. I've only received a gift this afternoon and you're asking about it in the evening. Why haven't I seen you so concerned about my personal affairs before? You don't have a crush on me, do you, uncle? Yi Fan had a black line on his face. What the hell am I crushing on you for? I was going to ask what's going on with you and him. What's the situation? Xia Siming blushed slightly. What kind of situation could I have with him? That's how long we've known each other. We haven't even gotten to know each other yet. Yo man, don't put on this shy face, okay? It's too awkward. Xia Siming's face darkened. What the hell do you mean? How am I twisted? You seem to have very little self-knowledge. Yi Fan said. Not to mention shyness. He couldn't see half of a woman's qualities from Xia Siming. And he's been captain for so many years. And he's still acting like a kid even now. If it wasn't for Lu Chang's special designation, he wouldn't have let Xia Siming handle this matter anyway. Okay. I'm not self-aware. Okay? Xia Siming bristled. I'm in a good mood today. I'm not going to talk to you. If you have a fart, I'm on a semi-vacation. Don't press me with your boss attitude at work. I'll curse. Yi Fan was speechless. Remember what I asked you to do at the intensive training camp? Take a vacation. Keep the new recruits safe on the side. And keep an eye out for anything related to the mists on the side. Xia Siming said. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Is there that possibility that the importance of these three things you said has been reversed by you? That's what's important to you. Not me. Xia Siming shrugged. For me, it's definitely the vacation that's most important. Yo man. Then what's the meaning of the antique necklace LV Chang gave you? Xia Siming froze, her face a little unnatural. What do you care about this for? Yi Fan coughed lightly twice. You're not too young, are you? Xia Siming looked odd. What are you trying to say? Yi Fan paused. That, Siming this, stop, disgusting, call me by my full name. Xia Siming glared at Yi Fan with an evil look on her face. Let go of that fart. I'm gonna die if you don't. How could this black-hearted asshole talk to her in such a gentle tone? Not only is it disgusting, but there's definitely something wrong with it. Yi Fan had a black line on his face. I want you to stop wreaking havoc on people. How did I whoa? Xia Siming was unconvinced. What's wrong with my body and looks? What's wrong with me? It's fine for you to scourge others, but Lu Cheng's situation is special. You can't mess around. Yi Fan said. What do you mean by messing around? It's not like he kicked me out, and I'm getting along quite well with him. My personal feelings. What do you care? Xia Siming said irritably. I don't care about your personal feelings, but you have to think clearly about this matter. Yi Fan said seriously. He has a family. Xia Siming froze. Family? He's married? It's not right, is it? How old is he? How can he be married? And he doesn't look like he's ever been married to me. I'm not at liberty to say more about this matter, but he does have a family. Yi Fan said. And he, a family man, has a rather special relationship with our organization. The Night's Watch, the standard equipment of the Night's Watch, the Star Sword, was forged by the first commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, Nia Jinshan, who went to the Kunlun ruins and begged the Queen Mother of the West to cast it, and every 10 years, the Night's Watch would send someone forward to fetch the sword outside the Kunlun ruins. The Western Queen Mother must have known about the matter of Emperor Donghua's present life, as much as he wanted to go and ask about the situation. The Ginger stopped him. He asked why, and Ginger just said to stay out of this and not to ask any questions. Moreover, when this matter was brought up, the old man was obviously not as chipper as he usually was. To be honest, he didn't want to speculate on the relationship between these gods, but he always had a feeling that between Emperor Donghua and Queen Mother of the West, perhaps they weren't so amicable. It was because some time ago when they were discussing the situation related to Lu Chang, Zhang Taigong had also told them a little bit about the special situation of Emperor Donghua, whose existence was very ancient, and who liked to transform into a bilocation and travel around the world as far back as thousands of years ago. Not only the mortal world, but also mythology, and not even just Daxia mythology. 9 times out of 10, many of the great summer's sun-related deities were created by Emperor Donghua. This matter was considered a great unspeakable secret among the gods of the great summer. And the matter of opening a small number is also due to some agreement between the gods, that the gods cannot easily interfere in the world of man, nor can they easily set foot in the world of man. But Emperor Donghua, the god, could not be idle, long before the gods would interfere with the earth. This ancient god often led the ancient gods into battle. There was no other reason why the gods of Daxia were basically good gods, or at worst neutral gods, simply because they were Ed. Even the related beliefs have been extinguished. It wasn't until after the establishment of the heavenly court that Emperor Donghua finally withdrew his heart. But complete immobilization was also impossible. God can't interfere. So wouldn't it be fine for him to get a personal incarnation? Moreover, all of the incarnations of Emperor Donghua had no memories, and each time they started from scratch, living as human beings in the human world, and the LV Dongbin they knew was just one of them. This was also the fundamental reason why Jiang Zia as well as the Taoist from before were unsure of LV Cheng's situation and were not in a position to intervene in this matter. They didn't know what was going on with this matter, and if they interfered rashly, they might disrupt Emperor Donghua's plans. But not all of the Night's Watch hierarchy knew these truths, and they were too important for him to tell, so he had to do something to reassure everyone. Of course, he was a little worried himself. Jiang Zia had said that gods would not interfere in the world of men at will, but the current Emperor Donghua was not a god. He was Lu Chang, a man. Why does Emperor Donghua like to open a small number? Quite simply, the emperor needs to be highly respected. That's why Emperor Donghua can't just do anything. But what if he's not Emperor Donghua? Chapter 63, Deja Vu. Captain, what's wrong with you? Under the night, Xia Siming, who had finished talking to Yi Fan, walked out from the underground base, looking not in a good mood. I am afraid that my love will die prematurely, Xia Siming said with some aggravation. Premature death? Kong Won froze. Commander Yi isn't so much as to interfere in your personal life, is he? No, even if he interfered, you couldn't possibly listen, could you? Except for the kind of serious matters that were not allowed in child's play, it was absolutely impossible for Xia Siming to be at peace. This kind of private emotional problems, not to mention just a phone call, even if Yi Fan personally ran here, Xia Siming may not necessarily listen. Sister Kong, Look at Lu Chang. Does he look like a married man? Xia Siming asked. Marriage? Kong Won froze. Isn't he underage? Yi Fan said he's already married. Xia Siming said in a depressed manner. And it's so close to just telling me not to break up people's families. Kong Won wanted to say something. Captain. This kind of thing, why don't you ask the parties involved? Yeah, Lu Chang looks like a kid. How can he be married? Ling Lin said. Maybe this is Commander Yi deliberately bluffing you, fearing that you'll really approach him next for marriage leave, pregnancy leave, or something like that. Xia Siming froze. Hiss. Right. Yi Fan's grandson really could do such a thing. Back in the day, before she was in the Phoenix Squad, she wasn't really too busy with her job in the Night's Watch. However, since becoming the captain of the Phoenix Squad, he was directly treated as cheap labor by Yi Fan. Phoenix is a brick that moves wherever it is needed. She was a special squad leader, and she really felt like she had gone into a black-hearted factory. Not only do you have to be born to die, you're treated like a ing thief, especially that grandson of Yi Fan. The way she was treated was a far cry from before she was the captain of Phoenix Squad at the time. So yeah, Captain, you'll have to ask him directly about such things, Ling Lin said. Even if you're too embarrassed to ask, you can still go to Black Impermanence of Team 136. He's the one who reported all of LV Chang's relevant information, so he definitely knows the most. Xia Siming hesitated. What if Black Impermanence doesn't know either? Well, you'll just have to ask him yourself. Ling Lin shrugged. But I think the probability of this matter is that Commander Yi is bluffing you. Lu Chang is so young, how can he get married? Not only does the profile show that LV Chang is an underage, this guy looks like an underage as well. Maturity can be faked, but youthfulness can't be faked. Family? LV Chang's face was odd. What are you asking for? No, the Night's Watch should be able to find out information about me, right? His entire information in this world was basically around Red Raider, though one memory did seem off. Honging came to Tsangnan City 4 years ago, but Honging had said that it had been 5 years since she had picked him up. Red Tassel's parents disappeared while exploring the mists 5 years ago, after which Red Tassel entered the Night's Watch intensive training camp before arriving in Tsangnan City a year later. But he didn't have any memories of Tsangnan's previous life, and Red Tassel's explanation was that they'd been in Shangjing City before that, and he'd been sleeping for the whole of that year at the very beginning. But Red was in training camp, and who took care of him during that year? He'd asked Red Tassel before, and the girl had said that she'd forgotten. Just outrageous. And all this time, watching the Night's Watch treat him in such a strange manner, his mind really couldn't help but brainstorm a lot of weird storylines. That, I was going to ask, do you have a child bride or something like that relationship? Xia Siming asked. The corner of Lu Chang's mouth twitched. How did you come up with such an unfamiliar term? What era is this? Then do you have a wife? Xia Siming said directly. Ha? Lu Chang was confused. Why would you ask such a question? Do I look like a human husband? Xia Siming looked a little odd. A little. Although LV Chan looked youthful and lively, he was really a bit weird when it came to getting along. Not at all like some unintelligent schoolboy. More like an elder. When she told Sister Kong about it, the guy actually said that she might have fatherly tendencies. What's going on in your head all day? Lu Chang said helplessly. I don't have a wife, and there are quite a few people who miss me. Xia Siming blushed slightly. I didn't. It's not that obvious, right? You seem to have some lack of self-knowledge, Lu Chang said. After each training session, Xia Siming ran towards him dripping with sweat, and after taking a shower, she casually wore something and walked out to lie on the sofa. He had lived with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan for so many years, and those two girls weren't this open. But Xia Siming, this girl really doesn't treat him as an outsider. Generous. Li Yifei, where did you learn this craft? Inside the Asylum of the Gods. In the activity room, Lin Xie, who hadn't returned for a long time, looked at the sumptuous meal on the table with an odd expression. I didn't make it. Grandma did, Li Yifei said. Ha? Lin Xie froze. Nix, can you cook Chinese food? Danadoos, how does it taste? Nix looked at Lin Xie expectantly. Well, it's good, Lin Xie said. There's just some deja vu. Deja vu is right, Nix exclaimed happily. That's what your dad taught me to make. Ah, you guys used to eat it adorably. It's just that then your dad suddenly disappeared and you guys left, and I was left alone. I made a table full of food and no one even ate it. As he said that, Nix's eyes reddened and a few tears surfaced. Lin Xie hurriedly gave Li Yifei a wink. Get the medicine. Li Yifei froze for a moment and quickly got up, walking over to the nearby counter to bring over the medicine and hot water. Don't be sad, Mother, we're here and we're not going anywhere. Nix smiled, took the medicine, and ate it, stabilizing his mood. Lin Xie sighed in relief and was about to say something when he suddenly saw the message on Nyx's head. 56%? What the hell? No. It seems like he hasn't been here in a long time, but it doesn't grow so fast, does it? Li Yifei, what have you been doing all this time? Lin Xie pulled Li Yifei aside. You still have the nerve to ask. Li Yifei was depressed. Every now and then when you're not around, I get locked in my room by a big orange, and an evil gold taper, and those two cats are like grandpas, bossing me around on everything. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. Where's that crow? It's just that I'll be locked up when that crow comes back, Li Yifei said. And, what's wrong? Lin Xie asked. I seem to have vaguely seen a silhouette that looks somewhat familiar, Li Yifei said. Look familiar? Lin Xie froze. Male. A little taller than me? Hair a little long? Li Yifei froze. How do you know? I just saw this much. No, you don't suppose you know who it is, do you? Lin Xie wanted to say. It's better if you don't know for a while. Sure enough, the divine might on that guy's body was practically identical to that of the crow's, and the divine might that remained in the 7th ward. Previously, he was only skeptical. After all, he didn't know particularly much about such things as divine might, so it couldn't be that it was just two similar types of divine might. But today Nyx made these dishes. It's too similar. Chapter 64, Playfulness. Nyx left the sickbay? Somewhere in a small dark room in Sangnan City, Lu Chang, who was experimenting with Blade Dragon on a new magic potion, suddenly received a message from the Holy Lord. Lin Xie took her away? Lu Chang asked. Yes, but I think you should be worried about something else right now, the Holy Lord said with some bloating. You may be exposed. Exposed? Lu Chang froze. What do you mean? Don't tell me you backstabbed me. Holy Lord, you know my methods. While the thought did cross my mind, I haven't done so. At least not yet, the Holy Lord said breathlessly. Then how was it exposed? Lu Chang asked. Your old lover made a meal for the boy and was found to be unusual, the Holy Lord said. Who taught you so well? She makes things so much like you do that the kid has probably guessed it's you. Cooking? The corner of Lu Chang's eye twitched. No, it can still be exposed like this? Who the would have thought? Just a mere suspicion, right? Lu Chang asked. More than just suspicion. The caretaker in the sickbay named Li Yifei. He said he saw your back and thought it looked a bit familiar. The Holy Lord said. No evidence, right? LV Chang asked. The Holy Lord froze. Don't tell me you're planning to play dumb and deny it to death? No? Lu Chang asked rhetorically. What can he do to me if I deny it? Besides, would he dare to force me to admit it? I'm his old father. I'm not you. And he's not Xiaolong. He wouldn't want to play the father-son drama with me. Holy Lord, are you polite? What the hell? Inside the training camp, Yuan Gang and Xia Simeng, who were discussing the next training program, changed drastically in color and stood up violently. God's breath? Yuan Gang's eyes widened as he turned to look at the roof of the dormitory building. How did the aura of God suddenly appear here? I'll go check out the situation. Xia Simeng picked up her straight sword, turned around and rushed out. Yuan Gang didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly dialed the number of the headquarters. Captain, something's wrong. A power fluctuation of the gods has appeared in the training camp. God? Which god? Xiaoping asked. I don't know, but that aura is unlike any god we've observed before. All different? Xiaoping's face changed. Don't act rashly for now. I'll contact the commander-in-chief now. Right. Xia Simeng. Don't let her mess around. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Yuan Gang hurriedly rushed out after Xia Simeng. Snap dash. Woof woof woof. What's wrong? What's all the screaming about at night? Auntie, who had heard the shouting, came running from her room. Nothing. I accidentally broke a plate and stepped on little black Li's tail again. Yang Jin said. You child, why are you so careless? Aren't you hurt? Auntie stepped forward with concern. It's okay, Mom, go rest. I'll just clean up. I'll do it. You look like you haven't gotten any rest in the last 2 days. No, I can do it. On a distant building, Lin Xie silently watched this scene. How did this child also become smaller? Some doubt surfaced in Nyx's eyes. Lin Xie froze. Mother, what did you say? No, nothing. Nyx shook his head. Danadus had been bitten by that dog, but it looked as if the boy had forgotten about it, so it was better not to mention it, lest there be another fight. Lin Xie silently watched for a while longer, turned his head to look at Nyx, and was about to say that he could go back, when he suddenly remembered something else. Mother, can you take me to meet father? Lin Xie asked. Your father? Nyx froze. Isn't he right here at? Halfway through his sentence Nyx suddenly covered his mouth and sheepishly averted his gaze. The corner of Lin Xie's eye twitched slightly. Okay, that's how you play it. If it was just a suspicion before, The suspicion is now directly solid. The asylum had appeared in his head 5 years ago, and LV Chang had come from the mists 5 years ago. The Raven's divine power, the wreckage of the 7th Ward, and the amnesiac LV Chang, all matched up. But why? Although Emperor Donghua is also a petty little old man in quite a few myths and legends, how come he's the only one caught in the crossfire? Mother, you don't need to hide it. I know all about it. Lin Chie sighed. Father, always there for me, right? Nix looked at Lin Chie somewhat nervously. Darnatus, don't be angry. Your father was just being a bit playful. He didn't mean to mess with you. Greedy? Lin Chie wanted to speak. No. How long have you gods lived? A Greek creator god and a Dacia 2-yard god? Greedy? Mother, that. You and the Queen Mother of the West, do you know each other? Lin Chie really couldn't help but ask this question that he had wanted to ask a long time ago. Recognize it, but, Nix said lustily, I don't get along with her very well. Lin Chie's face was odd. Because, father? Nix took out the Order of the Extreme Yin that shimmered with moonlight. A long time ago, your father asked the Queen Mother of the West to help him create a pair of divine artifacts. The Order of the Extreme Yin and the Order of the Extreme Yang. The Order of the Extreme Yang was sealed by your father with his divine kingdom because it was too dangerous. But later, your father gave the Order of the Extreme Yin to me. The Queen Mother of the West was so angry when she found out about it that she beat your father up and almost went to war with Olympus. Lin Chie forced a smile. And then? What did you guys do afterward about this? Didn't handle it. Nix shook his head. Lin Chie froze. Didn't handle it? Why? Because, your father is missing. Nix said. Disappeared? He couldn't have gone into hiding, right? Lin Chie was skeptical. No. Nix shook his head. He had just completed the final true self reincarnation at that time. It was the time to break through the last boundary. He should have been in seclusion. But we searched all the great divine kingdoms and found no trace of him. Lin Chie froze, recalling Lu Cheng's almost broken soul. Could something have happened? No way. Nix said. If he went to war with the other supreme, there's no way I wouldn't be able to sense it. And there's no way Western Queen Mother wouldn't be able to sense it either. And, the Order of Extreme Yin didn't respond. He just disappeared that abruptly. Even the Heavenly Father of the Great Summer went to your father's God's kingdom to look for him and found nothing. Lin Chie was silent. The mental hospital thing itself was strange. And he still hadn't figured out the situation yet. Emperor Donghua disappeared. But then he appeared in a mental hospital? Nix was able to get out of the asylum. So that means that place is real. But Emperor Donghua, who had escaped the asylum, was discovered from the mist. Could it be that the asylum proper exists in the mist? Chapter 65 Agent of the Two Gods. Mother, what is this divine kingdom you speak of? Lin Chie asked. Just now, when Nix said that this was his god's kingdom, he thought it was an ancient special designation. But the divine kingdom of Emperor Donghua, used to seal a divine artifact? Is the kingdom of God a kind of alien space? The kingdom of God is the kingdom that God created. Nix said. You created this place. Why would you even ask such a question? I created this place? Lin Chie was confused. Nix looked puzzled. This kid isn't as stupid as his father, is he? We'd better go back first. Lin Chie sighed. Alright. Nix grabbed Lin Chie's wrist, and the night flickered as the two of them disappeared into thin air. In the short room, Yang Jin, who had finished cleaning up the debris, couldn't help but give Little Black Lie another slap. Have you forgotten what the Empress said? Yang Jin had some second thoughts. If we fool around with Emperor again, we won't even be able to go to the Peach Blossom Festival in the future. Little Black Lie was speechless. As if I'm part of the Peach Party? Don't forget how much trouble we caused in Olympus and Asgard back then. Yang Jin said quietly. There was basically no crossover between the various godly systems, but emperors would run around when they were idle and bored. At the time, Neza had just become a god and was young and uninformed, so he was taken along by the emperor, and Li Jing, worried that something would happen to him, let him tag along as well, said he was taking them out to see the world. But it turns out that old shameless bastard was having a rendezvous with Nyx in Olympus and asked them to cover for him. Neza was young and impetuous and fought with Apollo, the sun god of Olympus, over a little verbal dispute, which almost triggered a great war between Heaven and Osprey. Afterwards, the old thing ran away, leave them to take the fall. Luckily, Queen Mother knew of the Emperor's virtues and stepped in to bail them out, and told them to keep an eye on the Emperor in the future. Sure, didn't keep an eye on it. After running Olympus, the Emperor took them on another run to Asgard. The usual, they watched the door. However, they were too drunk with Thor to notice, and when they sobered up, the Queen Mother had killed Asgard. Neza was caught by Li Jing and sent home to be confined, and he was also beaten up by his own teacher. The Queen Mother was afraid that they would learn from the Emperor and forbade them to fool around with him in the future. But there's no chance of that. It wasn't long after that the Emperor disappeared. It was you and Neza who drank with Saul. Little Black Lie said unconvincingly. I didn't drink. And I was telling you to. You were the one who had to drink it. But I remember that we were taking turns to keep an eye out. And when I was drinking with Neza, it was your turn, wasn't it? Young Jean retorted. I was knocked out. Little Black Lie was speechless. Who hit it? How do I know? Waste. Alcoholic. Under the night, Lin Chie and Nyax returned to the top of the dormitory building of the training camp. Only, just as he landed, he saw Yuan Gang and Xia Simeng, who were not far away, holding their swords and staring tightly at this side. Without waiting for Yuan Gang to speak, Nyax instantly arrived in front of Xia Simeng and gazed at the necklace in front of her. Athena. Xia Simeng froze. You are. Nyx. Nyx narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a little angry. Your Excellency, Goddess of Darkness, I wonder what is the purpose of coming to my Grand Xia? Yuan Gang asked, speaking against the pressure. Nyx didn't bother with Yuan Gang and just looked at Xia Simeng. Time passed by and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Lin Chie, who noticed Nyax's grip on the longsword in her hand, rushed forward and pulled her back. Mother, calm down, take it easy, Danados. Nyx said. I'm just looking at this kid. Lin Chie. Don't you dare be a little more obvious about your jealousy. Not far from the dormitory building, LV Chang, who had just rushed back from outside, saw the scene of Nyax's several people frozen together. Although he hadn't done anything, an inexplicable thought of running away arose in his heart. That's not true. What's he so vain about? He obviously didn't do anything. Seemingly sensing Lu Chang's gaze, Nyax cocked his head and glanced at him. LV Chang. What's with this caught-raping feeling? Danados. We'll go back first. After saying that, Nyx's figure faded away, eventually disappearing completely into the night. The silence continued for quite a while before Yuan Gang exhaled deeply and took his sword back into its sheath. The terror of facing a god directly far exceeded his imagination, and even if the other party hadn't released a single ounce of divine power pressure, it was still about to scare him to death. Can you explain? Yuan Gang looked at Lin Chie. Lin Chie paused. If I say that she got lost and looked for me to ask for directions, and incidentally, asked me to act as an agent for her, would you believe me? Yuan Gang. By Shasta Mo. Did you learn this nonsense from LV Chang? Well, it's actually that she has a bracelet missing and she wants me to help her find it. Lin Chie said. Earlier, because of the Shadow Eater thing, King Face of the Masked Squad had copped a little bit of information about divine agents with him. Looking for something, this reason is not outrageous. The requirements of the search. Yuan Gang nodded. But did she really let you be her agent? Aha. Lin Chie nodded. This was a good opportunity to be able to use the two kinds of divine ruins openly, and in the future, there would be no need to always hide them. Forget it, you go back to sleep first, I will deal with the things behind. Yuan Gang sighed. Lin Chie nodded and quickly walked away. Greek gods. Yuan Gang looked at Xia Simeng. Did she just say Athena? The divine power in you, and it didn't react? No. Xia Simeng shook her head. Athena hasn't looked for me in years. Try to see if you can ask a little bit of information about Nyx from Athena's mouth. Yuan Gang said. I'll report back to headquarters about this. Aha. Xia Simeng put the knife away and walked away with a heavy heart. Why did she get the feeling that Nyx had just been staring at her necklace? And there seems to be some anger? Hello? The crisis is lifted. Goddess of Darkness Nyx. The other party has left. Yuan Gang dialed Xiaoping's phone. Are you alright? Xiaoping asked uneasily. It's fine. The other party didn't have any direct malicious intent. However, she got Lin Chie to act as an agent. Yuan Gang said. Dual god agents. How unprecedented. Tai Gong. Identification confirmed. It's Nyx, the goddess of the night. In Shangjing City, Yi Fan relayed the news from Sangnan City to Jiangxia. Moreover, she got Lin Chie as an agent. Ginger nodded. Since it's her, you guys don't have to worry too much. Emperor Donghua is also in Sangnan. Won't something happen? Yi Fan worried. No. Ginger sipped her tea. Yi Fan froze. Could it be that these two gods know each other? Zhang Zia's eyelids twitched slightly. The heavenly opportunity cannot be leaked. Chapter 66, Deeply in Love. Nyx, driven by instinct, LV Cheng came to the mental hospital to coax Nyx. Unlike in the past, upon seeing Lu Cheng's arrival, Nyax did not welcome him, but instead clasped his hands, puffed out his face, and glanced at him before directly turning his back. For a while, Lu Cheng was caught in an extremely awkward situation. It was impossible not to coax, and he didn't even know how he had somehow managed to play house with Nyx. But coaxing? In what capacity? You can't really coax it as Emperor Donghua, can you? What if something goes wrong? What? Our great lover. There are times when he's at a loss for words? Lin Chiye's voice quietly sounded. Lu Chang snapped back. Asterisk 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 asterisk? When did you get here? He had clearly placed a few devouring shadows at the entrance of the mental hospital, so as long as Lin Chiye came in, he would be able to get the message. How did this guy show up directly behind him? I thought you were planning to continue acting, Lin Chiye said quietly. Or, beat a dead horse. Lu Chang paused and looked at Lin Chiye, the expression on his face gradually becoming confused. Who are you? The corners of Lin Chiye's mouth twitched slightly. You really play like that? Are you sure you want to act like this? Lin Chiye said breathlessly. Youngster, I can't understand what you're saying. Lu Chang grabbed Lin Chiye's shoulders and exerted a slight force while, at the same time, a terrifying fire flashed in his eyes. Lin Chiye. Bump, asterisk 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 dish. This big brother that I've never seen before. Who are you? Lin Chiye went from his heart. Hey. Lu Chang patted Lin Chiye's shoulder in satisfaction. My son. You may honor me as your father. You damn. Father. Under the threat of a close-range inferno blast, Lin Chiye was once again submissive. Can't fight it. And don't dare fight. Go coax her. LV Chang pointed at Nyx. Lin Chiye was speechless. How can I coax you if you cause this? If I could coax, why would it be your turn? Lu Chang said. Hurry up. I don't care what you have to do. Get her to me. If you can't coax it. Lu Chang removed the pure yang sword from his chest. Don't blame my father for being merciless with his sword. Lin Chiye. You. Can't you have some face? You're pissing her off with your womanizing and you want me to do it? And threaten me? Child, do you not want to go? Lu Chang put his sword on Lin Chiye's neck and asked with a sincere face. Lin Chiye took a deep breath. I'll go. Good boy. Lu Chang withdrew the pure yang sword. Go coax your mom. I'll give you a goodie later. A necklace? Lin Chiye said oddly. Lu Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you want the collar? Mother, don't be angry. Lin Chiye gritted his teeth and walked towards Nyx. You're kidding, aren't you? Watch it, Danadus. Stay out of this. Nyx skimmed his head. Mother, I'm not here to persuade you, Lin Chiye said. I meant to say that if you are angry, beat him up. Lu Chang, you want to go to heaven? Beat him? Nyx froze. Yes, mother, men can't be spoiled. If you don't beat him up, he'll definitely hook up next, Lin Chiye said in a serious manner. You've got to keep a tight rein. But, Nyx looked hesitant. I can't beat him. That was before. Lin Chiye struck while the iron was hot. Times are different now. Can't you see what he's like now? Just the chance for you to do it. But, Nyx still hesitated. What if he gets mad and leaves again? Mother, if you don't fight now, he'll be hooked by someone else in the future, Lin Chiye said seriously. You gotta beat it. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. LV Chang. Good old boy. It's really good. Seeing that Nyx seemed to be truly persuaded, Lu Chang pulled his legs out and ran. Nyx flashed to Lu Chang in an instantaneous flash, blocking his way. For eyes on each other. Lu Chang sighed. If it makes you happier, fight. Nyx struggled with his face. Do it. Lu Chang stepped forward, grabbed Nyx's right hand, and put it to his face. Donghua. Nyx cried as he hugged Lu Chang. You'll tell me first next time. LV Chang was a little confused, but looking at Nyx like this, he gave up on reasoning. I'm sorry. Lin Chiye watched the scene in silence. What the kind of goddamn drama is this? Nope. This is ing goddamn drama. Nyx, you beat him up. Lean. The cold winds are picking up and winter has arrived. More than 200 recruits jogged around the training field in their thin black short sleeves. One of them, however, was a handsome young man who got special treatment. 7 nights. Did you offend him? Looking at the load on Lin Chiye's body that had gradually increased from 35 kilograms to 65 kilograms over the course of a few months, Bailey Chubby finally couldn't help but risk getting kicked in the ring and asked in a small voice. No. Lin Chiye gritted his teeth. Then how? Did he target you so much? Bailey Chubby said oddly. The training load that Lin Chiye had on his body, that was carried with him, even brought it with me at dinner. This wasn't just any weight. It was a special weight made by Lu Chang, and not only for weight training, but also for the usual tactical training, close combat, and sword training. Lin Chiye was able to receive special care from Lu Chang, before being exhausted until he couldn't get up at all. Lin Chiye had to be beaten, and you can't pretend you don't have the strength. Otherwise LV Chang would have hit harder. How can this be called targeting? Lin Chiye gritted his teeth. It's called a love affair. Bailey Chubby's face was odd. Love deeply? Although 7 nights training volume is horrifying, his progress is indeed greater than all of us. Chao Yuan, who was at the side, said, Instructor Lu should be aware of 7 nights potential and, therefore, focused on him. Lin Chie, Centurion Chubby. No dude, can't you hear that it's rhetorical? Potential means getting your ass kicked. Ha, Lin Chie. Bailey Tu Ming, Chao Yuan, making small talk while running. Are you 3 taking it too easy with your training? The instructor on the sideline shouted. Bailey Chubby looked puzzled. Report. No. Good. Since it's too easy, when everyone's done, you 3 will run 5 more laps. Lin Chie cast a sultry glance at Fatty Bailey. Can't you ask another time? No answer? 5 laps isn't enough, is it? Good. 3 more laps. 8 laps. Is that enough? Report. Enough. Chubby Bailey wanted to cry. Lin Chie gave up struggling. Chao Yuan didn't move like a mountain. Chapter 67 Yin Yang 8 Trigrams. Rally Camp Office. You guys have to take a vacation. Captain Chen. The intensive training camp is a closed training and there is no vacation for the new year. You also went out from here. You should know that. Then give Lin Chie a separate vacation and let him go back with us for a New Year's Eve dinner. Do you think it's possible? If you don't let go, we're going to rob it. Yuan Gang looked at Chen Mai in silence. Captain Chen, if you have something to say, why don't you just say it? Chen Mai was silent for a moment. Someone is trying to make a move on the new recruits. Yuan Gang's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? A lot of rats have come to Tsangnan recently, and the ancient god church has mixed in quite a few people. Chen Mai said. Yuan Gang frowned. Ancient god church? You think the church of ancient god can break through my training camp? Captain Chen, don't forget that Phoenix Squad is here as well. I don't think the ancient god church has the guts to come to the training camp and make a move. The instructors might not be very strong, but with the Phoenix Squad's fighting strength, the ancient god church was crazy enough to come and fight them hard. You are the vice captain of the Shangjing City Squad, a sea realm powerhouse. I don't doubt your strength, and I likewise don't doubt the strength of the Phoenix Squad, but can you guarantee that, within yourselves, there won't be anyone who will have problems? Chen Mai said. Bang! Yuan Gang rose violently and stared dead into Chen Mai's eyes. What do you mean? Don't underestimate the temptation of profit. $800 million is enough to make people give up everything, Chen Mai said. Yuan Gang was silent for a moment. If you can't even stop the guards of our training camp, do you think, you, Squad 136, have the ability to do so? Of course, boo. The door to the office was kicked open, and Xia Siming rushed in with an excited face. Vacation? Really? Yuan Gang's corner of the eye twitched slightly. Not yet. Vacation, right? Xia Siming's eyes narrowed slightly. Good. Yuan Gang took a deep breath. But wait until I talk to Team Chen first. Vacation. Without waiting for Yuan Gang to finish his sentence, Xia Siming ran out joyfully. Chang, take me out to play. It's vacation. Chen Mai wanted to say. Phoenix Squad. Really? Yuan Gang's face darkened. Let's discuss this. You made a breakthrough here? Outside of the training camp. Feeling the Chuan realm spiritual power that escaped from Lu Chang, the Phoenix Squad was confused. No, it's too much, isn't it, Captain? This is not a matter of genius for him, Kong Woon said. Unlike those recruits who had broken through from the Marigold realm to the Pool realm, the Pool realm to the Chuan realm was a rather lengthy process, and even the most talented person would have to spend at least 1 to 2 years of dedicated cultivation before they could break through. LV Chang counted most of his time at the training camp as a vacation. To know that from the time Lu Chang became a divine agent until now, it was only about half a year. Half a year? Rushing from the Zhan realm to the Chuan realm? Where's the hullabaloo? That's because you've never seen a true genius. Xia Siming bristled. Don't we see it now, Captain? You, Chang, let's go. Go have fun. Xia Siming ignored Kong Won and walked towards Lu Chang. During these few months in the training camp, Yi Fan pressured her not to leave. Couldn't even get out to buy something if I wanted to. Makoto? Xia Siming reached out and waved her hand in front of Lu Chang's eyes. No reaction. Asleep? Ling Lin wondered. Falling asleep? Xia Siming looked odd and reached out to pinch Lu Chang's cheek. Captain, when you're like this, it's very much like a demented woman. Ri-Iron spat. Doing this kind of thing when people can't resist, and the key expression is still strange. Why are you blushing? Lu Chang suddenly returned to his senses and looked at Xia Siming, who was rubbing his face in confusion. What do you do? Xia Siming looked stunned. I see that you have something dirty on your face. Yes, I'll help you wipe it off. Saying that, Xia Siming awkwardly put her hand back. Lu Chang, who had long since gotten used to it, also gave up spitting at Xia Siming and looked up at the gray sky. The power of the sky. Xian is the sky. Koan is the earth. The the chi of Qian and Kuan have all been obtained. And between heaven and earth, his energy has been nearly endless. You are. Xia Ximing's complexion changed slightly. What's it like? It's nothing, my divine ruin. It seems to be a little more complete. Lu Chang said. Taiji is the chaotic state of qi without yin and yang. The 2 is the state of yin and yang differentiated from the 1 qi. And the 4 elephants represent the state of interaction between the 2 qi with the attributes of yin and yang. Therefore, Taiji gives birth to the 2 instruments. And the 2 instruments give birth to the 4 elephants. And then, the 4 elephants give birth to the 8 trigrams. And the 8 trigrams give birth to all things. The 8 trigrams are a derivation of the 2 qi, yin and yang, which, in the final analysis, transforms everything. His divine ruin yin-yang balance seemed to be incomplete from the start, and the power he had gained from the Sacred Lord and the Earth K after establishing the contract was not part of the demonic qi, but rather his own qi. Before, there were only 2 kinds of power, and he didn't feel them clearly, but just now, after breaking through to the Kawasaki realm, he ran straight into hell to get a contract with Nishiki. Qian was heaven, forming a Qian-Kuan correspondence with the Kuan represented by the Earth Kuei before. And he sensed an extra portion of power in his divine ruin. Beyond the wheel of yin and yang, the positions of the 8 trigrams are derived. But right now, only Qian-Kuan can be manipulated. The departure of the Holy Lord is not complete due to the lack of the can that corresponds to it. In that case, the next demon must be the spell blue that corresponds to can. Qian-Kuan, Jinsun, Canli, Burgundy and 2A. Complete? Xia Ximing looked puzzled. What do you mean? Xia Ximing turned her head violently to look at the 5 unknown objects flying rapidly towards the site in the sky. Missiles? Ling Lin looked confused. What the hell? Taking missiles to blow up a training camp? I'll take care of it. Xia Ximing's eyes glazed over and she was about to fly out to block. No need to be so troublesome. Lu Chang pulled back Xia Ximing, pulled down the pure yang sword in his chest, and gently swung it. Boom! The 5 missiles were hacked and exploded high in the air. And the violent explosions produced a horrific shock that came towards the ground along with raging flames and intense waves of air. The bus that had just driven a short distance away was directly swept to the ground by this wave of air. The air seemed to be filled with embarrassment. Xia Ximing looked a little odd. No, you're stopping me like this? The sound of firecrackers is the beginning of a new year. LV Chang lightly coughed twice. In fact, he was trying to shoot those 5 missiles up into the sky. But, by accident, he made too much effort and chopped the missiles up. Missile debris, Ling Lin said lustily. Getting chopped and blown up at that altitude can be more dangerous for ground damage than a near-ground explosion. It's like a grenade exploding in the air, debris flying all over the place. Don't worry, it's burned out, Lu Chang said. After he realized the cut was heavy, it directly intensified the explosion of the missile, burning the whole thing away, leaving only the heat and the impact of the gas wave. However, he deliberately controlled the heat upwards. And what rushed towards the ground was basically just waves of air. Chapter 68, Bullying the Soft and Fearing the Hard. Holy, that sword of his, it's capable of striking accurately over a long distance? Not far from the training camp, Red Tassel and Wen Qima, who had received intelligence to come for support, were about to strike after seeing the missiles when they saw a flash of golden light before the missiles were chopped up and exploded at high altitude. Not a single piece of debris flew down. He's not just chopping and popping here, Red Tassel said oddly. But, Chuan Realm? The corner of Wen Qima's eye twitched. Hong Ying, how long did it take you to get from the Marigold Realm to the Chuan Realm? Almost 5 years, Red Raider said. What about when he traveled from the Zhan Realm to the Chuan Realm? Wen Qima said oddly. 6 months, Red Riding said. What's wrong? Win Kilmer, what's going on? What did you say? I'm not in Kawasaki yet either. Ah Cheng is a genius. How can you compare yourself to him? Hong Ying was puzzled. Isn't this looking for abuse? The corner of Wen Qima's mouth twitched. Don't you have any frustration? Why the frustration? Red Ruffian queried. Isn't it good that Cheng is awesome? Wen Qima was silent. It seems like Red Riding can't be expected to have these thoughts. Well, the car is flipped. So get over there and see what's going on. Red Tassel ran quickly with his gun in the direction of the rookie's overturned car. She is? At the recruit rollover, LV Chang and Phoenix Squad also rushed over. However, having just met and seeing the blonde woman vaguely glued to LV Chang's side, Red Koma's eyes involuntarily flashed dangerously. Bad woman. Phoenix Squad leader. Xia Ximing. Lu Chang said. Phoenix Squad? Red Tassel froze, and the hostility in her eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a touch of adoration. A female Tyrannosaurus? Xia Ximing's face darkened. It's okay for a man to call me that, but you, a girl, call me that too? I really don't know who brought it up. Wasn't she just accidentally blowing down a couple of buildings when she was in the training set? Wasn't it just a case of accidentally depressing a couple of instructors? Wasn't it just a slightly short temper? But doesn't that just mean she's young? Female Tyrannosaurus, female Tyrannosaurus? That king face guy's nickname is King of the Masked Times. Why doesn't she have any bossy, nice nicknames? Sorry. I didn't mean to. Red Ruffian was a little embarrassed. The red tassel is straighter in the head. LV Chang said. Don't blame her. She doesn't know what she's talking about sometimes. Hong Ying's face was odd. Chang, you're not cute anymore. I mean, being silly is cute too. Lu Chang said in a serious manner. No good. I'm not stupid. Red Riding defiantly said. Okay, you're not stupid. You're the smartest. Don't get angry, okay? Lu Chang stepped forward and coaxed. Not good. You haven't called me in all the time you've been in the camp. Red Raider said. Did you forget about me? Did you get hooked up with a bad woman? Is it? Stop. LV Chang interrupted in a hurry. If I remember correctly, I go back every week and cook for you, right? Can that be the same? Red Riding skimmed his lips. You called me from training camp so I could know if there was anyone around you. LV Chang. By Shasta Mo. What is this inexplicable feeling of weakness? Is the captain slagged off? Ling Lin said oddly. LV Chang's relationship with this girl was extraordinary at first glance. Isn't it obvious? He's getting to be a crossdresser in the female soldiers. Kong Woon said. Did you just realize that now? The other female members of the Phoenix Squad cast puzzled glances at Kong Woon. We didn't even notice. Kong Woon was silent. What do you mean? Can't you see it's so obvious? LV Chang shouldn't have a charm attribute for women, right? Thinking of this, Kong Woon's eyes had a strange change when he looked at Lu Chang. You guys should really be glad that he's a good guy. What do you mean? Ray Lin queried. What does that have to do with whether he's a good guy or not? Of course it's related. Kong Woon's face was a bit unnatural. If he's the bottomless type, you'd all have to be holding your bellies. Ha? Ling Lin froze. Is he interested in us too? Ha? What about the captain? Nope. How are we going to face the captain with this? That's cheating, isn't it? Kong Woon looked at the female team members whose faces were more or less shy and expectant with a dumbfounded expression. No, you guys really have a thing for him? Holy, that scared me. Bailey Chubby, who was fished out from the carriage by Lu Chang, had a face of fear. Missile fallout almost wiped them all out. This would be a missile paste in the face. How does it feel? Lu Chang patted Bailey Chubby's shoulder. Report. I'm fine. Bailey Chubby subconsciously got up and stood at attention. It's good that it's okay. Lu Chang patted the ash on Bailey Chubby. I'm sure. You know who just hacked up that missile, don't you? Ha? No. Bailey Chubby nodded his head. Thanks to Instructor Lu for saving my life. Stop. No more nonsense. Lu Chang pointed at the Phoenix Squad not far away. Captain Xia and the others. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Chubby Bailey said with a straight face. Very good. Lu Chang patted Bailey Chubby's shoulder with satisfaction. It's still you. Unlike a certain rebellious son who, day in and day out, doesn't let me worry about anything, even if it's not enough, and is always causing me trouble. Adverse son? Bailey Chubby's face was odd. Who? Lu Chang looked at Lin Chie to the side. Shao Chi. Guess? Lin Chie. I'm guessing your ass. Abuse of power and personal vendetta. You wait. Sooner or later, you're going to roll over. Nick spoilt you. I'd like to see if the Queen Mother of the West will spoil you. Lu Chang's eyes narrowed slightly as he took Lin Chie's shoulder. A pair of large, gleaming eyes completing their stare with him. You're not cursing me in your mind, are you? Nope. No. How could it be? Lin Chie showed a straight face. Am I that kind of person? Be arrogant. You can be arrogant only now. When the Queen Mother of the West appears in the future, you'll have to suffer. Then why do I feel a chill down my back? Lu Chang wondered. And Gross trying to harm me? Why do you have a vague feeling that there's a knife? 7 nights. Are you alright? Red Tassel ran over. It's fine. At least it's the pool realm. I'm not that fragile. Lin Chie said. But, Sister Hong Yun, what brings you here? We intercepted a bit of information that someone is going to go after you too. Red Raider said. 2? Lin Chie froze. Me and LV Chang? No. You and him. Hong Ying pointed at Chubby Bailey. Lin Chie was dumbfounded. Why? I don't know. Red Raider shrugged. That's all I've been able to find out. There's no Xing. It's just you and this young master. The corner of Lin Chie's eye twitched. The ancient god church, also bullying the soft and fearful? Knowing that LV Chang is so powerful that he doesn't dare to make a move against him? Chapter 69, She's Just My Sister. Back at the big villa in Red Riding, the Phoenix Squad and their group were taken to stay at the Grand Hotel by Bailey Chubby. and although Xia Siming seemed to have some desire to come back with LV Chang, in the end she didn't open her mouth. Ah Chang, you and Xia Siming, is that one? Hong Ying pulled Lu Chang into his room. Ha, Lu Chang was confused. Which one did I talk to her about? Just that. Red writing is a little hard to describe. Are you with her? The corner of LV Chang's eye twitched slightly. What are you thinking? When he wasn't in the asylum, Nick stared at him with the Holy Lord's magic mirror almost every second of the day, and as soon as he had the slightest bit more contact area with the other girls, Nick's voice drifted into his head second by second. Ever since that night, Xia Siming had to put her clothes back on when she went to his little house. Together? Together. My ass. If he really made definite progress with Xia Siming, Lin Chie, that rebellious son, was afraid that he would be arching fire in seconds to bring Nix out of the mental hospital to cut him down. Including now. With Nix staring at his, he was really regretting it now. Why did you ask the Holy Lord for that broken mirror? Why did the Holy Lord give it to him? The old man is cheap as hell when he should be generous. Being generous when you shouldn't be. Chang, I'm not trying to stop you or interfere with your feelings. I just want to say something, said Hong Ying. You're worried that she doesn't think purely of me? Lu Chang said. Aha. Red Raider nodded. The captain said you didn't want to join the Night's Watch. And you're not now. But the Phoenix Squad, they're so busy, and yet they're still running off to spend time in the gathering camp, which has never happened before. Nan analyzed it with me before. It's most likely a beauty trick. Chang, you have to hold on to it, or you're afraid you'll have another hard time in the future. The corner of Lu Chang's mouth twitched slightly. You might have some misunderstandings about my relationship with her. It wasn't him who couldn't hold it. It was Xia Siming. He could sense that Xia Siming had actually wanted to just do him many times when he was alone with him. However, Shazaming's offense is strong and her defense is extremely weak. Just a little hint when she made a move and the girl was too weak-minded to make a move. Misunderstanding? Red Ruffian looked odd. Shouldn't you be the one to initiate? Stop. 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 Don't think too crookedly. LV Chang interrupted. Don't worry. I can handle the relationships and nothing will happen. I was afraid you'd get sidetracked. Red Ruffian worried. Okay. Lu Chang cupped Hong Ying's small face. There's really no need to worry. I still have enough brains in those areas. Well, said the redhead, her face burning a little. Right. This is for you. Lu Chang took out a white gold necklace with sapphires. Ha! Red Ruffles froze, a bit overwhelmed and averted her gaze. I'm not ready yet. Prepare for what? Lu Chang wondered. This is the amulet. I was going to give it to you a long time ago, but I thought it would be better to give this as a New Year's gift. Happy New Year. Ha! Red Writing froze. New Year's gift? What's wrong? LV Chang wondered. No? Then change it. I still have bracelets, anklets, bracelets, anklets here. No. Red Ruffles interrupted in a hurry. It's not that I don't like it. I just didn't expect it. Didn't expect what? Lu Chang wondered. I didn't expect you to give a gift so early. I haven't even prepared to give you one yet. The red tassel was a bit vain. No need to prepare. Lu Chang said. You be well. That's the best gift for me. Ha! Red Ruffles froze, and her entire face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. You're too anxious in nature. Songnan City is unsettled. Usually when you go on a mission, be careful and don't be in too much of a hurry. Lu Chang said. Also, don't always bar the door with old Wu. You can't talk to him. You're just pissing yourself off every time. Did you hear what I said? LV Chang patted the side of Hong Liao's face. Here. Red Ruffian snapped back. Heard that. LV Chang. What did I say? You said, said the redhead, lowering her head in embarrassment. Lu Chang sighed. Forget it. I don't count on you. Just be happy. Right. Do you want me to put it on for you? Ha! Red Ruffles froze. Can do that? It's all been said. A gift for you. With a helpless face, Lu Chang opened the clasp of the necklace and reached out to help Hong Ying put it on. It's an amulet. It won't affect your daily actions, so try not to take it off. Even if you don't want to wear it, try to keep it in your pocket. It's useful whenever you have it on you. Remember? Looking at Hong Ying's dumbfounded appearance, Lu Chang sighed helplessly. I should have known to build this girl a bracelet that she couldn't take off. Knock knock. Minami? Sleeping? After putting Hong Ying to sleep, Lu Chang came over to give Si Xiaonan a New Year's gift. No! The door to the room slammed open, and Si Xiaonan poked his head out, looked outside, and after confirming that no one was in sight, he pulled LV Chang inside with one hand. LV Chang was dumbfounded. What the hell? Ahem. I'm ready. Si Xiaonan looked at Lu Chang with some anticipation. Did you just eavesdrop? Lu Chang looked odd as he took out the necklace he had prepared for Si Xiaonan. Necklace? Si Xiaonan froze. Shouldn't you always have a ring ready for this kind of thing? A ring? Lu Cheng froze. You like rings? Looking at Lu Cheng's confused look, Si Xiaonan's brain spun rapidly, and in less than a second, she got her answer. She misunderstood. Equals omega equals winky face. No, no, the necklace is good. The necklace is good. Si Xiaonan sat down. This necklace, reddish tasseled sister also have? Lu Cheng nodded. I just gave it to her. Oh, said Si Xiaonan, inexplicably a little lost. No? LV Cheng asked. If you like rings, I have them here too. No, no need. The necklace is quite good, Si Xiaonan said in a hurry. Just as good as Sister Red Riding Hood. If you like it. Lu Cheng opened the necklace clasp. Want me to put it on for you? Yeah. Si Xiaonan leaned right in. Wear it. LV Cheng wanted to say something, but he still put the necklace on for Si Xiaonan. This necklace is an amulet that you try to carry with you. Well, I'm not going to pick it, Si Xiaonan said. It's not like you can't take it off. If you don't mind the trouble, you can also put it in your pocket. Just carry it on your body. Lu Cheng said. The protection spell needs to be carried around to work. Otherwise the thing can't determine who it's supposed to protect or judge danger. Got it. I'm not Sister Hong Ying. There's no need to say it so many times. Si Xiaonan said. That, you gave me a New Year's gift. So what do you want for New Year's? Saying that, Si Xiaonan leaned into Lu Cheng's arms. Lu Cheng froze. You're an adult, right? Si Xiaonan blushed a little. What happened? Lu Cheng said. According to the words of the ID card that Chen Mai had given him, he had indeed come of age 2 months ago. Do you like black silk? Si Xiaonan whispered. Lu Cheng was confused. In the past, you were still small and inappropriate, but if you are an adult now, I can slightly satisfy you. As he spoke, Si Xiaonan's little face burned. But you can't tell Sister Red Riding Hood. And, well, not too much. LV Chang was silent. If he still insisted that he didn't understand what Si Xiaonan was trying to convey when he reached this point, then it would be more or less ungrateful. If it had been before, he would have secretly just played dumb and felt it. But now, Donghua Nix's voice sounded quietly. What is your relationship with this child? LV Chang. Sister. She's just my sister. Chapter 70, Can Time Be Turned Back? 7. Sleeping? Bang. What's going on? Yelling and not opening the door? Lin Xie, who was about to walk to the door to open it, looked at LV Chang, who kicked open the door of the room, with a dumbfounded look on his face. No, what's with the shouting? I've been here since you walked in the door. Remember to hurry up next time. LV Chang walked in with a displeased look on his face. Lin Xie's face was odd. You couldn't have been angered over at Red Tassel and the others and came here to vent your anger at me. Could you? Nonsense. I clearly came over to care about you. Lu Chang walked to the table and pulled out a few boxes of things. Come here. Lin Xie closed the door somewhat sheepishly and walked over. What's this? A New Year's gift for you. Lu Chang said. Even though I have a feeling you won't use it much, you can't just not give it. Open it and see if you like it. If you say a word. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly. Mother, are you watching? LV Chang raised an eyebrow. Your mom couldn't save you, I'd say. Lin Xie. No more pretending. Resigned to his fate, Lin Xie walked up and opened the New Year's gift box. A ring? Necklace for girls. Ring for boys. Lu Chang said. Girls can also pick out bracelets, bangles, anklets, and anklets. Boys, if you're not satisfied, I can give you another collar. The diamond-encrusted kind. And it comes with a leash. The corner of Lin Xie's eye twitched. This ring. 1T explode. Right? Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Guess? Lin Xie's expression stagnated. Can I, put it at home and offer it up? No. You have to put it on me now. LV Chang said. Left ring finger. The corner of Lin Xie's eye twitched. This position. It seems like it can't be worn carelessly, right? The left ring finger is where you wear your wedding ring. You call this messy wear? Lu Chang opened his big, gleaming eyes. That's what I told you to wear. I'm the biggest in the sky. Your destiny is mine and not mine. LV Chang took out a small machete. To wear or not to wear? Lin Xie. Die. Dare I not wear it? Lin Xie, who didn't want to lose his left ring finger, only had to put the ring on. Lin Xie froze. Why can't this be taken down? Of course it can't be taken down. Lu Chang put the small machete back. It's a wedding ring. Can you just take it off? 7. You can't do anything negative. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched furiously. But I'm still single. Don't be afraid. This ring is a pair. The other ring is here with me. Lu Chang said. Don't worry. I'll make arrangements for you. After all, I promised your aunt I'd find you a good home. Forgot? Lin Xie. Bump, asterisk 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 dish. Regret. Really regret it. Why should he try to have a moment of fun? Now it's over. Then what are these again? Lin Xie looked at the other 2 boxes on the table with tears in his eyes. For your aunt and Jin. Lu Chang said. Forgot the way I made up for you to go? Lin Xie froze. Divine doctor? Lu Chang sighed. So many ways I can passionately beat the money and make your aunt wealth free. You had to choose not to choose such a troublesome thing. Freedom of wealth? Lin Xie's face was puzzled. What do you mean? If you pick another type of rich woman, I'll just call your aunt directly. Where's the need to refine medicine? Lu Chang spat. Playing for money? Lin Xie was dumbfounded. Don't tell me what you don't want. It's not like I'm giving it to you. Lu Chang said. And don't ask me why I'm giving it to your aunt. I'll give it to her if I want to. It's none of your business. Lin Xie wanted to speak. And with some worry, he opened the other 3 boxes on the table. What does this medicine cure? Lin Xie couldn't help but ask. Lu Dongbin was the ancestor of the Danding sect, and Emperor Donghua likewise had the legend of alchemy in the Purple Mansion, so there shouldn't be any problems with this medicine, but he had to make it clear what this stuff was for, right? I don't know, LV Chang said. Ha? Lin Xie was dumbfounded. Didn't you make this? I refined it, but I didn't know. Lu Chang said. I don't even know how I refined it, but don't worry, this stuff surely won't kill you. Lin Xie. You're not going to make my aunt fly in place with this thing, are you? That's not true. I'm not the Supreme Lord. Alchemy is just a hobby. Lu Chang shrugged. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. If I'm going to send this back, I have to make it clear to my aunt where it came from and what it does, right? If I can't tell you what it does, she'll probably think I touched it, and then she won't take it, and she'll worry about it. Lu Chang paused. Makes sense. Wait till I make one up for you. Lin Xie's complexion stagnated. Can you be more serious? Okay. You just say that this stuff beautifies and nourishes the skin and prolongs life, so there definitely won't be any problems. Lu Chang said. Lin Xie's face was helpless. If I had known, I might as well have used the captain's words to become a soldier. Being a soldier? LV Chang raised an eyebrow. Being a big-headed soldier is a good thing? Leaving aside the occupational dangers of being a soldier, how can your aunt feel comfortable with the hard life of being a soldier? You didn't see Zhao Kongqing's body full of dark wounds? That body of his put up too much of a fight when he was young, joints and all, internal organs and all, and if it hadn't been cured, he'd have had it when he was older. You this divine doctor script, just learn when a little bitter, but on your own and not much danger. The future learned out of the master. Casually disc a store, spend some money, get a qualification certificate down. Minutes can be both fame and fortune. You're telling me it's not as good as old Chen's big head soldier script? I didn't say it's bad to be a soldier to protect the country, but is it inferior to learn medicine to cure the sick and save people? And being in the military, when you're retired, you're just a whole veteran barbecue at best. But studying medicine, even if you don't become a night watchman in the future, you can eat until you die. Lin Xie's face was odd, but I don't know medical skills either, so won't I still be exposed when I go back in the future? Can't I just teach you? LV Chang said. Don't worry. I wrote the script and I'll be responsible to the end. You teach. Lin Xie looked stagnant. You're not thinking of trying drugs on me, are you? Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Pretty quick reaction. No. Lin Xie had a stomachache. Can I not learn? You guess? LV Chang stood up. 7. You've grown up. And there's a truth you should understand. One always pays a terrible price for one's impulsiveness. Lin Xie. I was wrong. Let me go. Spare? Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Yes, but let me ask you. Time. Can it be turned back? Chapter 71, The Crow Takes the Plane. Old show? Want superhuman strength? Lu Chang, who had finished delivering gifts to Lin Xie, came to the office dormitory to look for Zhao Kongqing. Power? Zhao Kongqing's face was odd. What power? Very interesting power. Lu Chang took out a ring encrusted with dark purple gems. Remember what I told you about gas before? Zhao Kongqing was stunned. You actually refined it? No. This is something I got an old man to help me out with a little bit of darkness mixed in. Lu Chang said, but I've added something to it that won't be a problem. Blade Dragon's Dark Killer was essentially a use of black chi, but the upper limit of a tempered Dark Killer was controlled by Blade Dragon's black chi, which allowed the weak to become stronger quickly, but was a bit too restrictive for the strong. So he had Blade Dragon improve his Dark Slayer spell by attaching the spell to the artifact, which would allow the user to channel their own chi to transform into a Dark Slayer. After all, the forbidden market is still too troublesome. He does not understand the nature of the forbidden market. The knife dragon does not understand, so it is better to directly use the chi that they can control. Try it on. Lu Chang handed the ring to Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng was a bit nervous. This thing, it shouldn't directly kill me, right? Don't worry, even though it's my first time doing this. However, there shouldn't be any problems. Lu Chang said, even if there was a problem, he would be able to get Zhao Kongcheng back. Zhao Kongcheng put the ring on with confidence. No reaction. Concentrate and feel your chi. Lu Chang said. Air sense. This was the biggest threshold of cultivation. Very few people could find the air sense. They couldn't even make it to the beginning. Naturally, it was impossible to go backward. This ring can directly help a person feel their chi to manipulate that thing. Zhao Kongcheng closed his eyes and followed the guidance brought to him by the ring to feel the chi that Lu Chang was talking about. Time passed by, and gradually, a blue-purple smoke emerged from Zhao Kongcheng's right hand, which was wearing a ring, and swept over his entire body. As the smoke dispersed, Zhao Kongcheng's original skin turned dark brown, and his body was covered in blue spells. Zhao Empyrean opened his eyes and looked at his strange appearance, a little confused. What the hell? Dark Slayer form. Lu Chang said. Try again to see if you can change back, just as you did earlier, to calm your restless chi. Zhao Empyrean City was a bit flustered as he calmed his chi, and it was only after a while that he finally managed to change back to his normal appearance. How does it feel? LV Chang asked. This dark spell, which is increased based on the user's own chi, is more growable, and Zhao Empyrean City's own chi wasn't weak, so the boost should still be fine. It feels quite powerful, but that looks like it, Zhao Kongcheng said with a desire to speak. It's good to have something to use. Lu Chang bristled. No one else wants it yet. Then how do I explain this thing? Zhao Kongcheng said awkwardly. Just think of it as a special forbidden object. Lu Chang said. As for where it came from, if anyone asks, just say I gave it to you. All these things he made could be explained by forbidden objects, and no one would pursue them. After all, humans didn't know much about these forbidden objects themselves. By the way, if you want to try the power, you can leave now. Lu Chang said. Zhao Kongcheng froze. What do you mean? The daytime attack didn't work, so we definitely have to work overtime at night. Lu Chang stood up. By the way, when you strike, you can shout a little slogan move or something like that, which can enhance the power of your moves. Zhao Kongcheng was confused. Really? Really? LV Chang had a serious face. I've got quite a few awesome boom boom move names right here. Come on, check it out. The black tiger pulls out the heart. Tarzan pressing down. 2 dragons playing pearls. Flying hammer, cat landing, bear paw strike, crows in airplanes, boom dash, blinding flames erupted from high above, shattering large swaths of floor-to-ceiling windows, and a chubby little man in a bathrobe, and a man clutching a straight sword were swept away by waves of air and blasted out of the building. Lin Chie, who was conversing with the receptionist, changed his face and turned to run out of the building to look at the top of the exploding high-rise. Just as he wanted to turn around and rush into the hotel for support, he suddenly saw a flash of golden light in the sky. Yao Guang? Lin Chie's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to run in the direction of the golden flash. Before he could run 2 steps, a dazzling phoenix silhouette lit up from the sky while Lin Chie faintly heard a roar. Old lady's vacation. The corner of Lin Chie's eye twitched furiously. These assassins are really headstrong. Don't they ask for more information before they act? Well, the Phoenix squad's here, too, to stage this kind of attack at night. That female Tyrannosaurus Rex is afraid to be furious now. Meanwhile, inside the ringless hollow, Chubby Bailey and Xiao Yuan had already begun their battle. On one side, there was the earthy bombardment of forbidden objects, and on the other side, there was the open-ended madness hacking and slashing, and it was just a few short minutes from being full of confidence, to a collapse of confidence, and even a bit of despair. What the is this? The 3 Bladesman, who had been given a crushing burst of slashes by Mad Demon Xiao Yuan, crumbled and looked into the distance. If you don't do it, I'm going to die. Time passed, and there was no response. Much less support. In the distance, the 3-Dagger Man's mood gradually hit rock bottom. Just as he was planning to let go and finish off Chubby Bailey first, the ringless airspace above his head collapsed with a bang, and an exploding fiery light slammed down directly from the dome of the sky to the ground, setting off waves of air that directly swept the few people who were fighting away. Do you realize what you have done? In the deep pit, the Phoenix shadow dispersed and a fierce killing intent exploded and spread out. Xia instructor? Bailey Chubby gulped with a stiff expression. These nuts. I wonder if Shazaming is there too. Do you know how hard it is for me to take a vacation? Xia Siming grimaced and took 1 step at a time to get out of the deep pit. Do you guys know how hard it is for me to stay in a luxury presidential suite? You. Boom. The three-dagger man was about to say something when Xia Siming jerked her head up and disappeared with a bang. In the next instant, Xia Siming appeared in front of crazy demon Xiao Yuan, and the three blades man was nowhere to be found. Seeing Xia Siming in front of him, whose killing intent was even heavier than his own, crazy demon Xiao Yuan froze, but before he could make much of a move, an iron fist blasted him in the stomach. The black baleful flames dispersed with a bang, and Xiao Yuan collapsed to the ground with both eyes rolled back in his head. Seeing this scene, the withered man felt a wave of despair. In the next instant, Xia Siming's killing intent was aimed at him. Too late to suffer, the withered man simply left the world. Bailey Chubby looked at the cloaked Xia Siming in front of him with a stiff expression. Xia instructor, I am Bailey. Crows and airplanes. A black shadow suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the center of the silent battlefield. Zhao Kongcheng looked around and saw the unconscious Xiao Yuan, as well as Bailey Chubby whose face was covered in fear. Finally, Zhao Kongcheng set up his stance and locked onto Xia Siming, who was standing cloaked in front of Bailey Chubby. This doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Ha! Xia Siming's head tilted, and the fire she had yet to finish venting rushed towards Zhao Kongcheng in his dark slayer form. This kid, he doesn't look like a good guy at first glance. Asterisk. Zhao Kongcheng's expression stiffened and he almost didn't stand still. Nima? What the level is this? Mo! Don't be impulsive. He's one of us. A loud and clear shout rang out, and Xia Siming's killing intent suddenly dissipated as she turned her head to look at Lu Chang, who was running over from the distance. Makoto! Scared me to death. Xia Siming landed on Lu Chang with a hungry tiger pounce. They actually took a bomb to me. The crowd was silent as they looked at Xia Siming, who had instantly turned into a soft girl hugging Lu Chang and crying. Is this a woman? Chapter 72, Merlin. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Zhao Empyrean turned his head and headed towards the direction of the building to kill the support and test his combat power. Lu Chang, on the other hand, led the gray-haired Bailey Chubby several people to turn their heads towards the noodle shop. Chang, you don't even know. I was bathing and washing well just now when I suddenly exploded. Xia Siming complained. Look, my hair is on fire. Lu Chang glanced at Xia Siming's burnt and curled blonde hair and reached out to touch it. There. Ha! Xia's mind froze and grabbed her hair over. Really good? Lu Chang took out a wooden comb and helped Xia Siming comb through her messy hair. It didn't hurt anywhere else, did it? No. Xia Siming lowered her head and whispered back. I've told you to be careful. Those guys don't want to die. Lu Chang said helplessly. He thought that with Xia Siming and the Phoenix Squad, nothing would go wrong, but he didn't think that those lunatics would actually dare to make a move. Xia Siming is the limitless realm. The Phoenix Squad teamed up is even able to fight even mythical creatures, but the movement above the building is at best Chuan realm. Even the sea realm is less than that. Such a group of people ran to be assassins, but also to Xia Siming face burst. This is not looking for death? Luckily, Xia Siming had shown some restraint tonight and hadn't released the Great Phoenix. 7 nights. When did the two of them happen? Bailey Chubby said oddly. Why was this female Tyrannosaurus Rex more obedient than a rabbit in front of LV Chang? After Xia Siming met Lu Chang, it was Lu Zhisheng turning into Lin Daiyu in seconds. I don't know. Don't ask me. Lin Chiye said. Any more death. And Nix couldn't save him. Just as a few people were chatting, 3 more figures walked into the noodle shop. Tug? Such a coincidence? Bailey Chubby looked at Shinxingju's few people with some surprise. Lin Chiye and Xiao Yuan also nodded at him. Shinxingju hadn't been tossed around by LV Chang when she was in the training camp. Who made him lead a rebellion on the first day of the new recruit assembly and play indiscriminate attack to blow up LV Chang afterward? LV Chang can hold a grudge. Boss, give the few of them a big bowl of noodles with extra meat and eggs as well. Lu Chang greeted and continued to help Xia Siming comb her hair. Okay, 4 bowls of braised beef plus big steak plus shredded pork plus egg plus dried spices, big bowl of noodles. Shinxingju frowned and was just about to refuse when Lin Chiye's trio nervously shook their heads at him. Don't. If you don't want it, you're not giving him face. Haven't you been beaten enough? We're also his treat. Lin Chiye said. You don't think much of it. Shinxingju hesitated for a moment, looked at the 3 followers behind her, and still walked over to Lu Chang's side. Thank you. Just call again if it's not enough. Lu Chang said. No need to be polite to me. Thank you, Instructor Lu. The 3 followers behind Shinxingju said in unison. Outside. Call Brother Chang. Lu Chang slightly side-eyed. Didn't I tell you guys? Shinxingju's legs were a little weak. Thank you, Brother Chang. Tugger will also go to Bailey Chubby said oddly. Shinxingju's expression stagnated and turned his head to glare at Bailey Chubby. You haven't been punched by him. What do you know? The Asylum of the Gods. After arranging Bailey Chubby several people and coaxing Xia Siming to the hotel, LV Chang came to find Nyax on a daily basis. Since he had already been exposed before, Lu Chang didn't bother pretending and directly walked in as a human. Li Yifei was also used to it. After all, he was a caretaker with no human rights, and now he had to be a grandson to people every day. Donghua, are you angry? Nix looked at LV Chang with some concern. Anger? Lu Chang froze. Angry about what? That kid named Si Xiaonan. You guys just now. You actually want to. Nix didn't pick the words out. You're mistaken. Lu Chang said helplessly. She's just teasing me. Ha? Nix froze. She used to be like that during the holidays. Luscious walked over and sat down next to Nix. In the middle of the night, quietly called me into her room, put her short black silk legs in front of me and asked if I wanted to feel them. What if I don't move? She'll say I have the heart of a thief and then cuddle me to sleep. If I did, she'd have both guns pointed at my head in seconds. When Si Xiaonan first came to Songnan, she especially liked to tease him. The more he didn't move, the more active Si Xiaonan became. But if he had the slightest intention of initiating, Si Xiaonan would have changed her face in seconds. So, after being screwed for the first time, no matter how much Si Xiaonan teased, he didn't move like a mountain anymore. But I saw her just now. She didn't look like she was joking. Nix said oddly. Of course she wasn't joking. Lu Chang said. She does have a soft spot for me, but won't really get anywhere substantial with me. Si Xiaonan was cautious. She knew she could grasp the situation, but she was worried that he would go too far, so he could only be passive. Whether Si Xiaonan explicitly or implicitly, he had to play dumb. Why? Nix queried. Because she's not alone. LV Chang said. Si Xiaonan was concerned about Red Tassel, and Red Tassel was concerned about Si Xiaonan, and a balance was maintained between these two, which no one was willing to break. That's why Si Xiaonan merely bounces on the forbidden line and won't really bounce over it. What about you? Nix asked. Do you want it? If I say I want it, you will definitely get angry, and if I say I don't want it, you definitely won't believe me. Lu Chang said. Such questions are insoluble from the moment they are asked. You won't be happy no matter how I answer. In that case, why do you ask? Nix lowered his head. I'm sorry. Lu Chang sighed and stood up. I know what you want, but I can't give it to you. I don't even have a clear picture of what I am, and I can't do anything to take advantage of someone else's name. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't want to watch you cry either. What could she know about a Nix who could even misrecognize bottles and jars? Being able to recognize Lin Xie as Danadu's and Li Yifei as his grandson, he dared to go ahead and believe that Nix was sober? He had always just coaxed Nix as a child, but this kid is getting smarter and harder to coax. Watching Nix's dependence on him grow stronger and stronger was making him regret getting involved in this hellhole. At first, he merely wanted to come and try to see if he could get Nix's power off. Who would have thought that things would turn out the way they did? You're confused about your past? A low and slightly hoarse male voice sounded in Lu Chang's ears. Lu Chang turned his head to look, only to see a man clad in dark blue robes appearing by his side at an unknown time. Are you going to answer my doubts? No. Merlin shook his head. I know your doubts, and I know how to get you to let go of this concern, but I'm not going to tell you. Why? Lu Chang asked. Why? Merlin gave a slight sideways glance. You guess? You old thing. You've had your day. Blasted his way out of the ward without me. That's hard? The harder part is yet to come. Chapter 73, a little bit of everything. 7. Is he not sick? Lu Chang turned his head to look at Lin Xie and Li Yifei who were standing not far away. Didn't Merlin become Patrick after he came out of the hospital room? You're the one who's sick. Merlin was speechless. You jerky old thing all day. After I opened the ward, he seemed to sense you and came straight over to you. Lin Xie shrugged. I haven't even talked to him yet. Lu Chang, the Emperor of East China. This guy's memory loss. He had checked a little information before. The most compatible would be traumatic stress type of amnesia. Because of the major stimulus suffered, there is a subconscious blocking of past memories from being remembered. However, after being exposed to the things in question, he possesses a lot of subconscious reactions. For example, LV Chang's combat abilities, sword skills, alchemy skills, forging skills, these were things that he had never even touched, and even he himself didn't know where they came from, but he wouldn't question them because they were harmless to him in and of themselves, and there was no irritation, and he would subconsciously ignore the abruptness of these things. Also, feelings for Nix. Even though Lu Chang didn't remember Nix, he would come over to coax Nix when she was sad, but as for his own identity as the Emperor of Donghua, he wouldn't recall it no matter how much obvious prompting Nix carried out. This would suggest that the incident was harmful to him in its own right. Or, LV Chang preemptively blocked out the relevant information on his own, and preconceived not to believe in this matter. No offense? Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Are you not sick? Merlin looked at the cutie with an expression. I see you're sicker than I am. Oh, Lu Chang nodded as his body began to twist and change. And soon, It transformed into a small yellow sponge cube. Merlin froze, his eyes growing wider and wider as his body began to twitch involuntarily, and after a few moments, transformed into a pink starfish. SpongeBob, Patrick, SpongeBob, Patrick, Lin Chia, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, Lee Fei, _____. They both know each other? Lee Fei said oddly. Oh, I forgot to tell you. He's the one I said escaped from the ward earlier. The East China Emperor, Lin Chia said. Ha, Lee Fei was dumbfounded. But, Lin Chia paused, looking at the pink starfish and yellow sponge that were running wildly in the grass, his eyes gradually crumbling. This guy seems to have a little bit of everything. I don't know how long he chased after them, but Lin Chia finally couldn't help but let Li Yifei get a tranquilizer and dry Merlin out with a single shot. After letting go of Merlin, Li Yifei set his sights on the yellow sponge. Are you still going to poke me? The yellow square changed quickly and reverted to its human form. Nope. No. How could it be? Li Yifei hurriedly conceded. Really? Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Grandpa, I really didn't have this idea. Li Yifei wailed. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. No is good. Keep a little extra tranquilizer on hand for later. And when you're bored with idleness, stick this guy with it. Ha? Li Yifei was confused. How can you just zap this tranquilizer? If you don't stab him, I'll stab you. Lu Cheng said. I'm not that pushy. You can take your pick. Li Yifei, do I have a choice? Finally, Lin Xie, who had been watching the show from the side, came forward to observe Miling's situation. Nix, who had been silent for half a day, also raised his head, holding the magic mirror, and walked over to Lu Cheng. Donghua, this is back to you. LV Chung froze. What's wrong? I know you're not comfortable with me watching you all the time, but I'm just afraid you'll suddenly be gone again. I'm not trying to spy on you. Nix choked out. If this burdens you, I won't read it. LV Chang wanted to say something. I didn't mean it like that. It wasn't that he was angry that Nix kept staring at him. It was just that he didn't want to round out his previous lies with more lies. I'm sorry. Nix hugged LV Chang tightly. I don't want to make you feel bad. I just don't want to lose you again. Lin Chia violently turned his head to look at Lu Chang, who suddenly started escaping high heat. Purple haze filled the sky almost instantly, and a golden firelight that seemed to burn everything exploded and spread out, only to be blocked by a wave of pure darkness when it was about to touch Lin Chia. Donghua, what's wrong with you? Nix said anxiously. Lu Chang opened his eyes, and his haze dispersed, transforming into a silhouette with long hair, hanging in the air. Endless divine might surged out, and the entire asylum suddenly began to shake. Lu Cheng's body began to turn from solid to virtual, flashing brightly and darkly as several figures piled on top of each other, tearing each other apart. Who am I? Lin Xia's expression froze. He knew it. This guy has more than amnesia, and hidden split personalities. The reincarnated incarnate trumpets came pouring out all at once in an uncontrolled manner. Donghua? Nix nervously reached out and grabbed Lu Cheng's wrist. Are you okay? Lu Cheng frowned and his eyes changed. Are you? Nix? What's Nix doing here? No. How did I get here? You, mental hospital? Lu Cheng's eyes stared at Lin Chia with a sideways glance. You, dare to lock me up? Lin Chia, I shut you down? Buzz dash. A blazing divine might exploded and spread out as if it was going to vaporize the entire sickbay, and Nix hurriedly blocked in front of Lin Chia, unleashing the supreme darkness divine ruins to block the impact of the divine might. Donghua, what's wrong with you? Nix said worriedly. Lu Cheng's eyes changed. His haze flashed, and his entire person transformed into the phase of a cloaked mad demon. Odin, I warned you. You shouldn't touch. Donghua, you, stop yelling. He can't hear you now. Merlin, who had been drugged out by tranquilizers, woke up under the impact of divine might. Haven't you noticed? His memories are messed up. What he sees now is not you and me. Nix froze and looked into Lu Cheng's bloodshot, murderous eyes. Lord Merlin, can you make him come to his senses? Lin Xie said nervously. Yes, but someone needs to distract him. Merlin looked to the large orange hiding in the distance, the evil gold taper, and a black bat. Are you three sure you want to keep watching? The corner of the Holy Lord's eye twitched. I don't think I can help. No, you can, Merlin said. We exist in the memories of his past, but you don't, and your presence will disrupt his concentration and give me time to unleash my magic. Can't you just release the magic? The Holy Lord was reluctant. Standing out at a time like this, one must not be beaten to death. If I can't distract him, he'll be completely enraged once I release my magic, Merlin said. I don't think you guys want to see him freak out. Moreover, if he really gets mad, his divine ruin will lock everyone present, and by then, I'll be completely helpless. What will happen to that? If we are all locked? Li Yifei couldn't help but ask. Merlin thought for a moment. He's badly hurt now. And if he judges that he can't take us down, he's probably, we'll die together. Chapter 74, The Daigo. Old thing. Look here. The Saint Lord who didn't want to be killed by the same person still stood out, drawing LV Chang's gaze over. Lu Chang looked towards the Holy Lord, and the body he had just gazed at once again distorted and became illusory. What's wrong with him? Earthquakes tensed. How should I know? The Holy Lord said breathlessly. This guy was in a very unstable state, and he was afraid to say anything before because he was worried that something would go wrong. But that woman just now seemed to have triggered some sensitive issue. He's searching for relevant memories. Merlin quickly constructed several white mind magic arrays and hid them behind Nyx. Will the tranquilizer work on him? Li Yifei asked. Mei Lin tilted her head and looked at the little cutie with an look at Li Yifei. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? The corners of Lin Qia's mouth twitched. Do you want to be vaporized by him? The drugs in the Asylum of the Gods are all God-specific, so if a tranquilizer can be pumped in, it must be useful. But the question is, who has the skills to fight their way in? His perception was completely blocked in a 10-meter radius of LV Chang. It wasn't that he couldn't enter, it was that he didn't dare to sense further inside. High temperature, uncountable heat, just like the ING sun. Trying to give LV Chang a shot of tranquilizer now is the equivalent of dousing the sun with water. What should I do? Nyx said anxiously. I remember him saying that he gave you something called the Order of Extreme Een. Merlin said. Nyx froze and held out the Order of Extreme Een. I can't cut him with this, can I? You guessed it. Merlin attached all of the constructed mind magic arrays to Nyx. Right now the only way to get close to him is if you carry this, but there's no way my mind magic can calm him down in his frenzied state. You'll have to stick that into him. The Order of the Extreme Een will absorb his power quickly, and then, my mind magic will be useful. Stick it in him? Nyx froze. Isn't there any other way? No. Merlin shook his head. Besides, why do you think he made a point of giving it to you? Lin Qia's face was odd. Isn't it a token of love? Merlin was a bit speechless. He's got a lot of good stuff in his hands. Why would he specifically make himself suffer with this? Lin Qia froze. Could it be that he knew this day would come? I don't know. Merlin shook his head. 1,000 years ago, I had a fateful deduction with him, and not long after that, he disappeared. He did a lot of things before he disappeared, including giving this sword to Nyx. He's a better diviner than I am, so maybe he really did see something, but there will be no escaping the trajectory of the destiny he spies once it is set. Unable to escape? Lin Qia's face was puzzled. Why? Isn't fortune telling about avoiding bad luck? Because the predictions are different, Merlin said. He launched the art of deduction, is based on the yin and yang prying the law of cause and effect as the basic, because of doubt and worry about the future, leading to the occurrence of the observation of the future as a result of this move. The cause and effect has been determined. He saw the future, will certainly take place, and lead to the generation of this karma. He cannot be any change. No matter what he does, the cause and effect will surely return to the original trajectory. So, he moved to another method of escaping karma. Lin Qia froze. Open a small number? Right, Merlin said. He causes karma that he himself cannot change, but if he ceases to be him, he jumps out of that karma, which is generalized to as yin and yang, and when a third party intrudes, it can break that absolute connection. However, there are some risks associated with this type of bug jam. As it is now, he who was, he who is, he who will be, countless others appear together, and as yin and yang are in chaos. To get the current yin and yang back on track, you have to put the extreme yin he identified first, and as soon as one is identified, the others will find their own place to sit. Lin Qia looked odd. That is to say, the Order of Extreme Yin and the Order of Extreme Yang are like his stabilizers? That's right, Merlin said. Why else do you think these two things are called orders and not swords? Then why did he have to make it look like a sword? Li Yifei asked. Crap, Merlin said. Is it hard to beat it into a big stick? What's his status? Does it look good with two big sticks? Li Yifei showed an odd face. Wouldn't it be more convenient to make it into a bracelet or something like that to carry around? Merlin raised an eyebrow. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Li Yifei wanted to cry a little. He died without even having a girlfriend. And after he died, he was still here as a black slave. So imagine what you can do when you meet a girl with a sword in her hand. Following a bracelet? Merlin asked. A bracelet, the most you can give people to wear, whereafter it is not good to see again. Otherwise it is easy to let people think you cannot afford to give up. But what about a sword? You can teach her. Yes, hands down. Li Yifei was confused. Lin Qia realized. Awesome. So playful. On second thought, What is the most convenient position when it comes to hand-holding? Merlin's face was subtle. Does it have to be held from behind? When you first start out and don't get used to it, is it easy for the person in front to step on the feet of the one behind them? Isn't it, like, easy to fall? And after the fall? Also, with something like a sword, after practicing the basics, do you have to spar? But something like a sword is not only difficult, but dangerous, so isn't it easy to get hurt? And after the injury, does it just have to be taken care of? Li Fei was silent. Lin Xie was silent. It's so enlightening. Come on. These things are only meant to be. Merlin coughed twice. You guys, you still have to find what's right for you. Stop bragging. Looking at Lu Chang, who had vaguely turned into a familiar-looking old man, the Holy Lord's mind was about to explode. Look at that. This old familiar-looking thing. This guy has remembered him. Ahem. Well, get on with it. Merlin looked to Nyx. He's in just the right state now. The way he was fluttering just now. You'd have to work to stick it in. Poke it in now and he'll stabilize in no time. But, Nyx looked at the sharp order of extreme Yin in his hand. Will he be in pain? Can you not stab? The corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. Mother, if you don't stab him, he's going to get us killed. That look in Lu Chang's eyes just now was clearly a gesture to get them all killed. Chapter 75, Go if you dare. But why hasn't he made a move? Li Yifei was puzzled. We've been bragging for half a day. He can't wait for us on purpose. Can he? Because he wasn't sure and had to wait for us to make the first move. Merlin said. His divine ruins, active and passive, are two completely different concepts. If we take the initiative to strike at him and he passively establishes a yin and yang relationship, then this yin and yang equilibrium is constructed by the power of both sides together. And no matter how many people besiege him, they won't be able to take him. But if he is the one who takes the initiative to determine the yin and yang relationship, then all the consumption of this yin and yang balance will be provided by him alone, and he will not be able to lock in too much at once. Active is limited, but passive, he's near invincible. Then how did he become like this now? Li Yifei queried. The way he looks, he's obviously been beaten up, right? Even if he didn't know much about these things, he could tell that LV Chang was on the verge of breaking this way. There is no absolutely perfect ability. Lin Xie said. No, he can achieve perfection. Merlin said. The cracks you know are there because he's kept himself and because there's no way for you to push him into a truly desperate situation. He's just one last step away from perfection. And he can take that step anytime. He just doesn't want to go there. Perfect? Lin Xie froze. What do you mean? Merlin paused. Let me think of a way to explain it in a way you can understand. By the way, the Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2. 2 begets 3. And 3 begets all things. The Tao gives birth to the Taiji of nature. The Taiji gives birth to the Yin and Yang of duality. The Yin and Yang gives birth to the heaven, earth, and man of the 3 talents. And the heaven, earth, and man create all things. And he is the Yang of the duality. In the beginning, he possessed only the power of Yang. A time when only the most primitive worship of the sun and light existed for you humans. A time when he was violent and impulsive. Yet he stood in the high heavens and was the only one to be honored, and began to be the god of gods, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Until later, Yin appeared, and the two Qi of Yin and Yang agitated each other. Reaching a state of harmony, Yin and Yang were born, the demonic nature receded, and the heavenly court was first established, and order was first born, and it was transformed into the Emperor of Donghua. At that time, he accomplished the transition from Lon Yang to balance, and the reverse birth was Taiji, hence the balance of Yin and Yang, and the Tai Chi upwards is the Tao, the beginning of everything. To reach that point, he would have to abandon his ego, his essence as Yang, and be born without a pole, but he is not willing. The path of retrograde back to heaven does not work. He will change one. The 2 instruments give birth to the 4 elephants. The 4 elephants give birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams give birth to all things. And it became what it is now. Didn't get it? Mei Lin looked at Lin Xie and Li Yifei's confused eyes suspiciously. Lin Xie was okay, seemingly understanding. Li Yifei was directly confused throughout. Barely, roughly understood. Lin Xie said. A bit roundabout, but understandable. Isn't that your culture? Merlin wondered. I've made it pretty plain, haven't I? Oh, you too illiterate? Then it's no wonder. Are you guys done blowing off steam yet? The Holy Lord's mournful voice drifted over again. This guy's getting more consistent, and it's locked on him. This feeling, it's exactly the same as in the past. Holy? Shimu looked stiffly at the Panga magic box that appeared in Lu Cheng's hand. Why is this thing still in his hands? Hey, if you guys don't move, we're really going to be finished, the Holy Lord said. He knew the damn thing was on LV Chang. The pancake box is the real gateway to hell. If this thing opens, they'll get sucked right in. Do it. Merlin looked to Nyx. Nyx struggled with his face. Is it really going to be okay? He built this thing and it's his child. It'll be fine. Merlin said. But if you don't move, we're going to have a problem. If she doesn't go, can't you go? Li Fei couldn't help but say. Isn't it just going to stab a sword? Merlin was speechless. Do you want to hear what you're saying? It's his wife. Stab him. Stab him. Someone else? You got the guts to try? Li Fei's complexion stiffened. I wouldn't dare. Mother, you go quickly. If you delay further, he is afraid that he will disappear again. Lin Xie said. Nyx froze. His eyes changed, and he jogged all the way over with his sword and plunged it into Lu Cheng's body. At the same time, the mind magic array that Merlin had attached to Nyx bloomed brightly. LV Cheng fainted. The crowd was dumbfounded. No, so hasty? That's it? Lin Xie looked at Merlin. Or what? Merlin asked rhetorically. Isn't it good to keep it simple? How much more trouble do you guys want? No, I mean, Lin Xie wanted to say. That's not right. Shouldn't this kind of awakening episode normally be very tense? How could Nyx have gotten in there so easily? You're on the sidelines. That's why you think it's simple. Merlin said. First of all, Nyx is his wife and he has memories of it. So he doesn't have a stress reaction when Nyx approaches him. But if someone else walks towards him with a sword, it's a death wish. Besides, do you guys think Nyx has it easy? Lin Xie froze and turned his head to look at Nyx, who was sitting crouched on the ground holding Lu Cheng and sweating profusely. Without the ability to resist his supreme divine power, it is impossible to get close to him. Merlin said. To put it bluntly, there just aren't many people in the world who can do this. You just happen to meet someone who could do it, and the Order of the Extreme just happened to be here. So that's why it seems simple. But if there's no Nyx here today, there's no Order of the Extreme, and there's no mind magic from me. You guys go try? Lin Xie was momentarily speechless. It seems, it is. If it wasn't for Nyx, they would have been vaporized in place when the first divine might hit. Donghua, are you okay? Nyx was a little nervous as he drew the Order of Extreme outward. Don't! Merlin rushed up to block Nyx. Don't pull it out yet. He's not completely stabilized. You'll be stabbing for nothing if you pull this thing out now. But he looks like he's having a hard time. Nyx worried. Hard? Merlin looked odd. What's going on here? Mixed souls have to be separated if they want to regain stability. And the process is like someone with a broken bone trying to get all the broken bones out of their body. But anesthesia doesn't exist for souls. And right now this guy is being ripped alive. Or on his own. So this is something only Nyx can do. If anyone else stabs this. Chapter 76, Origins of the Gods. It hurts. Lu Cheng, who felt as if his entire body was shattered, woke up in a daze. Makoto? Still having a hard time? LV Cheng froze and looked at Nyx in front of him in confusion. What did you call me? What's wrong with Makoto? Nyx said a little nervously. Lord Merlin, does this really work? In the distance, Lin Xie's few people were hiding in the sickbay room, peeking at Nyx and Lu Cheng through the window. It should work, Merlin said. This incarnation of his is new. However, there is something wrong with it. Unlike his previous incarnations, it seems to be connected to his origin rather than being created from nothing like before. Moreover, Nyx has spoken to that extent, yet he still has no reaction and is even subconsciously rejecting Donghua's identity, especially the state of that crazy demon Donghua just now. It's very wrong. Lin Xie froze. Crazy demon? Isn't Donghua the one with the imperial crown on his head? That's Tendai Tai Chi, the way he started out. Merlin said. I'm sure you've noticed that not all the gods that existed in the mythologies existed. Every god system had missing parts, and those parts, some were swallowed up and some faded away for some special reasons. Fade away? Why? Lin Xie was puzzled. It involves the question of the origin of some of the gods. Merlin said. As you know, I am a deity born out of the coalescing of England's yearning for the unknown, a deity of magic and wisdom. And in some cases, when the faith ceases, the gods that were born based on that faith also disappear. Li Fei looked puzzled. That. You want to ask why the creator gods of your myths and legends like Pangu, Nuwa, and so on didn't show up, right? Merlin said. The Lin Xie duo nodded. Emperor Donghua was the only great Xia deity that had appeared in their field of vision so far, based on the illiterate attributes of the two of you. I need to first popularize your myths and legends with you. Merlin raised his right hand and a storybook emerged. First of all, Pangu. As you know him, this deity appeared very late in life. And although you think he was born very early, in reality, his legend did not become established until the period of your three kingdoms, when it was introduced into the central plains from the remote southern regions, and then, after a long evolution, it was merged into the system of your Taoist myths. But Pangu, in your myths, after opening up the heavens and the earth then disappeared, so this deity, itself, does not exist. And then, Manhwa, this ancient god did exist. She existed during the time of your primordial beliefs, as did the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, very ancient. But again, Manhwa was in your beliefs, incarnated in all things, and thus, thousands of years ago, she disappeared into the river of time. Do you mean that the life and death of the gods are actually controlled by the faith of mortals? Li Fei was dumbfounded. Not exactly, Merlin said. In the ancient primitive societies of mortals, there existed a large number of totemic beliefs, as well as a variety of primitive cults, which were both positive and negative, with some worshipping the good gods who created and saved the world, and others worshipping the evil gods who brought calamity. During that time, it was likewise a period of ancient god chaos. Manhwa, Dong Huang Tai, all of these ancient gods existed in that era, and your legend says that the mortal world was plagued with many disasters during the ancient times, and it was also because of the wars that were erupting among these ancient gods, and in the end, the good gods, led by Manhwa Donghuang, won the godly wars, and the celestial emperor, Dong Huang Tai, destroyed almost all of the evil gods of the land, and at the same time, the yellow emperor of your legend also unified the tribes of the mortals that gave birth to the Huaxia race, and you also call yourselves the children of Yin Huang. Further on, because of the change in the beliefs of mortals and the gods, many ancient gods have disappeared into the river of time, and Manhwa is one of them, except that such supreme gods are not incapable of continuing to remain. It's just that they have willingly faded away. Further on, the ones who dominate your land are what you know as the Taoist deities, or, in other words, the heavenly divine lineage. Then how did the East Emperor Tai become the East China Emperor? Li Fei wondered. The Eastern Emperor Tai built the foundation of the ancient celestial court and was the very first celestial emperor, Mei Lin said. But the actions of the gods are limited in many places by the beliefs of mortals, though the gods can force change, as is the case with quite a few of the Western divine systems, where beliefs give birth to gods, who in turn manipulate miracles in order to free themselves from control, channeling the fears of mankind, and distorting the very nature of the myths. But Tai Chi witnessed the demise of Manhwa, and even though he was for a long time in your world a celestial emperor worshipped by feudal emperors, he chose to exist in a different way, with a wisp of the Eastern Emperor's chi, melting into the heavenly court, and taking on the form of a young god that corresponds to the Queen Mother of the West, the Duke of the East, or the Emperor of the East China. Do you mean that the East China Emperor didn't exist originally? Lin Xie said. Yes, the birth of the Duke of Donghuang was created by your ancients based on the theory of yin and yang and the five elements, specifically targeting the yin goddess Ziwangmu, and fundamentally, the deity, the Duke of Donghuang, belongs to a part of Ziwangmu, Mei Lin said. Most of you here know of the Queen Mother of the West, but how many of you know of the Duke of the East? You even put together the Queen Mother of the West with the Jade Emperor. Li Fei raised his hand. I know, don't pull your modern novels. What with the Flood Demon Court? That stuff is messed up. Mei Lin interrupted. Manhwa is an ancient god of you humans, not some demon mother, and Tai is likewise an ancient god, a god of creation. So don't substitute. He had to incarnate. He couldn't create something out of nothing, and it just so happened that the Duke of the East belonged to the Yang god, related to the primordial worship of the sun, and related to him as well. So the East Emperor Tai stagnated in the distant ancient past, and was replaced by the Emperor of the Heavenly Court, the Emperor of the East China. Li Fei's face was odd. How could you, an English deity, know so much about our side of things? Merlin had a look of a little cutie expression. First of all, I'm the god of magic and wisdom, the great seer, and secondly, can't you see that I've known him for a long time? Li Fei was momentarily speechless. Look out. These two are speaking in similar tones. It looks like they've been fooling around a lot. So, does King Arthur exist? Lin Xie wondered. King Arthur, like Merlin, is a figure that exists in English legend, and there is a special relationship between these two. Arthur has long since faded, Merlin said, but I can sense that he still has an heir left in the world, and perhaps one day you will meet that person. That's, Lin Xie nodded. Do you know, then, the situation of our great summer gods? I don't know. Merlin shook his head. Prophecy isn't everything. I'd have to have a message medium for that. Then can you tell me? Lin Xie carefully glanced at Lu Chang, who was lying in Nyx's arms. Does he have any unseen weaknesses? Out of sight? Merlin raised an eyebrow. There is, but, don't you dare listen. I didn't hear anything. Li Fei directly ran away. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. I think that prying into other people's privacy is really a very impolite thing to do. Forget it. Chapter 77, If you don't go, I'm going. Nope. You still haven't made it clear why you want Nix to change his name to him. Lin Chiye snapped back to his senses. Although he was curious about the question of the origin of these gods, the most important thing right now was Nix's illness. LV Chang is even more of a ticking time bomb. It could explode at any moment. Didn't I say everything? Merlin was speechless. Why are you so slow in the head? Do I have to say it word for word? The corner of Lin Chiye's eye twitched slightly. I am still small. Can you explain more? Okay. Merlin sighed. Tai's incarnation of Donghua is essentially actually a new birth. Donghua doesn't have Tai's power. He's starting from scratch. Donghua again gave birth to Pure Yang, and Pure Yang started from scratch. But now, the Lu Cheng you saw, he seems to have had an accident. The power of Tai flows within him, the destructive divine might, and the balance of yin and yang of Donghua flows just as much within him, as well as the sword of Pure Yang. But none of these powers are complete. So this time, he's not a normal incarnation. The different him mixed together. He denied everything that was not me. So for the identity of Donghua, he just couldn't accept it subconsciously. And Donghua was beaten up? Lin Chiye said. No. Merlin shook his head. I just noticed something while stabilizing his soul with my mind magic. Donghua was shattered by Tai Chi. Lin Chiye was confused. Beat yourself up? Merlin frowned slightly. I can't figure it out either. But the part of Donghua was shattered by the power of Tai Chi. And Lu Cheng, born based on Pure Yang, and using the broken Donghua as a carrier. What's wrong with that? Lin Chiye asked. I don't know. Merlin shrugged. I've never seen him do that before. But since he did it, he must have had his reasons. The corner of Lin Chiye's eye twitched slightly. Is it possible that it was his split personality that committed the offense and accidentally beat himself up like that? Merlin shook his head. No, Tai's strength was well controlled and didn't completely shatter Donghua. Perhaps something happened that had to be done. But since he's not Donghua now, and rejects that identity, he shouldn't be irritated with Donghua. Change the name to what he is now, and he's easier to. Makoto. Nix's anxious shout suddenly rang out, and Merlin's duo turned their heads to look, only to see that LV Chang had already disappeared onto the lawn. Looking at Nix, who was squatting on the lawn and stifling his tears, Lin Chiye was confused. Easier what? Easier to cry? Merlin was a little embarrassed. The practical exercises seem a bit of a surprise. He should have felt that Nyx had recognized the wrong person before, so he coaxed her. But now, Nyx's name-calling has suddenly changed. He should have felt that Nyx had made the mistake of treating him as a substitute. Unsurprisingly, he should be pissed. Lin Chiye, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Should I? Could this be any more obvious? But don't you worry. Merlin grimaced. I have an idea. You better have a way. Lin Chiye said quietly. Nix's healing progress is falling. Lean, what if this changes back to the same dopey look it had before? What about going back to hugging bottles and crying? On the other hand, Lu Cheng had woken up from his bed with his eyes open, and although his whole body hurt like it was shattered, it was completely unable to catch up with his mind exploding. Holy Lord, are you guys still not going to come out? Lu Cheng opened the Panga treasure box in his hand, and opposite him were the three sacred lords who were still in the mental hospital. The Holy Lord's face was odd. You don't want us to? No, there's no need to go in the future. Lu Cheng interrupted. And I'm not going back. But what? You guys are liking it there? Lu Cheng said coldly. Then you will stay there forever. LV Cheng blocked the passageway of the Panga treasure box, disconnecting the connection between the Holy Lord in them and the real world. Without his chi as an anchor point, the demons can't move between the asylum and the real world, or back to hell. Pancake box. Looking at the Panga treasure box in his hand, Lu Cheng was not in the mood to explore where this thing came from right now and directly put it away. He got up and was just about to leave when there was a knock on the door of his room. Who? Me. Get out. She cried a lot. Get out. I can't coax it. Can't understand? She cried out. Merlin says he's going to get on if you don't go coax. How dare he? The door to the room turned into flying dust almost instantly, and Lin Chiye looked at the murderous and rampant Lu Cheng in front of him with a stiff expression. It's him, not me. The murderous aura hasn't dissipated yet. Merlin. You wait for me. Roll. Lu Cheng's eyes stared as Lin Chiye was directly sent flying by the divine might. The door to the room, which had been reduced to flying dust, also returned to normal. What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan poked their heads out of the room. It's nothing. Lin Chiye sighed in relief and sat up from the ground. I sleepwalked and accidentally opened his door and got yelled at. Red Coma's face was odd. 7 nights. When did you become a sleepwalker? When I was in intensive training. I was often pulled in the middle of the night. And when I was suddenly put on vacation, I haven't returned to my senses yet, Lin Xie said. Oh, nodded the redhead. Get some rest. It's getting late, and in a little while, it's going to be light. She'd also been pulled in the middle of the night so often during her intensive training that her biological clock was all screwed up. You guys rest. I'm going back. Lin Xie stood up and returned to his room. Close your eyes and go back to the asylum again. See? I told you it was simple. Merlin pointed to LV Chang who was hugging and coaxing Nix. Simple? Lin Xie raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. Merlin froze. What did you do? It's nothing. It's just taking what you told me to say and changing the main character, Lin Xie said. Merlin paled. How could you? I was just giving you an idea. How could you hurt me? I can't help it. Lin Xie shrugged. If I say he's not coming, I'm going to get on it, and I'm afraid I'm going to be killed just as soon as the words are out of my mouth. But you are England's god of magic and wisdom. There's got to be something you can do about this. Merlin's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. Then you've got the wrong idea. Lin Xie froze. What do you mean? Who is he now? Merlin asked. LV Chang. Ah. Who am I? Merlin. Can LV Chang beat Merlin? Lin Xie's expression stagnated. Mei Lin patted Lin Xie's shoulder. Also, can Lu Chang beat Lin Xie? Help me.